Jiangxing Central Park. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On the Fountain Plaza, water splashes in all directions as a group of 5 or 6-year-old children chase one another, laughing and playing. A mysterious teenage boy in a black hoodie stands beside the fountain. His head is bowed, the hood pulled so low that his face cannot be seen. A little boy runs too fast and slams straight into the teenager's leg. The boy staggers back 2 steps and falls onto his backside. He lifts his head and looks up at the tall stranger before him. His lips quiver, and his eyes quickly fill with shimmering tears as he is just about to burst into loud sobs. The teenager bends down and reaches out to ruffle the boy's hair. Half his face is revealed beneath the hood, young, austere, with a faintly enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips. Kid, do you know Armor Heroes? The little boy is stunned. His sob catches in his throat. Do you believe that there is light in this world? The little boy blinks, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Meditation seal. The faint words slip from the teenager's lips. In the next instant, the air ripples like the surface of water struck by a stone. Then the teenager is gone. It is as if an invisible giant hand has wiped him away from where he stood. Before the little boy, only the falling droplets of the fountain remain glimmering in the sunlight with scattered light. His mouth shifts from an upside-down V into a round O. He jumps to his feet and looks around frantically. No one is there. He rubs his eyes once, then again. His eyes shine as brightly as 2 stars. Chen, why are you running around? A young woman runs over, scoops the boy into her arms, and gives his backside 2 quick swats. I told you not to run around. What if you get lost with so many people around? He tugs at his mother's sleeve, his voice brimming with irrepressible excitement. Mom. Just now there was a big brother and whoosh, he disappeared. Really? Whoosh, just like that. The boy is pulled away. All the while he keeps looking back at the fountain. The water still shoots upward. The setting sun pierces through the curtain of spray, as if an extremely faint ray of light is slowly dissipating in the air. 7 o'clock in the evening. Jiangxing Chengxian Road No. 888. Here stands the castle of the foremost wealthy clan in Jiangxing, the Chu family. Today is a grand day for the Chu clan. On the only road leading to the castle, luxury cars arrive one after another. Mercedes S-Class, Maybach, Bentley, Rolls-Royce. Each license plate shorter and more intimidating than the last. Inside the castle, in a bedroom on the 3rd floor, there is a terrifying stillness. Chu Qingyue stands at the doorway. She wears a cool, pristine white suit, her long hair pinned up at the back, revealing a section of slender snow-white neck. Her face is utterly expressionless, yet the fingers clutching the doorframe have turned bone white. Inside the room, cold medical equipment is clustered around the bed. The line on the electrocardiogram jumps and dips, each beat weaker than the one before. An old man lies upon the bed. His cheeks are sunken, his complexion ashen, his frame withered and frail. An infusion tube pierces the back of his thin hand, clear liquid dripping 1 bead at a time, as though what is flowing away are the last few days of his life. The man lying there is Chu Maohua, founder of the Chu Group, its sole voice of authority, its chairman. He is also Chu Qingyue's only family left in this world, her grandfather. Chu Qingyue has been standing in the doorway for a long time. She watches the uncles and aunts around the bed, their eyes swollen from crying, and a chill slowly spreads through her heart. Chu Qingyue withdraws her gaze and looks at the woman in a white coat beside her. Professor Yuan, 50 years old, is the director of the oncology department at the First People's Hospital of the capital. She is an authority in the field of oncology in China. If not the very first, then certainly among the top 3. The Chu family paid a great price to invite her from the capital to treat Chu Maohua. Yuan removes her glasses and rubs at the corners of her eyes. Her voice cannot conceal its fatigue and sense of powerlessness. Terminal brain cancer. In Chairman Chu's condition, it will likely be a matter of these 2 or 3 days. You should prepare for the end. Chu Qingyue's face was already pale as snow. After hearing these 3 sentences, even her lips lose all color. Her body sways. She braces herself against the doorframe. How is that possible? Her grandfather. That old man who single-handedly built a trillion-level empire, that stubborn elder who insisted on practicing Tai Chi every morning. How could he simply be gone? She glances at the uncles and aunts wailing on the floor inside, yet in her heart, there is only biting irony. After her parents died, these relatives lined up at her door, wearing fake smiles, all scrambling to become her guardian. All for the shares in the Chu Group that her parents left behind. It was her grandfather who blocked these wolf-hearted relatives one by one. It was her grandfather who shielded her, allowing her to grow up safely and eventually sit in the president's chair of the Chu Group. And now these people are crying as though their hearts are broken. How much of it is genuine? Chu Qingyue draws in a deep breath. She must not lose control in front of these people. At least for now. She must not. She turns and walks away from the door. The corridor is long, laid with dark red carpet, the walls lined with decor in an old European castle style. In her sneakers, she walks to the window at the end of the corridor and pushes it open. The evening breeze pours and stirring the stray hairs at her forehead. Outside the window, a black Maybach is just pulling up in front of the castle. The car door opens, and a pot-bellied middle-aged man steps out, his face wreathed in smiles as he shakes hands with the greeters. He smiles broadly. Extremely broadly. Chu Qinghua looks at that smiling face, a surge churning in her chest. She cannot quite name the feeling, but there is certainly no small amount of disgust and revulsion mixed within. These people come under the pretense of visiting the sick, yet in truth, all they do is curry favor with the powerful and cling to the wealthy. It is truly ridiculous. Bitterly ironic. Chu Qinghua grips the window frame tightly. She thinks that if at this moment someone could save her grandfather, she would gladly lose her entire fortune, offer up everything she has, hand over every share of the Chu group. She would be more than willing. Do you want to save him? A voice comes from behind her. Deep, magnetic, unfamiliar. Chu Qinghua's body instantly tenses. Her fingers quietly slide toward the personal alarm in her pocket. Then she slowly turns around. There is now another person in the corridor. A person completely unknown to her. He is tall, wearing a black hoodie, his entire figure seemingly fused with the darkness at the far end of the corridor. Light falls upon him, yet it is as though he carries his own black filter, swallowing all illumination. Most striking of all, his face is tightly concealed behind a golden mask. The mask is etched with intricate patterns, ancient and mysterious. The flow of the lines does not resemble mere decoration, but rather some kind of script. A script that does not belong to this era. Through the mask, Chu Qinghua catches a glimpse of his eyes. Cold, austere, indifferent, devoid of emotion. All these years leading the Chu group, she has seen every sort of person. The greedy, the obsequious, the enraged, the sorrowful, the aloof. Yet never has she seen a pair of eyes like his, revealing nothing yet seeming to perceive everything. As though no one could hide any secret beneath this gaze. She feels as if she is staring into an ancient well in a deep abyss at night. Her fingers find the alarm in her pocket. At any moment, she could press it and summon all the security forces within the castle. Gradually, her heart steadies a little. She was deeply curious. How had this man gotten in? To protect her grandfather and to prevent any news of his critical condition from leaking, 88 layers of security had been set up around the outer perimeter of the castle. Watch posts, both overt and covert, infrared sensors, facial recognition systems, drone patrols. The entire setup had been personally commissioned by her from an international security firm. Even a fly slipping in would have triggered the alarm. Yet this man was simply standing before her, silent like a ghost. Her fingers were pressed against the alarm device, just about to push it down. You may very well press the hand in your pocket down on that alarm, he said. But your grandfather will then completely lose any hope of survival. A flat, emotionless voice drifted out from beneath the mask. Chu Qinghua's fingers froze instantly, suspended over the button, unable to press down. She fixed her gaze on the eyes behind the golden mask. Her mind was racing. You have a way to save him, she asked. Her voice was steady. Even though her heart was pounding as if it would leap from her chest, the expression on her face remained cool and composed. After all, she was the president of the Chu group. No matter the situation, she ought to remain unflustered. Yes. Just one word. Chu Qinghua's first instinct was disbelief, yet her sixth sense held her back. A stranger appearing out of nowhere, a golden mask, a seemingly nonsensical exchange of words. Any normal person would have hit the alarm and let security drag him out. But this man had bypassed all 88 layers of security and appeared in front of her without triggering a single defense. Such an ability had already surpassed everything she understood. This mysterious and dangerous presence stirred an involuntary urge in her heart to take a gamble. She forced down the upheaval inside and tried to keep her voice even. How am I supposed to trust you? The man's deep voice remained indifferent. Why should I need you to trust me? Chu Qinghua was taken aback. This is your grandfather's only chance at survival. The eyes behind the golden mask regarded her without the slightest hint of charity. Whether you seize this chance or not, he said, is up to you. Chu Qinghua's heart felt as though an invisible hand had clenched it tight. This man neither pleaded nor explained, nor did he offer any proof. He did not even bother to make her believe. He merely threw a multiple-choice question before her. Believe or not, choose or refuse, it made no difference to him. And it was precisely this attitude that made her even more afraid of missing this opportunity. She drew in a deep breath. What do you want? Money, she asked. The man drew a hand out from the pocket of his hoodie. In his palm was a transparent test-tube-like vial. The liquid inside was golden, shimmering with a faint glow. The light was weak, yet in this shadowed corridor, it was striking enough. He lifted his hand and placed the vial into her palm. A chill spread from her fingertips through her entire body. Chu Qinghua lowered her head to look at the vial in her hand, the golden liquid gently rippling within. Save the one you wish to save first, he said. The man beneath the mask withdrew his hand. As for the price, he added, when the time comes I will come to you. Chu Qinghua tightened her grip around the vial. She raised her head intending to ask how to use the medicine and how many doses it required, but the space before her was suddenly empty. In the pitch-dark corridor, she stood alone by the window. The night breeze still blew, carrying the fragrance of roses from the castle garden. She glanced down each side of the corridor for a few seconds. No one. Not a single door had been opened. There was not even a footprint on the carpet. It was as if the man in the golden mask had never existed at all. Chu Qinghua lowered her head, staring at the vial in her hand. The golden gleam reflected off her cool features and in her slightly reddened eyes. Just then the wails from the bedroom behind her grew even more shrill and desperate. She gripped the vial hard and spun around, running toward the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, the bed was surrounded by people. Uncles, aunts, cousins, distant relatives. Everyone was crying at the top of their lungs. Each sob was louder than the last, yet to her ears, each sounded more false than the one before. Professor Yuan stood off to the side, face grave silent. Chu Qinghua pushed aside the people blocking her path. "Move," she said, her voice not loud but cold to the bone. Several relatives, weeping so hard they had nearly lost themselves, were shoved aside, stumbling a step. They were just about to flare up. Then, seeing it was Chu Qinghua who had pushed them, they sheepishly shut their mouths. She walked to the bedside. The old man lay there, his face as pale as paper. The lines on the heart monitor were growing slower and weaker, as though they would flatten into a straight line at any moment. Chu Qinghua tightened her grip on the vial. She hesitated for a second. It was not that she doubted whether she should use it. Her decision was already made. What she hesitated over was, what if it did nothing? What if it was nothing more than a bottle of golden-colored water? What if that man was merely a charlatan playing tricks? "Qinghua, what are you doing?" Her eldest uncle's voice rang out behind her. Several thick, heavy hands reached forward, trying to pull her away from the bed. Chu Qinghua hesitated no longer. She pinched her grandfather's jaw and opened the vial. A strange fragrance slipped into her nose. Not any medicinal scent she recognized. It was neither traditional medicine, nor Western pharmaceuticals, nor any kind of artificial essence. She could not even name this smell. She lifted her hand and poured the golden liquid into the old man's mouth. "You're insane," her aunt screamed. "What are you feeding the old man? Stop her. That's the old master." Chu Qinghua ignored them. The medicine trickled slowly down his throat. A glint of gold flashed at the corner of the old man's lips, then vanished. She set the vial aside. Then, the machine began to sound. It was not an alarm. The data was changing violently. The lines on the heart monitor suddenly started to climb. The numbers on the blood pressure monitor leaped from 60 to 70 to 80 and higher. Blood oxygen saturation shot from 82 to 95. Everyone could see the changes. Even without medical training, they could tell the numbers were rising. The crying stopped. Her eldest uncle's mouth hung open, his expression frozen. Her aunt's shriek stuck in her throat, turning into a bizarre snorting grunt like a pig's. Her cousin nearly dropped the phone in his hand. Professor Yuan suddenly shoved through the crowd and rushed to the bedside. She put on her glasses, staring again and again at the numbers on the monitors, then reached out to examine the old man's physical condition. 1 second, 2, 3. After a full minute, she removed her glasses and looked at Chu Qinghua, her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a single word. Then, the old man on the bed opened his eyes. They were no longer murky or dull. Color returned to his face at a speed visible to the naked eye, shifting from ashen gray to a healthy flush. It was not the eerie flush of a dying man's last flare of vitality, but the natural red of blood flowing normally through his veins. Chu Maoguo blinked. At first glance, he clearly saw Chu Qinghua at his bedside. The old man's lips moved, his voice was hoarse yet clear. "Qinghua," he called. Chu Qinghua could no longer hold back her tears. They slipped down at last. She shed all her disguises. She cast off the aloof chill of a corporate president, discarded the smooth polish honed in the marketplace. She bent down, wrapped her arms around the old man's thin, withered body, and buried her face against his shoulder. "Grandpa," just 2 syllables, yet her voice trembled. This was the same cold, proud woman who could silence more than a dozen veteran directors in the boardroom. Now, however, she was like a little girl clutching her grandfather's shoulder as her own shoulders quivered faintly. Tears soaked the patient's gown on the old man's shoulder, wetting one patch after another. In that moment, she became once more the little girl protected by her grandfather. The ward was utterly silent for 3 full seconds. "My God, how is this possible? The old gentleman has recovered. The old gentleman has recovered." The relatives exploded into chaos. Some cried out, some thumped their chests, while others wore expressions of naked disappointment. Yet on every face shock was etched deep. Before their very eyes, a dying old man had awakened. Within mere seconds, his complexion suddenly rosy and full of life. On the medical monitor beside the bed, every reading had returned to normal. Professor Yuan looked at the instruments, then at Chu Maoguo, then again at the empty vial. Her entire worldview was collapsing. 30 years. She had spent 30 years building her understanding of medicine, and in this instant it was ground to dust by a single bottle of golden liquid. She had no idea what to say, no idea what to do. She simply stood there like a rudder that had suddenly lost its direction. Chu Qinghua lifted her head. Her grandfather's hand patted her back, lightly rough yet warm. She turned her head and gazed toward the pitch-black corridor beyond the ward door. That person was gone. He had left no name, no contact information. Only a vial of golden medicine and a single sentence. Chu Qinghua wiped away her tears. She did not know whose face lay behind that golden mask, but she would remember this favor. In the outskirts of Jiang's, an old apartment complex. Basement level 1. The air trembled like the surface of water struck by a stone, ripples spreading outward. Within those ripples a human figure appeared out of thin air. Zhou Yang collapsed into the chair beside his bed, exhaling a long breath. He reached up and removed the golden mask from his face. The mask dissolved at his fingertips into specks of golden light that scattered into the air. Beneath the mask was a young face still tinged with boyishness. Stern, a little handsome, yet with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a few pimples dotting his forehead. In a crowd he would look no different from an ordinary college student. All his mystery and power were propped up purely by costume and performance. Zhou Yang switched on the light in the room. The tube flickered twice before it came on, buzzing with electrical noise. He swept his gaze over the basement. Just over 30 square meters, a single bed, a single desk, 2 chairs. In the corner the lime-streaked walls were blotched and spiderwebs spread thick. The air carried the damp, chilly smell unique to basements. There were no windows. Here day and night made no difference. He took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and typed 2 lines. The first seed has been planted. The glory of the armor will one day shine again. When he finished he put away the phone. He walked to the desk and pulled open the drawer. Inside lay a thick notebook, its cover already worn. He flipped to the last page where he kept his recent accounts. June 2nd. Last month's income from hauling bricks at the construction site, 6,000 yuan. Rent 1,600 yuan. Remaining savings 2,212. 60 yuan. Zhou Yang closed the notebook. His name was Zhou Yang. 2 months earlier he himself had abruptly transmigrated into this world. Before crossing over he had been a game designer, one in a very niche field. He had spent 3 years designing a cultivation game centered on an armor-wielding salvation organization only for the project to be axed. Afterwards he drank himself into oblivion. When he regained consciousness he had become 20 years old again. No ID card, no household registration, no academic credentials, no bank card. Thankfully he had his hands and feet, and in this world being off the grid was not as restrictive as in his previous life. He found work hauling bricks at a construction site, rising at 6 every morning, carrying bricks all day, and returning to this basement at 7 each night. It was tiring, brutally tiring. But he had to live. Even as a man with no papers he had to live. Until half a day ago. He had just finished hauling several cartloads of bricks, taken half a day off, and was planning to go home to catch up on sleep. Just as he reached the gate of the complex a beam of light crashed down on him. It was warm, it was comfortable. He thought he was hallucinating from exhaustion, but that light drilled straight into his mind. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. Ding! Armor realization system successfully bound. Lifetime binding target, host Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang rubbed his waist. Moments earlier it had ached so badly he could barely straighten up, yet now the discomfort was completely gone. Thinking it was an illusion, he jumped twice, and still felt nothing wrong. Not only was the pain gone, his strength seemed greatly enhanced. Then the system's information poured into his mind like a sudden deluge. Zhou Yang's eyes flew wide open. Armor realization system. As long as he could fabricate and stage extraordinary events, stories, plots, or activities related to the armor universe, and those creations could evoke specific emotional fluctuations in others, shock, trust, worship, admiration, or even fanaticism. Then those emotions could be converted into points. Those points could solidify anything from the armor universe, turning all extraordinary plots and events into things that had truly existed. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up at once. This system was far too similar to the game he had designed in his previous life, the one that had been terminated. In that game the protagonist had to build an armor organization and continuously expand it. The larger the organization, the more gold coins it amassed, allowing the player to exchange for anything in the armor universe's store. Zhou Yang immediately called out to the system. I can exchange for anything from the armor universe. Of course. Then I want to exchange for the Emperor armor belt. The system froze for a full 10 seconds. Required points for Emperor armor belt 101 billion. Zhou Yang remained silent for a long time. He ventured, system, do you not have some kind of starter pack to help through the novice period? After all, he clearly remembered that the little game he designed had a 6 yuan first recharge gift pack. A novice gift pack has been issued to the host. Zhou Yang's spirits rose at once. Zen Seal 10. Shift form change scene 10. Note the host may use each of these 2 skills 10 times without any cost. Points balance 500. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was how a system ought to behave. Then he opened the system's points store directly. Row upon row of items appeared before his eyes. 5 elements armor 5,000-year complete historical legacy. 1,000 points. Bloodline of 5 elements village any attribute. Between 1,000 and 1,000 points. Intent energy cultivation technique basic. 5,000 points. Zhou Yang's mood shifted from wild joy to disappointment, then to calm, and finally to utter silence. Every truly valuable item in the store had a trail of zeros marching behind its price. Staring at that long line of zeros, he suddenly felt that hauling bricks at the construction site was not so miserable. At least their full day's work earned him 300 yuan. The host must grow strong as quickly as possible. Water Blue Star has been locked onto by a dark civilization. In 1 year, various exotic beasts will descend upon this world through spatial rifts. Human civilization is about to suffer a devastating blow. So the world was on the brink of destruction not long after he transmigrated. The system's warning rendered Zhou Yang instantly speechless. After a long silence, he gathered his thoughts. Zhou Yang proceeded to bombard the system with more than 100 questions. He asked about the types and numbers of invading beasts, their power level systems, and every possible avenue for human resistance. The result was suffocating in its despair. According to the system, a full-scale beast invasion would occur after 1 year. Calculated against the peak of this world's current human military power, humanity could resist for at most 2 hours. 2 hours later, human civilization would enter its extinction countdown. And the invading beasts were not merely those he had once guided in his previous life. Ability beasts, Oxer's Nether Fiend's Rampage virus. There would be more stronger, stranger types of exotic beasts. Each one taken alone would be more troublesome than humanity's most advanced fighter jet. Zhou Yang was silent for a full minute. Then he pulled the notebook from the drawer again and turned to a blank page. The pen tip circled 3 times over the paper, and then descended. He wrote 8 characters, Armor Warriors, Heroes of Light. On the outskirts of Jiangqing, in the basement of a modest apartment, another fragment of lime had fallen from the corner of the wall. Zhou Yang sat before his desk, a heavy journal spread open in front of him. The pen twirled between his fingers for a long while. He was thinking, 1 year from now, when alien beasts descend, human civilization will be able to resist for at most 2 hours. This is not a game, where failure can be erased by loading a save. Reality grants only one life, only one chance. So what does he need? He needed a form of power, a force capable of repelling the alien beasts when they invade. The pen still. I need to fabricate a salvation organization, one that has existed for thousands of years, leaving traces throughout the long river of Huagua's history. An armored salvation organization. He paused. The fighters in this organization shall be called. The pen tip touched the paper lightly, as a surge of hot, fervent emotion flooded his heart. Armored warriors. The system fell silent for a second. Then a cold mechanical voice sounded. The historical traces you describe required direct manifestation of a complete history spanning several millennia. Estimated points required exceed 10 billion. Current points are severely insufficient. Zhou Yang shook his head. Who said I need to fabricate the entire history at once? He stood up and began pacing back and forth in the cramped room. I can let others actively discover just the tip of the iceberg of the Armored Salvation Organization. We can create traces, ruins, murals, ancient artifacts. None of them need to be complete or clear. As long as they can prove it truly existed and are driven to investigate and verify, it will suffice. He turned around. The lamplight cast alternating bands of light and shadow across his face. Then they will dig, speculate, and piece together on their own the so-called 5,000-year history of the Armored Salvation Organization. He paused. Only the history they excavate themselves, cross-checked against ancient scripts by their own hands. Only that will they believe in without question. Zhou Yang sat down again and turned to a blank page in the journal. First, I need to forge the beginning of the story, the origin of this armored organization. He lifted his pen. This portion of history shall be called the Armored Chronicle. The pen tip descended, and a story took shape in rough outline beneath his hand. 5,000 years ago, the dark shadow forces of the cosmos invaded the Water Blue Star. The shadow forces regarded this planet as mere nourishment and treated humanity as livestock. At the critical moment, the Yao Yang star launched 5 light shadow stones infused with the power of the 5 elements toward Water Blue Star. On the day the light shadow stones fell into the atmosphere, the entire world was shrouded in 5 radiant beams that pierced heaven and earth. Those 5 colors of light swept across the land of Huagua. Upon this land, Water Blue Star birthed the first generation of inheritors bearing 5-element bloodlines. Those who possessed such bloodlines could draw upon the light shadow stones to summon 5-element armor. Thus the first armored warriors were born. The Armored Salvation Organization was founded. Zhou Yang rode on, his emotions surging. The invasion of alien beasts recurs in millennial cycles. Every 1,000 years, rifts in the shadowed space reopen. Different names arise. Ability beasts, nether demons, Akis, rabid plague viruses. Yet in essence they are the same. And every time warriors clad in armor step forth from among the crowd. Different armor, different eras, yet a single unchanging duty to guard. When alien beasts arrive, the armor appears. When alien beasts fall, the armor vanishes. Like the tides. 1,000 years rising, 1,000 years receding. Never once broken. And now the span since the last calamity has reached precisely 5,000 years. Now is the 5th millennium, the greatest catastrophe yet to come. All alien beasts will emerge, and even more dreadful forms will appear. His pen halted at the final line of the page. Then he pressed down heavily to write 2 characters. Shiguang. The only hope, the only light. The name of this organization. He lifted his head, the dim basement light fell upon the paper. Shall be Shiguang, representing the final hope and radiance of human civilization. The system did not respond, and he did not need it to. Zhou Yang turned another page, the pen tip tapped lightly against the paper. As for his own identity, he would be both the most exceptional summoner of armor and the mentor of all summoners within Shiguang. The information on alien beasts that he possessed would be the most formidable weapon of this era. He closed the journal. Murmuring to himself, he said, now it is time to build the stage and choose my first audience. Zhou Yang took out his phone and opened the browser. His gaze fell upon the top local headline of Jiangxing. Chairman Chu Maohua of the Chu Group suspected of having brain cancer. Granddaughter Chu Qinghua temporarily assumes the role of acting executive chairwoman. Zhou Yang enlarged the news photo. The woman in the picture wore a cool-toned suit, her long hair coiled at the back of her head, her posture impeccably straight. She was very young, her features delicate and cold like the moon, yet her eyes held formidable strength and calm. Chu Qinghua, 25 years old. Zhou Yang's thumb hovered above the screen for 3 seconds. Then he quickly locked it. Family struck by a terminal illness with wealth behind her. For someone like her, as long as she personally witnesses a miracle, she will believe without doubt. And the props required to orchestrate this miracle were items he had already set his sights on while browsing the mall. He opened the system mall. His gaze settled on 2 items. High potency optimal potion, no side effects edition, 100 points. Effect derived from special pharmaceutical technology of the armor universe capable of curing cancer and strengthening the body. All known side effects have been automatically removed in this version. Golden mask mystery model, 50 points. Purchase. His palms suddenly grew heavy. A transparent test tube materialized out of thin air. Inside, faint golden liquid gently rippled up. Close, minuscule points of light drifted beneath the surface like nebulae shrunk 1,000-fold. Zhou Yang lifted the potion toward the light and examined it for a while. 100 points. He spent another 50 points to redeem the golden mask from the props mall, then took a black hooded sweatshirt from his wardrobe. After a brief transformation, he stepped before the mirror. Light struck the mirror, dust forming a thin film over its surface. He reached out to wipe it gently, then put on the golden mask. The person in the mirror changed. He had become someone else. Black hooded sweatshirt, golden mask, a tall, upright stance. The eyes behind the mask were no longer those of a lowly, overworked planner. Within them were 5,000 years of heritage, memories of countless wars, and a heart that had never ceased fighting for the light. In his mind, he crafted the image of a mentor from a mysterious, cold, and ancient organization. He kept adjusting. The angle of his shoulders, the height of his chin, the rhythm of his breathing, until his gaze perfectly overlapped with the figure in his mind. Then, maintaining that posture, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile as his eyes sharpened. The end times are coming. This story will at last begin. 9 o'clock at night. In the basement, Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed and took off his golden mask. The mask in his hand quickly dissolved into scattered points of light and vanished. He began to review his performance at the Chu family castle that night. The outfit was acceptable, but the aura was not dangerous enough. Next time, should I consider bringing a weapon? After scribbling furiously in his notebook, he finally looked up. A system panel lit up in one corner of his field of vision. First stage miracle and healing evaluation settlement in progress. Appearing characters: Chu Qinghua, Chu Maohua, continuously generating related emotions. Current gains: shock emotion 100, trust emotion 5, worship emotion 0, faith emotion 0. Overall rating C. Settlement reward points 1250, armor universe item lottery chance 1. Zhou Yang stared fixedly at this page for a full 10 seconds. The corners of his mouth slowly curled upward until they nearly reached his ears. To buy 2 items, he had spent 150 points. But this stage performance had earned him back 1250 points and 1 lottery chance. Adding the remaining points he already had, he now possessed 1550 points. He bounced up from the bedside and paced a circle around the basement. According to the system's conversion rules, 1 point of shock could be converted into 10 points, 1 point of trust into 50 points, 1 point of worship into 100 points, and 1 point of faith into 1,000 points. So the final outcome of his appearance tonight was still weighted toward shock with relatively little trust. Still, at least this time the objective has been achieved. Murmuring to himself, Zhou Yang recalled the item he had left behind before departing. The next step was to let those 5 points of trust ferment. System, use the lottery chance. In the next instant the lottery effect concluded, and a special item appeared on the interface. Base anchor locator can fuse with spatial rifts and establish a dimensional space base. Everything is ready, only the final spark is missing. He gave a faint smile, and then closed his eyes. He wondered whether that CEO would be able to discover the clue embedded in the strong energy excellence potion itself. That was the seed he had deliberately left behind. 10 o'clock at night. Chu family castle. The sobbing in the third-floor corridor had long since ceased. Inside Chu Mao's bedroom, Chu Qingyue sat on the edge of the bed, clasping her grandfather's hand. His palm was warm, dry rough with calluses honed by decades of holding a pen. She held that hand, as though it were the only faith she still clung to. Grandpa, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chu Mao leaned against the headboard, his complexion rosy. He patted the back of his granddaughter's hand and smiled kindly. Very good. It feels as if some old hidden injuries from before have all vanished. Seeing the healthy color in her grandfather's face, Chu Qingyue could not help but break into a joyful smile. For the first time in many days she laughed aloud in this bedroom that had once been saturated with despair. A joy of regaining what had been lost spread through her like warm water flowing slowly through her limbs. She was not dreaming. On the other side of the room, Professor Yuan held a stack of examination reports in her hand. A thick pile. Blood tests, CT scans, MRI, enhanced brain imaging. From the tips of his hair to the gaps between his toes, every possible test had been conducted, and every result was printed there. Her fingers were trembling slightly. She was one of the top 3 authorities in the country in the field of oncology. She had seen more than 10,000 brain cancer patients. Not a single one had ever displayed such impeccably healthy data after reaching the terminal stage as the man lying on this bed. Impossible. This is completely impossible. Her 2 doctoral students stood behind her, each holding a set of brain scan films. No shadows. No lesions. No tumors. It was as if nothing had ever existed. One of the students, repeatedly comparing the images, could not help speaking up. Teacher, you. Could it be that you misdiagnosed? Professor Yuan fell silent. After a long moment, she shook her head. Yesterday and today, I ran 2 sets of tests each. The results cannot be wrong. They are absolutely real and valid. The 2 students exchanged a glance, their inner worldview collapsing like a road suddenly caving in. This hardly looks like the body of a 70-year-old, it resembles that of a 50-year-old instead. In that instant the same thought flashed through both their minds. In the room, Chu Qingyue's uncles and aunts were all crowded on the other side. Just moments ago each of them had been crying louder than the last. Now each one was quieter than the next. Chu Qingyue's eldest uncle from the Chu family fixed his gaze on the empty potion bottle on the bedside table. Its transparent body gleamed faintly. A few traces of pale golden liquid clung to the bottom of the bottle. Such an inconspicuous little vial. He had personally watched his niece pry open the old man's jaw and pour it in. And then the old man had sat up. Terminal stage brain cancer. A bottle of something unknown. Within just a few minutes he had sat up. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. It was not the excitement of regained familial affection. It was abacus beads and calculations of gain and loss. Whoever possessed such a potion would essentially control the lifeline of the world, holding a vast gold mine in their hands. Chu Qingyue's eldest aunt clearly arrived at the same realization at that very moment. The eldest uncle and eldest aunt exchanged a look. These siblings, who usually rolled their eyes at each other whenever they met, now stepped out from the crowd in perfect unspoken agreement and walked straight toward Chu Qingyue. Qingyue. The uncle spoke first. He kept his voice low, a smile plastered across his face. Uncle wants to ask you something. Just now, that thing you gave the old man to drink. Chu Qingyue released her grandfather's hand. She rose to her feet and turned around. The smile on her face had vanished. Her gaze was cool and distant. Uncle, aunt. Her voice was not loud, but everyone in the room heard it clearly. Everything you just saw is best buried in your stomachs and never spoken of again. Her uncle's smile froze for a second. Qingyue, I am your uncle. I don't care who you are. Not a single event, not a single image, not a single word from what happened in this room today is allowed to spread outside. Otherwise, the Chu family will have no place for you. Her uncle was about to say more when Chu Mao was sitting on the bed, swept him with a knife-like, intimidating gaze. Whatever Qingyue says is exactly what this old man means. The uncle's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. He knew all too well the methods his father possessed. Methods that could leave a man half dead and wishing for death. His gaze slipped past Chu Qingyue's shoulder to the empty bottle once more. Greed and unwillingness surged up his throat, only to be forced back down in the end. Chu Qingyue no longer spared them a glance. She walked over to Professor Yuan. Professor Yu. Yuan lifted her head from the reports. Chu Qingyue handed her a check. Thank you for your efforts tonight. This is additional payment for your medical services. She then had someone bring over a document. Regarding everything that happened in this castle tonight, I must ask that you and your medical team sign a confidentiality agreement. Our Chu Corporation will bear all losses this may cause you. As for all the examination reports and prior medical records my grandfather left behind, I need every last one of them destroyed. Not a single piece may remain. Yuan accepted the document without even glancing at the amount. Deep down, she could not help a twinge of regret and reluctance. The discovery made tonight could have caused a tremendous stir in the medical community. With a bit of research, it might even have benefited all of humanity. Yet faced with the girl's cool and unwavering gaze, she lowered her head in the end, signing her name and leading her entire team to sign, as well then collecting the check. Chu Qingyue smiled in satisfaction. Compared to those relatives, communicating with Professor Yuan and her team was far smoother. Let's go, I'll walk you to the parking lot. She lifted her hand slightly in a gesture of invitation. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyue walked out of the castle's monitoring room, holding a black USB drive between her fingers. Inside it were the stored recordings from all more than 500 cameras in the castle that night. She walked back along the long corridor to her grandfather's room and pushed the door open. Those relatives had already been driven away. Chu Maoguo was leaning against the headboard, a phone in his hand, as he read the news. It was international news. He had been retired for 10 years, yet this habit had never changed. Grandfather. Chu Qingyue walked over and clasped the old man's hand. Why did you get up already? Professor, you clearly said you needed to lie down and rest. Chu Maoguo put down the phone. His large hands settled atop her head, rubbing gently, just as he had done when she was a child who had fallen and burst into tears. His palm was rough, yet warm, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy. Qingyue, I know that the people of the Chu family are all difficult to deal with. You have worked hard. But from now on I will always be behind you, supporting you. A sour ache rose in Chu Qingyue's nose as she struggled to hold it back, yet the tears still slipped down. In the months of the old man's coma, she had felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. Now, feeling her grandfather's warm hand and seeing the brightness in his eyes, she felt that everything had been worth it. It wasn't hard, she murmured, pressing her lips together. As long as you could wake up grandfather, that is enough. Chu Maoguo smiled for a while, then gradually let the smile fade. He looked into her eyes. Tell me what happened tonight. Chu Qingyue nodded. She began from the very start, recounting everything from meeting the mysterious man to his disappearance. She described every detail without omitting a single thread. After listening, Chu Maoguo simply leaned against the headboard in silence for about half a minute. What happened to you tonight with that man must never be spoken of to a third person. His voice was pressed low. Chu Qingyue nodded. Grandfather, I understand. That man was far too mysterious and terrifying. With a single vial of unknown medicine, he had pulled her grandfather back from the brink of death. She was more afraid than anyone of provoking his displeasure. Whatever his purpose may be, do your utmost to satisfy him. Chu Qingyue nodded. The air suddenly fell still for a moment, then Chu Maoguo abruptly asked Qingyue, do you still remember what he looked like? As she recalled those cold, austere eyes, a chill crept through her heart. She shook her head. He wore a golden mask and a hooded sweatshirt. I couldn't discern his identity, she said softly. I only felt that he must be a man of considerable experience. Still uneasy, Chu Maoguo continued to press. Have all related records been completely wiped? Yes, everything has been dealt with except. The surveillance cameras in the castle seem to have captured something. Hearing her reply, Chu Maoguo immediately stressed the footage must also be erased. Grandfather, I think you should see it. With that, Chu Qingyue drew a tablet from the drawer and plugged in a USB drive. She pulled up the surveillance footage from that time. The air in the corridor rippled, and a black hooded mysterious figure appeared out of thin air. He spoke with her for a while, then vanished into thin air. The video looped 3 times. After watching, Chu Maoguo said nothing. He took the tablet, manually rewinding to a certain frame. The corridor stood empty. The next second, the air rippled like the surface of water, and that man appeared. He pressed pause. Enlarging the image, he could see the blurred patterns on the golden mask, the outline of the black hooded sweatshirt, and the posture of the man standing behind Chu Qingyue. It was a stance utterly unguarded, steeped in contempt. He stared at this frozen frame for a long time. Then he suddenly shut off the tablet and handed it back to Chu Qingyue. Erase everything. Grandfather. All surveillance records, all backups, and what's on your USB drive as well. Chu Maoguo's tone was uncharacteristically severe. Chu Qingyue was silent for a moment, then nodded. He drew a breath, looked at his granddaughter, and suddenly asked, what did that gentleman say? He said that when the time comes he will appear. Chu Maoguo pondered for a while, then patted his granddaughter's shoulder and gently reminded her. Qingyue, remember this. No matter what price he asks you to pay, you must not resist him, heathen. In all my years there is no strange event I have not encountered, no bizarre phenomenon I have not seen, he said. When I was young trekking through rainforests with friends, we witnessed countless uncanny things. But only what happened tonight has surpassed everything I thought I knew. Perhaps this is not something human strength can achieve, but rather some kind of unknown power. And the unknown is often the most terrifying. Chu Qingyue did not respond, only engraving each of his words in her mind. After he finished speaking the weight in Chu Mao's expression gradually eased. He rubbed his head, leaned back against the headboard again, and suddenly laughed. You need not worry too much. When you meet him, just remember not to pry into the secrets behind him and lay all of our sincerity bare. I am in better health now. I will hold up the Chu group. I will also mobilize all the Chu group's resources to support you. Face what comes with an easy mind. Perhaps you will set foot on a path entirely different from before. Chu Qingyue smiled. She knew that was no longer the same. The sky over the Chu group had been propped up again. She turned and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected the graceful outline of her figure. She reached into her sleeve and drew out that little bottle. If she had not personally seen the pale golden liquid inside, she would likely have kicked it aside as trash had she found it on the street. She lifted the bottle to her eyes, then stopped. At the bottom of the bottle, a sword and a shield crossed one another, their lines clean and forceful. Above the overlapping sword and shield emblem, 4 characters were engraved: Kaijia Yongshi, armored warrior. The strokes were upright and square, each carved line unbelievably clear. She gently stroked the engraving at the bottom of the bottle with her thumb. It felt icy to the touch. These 4 characters belonged to no pharmaceutical company she knew, nor to any brand mark she recognized. Her pupils tightened slightly. Something seemed to ignite in her gaze. Night passed, and at 8 o'clock, in the small study adjoining Chu Qingyue's room in the Chu family castle, her cool, delicate face was topped with sheer exhaustion and a pair of heavy dark circles. Because last night she had stayed up cultivating, burning the midnight oil. She had scoured everything from the private search engine used by domestic tycoon families to the top search tools abroad. Yet whether it was that sword and shield emblem or the 4 characters Kaijia Yongshi, she could not find a single piece of information that matched them precisely. Even after clicking through thousands of web pages over the course of the night, she did not find so much as a trace linking that man or Kaijia Yongshi to anything. She had even specially summoned Master Xinchuan, a top domestic appraisal expert, in the middle of the night to examine the bottle. In the end, he concluded that the bottle was merely an ordinary container. Only its glass happened to be bulletproof, with no other notable difference. After hearing Master Xinchuan's verdict, Chu Qingyue had the guest politely seen out, then resumed searching until the sky brightened and the clock struck 8. Pale light slipped in through the gap in the curtains. She stared at the vial in her hand in a daze for a long time, that mysterious man's eyes, like twin orbs that could see through everything, flitting across her mind again and again. A servant knocked on the door and brought in breakfast. Not long after her grandfather, having learned she had not slept all night, came in. He studied her for a moment in silence. Then he patted her shoulder, telling her not to burden herself too much, to let things take their course, and to show sincerity. Before leaving, he ordered that all surveillance cameras in the house be shut off, telling her not to turn them on for the next few days. Not until that mysterious man appeared. After saying this, he turned and went out to meet old friends. Chu Qingyue stopped letting her thoughts run wild. She drew open the curtains, tidied herself up, and ate her breakfast. By 9 in the morning, she was reclining on the sofa in her room, eyes closed in rest. The curtains were drawn, and outside the window there was the sound of wind passing around the castle, water flowing through the hidden river beneath it, and birds crying as they skimmed over the surface of the water. Then, like something snapping, within a single instant, the wind, the water, the birds. Every sound was cut off at once. The world fell silent. Chu Qingyue's eyes flew open. A man was standing in front of the sofa. Black hooded sweatshirt, golden mask, a tall, slender frame, standing before the window, quietly gazing at something. The time has come. Outside the window, the sounds of water, wind, and rustling leaves splashed forth, as if an invisible existence continued to flow. Chu Qingyue gazed at the tall figure standing in front of the sofa, still dressed in that mysterious attire. The drowsiness lingering in her mind instantly dissipated, and she abruptly stood up. When did you arrive? Zhou Yang looked at her, his tone calm. When Miss Chu was drooling. Chu Qingyue hurriedly reached up to. She thought he was joking, but to her surprise, she actually felt a damp patch at the corner of her mouth. Instantly, the usually aloof female CO blushed, appearing quite adorable. Zhou Yang directly ignored her reaction, his gaze fixed on the quiet courtyard. It seems Miss Chu has always remembered the agreement of paying the price. This is good. A hint of appreciation laced his deep voice. She suppressed her inner excitement, then suddenly bent down deeply in a bow. Sir, although I do not know your name, I represent the entire Chu family to thank you for saving my grandfather's life. Only she knew that the medicine he provided saved not only the creator of a business empire, but also a family member who supported her warm childhood memories. Thus she bowed with nearly all her strength. Zhou Yang observed her pious demeanor, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly beneath the mask. He held back his reaction and spoke coldly. Get up, there is no need for thanks. Our relationship is simply one of mutual benefit. The gratitude in Chu Qingyu's eyes faded slightly, and her gaze gradually regained its calmness and clarity. She buried this gratitude deep within her heart, her tone filled with sincerity. These alone cannot express our gratitude to you, sir. Money, gold, real estate, shares, antiques, jade. As long as you need, we can offer them all as a reward. Having navigated the business world for years, she was used to disguising herself with slick tactics, but at this moment, she genuinely wanted to repay him. However, when she mentioned these astonishing rewards, the room fell silent for a moment. There was no excitement, no heavy breathing. When she looked up, she saw a pair of calm eyes devoid of any greed or desire for wealth. It was as if he had seen countless fortunes over a long period. The wealth she offered seemed trivial to him, like a drop in the ocean. Chu Qingyue felt a weight in her heart, recalling her grandfather's advice. She could not repay this with ordinary business tactics, as the wealth of the Chu family might not impress him. She was extremely nervous, thin beads of sweat forming in her palms. Just then the mysterious man's voice slowly emerged from beneath the mask. His voice seemed to cross the river of time, each word and phrase resonating like the tolling of a time-worn bell. Wealth is indeed beautiful, but it is not what I need. He stood by the window gazing at the sunlight outside, as if seeing something beyond the light. He extended his hand, as if reminiscing about something, before finally turning to look at Chu Qingyue. As payment, I want the abandoned office building your Chu family acquired some time ago. That is all I desire. His voice was unquestionable. Chu Qingyue was taken aback. An abandoned office building. A light suddenly flashed through her mind. She recalled that it was an office building bought by a subsidiary of the Chu family a few months ago, located in the outskirts of Jiangqing, purchased for 60 million. The subsidiary originally planned to develop the building into executive apartments. However, after receiving the application from the subsidiary, Chu Qingyue personally visited the site and found the building to be relatively small, so she shelved the project. Now that she heard the mysterious man mention it, she immediately replied, "Then I will have someone transfer the office building to your name right now. However, just one office building cannot express the Chu family's gratitude to you. I will also offer you 5 billion and 10 villas along with 100 properties." As she spoke, Chu Qingyue was about to take out her phone to call the finance department. But Zhou Yang suddenly sighed. The sound fell in Chu Qingyu's ears, seeming both regretful and mocking. Then a heavy voice resounded. "It sounds very tempting, but I don't need it." He looked at the gently flowing river outside the castle, gazing at the distant skyscrapers, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes. Money, perhaps a few months later. When order collapses, it will just be a pile of waste paper. His voice was intermittent, as if he were talking to himself, his eyes reflecting not magnificent landscapes, but ruins. This was not merely Zhou Yang's impromptu acting, it was also a genuine reflection of his feelings. In that moment, Chu Qingyue seemed to grasp something, and an inexplicable panic surged within her. She wanted to ask him what his words meant, but looking at that enigmatic figure, she remembered her grandfather's advice and reaffirmed her thoughts. "Are you sure you don't want it?" After all, this was a considerable fortune. Zhou Yang withdrew the compassion from his eyes, his tone indifferent. "No, I only want that office building." His voice carried decisiveness and firmness. Chu Qingyue, recalling her grandfather's advice, respectfully offered to accompany him to see it. After saying this, she led Zhou Yang toward the basement of the castle. Chu Qingyue got into a Mercedes, then drove Zhou Yang out of the castle towards the outskirts of Jiangqing. Once in the car, Zhou Yang sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, communicating with the system, leaving the journey silent. Chu Qingyue occasionally glanced at the mysterious man, only seeing his mask and tightly closed eyes. The scenery continuously shifted, and within half an hour the car entered an old city area surrounded by aged streets and commercial districts. Chu Qingyue eased off the accelerator, deliberately slowing down. "Sir, the building ahead is the office building our group purchased." She pointed to the approximately 8-story building standing in the old neighborhood, surrounded by various quaint, dilapidated shops. The moment her voice sounded, Zhou Yang opened his eyes, looking at the historically rich street. "Indeed, it is a good place, but unfortunately, I wonder how much longer it can exist. This tranquility and harmony, I wonder how long it can be sustained." Listening to his sighs and reflections, Chu Qingyue felt more curiosity, an itch in her heart. What did this mysterious man mean? He forfeited a reward worth billions, but sighed repeatedly beneath the selected office building. This man was too elusive. Various thoughts and speculations flashed through Chu Qingyue's mind. Soon the luxury car stopped near a flower bed at the base of the office building. Surrounding it was a serene bamboo grove. At the entrance of the office building was a large flower bed planted with a dozen lush peach trees. Though the season had passed, a faint fragrance of peach blossoms lingered in the air. Zhou Yang opened the car door and stepped out standing in front of the office building, beginning a dialogue with the system in his mind. System, are you sure this is the first spatial fissure in this world? Indeed, host, this building contains the first spatial fissure, and soon otherworldly beasts will emerge from it. I am speechless, internally complaining to the system. Then why did you let me choose this as the base for the Shiguang Armor Organization? Host, don't forget you have a base anchor point locator. The spatial energy near a spatial fissure is bound to be the most concentrated. As long as you set the base anchor point locator here, you can develop a dimensional space to establish a base that belongs to you, host. How many points do I need? The system's voice was steady. The host needs to bind the base anchor point locator to the spatial fissure in this building. Does the host wish to bind it? Zhou Yang looked up at the 8-story building thinking that the location was quite good, so he immediately replied, yes, binding. Binding completed. The towering building stood majestically, seemingly making no sound at all. However, when Zhou Yang looked up, he felt an eerie distortion in the space around the building under the sunlight. The system seemed to understand his confusion and explained thoughtfully. As long as you bind the base anchor locator with this coordinate, the spatial rift will be absorbed by the base. Within a kilometer radius of this building, there will never be any spatial rifts. Therefore, the host doesn't need to worry about any beasts invading this area. Zhou Yang felt immense joy in his heart. This was great, as he wouldn't have to worry about monsters suddenly appearing near his lair in the future. This base was worth it. So how do I enter the base? On the 4th floor of this building, near the central pillar, there will be a spatial door that the host can enter at any time. As Zhou Yang conversed with the system, the mysterious person beside Chu Qingwei was seen standing at the entrance of the building, his gaze bewildered and hollow. It seemed as though he was reminiscing or lamenting something. Yet she dared not disturb him and could only stand silently observing the surroundings of the building. For some reason, the ordinary office building seemed to shroud itself in an aura of mystery because of its connection to this person. As Chu Qingwei looked over, she felt that this place exuded an air of mystery and age. Bamboo groves, peach trees, and the architecture, all of it. While she was curiously examining the building, the person beside her suddenly moved. This is the place, Miss Chu. The transaction is complete. Thank you for your assistance, and we are even now. Saying this, Zhou Yang took long strides towards the glass doors of the lobby of the office building, his pace leisurely. He was waiting for the other to speak, waiting for Chu Qingwei to take the bait. To Chu Qingwei, the office building appeared unworthy of the life of the chairman of the Chu Group. She was increasingly curious about this mysterious person. Why was he so fixated on this office building? She opened her mouth, but momentarily forgot her grandfather's warnings. Sir, what exactly is inside there? Zhou Yang, with his back to Chu Qingwei as he walked towards the lobby, suddenly smiled faintly beneath his mask. She had taken the bait. He paused, turned, and looked directly at her. Inside is the ultimate truth, and this truth you may not be able to bear. Even so, are you still curious? Faced with Zhou Yang's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through her soul, Chu Qingwei hesitated. The mysterious masked man Zhou Yang seemed to sigh. Just as he turned to step halfway into the lobby, Chu Qingyu's cold, yet firm voice rang out. Can I go in with you? Zhou Yang turned to look at her, his expression solemn, yet grave with a hint. The moment you helped me acquire this building, you have already reluctantly passed the test and gained the qualification to enter. But are you truly prepared to face the truth and future of this world? The outcome will be heavy, perhaps. You might go insane. The warning tone and serious conversation only served to ignite Chu Qingyu's curiosity and competitive spirit. What kind of truth could possibly drive a person insane? She nodded firmly. I want to go in. Zhou Yang beneath the mask smiled, though it remained unseen, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. In that case, come in with me. Saying this, he pushed open the grand doors of the lobby and stepped inside, with Chu Qingwei following closely behind. Yet once inside, everything in the building seemed quite ordinary, no different from the office building she had seen before, except that there was no one else there but the two of them. They made their way to the 4th floor, stopping in front of a massive pillar. This pillar also appeared quite ordinary, but Zhou Yang halted before it, leaving Chu Qingwei filled with curiosity. At this moment, Zhou Yang began to communicate with the system in his consciousness. System, how many points are needed to construct the base? Host, currently your strength is insufficient, and you can only spend points to unlock the base passage and lobby. Zhou Yang was not in a hurry. Having the passage and lobby is enough, that's all I need. The system's cold voice echoed. Deducting 1,000 points, the base passage and lobby area have been opened for the host. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, the system directly transmitted how to enter the base and related information into Zhou Yang's mind. 10 seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of weariness flashing in his gaze. He turned to Chu Qingwei beside him. Miss Chu, do you not regret this? This time you can never turn back. Chu Qingwei stared at the unremarkable pillar, suppressing her curiosity. I absolutely do not regret. Good. In the next moment, Zhou Yang walked up to the pillar and suddenly extended his hand. Then a dazzling light burst forth from his palm, illuminating the entire fourth-floor office area and reflecting Chu Qingyu's astonished expression. The pillar before them twisted, and then the light spread like liquid, covering the entire pillar, finally forming a light gate approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Strange light twisted around the edges of the gate. Zhou Yang gently pushed it open, stepping through and vanished. Chu Qingyue opened her mouth, momentarily speechless in surprise, feeling a surge of excitement within her. Perhaps today she would witness a completely different world. Without hesitation, she followed Zhou Yang's lead and stepped directly into the light gate. Soon the entire fourth-floor lobby was empty, and the light gate disappeared after they entered, as if no one had ever set foot there. Her vision seemed to sway for a moment, and when Chu Qingyue opened her eyes again, she found herself in a light gray stone corridor. The corridor was adorned with long relief murals, each segment depicting stories from Zhou Yang's past life in the armored universe. Chu Qingyue glanced over and saw blurry figures clad in armor battling fiercely against a group of indistinct beastly monsters. Blade light pierced into beastly bodies, sword edges, severed claws, and hammers crushed shells. Each frozen moment was engraved on the stone wall. She walked along the corridor on a path resembling white marble, her gaze drawn to the murals on either side. On the left, mural shadows danced. In the distant sky, dark clouds gathered amidst despair, and flames of war. Grotesque beasts with indistinct faces created chaos and slaughter. Amidst the flames, ancestral figures emerged, using their flesh and blood to resist the claws of these beastly monsters. On the right, mural ruins stood in disarray. Beasts lay broken on the ground, while figures clad in peculiar armor stood shoulder to shoulder with towering buildings behind them and the remnants of beasts before them. The armor was cracked like a spider's web, yet the spines were straight as a line. Chu Qingyu's heart tightened as she looked at the mural, a heavy and solemn emotion inexplicably rising from her core. A series of heavy thoughts flashed through her mind. Were these murals depicting stories that occurred on this land? Could it be that those who fell were merely reflections of us? And who were those clad in armor? What role did this mysterious man play in all of this? As her thoughts churned, her footsteps continued to move forward, treading silently on the seemingly white marble, until at one moment she saw a scene on the mural. It depicted a majestic figure clad in armor resembling a 5-clawed golden dragon, radiating brilliance like the sun. In his hand he held a radiant sword, wide and thick like a stele, with multicolored light flowing along the blade, while its tip pierced through the body of a massive and terrifying beast. Beast blood soaked the ground, and around him flames of war surged, the radiant sword firmly held in the hand of the golden dragon armor without wavering. Chu Qingyu's breath momentarily halted. She instinctively stepped closer to the mural, unable to resist reaching out to touch the intricate patterns of the golden dragon armor. The moment her fingertips touched the stone surface, she seemed to see blurry armored figures standing resolutely, blocking the rifts with their bodies. Even if the armor's brilliance faded and the armor shattered piece by piece, blood soaked the ground, those figures burned their last strand of divine power, unleashing brilliant slashes that pierced through the encroaching darkness. I will lose my armor, don't mind me. Brothers, we are not fighting alone. If you have granted me the power to protect the world, then please at least allow me the ability to protect my brothers. Like, can you hear me? Grant me strength. Behind us are the lights of countless homes, the warmth of humanity. I'll protect them all. It is recommended to start playing music for battle. The song of victory begins reading. A familiar yet resolute voice resonated in her mind, accompanied by the imagery carrying a determination to face death and a deep affection for the countless lights behind her. There was no fear of death in that voice, only a resolute acceptance of life in the face of death. Her eyes reddened, her nose tingled, and a vague, indescribable emotion flooded her heart. After a moment of daze, the images and sounds in her mind dissipated like bubbles. Chu Qingyue gently caressed the mural, feeling inexplicably warm in her eyes, as if something was uncontrollably surfacing. What was that voice just now? She instinctively reached to touch the corner of her eye, only to find it already wet. She took a deep breath and looked up. There she saw the other party, quietly standing in front of the mural. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze was filled with deep nostalgia and an indescribable heaviness, as if he were traversing through a millennium, reminiscing about the comrades he once fought alongside. The silhouette was lonely and sorrowful, as if he had once been one of those armored figures. Chu Qingyue couldn't help but speak up. Sir, what are these images? These images were neither holographic projections nor any advanced 3D effects. They were imprinted so vividly in her mind that even the tearing pain was distinctly felt. Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze and cast her a fleeting glance, his tone inexplicably tinged with pity. That is the past. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice further. And also, the future. After saying this, he turned and continued towards the exit of the corridor, leaving Chu Qingyu's heart in turmoil. Past and future, two simple words flooded her mind with a multitude of thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang walked ahead with his back to Chu Qingyue. He glanced at the emotional data in the lower right corner of the system interface, and a faint smile crept up beneath the mysterious mask. Chu Qingyue: shock emotion 200, trust emotion 20, admiration emotion 1. Zhou Yang knew that the first scene of the second act had been completely secured. Once her emotions calmed, Chu Qingyue watched as the mysterious man walked out of the corridor, swallowed by the white light outside, and hurriedly took the final few steps to follow him out. Her vision suddenly shifted, instantly transforming from the cramped stone corridor to a wide and bright expanse. Before her lay a circular plaza, its edges disappearing into endless voids of white. From a distance, she could barely make out the outline of an ethereal building deep within the white void facing the entrance of the corridor. It resembled a palace floating among the clouds, or perhaps a ruined palace that had endured the ravages of war. She strained to catch a glimpse, but could only see fragments of the palace. Chu Qingyue had to shift her gaze, searching for the mysterious man's figure, and her attention was drawn to an ancient stone pillar. This pillar stood in the center of the circular plaza, stretching up into the sky, shrouded in endless white mist, with 6 ancient stone sculptures arranged around it in a regular pattern. These sculptures seemed to be damaged to varying degrees. Some had broken arms, some had fractured chest plates, and some had helmets missing half. However, the similarity was that 5 of the sculptures were guarding the one in the middle, which had a somewhat familiar shape, and all 6 sculptures were positioned on the central altar. Following the direction of the central altar, she looked around and discovered that there were actually 4 more such ancient and solemn altars in this plaza. On each altar stood a similarly towering stone pillar. They were situated at the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast of the central main altar. On each altar there were varying numbers of stone sculptures. Some altars had 3 sculptures guarding one main sculpture, others had 4 guarding one, while others had sculptures arranged in a regular pattern. The mysterious man was currently standing next to the towering pillar on the central altar. On the pillar, a series of characters radiating with 5-colored sacred light shimmered brilliantly. In the vast universe, life is eternal. Light and shadow pass down, and justice endures. These characters did not seem to be carved with sharp tools, but rather imprinted onto the stone pillar with some great power. Even after being brushed by endless time and eroded by the years, they still exuded a majestic aura that suppressed the ages. The man stood on the altar, bathed in the 5-colored radiance. Rays of divine light flowed around his body, as if alive, making him seem to merge completely with this ancient world at that moment. "Welcome to Shiguang." Zhou Yang's voice suddenly resonated. His voice echoed in layers within this enclosed and empty plaza. It started as a whisper, then grew louder and more distant, as if piercing through the barriers of time and space, directly striking Chu Qingyu's soul. He turned his head, and the eyes beneath the mask seemed to have recorded endless years, carrying the weight of eternity. Just a calm gaze made Chu Qingyue fall into a dazed state in an instant. Her palms were already soaked with nervous sweat, so she had to wipe them on the hem of her clothes. Then she took a few stiff steps towards the central altar. Climbing up step by step, it seemed like every step echoed with the sounds of the great Daos music, igniting the battle cries born from blood and flames. "Brothers, this is the last time. Let's fight together. Our mission is to protect this land where we live. Never retreat." The bending of wood, the hiding of water, the fierce fire, and earth, the stern metal. The sounds of blades clashing, swords slicing through the air, hammers smashing bones, and heavy axes splitting the ground. Countless sounds intertwined. Before her, she could vaguely see fierce beast shadows charging towards her, radiating a terrifying aura. Then under the assault of those invisible lights and shadows, they shattered into flying ashes. Chu Qingyu's heart raced, cold sweat soaking her back. It wasn't until she fully stepped onto the altar that all the sounds and phantoms vanished in an instant. Before her stood only a few broken sculptures, the towering pillar, and that figure that was impossible to ignore. She looked at him, her lips trembling, her blood still boiling, yet her eyes were already reddened. "Sir, what exactly is this place? What I just saw, was it an illusion or reality?" She fired off 2 questions in quick succession. Zhou Yang looked at the surging emotional points on the interface side and gently touched a broken stone sculpture beside him. "This is the Shiguang base, a corner of lost civilization, and also the place of ancestral inheritance." He lifted his head, his gaze deep as he looked at her. "What you saw is history, and also the end of the future." Chu Qingyu's heart sank sharply. So will this world eventually turn into what is depicted in the mural? How will her family develop in such a world? Thinking of this, she suddenly looked up at Zhou Yang. "Who were those people? And who are you?" Zhou Yang's lips curled into a faint smile beneath the mask. Finally, Chu Qingyue had asked the right questions, justifying all the groundwork he had laid and the roles he had played for so long. He softly addressed the stone sculpture, as if conversing or reminiscing. They are the ancestors, the glory of Shiguang, the heroes of humanity, the backbone of this world. And I. He raised his long fingers to gently press against the inner side of the mask, slowly removing it. Piece by piece. Section by section. She held her breath, watching intently. A deep and resonant voice followed. The armored summoner, or the mentor of Shiguang. She saw a face too young for its age. Stern, youthful, handsome. This was Chu Qingyu's first impression. She couldn't help but be taken aback. This was somewhat different from the mature and slightly aged image she had in her mind. The other person's voice was indeed deep and resonant, yet their face appeared so youthful. So much so that in the instant she saw that face, she was momentarily dazed, even neglecting the introduction of her mentor that the other person was providing. Sigh? It wasn't until a heavy sigh broke the silence that Chu Qingyue regained her senses. She pondered over the other person's response for a long while, then raised her head with a determined gaze. Then, mentor, what exactly are we fighting against, as the predecessors have done before us? The mask in Zhou Yang's hand transformed into a flurry of golden light. He turned to walk towards the edge of the altar, turning his back to Chu Qingyue. His voice suddenly grew incredibly weary, low, and heavy. Do you truly want to know? He slightly tilted his head, glancing at the woman behind him. The truth may leave you feeling utterly desolate. His tone was flat, yet it carried a fear that penetrated to the bone. Yet there was no hint of intimidation or threat in his tone. Chu Qingyu's breathing became heavier, but she was unwilling to retreat in the slightest. I don't want to be ignorant, foolishly perishing in a self-satisfied life. Please tell me. Zhou Yang looked up at the dome, raising his hand, and an image illuminated the air, accompanied by his ancient and solemn voice. Since 5,000 years ago, when the first shadowy force discovered Water Blue Star, it was destined that Water Blue Star would face a fate of light and shadow conflict. And this fate, a small cycle every 1,000 years, a great cycle every 5,000 years, now marks the beginning of a complete great cycle. His tone paused slightly, and the image above shifted. One after another, various forms of ferocious beast shadows tore through space on the light curtain. They roared towards the sky, and even through the image one could sense the terrifying and dangerous aura that could annihilate everything. The shadows invade, the alien beasts descend. This world is bound to face calamity. And amidst the initial catastrophe, a group of inheritors passed down their bloodlines and civilizations. They established Shiguang, became armored heroes, and saved lives amidst every great disaster. Throughout this long river of history, Shiguang has only followed one iron rule. Zhou Yang's voice suddenly rose, imbued with the fierce spirit of war. When alien beasts arrive, armors appear. When alien beasts perish, armors conceal. In every calamity there will inevitably be sacrifices, and there will also be heroes who summon armors to quell disasters and restore order. In every calamity there will be a mentor responsible for passing down the buried civilizations, ensuring the spark of Shiguang is carried on from generation to generation. The plain description concealed information that stirred up tumultuous waves in Chu Qingyu's heart. She recalled the monsters depicted on the murals, remembered those towering figures, and felt a surge of respect. The various doubts that had troubled her before suddenly became clear, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Why was this person able to pass through 88 layers of security? Why could a single vial of medicine resurrect someone in the late stages of brain cancer? Why did he refuse 50 billion, asking only for an abandoned office building? Everything had an explanation, yet this explanation felt like a towering mountain pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She looked at this strikingly young and mysteriously astonishing boy with red eyes, feeling that he bore too many burdens and had endured too much, making her involuntarily want to bow down and share the weight with him. Thus she hoarsely declared, "Mentor, I want to join Shiguang. I want to become a hero to support you, to charge into battle and to protect our homeland." Silence continued. Zhou Yang remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought, but truly in shock. He hadn't anticipated that merely immersing himself in the role would evoke such a strong reaction. The response from this female CEO was far more passionate than he had expected. Though he had overacted, the response was excellent. He suppressed his inner joy, his eyes reflecting admiration from an elder. "Once you step into this square, you have already become a member of Shiguang. As for becoming a hero..." He paused, walking to a stone statue of golden armor, gently stroking the statue's golden gem, pondering for a moment before turning to look at her. "The soul of the warrior is still asleep. The time has not yet come. When the time comes, I will open the armor trial for you. The moment you pass the trial, you will truly become a hero, summoning the armor of the heroes." Chu Qingyu's heart nearly leaped to her throat, but after hearing Zhou Yang's words, it finally settled back down. Yet what followed was a sense of loss. Since becoming the president of the Chu Corporation, she hadn't experienced such emotional ups and downs for a long time. She yearned to immediately pass the trial to charge into battle with those loathsome alien beasts in a life-or-death struggle. Unable to help herself, she bent slightly and expressed, "Mentor, I am ready to participate in the trial at any time." However, immediately after her sharp business acumen honed over the years prompted her to add a follow-up. "Though I cannot participate in the trial whenever you need, I will provide everything within the Chu Corporation that I can. Money, real estate, power. As long as you wish, you and Shiguang can utilize them at any time." After speaking, she looked at Zhou Yang with eager eyes, longing for an affirmative response. Since the apocalypse is approaching, she hoped to bind her grandfather, the corporation, and the organization. Perhaps only by firmly holding onto this mentor's thigh could she reserve a chance for the Chu Corporation amidst the ruins of a crumbling civilization in the future. After a long moment, Zhou Yang nodded. "All right." Chu Qingyu's anxious heart instantly calmed. It is not only through battle and protection that one can be a hero of Shiguang. Those who support the predecessors, such as practitioners and secret keepers, are also the pride of humanity. After speaking, Zhou Yang walked to Chu Qingyu's side, gently patting her shoulder, his eyes containing encouragement and hope. "I will never let you down." Chu Qingyue responded excitedly, her eyes still red, but the light in her gaze was brighter than ever. "All right, time is up. You should head back now." At Zhou Yang's reminder, Chu Qingyue reluctantly cast a glance at everything in the square. Then step by step she stepped down the stone stairs of the altar, finally walking out along the passage. The sound of her footsteps finally echoed faintly on the white marble floor as they grew fainter until the light at the end of the passage swallowed her slender and graceful silhouette. The square returned to silence. Zhou Yang remained silent for quite a while. Then he placed one hand on the stone carving of the flame dragon armor and sat down against the stone pillar. The hood of his sweatshirt slipped off his head, revealing a somewhat messy head of black hair. He exhaled deeply, fully relaxing into a comfortable posture. "I almost got too immersed in my performance just now." He reflected on the moments from his conversation with Chu Qingyue, moved by his own acting skills. Clearly all of this was merely fabricated based on his experiences and the plot from his past life. The grand cycle of 5,000 years was his creation, the fate of light and shadow battling was his invention. Even the so-called ancestors' deeds depicted in those murals were adaptations he crafted from the stories of armors he had seen in films during his previous life. By the end of his tale, he nearly shed tears. No wonder, he almost believed in the existence of such a... He raised his hand to pat his cheek, calming himself down. The fervor in his chest was still boiling. If he hadn't suddenly remembered, he would have almost let Chu Qingyue conduct the trial of Armor Summoner right then and there. He didn't even have an Armor Summoner device on him. What could he use for the trial? He murmured, lowly, wondering what type of Armor Summoner Chu Qingyue would be suited to. Would it be Wawa, Tsunami, Khalifu? After all, the previously composed cool CEO was far more passionate than he had imagined. He needed to act quickly. Leaning against the stone pillar, he replayed all his performances from the beginning of the second act until he left in his mind. From the emotional build-up of pushing open the light door and entering the stone corridor to the gradual progression of emotions in the glorious stories of the heroes depicted on the murals. Then came the heavy narration of the cataclysm brought by the alien beasts, culminating in the call to revive the glory of the armor. Every step was perfectly timed, building on each other. This performance was definitely of Hall of Fame caliber. It was evident from the emotional points generated by Chu Qingyue, the CEO. This time the system evaluation should be higher. Second scene: past glory and present evaluation in progress. Characters appearing: Chu Qingyue continuously generating relevant emotions. Total emotional points: shock 300, trust 10, admiration 1. Overall rating C. Settlement reward points 5,000, armor universe item lottery chances 2. So many emotional points, a substantial gain in points, and yet the overall rating didn't even reach B. Could it be that the rating is unrelated to the number of emotional points? Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment, but suppressed his doubts for now. He could study the ratings later. He should use the lottery chances as soon as possible. Yesterday, he used the one-time lottery opportunity granted by the system and ended up drawing a base anchor point locator. Base anchor point locator can choose a spatial rift, absorbing and merging it to form a unique dimensional space for the base. Store value 10000 points. It was thanks to this item that he built this dimensional space base. After deducting points for the construction of passageways and plazas, Zhou Yang glanced at his current point balance. 50 points eligible for a draw. He hesitated not at all. System, I want to use both lottery chances. A massive virtual spinning wheel appeared on the system interface. The wheel began to spin, passing through one area after another, finally stopping twice. Zhou Yang's heart tightened. The system's voice echoed coldly in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have drawn rewards Sun Chi Gene and Willpower Cultivation Technique Basic Edition. Zhou Yang was taken aback. Sun Chi Gene. Willpower Cultivation Technique. He quickly scanned the descriptions of the two items and clicked his tongue in regret. Why can't I draw the Azura armor? The system timely reminded him. Friendly reminder: the current armor item prize pool does not contain ultimate armors or similar items. Please face reality host. Then how can I draw the ultimate armor? Current permissions are insufficient. Please strive to fabricate armor. Civilization, strengthen organizational power, and keep up the effort. Zhou Yang remained silent for a moment, chewing over the system's words twice. In other words, he needed to create more sensational armor universe plots and expand the Shiguang organization to increase his permissions. The higher the permissions, the better the items in the prize pool. It seems he needed to produce more shocking plots on a larger stage, attracting more audience to the stage. He shook his head and focused on the two rewards before him. Sun Chi Gene, a heaven attribute gene among the three talents of heaven, earth, and man, naturally possessing the ability to control light, which is a necessary special fated gene for summoning the Xingtian armor. PS Qualification Certificate for Summoning Xingtian Armor. Willpower Cultivation Technique, Basic Edition, a basic willpower meditation cultivation technique. Practicing it will continuously enhance an individual's willpower during meditation. PS, as this willpower cultivation technique is only the basic edition, it can raise an individual's willpower level to the peak of the Xian level at most. Zhou Yang's pupils dilated slightly. Sun Chi Gene valued at 5,000 points in the store. Willpower cultivation technique valued at 5,000 points in the store. He used both lottery chances. It seemed he had made a pure profit this time. System, how do I use this Sun Chi Gene? He was a mentor to armor summoners and also a special armor summoner. Originally, he planned to save up enough points to exchange for an armor summoner device in the store and first establish his foundational power. Now with the Sun Chi Gene, he could fully aim for the Xingtian armor. After all, to show off his power, he must first arm himself to the utmost. Along with the willpower cultivation technique, the extraordinary path of the organization was becoming clearer. The Sun Chi Gene and willpower cultivation technique have been extracted for the host. Do you wish to fuse? A fantastical symbol of the radiant sun and a book radiating purple light appeared in front of Zhou Yang. The radiant sun symbol floated in midair, slowly rotating, creating faint golden ripples in the air with each turn. The radiant sun symbol transformed into a stream of light, diving straight into Zhou Yang's brow. The radiant sun symbol transformed into a stream of light, diving straight into Zhou Yang's brow, followed by the purple book, which also morphed into a torrent of information and flowed into his mind. Zhou Yang closed his eyes, beginning to sense the changes in his body. Various pieces of information surged in the depths of his consciousness like an ancient scroll that had been sealed for countless years being abruptly unfurled. Willpower is the energy of human intention, a form of energy composed of the essence, chi, and spirit of the summoner. Those with strong willpower can even manipulate time and space. As an armor summoner, the stronger the willpower, the greater the power of the three armors of sun, moon, and stars that can be unleashed. According to the introduction in the basic edition of the willpower cultivation technique, all individual strengths are ranked from low to high as yellow level, Xian level, earth level, and heaven level. Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes. The fusion of the Sun Chi Gene did not grant him any noticeable enhancement in physical capabilities. However, I feel like my sensitivity to light has increased. He reached out towards the golden light projected from the square above. A refracted beam of light fell perfectly into his palm. He focused his thoughts and pushed slightly. The golden light subtly altered its angle between his hands. The deviation was minimal, perhaps only a few degrees, imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. Yet he could sense it as if the light had become a communicable entity under the influence of his will. It seems this might be one of the innate abilities of the Sun Chi Gene. Zhou Yang retracted his hand and sat cross-legged before the ancient stone pillar that soared towards the heavens. He closed his eyes. A mysterious incantation flowed slowly from his lips. Nurture the will like a mountain, steady the wisdom and balance, refine the spirit inward, and the divine self will arise. His voice was soft, yet it resonated and layered across the circular square. Each word seemed imbued with some ancient power, vibrating with a peculiar resonance frequency between them. The four stone-carved altars surrounding the square seemed to tremble slightly at the sound, and the golden light, cascading from the dome, appeared to pulse gently in rhythm with the incantation. As he recited the incantation, in that fleeting moment of closing his eyes, he perceived it. Countless fine energy particles floated in the air around him, converging towards his body from all directions. Some were golden, some pale blue, some transparent. Under the effect of the incantation, these energy particles penetrated his skin, seeping into his flesh, then traveling upward, finally transforming into spiritual particles that merged deep within his mind. A soothing sensation emanated from deep within his mind. It was marvelous. He felt as clear-headed as if he had consumed 3 cups of strong coffee, each thought magnified with clarity and vigor. Yet his body felt light, as if a measuring cup were nestled deep within his consciousness. At that moment something was being gradually drawn into that measuring cup. It was slow and subtle, yet accumulating bit by bit. He was unaware of how long he had meditated. Until at a certain moment, he felt that the spiritual particles in the measuring cup had just surpassed the first scale line at the bottom. Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes. The system's prompt sounded at the same moment he opened them. Since the host has initially stepped into the extraordinary system, the personal attribute panel has been automatically opened for the host. Host Zhou Yang. Age. Identity Mentor of the Shiguang Organization Special Armor Summoner. Bloodline None. Genes Sun, Qi Gene. Element Light. Will Power Early Yellow Level. Energy Not Activated. Equipment None. Ultimate Skill None. Strength Level Early Yellow Level. Zhou Yang stared at the panel for a full 10 seconds before closing it directly. From today onwards, he would no longer be merely a mentor relying on acting, storytelling, and system skills to deceive people. He was truly stepping into the extraordinary realm as an armor summoner. Then Zhou Yang pulled out a notebook from his pocket. His organization was not one that could accept just anyone. If Chu Qinghua was selected, it was because her backing the Chu group had wealth rivaling nations. Thus his next target must also possess exceptionally special abilities. Being skilled at driving, fighting, having a high IQ, and being obedient, all these were options. Of course, character was also one of the evaluation criteria. He opened the notebook, and on the first page, besides the name Chu Qinghua, there were 7 or 8 other names written beneath. These included a news anchor from a domestic television station, a contestant from a piano competition, an ordinary college student who set up a stall at a university in Jiangxing, and someone named Jia Hao who claimed to be able to open the gates of heaven while dancing with a sword in the rain online. Some he didn't even know the full names of, he had merely left an impression after meeting them at some moment in this world. Others were streamers he followed on his phone. But all these people were potential candidates for his organization members ready to be evaluated at any moment. He drew out a pen and wrote a few words in the notebook's second target and first armor summoner. Just as he finished writing these words, a series of bright red exclamation marks exploded before his eyes without warning. Warning! Warning! A spatial rift has appeared near Jiangxing. Rift level miniature. Coordinates residential area near the southern suburbs of Jiangxing. Suspected exotic beasts are emerging from the rift and causing widespread destruction. It is advised that the host resolves this quickly, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to human civilization. Zhou Yang could hardly contain his urge to drag the system out and give it a beating. The spatial rift had appeared, and so had the exotic beasts. The system only now discovered and alerted him. Could it have been any later? What difference is there from the fire truck arriving after the house has burned down? He immediately shoved the notebook back into his pocket, and his thoughts had already pulled up the Jiangxing map on the system interface. A red coordinate point on the map was flashing incessantly. He zoomed in on the coordinates to clarify the location. Then his eyes nearly bulged out. The location of the spatial rift is actually right next to the site where I work. I remember there are quite a few residential buildings and communities nearby. Damn. What is wrong with this broken system? Zhou Yang stepped away from the stone pillar, his brain racing. He asked at the fastest speed, "System, can you detect how many exotic beasts are near the spatial rift and their strength?" Initial detection indicates 1 exotic beast with a strength roughly at the mid-yellow level. Mid-yellow level. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them sharply. He opened the system marketplace. His gaze unwaveringly fell upon 2 items in the marketplace. I was originally planning to save more points to buy a Xingtian armor first. However, it now seems that improving my strength is paramount for survival. Nava Armor Summoner 300 points. Marketplace discount price 10. Nava Armor Combat Techniques Proficient 200 points. Marketplace discount price 10. Together after discounts they totaled 5,000 points. He had anticipated a minor early invasion of exotic beasts, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. But there was no time to think about this now. Zhou Yang closed his eyes, and a few seconds later he opened them with a determined glint. System, I want to go all in. The purchase has been made for the host. Current points balance 550. In the next moment, a belt-like device with a key appeared in Zhou Yang, a metallic belt and a diamond-shaped red crystal adorned with a flame emblem. This was the Nava Armor Summoner. Simultaneously, a wave of information surged into Zhou Yang's mind, as if his body and consciousness had undergone rigorous training in various armor combat techniques. Techniques such as Fierce Flame Attack, Molten Flame, Defense, Molten Flame, Fist, Fierce Flame, Kick, Fierce Flame, Flying Kick, and Molten Flame, Split, Demon Slash were continuously mastered and perfected. Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist. At the moment his knuckles tightened, he felt a surge of power he had never experienced before coursing through the muscles of his forearm. Host, a friendly reminder: the ultimate strength of the Nava armor is determined by the summoner's own strength. The higher the energy and willpower levels of the summoner, the stronger the armor summoner's power. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the red mark on the map. The suburban residential area south of the city was not too far from the office building, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Time was of the essence. The system had gifted him the skill of teleportation, which could be used 6 more times. He adjusted his hoodie, pulling the brim down to cover most of his face. Then he took out a black mask from his pocket and put it on. Compared to a mask, the face mask was simpler and more direct, making it hard for anyone to recognize him. Teleportation. The space around his body began to twist. All the scenes belonging to the Shiguang base started to fade away simultaneously, like a painting soaked in water. In the next moment, at the construction site, near the suburban residential area south of the city, the air distorted silently near the side wall of the site entrance. Then a figure in a black hoodie appeared out of thin air in the shadow of the wall. Zhou Yang steadied himself, the gravel underfoot crunching as he stepped. Suddenly, various chaotic sounds filled his ears. There were screams, cries for help, the howling of the wind, and the crackling of flames under the wind. Mixed in were the sharp sounds of shattering glass exploding one after another. He stared intently behind him. That was the construction site where he had worked recently, with many familiar co-workers inside. He looked toward a residential building not far in front of him. It was the residential building across from the construction site. The two communities were connected by a small iron gate for residents to pass through conveniently. The opposite community had been built for 2 to 3 years, and there were already quite a few residents and tenants inside. The construction site on this side was a newly built community, and Zhou Yang had often passed through that small gate with co-workers to the street across for beef noodles and grilled lamb skewers. But now, in a 6-story residential building, less than 50 meters away from him, flames had already erupted from the 1st to the 3rd floors. The various noisy sounds were coming from this residential building. This is Unit 6, right? Zhou Yang murmured to himself. Suddenly, there was a rush of hurried footsteps nearby. Old Qin, don't go over there, it's too dangerous. A shout came from behind. Zhou Yang turned around. A figure in gray work clothes rushed past him and hurriedly crossed through the iron gate towards that community. Behind this person followed a group of co-workers, also dressed in gray work clothes. No matter how much they shouted, they could not bring back the figure that was gradually moving away. Old Qin, come back. The fire is too big over there. Qin, don't lie, are you crazy? Zhou Yang stared at the figure, his pupils constricting. He recognized that figure. Old Qin, how could it be him? 10 minutes ago, Jiang Xian community. Grandma's son was holding a red plastic bag. The bag was filled with wedding candies. She was holding her little grandson's hand, knocking on doors one by one from the 1st floor. Every time Grandma's son opened a door, she stuffed a handful of sweets into the hands of the residents, smiling so wide that her gums showed. My family Tuan won an award in this children's art competition, giving out candies to spread the joy. On the 3rd floor, Grandpa Lin was hunched over. In his left hand, he carried a snakeskin bag, and in his right hand, he held a broom with a worn-out head. He stomped down every delivery box in front of the doors and stuffed them into the bag, sweeping cigarette butts into the dustpan and gathering the spilled cat litter. In the 4th floor bathroom, Xiao Tang splashed cold water on his face. The droplets dripped from his chin onto the collar of his faded t-shirt. He had written 7,000 words overnight. The manuscript was gone again. Outside the window, sunlight filtered through the phoenix, tree leaves scattering on the windowsill. It was very peaceful and serene. Duan Yin climbed up the stairs in his worn-out sneakers. Mr. Zhao from Unit 401 of Jiang Xian. He was wearing a dirty yellow food delivery uniform. In his left hand, he gripped his phone, and in his right hand, he held a food delivery. This order had a delivery fee of 4 yuan and 50 cents. Since the lunch rush was over, any order was a bonus. At that moment, the entire building shook suddenly. It wasn't like an earthquake that pushed up from the ground. It was as if something heavy had slammed down hard on a certain part of the building. Duan Yin was thrown backward, his back crashing against the wall of the stairwell. He gripped the iron railing tightly with his right hand while his left hand held the food delivery securely against his chest. He leaned against the wall, steadying himself for a few seconds, and felt no more tremors. Was that an illusion? He thought it should be fine now, reached for the handrail, and prepared to continue upward. But then a scream erupted from an unknown floor, mixed with the sound of breaking glass and a woman's sharp cries. The building is on fire, everyone run. Duan Yin threw the food delivery into a corner, rushed into the corridor, and turned to look out the window. The entire building was billowing black smoke. From the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, orange flames were surging out of different windows. The fire had erupted suddenly. Just a few minutes ago, he hadn't seen any signs of fire when he entered the building. How could such a large fire develop in such a short time? Just as the confusion arose, a sharp fire alarm shattered the silence. Everyone used the fire escape emergency evacuation. Duan Yin turned around, hesitated for less than half a second, and immediately made a decision. Save people. He had an experience he was reluctant to share with others. His father was Zhou Yang, the captain of the Jiangbei District Fire Brigade. He died 8 years ago during a firefighting operation. Everyone said his father had exhausted himself trying to save trapped victims in the fire and had died unexpectedly. Only Zhou Yang knew that it wasn't true. His father didn't die in the fire. He was killed by a monster wearing a mask with a scythe on its head. Since then, whenever he encountered a strange fire, he would lose control searching for the monster that had killed his father while trying to save people. He had been a food delivery rider for almost half a year. Jiang Xian community was where he received the most orders, especially Unit 6, where he recognized many of the residents. Zhou Yang grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall with his left hand and pulled out a wet towel from the fire hydrant cabinet with his right hand, covering his mouth and nose, and rushed into the corridor. This time was no exception. He wanted to save people, but he also wanted to find that guy. At the same time, the fire was explosively spreading across all floors. On the first floor, Sister Yang was huddled in the furthest corner of the living room, holding her 3-month-old son. The only escape route in front of her was blocked by a fallen bookshelf. The bookshelf was crawling with flames. The fire was drilling in along the wood grain, getting closer to her toes, while the baby in her arms cried loudly. The cries were drowned out by the crackling of the flames. Sister Yang's voice had become hoarse from shouting. She watched the rolling flames on the bookshelf, the light in her eyes gradually fading. On the second floor, old Shitsi, a platform author Xiao Tang, was leaning against the wall. He tightly hugged his laptop, which contained the manuscript of the novel he had been serializing for 2 years without interruption. He was about to shout for help from the window. Then his pupils suddenly constricted. Through the smoke at the end of the second floor corridor, he saw something. A lizard-faced monster covered in dark red armor squatted in the middle of the corridor, dark green, saliva dripping from its mouth. It turned its head, its golden vertical pupils fixated on Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang loosened his grip. The laptop fell to the ground with a thud, and the screen shattered. But he couldn't care less. His legs were trembling, completely out of control. On the third floor, old son was crouched on the floor, hiding under the bed. He covered his ears with both hands, his teeth chattering. Aunt Qian emerged from the kitchen with a fruit knife, her hand gripping the handle, trembling uncontrollably. She saw the monster and the blocked escape route. Several times, she raised the knife to her throat, wanting to plunge it down, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. A boy with a buzz cut sharpened a mop handle to make a makeshift spear. Covering his mouth and nose with a wet towel, he dashed out from behind a door. Without hesitation, he gripped the mop handle tightly. With all his strength, he thrust it fiercely at the lizard-faced monster. The wooden tip struck the monster's dark red armor, snapping in two with a loud crack. The monster's tail swept over. The tail, lined with icy bone spines, instantly sliced through the boy's body. In an instant, his waist was severed, his lower half still stood, while his upper half flew off and crashed against the wall. Blood splattered across an entire wall. Flames, fear, despair, explosions, chaos. In just a few minutes, the entire Unit 6 transformed from a regular residential building into a bloody slaughterhouse. The screams and cries for help were quickly swallowed by the roaring fire. At the same moment, on the construction site next to the residential area, it was just lunchtime. The workers, having toiled hard all morning, brushed off the dust from their clothes and found a few bricks to sit on. They sat in 2 or 3 circles, their hands holding the boxed lunches provided by the site, consisting of 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, braised pork with shredded potatoes and stir-fried greens. For those who had worked 12 hours a day, it wasn't a lavish meal, but it was enough. Everyone opened their boxes and dug in, chatting while shoveling food into their mouths. Old Li hauled 13 loads of bricks yesterday, and the foreman gave him an extra 20 yuan. Old Wang, how did your kid do in last month's final exams? First place, full marks in math, lost 6 points in the essay section of Chinese. Amidst the rough, yet warm laughter, everyone seemed to relax a bit. Qin Donglai sat on the edge with 3 red bricks stacked beneath him. In his 30s, with a square face, single eyelids, and dark ruddy skin, he wore an old work uniform and a pair of safety shoes. A clean and fresh sweat towel hung around his neck. Sitting on the outskirts of the crowd, his bright eyes revealed a deep exhaustion. He wiped his hands with the towel, his face showing a satisfied and happy smile. While others were holding their standard boxed lunches, he pulled out a lunchbox from his gray cloth bag. It was a pink lunch. The lid of the lunchbox was adorned with characters from a cartoon. The cartoon bear on the plastic cover was holding a jar of honey with a silly grin, which seemed completely at odds with Qin Donglai's style. Qin Donglai extended his large calloused hands and carefully wiped the lid of the pink lunchbox. His expression showed a particular fondness and value, as if he were polishing a dusty jewel. He opened the lunchbox and an enticing aroma wafted out. The rice was packed tightly, each grain glistening with oil. On top were 2 whole braised chicken legs coated with a layer of shiny gravy. In the adjacent compartments were tomato beef brisket and stir-fried pork, each portion generously filled, soaking in rich broth. There was so much food that the lunchbox couldn't close. Qin Donglai picked up a piece of beef brisket, chewed a couple of times, and his lips unconsciously curled upwards. Nearby, a fellow worker who had been enjoying his boxed meal came overdrawn by the aroma. They held their own boxes with 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, staring at Qin Donglai's lunchbox, swallowing hard. They took another bite of the shredded potatoes, which tasted increasingly bland. Old Qin has it good. His daughter makes him meals every day. Look at my box, it's terrible. Indeed, old Qin, your daughter's cooking is better than the chefs in restaurants. Having a daughter is great, as she's considerate and understanding. Unlike my little rascal who only knows how to play games all day and expects my wife to cook for him. Qin Donglai swallowed the piece of beef brisket in his mouth, feeling immensely proud inside, yet he feigned humility. The boxed meal isn't filling, and my daughter worries that I won't have enough energy for work, so she prepares meals for me every day. He spoke humbly, but his tone couldn't hide the pride and boastfulness. I tell her she should focus on her studies, but she's so stubborn. Oh, I can't do anything about it. People are really competitive. Old Qin, you've done well in life. The workers envied him, wishing they could go home and treat their own little troublemakers to a stir-fried bamboo shoot with meat. Old Qin, I remember your Fei is about to take her college entrance exam. How are her grades? Qin Donglai swallowed the food in his mouth, put down his chopsticks, and sat up straight. Not yet, she's only in 2nd year of high school. She won't start the 3rd year until the second half of the year. As for grades, she was first in her grade last semester. Damn, what kind of genes do you have, old Qin, to raise a daughter who's first in her grade while hauling bricks? It's really enviable. Who wouldn't want such a wonderful daughter? Qin Donglai sat on the bricks listening to his co-workers' chatter, not interrupting a word. He just smiled. His daughter Qin Fei had lost her mother when she was young, and he had raised her through various hard labor. Though his body was weary and worn over the years, his heart felt sweet and happy. Because every day when he returned home, his caring daughter had everything ready waiting for him. His daughter had good grades, and she would be able to attend a good university and have a bright future. He wanted to work hard for a few more years while his body still held up, saving more money, so that his daughter could have confidence in whatever she chose to do in the future. So hearing his co-workers praise his daughter, he smiled on the outside, while feeling increasingly motivated inside. After the topic had gone around, suddenly, one of the workers looked up from his lunchbox and asked Qin Donglai, Old Qin, it's almost noon. Isn't Xiaozhou coming to work today? If the foreman finds out, he won't get paid for the whole. Xiaozhou had been working with them on the site for the past 2 months. He was hardworking and did not slack off. Qin Donglai had the best relationship with him on the site. But Qin Donglai always found Xiaozhou a bit strange. He had never heard him mention family, and had never seen him call friends out for drinks, nor had he seen him leave with anyone after work. It was as if this person's origins and whereabouts were shrouded in mystery. Qin Donglai felt a bit uneasy in his heart, and was about to put down his chopsticks to make a call. Suddenly, a co-worker sitting opposite him dropped his lunchbox, leapt up, and pointed behind Qin Donglai. Look, the apartment in the opposite residential complex. Is it on fire? Everyone who had been focused on their meals simultaneously looked up, and a few stood up. Not far away, a residential building in Jiangxin community was billowing thick smoke. Black smoke surged out from the windows, enveloping the building layer by layer. Inside the windows, orange light flickered wildly. Old Qin, I remember your home is in this community. Before he could finish, there was a crash nearby. Qin Donglai's pink lunchbox toppled to the ground. The chicken leg rolled into the gray cement, and the sauce splattered onto his foot. He stumbled to his feet from the pile of bricks, his eyes blank and devoid of expression. His lips moved, uttering Fei. He ran out as if mad through the gate of the construction site and past the small iron gate. His co-workers were stunned for half a second. Then someone chased after him. Someone shouted, "Call 119." And then more people followed the figure in gray out. Screams, cries for help, the sound of flames bursting, and the wind. All the sounds merged together, flooding into their ears. Zhou Yang quickly crossed the road and ran into the community entrance. The air suddenly changed. It was no longer the burnt smell of construction materials. It was a smell reminiscent of rust and metal, with a hint of a very faint fishy odor. Is there? He squinted his eyes, and his expression instantly turned serious. A heavy feeling sank in his heart, and he quickened his pace to the building at Unit 6. A gray figure wrapped in a wet cloth charged directly into the building, braving the flames without a moment's hesitation. From the corner of his eye, Zhou Yang caught sight of a dark, ruddy face. That was old Qin Donglai. Zhou Yang immediately pulled down his mask, exposing most of his face. His gaze scanned the entire residential building inch by inch, starting from the first floor. If relying solely on his eyesight, he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the invading beast. System, can you locate the current position of this beast? Detected a yellow level fire attribute pollution beast red void gecko, currently located in the stairwell of the 5th floor of Jiangxin Community Unit 6. At the same time, a 3D structural image appeared in Zhou Yang's field of vision. At that moment in the central stairwell of the five-story building, a massive red light point was flashing wildly. Zhou Yang's gaze instantly shot up, locking onto the fifth floor. Ah! Someone is jumping from the building. A figure jumped straight down from the fifth floor. He immediately waved his hand, summoning his gear. He quickly placed his hand at his waist. The buckle of his armor summoning belt clicked into place. Nava armor. A complete dark red alloy belt circled his waist in an instant. The lava crystal in the center lit up. He ran towards the entrance of Unit 6, pulling the key from the side of his belt. The flame symbol on the key was activated the moment it was pulled out. Sparks erupted from the ends of the strokes of the runes. He inserted the key into the slot on the front of his belt and turned it. Devour the power of the blazing flames. A dark red pillar of flame, nearly 2 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground beneath him. The fabric of his hoodie crackled in the high-temperature airflow. Like a cocoon made of lava. Combine. The dark red armor solidified within the flame cocoon, the shoulder guards springing open from both sides, with the jagged flame patterns protruding. The armors extended from his shoulders to his fists, with the metallic fibers between each piece of armor clicking tight. The leg armor covered from the hip guards down to the ankles, and the 2 mini lava crystals at the soles of Zhou Yang's feet activated simultaneously. A mechanical voice emanated from within the flames, armor combined. The flame cocoon exploded. Zhou Yang shot out from the shattered flames, flipping in the air to catch the figure falling from the 5th floor. Wearing the Nava armor, Zhou Yang declared to the world for the first time in his armored warrior form. The arrival of the Shiguang armor summoner signaled that the world's order was about to change. In a 5-story corridor, Sun Xinshin ran desperately down the hallway, her legs numb with fear, feeling no pain, only moving stiffly forward. Her lungs felt as if they were on fire, and all she could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat. The terrifying voice behind her made her too afraid to look back, forcing her to bury her head and run. Her roommate Lin Yao had also run out of their room, but she had gone in the wrong direction. In the 5th floor corridor, Lin Yao collided head-on with the monster that had a lizard-like face. A searing flame shot out from the lizard-faced monster's mouth, grazing Lin Yao's arm, burning through her sleeve and leaving a massive burn scar on her skin. Lin Yao covered her mouth, her eyes filled with tears of despair. Yao Yao, come here quickly. Sun Xinshin felt an unknown strength surge within her. She took a few steps back, grabbed Lin Yao's hand, and began to pull her toward the stairwell. Lin Yao's lips were as white as a sheet, and she looked at Sun Xinshin with gratitude, wanting to say something. But Sun Xinshin simply held onto her hand tightly, offering an encouraging look. Yao Yao, just hang on. We'll be all right soon. The two of them supported each other, stumbling around the corner of the hallway. The green emergency exit sign was glowing less than 5 meters ahead. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. As they watched the path to safety gradually approach, a smile of hope blossomed at the corners of their mouths. Lin Yao couldn't help but smile, as well, her eyes sparkling with hope. The two women leaned on each other as they ran toward the green light. PFF. Sun Xinshin grasped Lin Yao's hand, wanting to say something. Suddenly it felt as if something had splashed onto her, and she felt a wetness on her face. It was warm and sticky, splattering onto her left cheek, flowing from her cheekbone to her chin. She instinctively reached out to touch it. Then she opened her palm to find her fingers covered in bright red blood dripping down her fingers. That's when she saw it. A pale bone spike had pierced through Lin Yao's back, protruding right through her heart. Red liquid surged out from the base of the bone spike, flowing down the spiny, thorny tail to the ground. Lin Yao's smile remained frozen on her face, her lips still curving upward. But the light in her eyes had already faded. Her mouth was slightly open, as if trying to say one last word. Yet nothing came out. The spot where the bone spike had pierced her chest had once echoed with the vibrant sound of a heartbeat. Now all that remained was a stream of flowing blood. Sun Xinshin watched the scene unfold. Her pupils were filled with the lizard-faced monster's mocking slit-eyed gaze. With a PFF sound, the bone spike was pulled from Lin Yao's body. Then Lin Yao collapsed, lying on the tiled floor of the corridor. Blood flowed continuously from her chest, quickly staining the floor and forming a pool of crimson. Sun Xinshin stepped back, step by step, her scream almost tearing through the air of the entire corridor. Her back collided with the metal railing of the corridor, and she glanced back. Below was the concrete edge of a flower bed. Behind her was death, and in front of her was also death. Not wanting to end up like Lin Yao, she chose to leap backward. Sun Xinshin pressed both hands against the railing. She hesitated not for a second. One foot stepped onto the edge of the railing as she jumped out. The sound of the wind ceased. Everything around her fell silent in that moment. The sounds of flames, screams, and the roars of the strange beasts all turned into a dull, buzzing noise, indistinct and unclear. Sun Xinshin thought she had died. Then she slowly opened her eyes. She froze for a moment. Looking upward, she saw a face. It was a face covered by a helmet of armor with a golden-shaped pattern extending from the forehead down the bridge of the nose. The owner of the armor seemed to be watching her through glowing blue-eye lenses. An arm covered in dark red armor reached from her lower back and beneath her knees, lifting her up off the ground. The touch of the armor was not cold, it was warm. The dark red figure cradled her in a smooth arc from the 5th floor, landing steadily on the open ground beside the flower bed on the 1st floor. Her legs went soft instantly. She collapsed onto the concrete ground beside the flower bed. Then a deep voice came from behind the helmet of the armor. "Ma'am, you are safe now." Fei. Qin Donglai kicked open the anti-theft door of room 502. The flames above the doorframe trembled violently. A tongue of fire collapsed from the lintel, landing on his back. The scorching heat seared through the damp cloth onto his skin, but he didn't even furrow his brow. "Fei, where are you?" "Daddy's coming." He searched through each room. The furniture inside exuded a choking smoke, and flames spread to the electrical appliances. Blue and white sparks from short-circuited appliances flickered in the smoke, crackling amidst the sounds of exploding flames. Instantly the room was filled with choking smoke. It felt as if sandpaper had scraped through Qin Donglai's lungs, his voice already hoarse to the point he could barely speak. "Fei. Cough. Fei." He crashed through the bedroom door, his shoulder burning red from the heat, staggering a couple of steps before stabilizing himself. Then he heard a faint, delicate voice. "Dad, I'm here." The voice was soft, but familiar enough. It was Fei's voice. Qin Donglai's gaze instantly fell on the corner between the fallen wardrobe and bed. A small triangular space had been created between the wardrobe and bed by heavy objects. At the deepest part of this gap, a corner of blue and white clothing was visible. It was the color of Qin Fei's high school uniform with blue and white stripes. He recognized it at a glance. Fei. The fallen wardrobe pressed down on a corner of the bed. The bed was piled high with debris from the collapsed ceiling and half-burned items. Flames were consuming these things, and the wooden door of the wardrobe had turned charred black from the licking flames. Qin Donglai reached out to steady himself against the edge of the wardrobe. His palm touched the burning side of the wooden cabinet, and a sizzling sound erupted as the skin on his palm opened a gash. The burnt, rusty smell seeped up from beneath his palm. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. "Fei, don't be afraid, Daddy is coming to save you." He supported himself against the wardrobe with one hand while using the other to throw off the heavy objects one by one. The red-hot wood splinters pierced into his palm. He didn't even glance at them. Blood flowed from his fingers down to his wrist, dripping onto the wooden surface of the wardrobe. The metallic taste of rust became even stronger in the air. He pushed aside everything weighing down the wardrobe. His palm was so bloody that he could no longer distinguish between skin and blood. He wedged his shoulder into the gap between the wardrobe and the floor, forcing his entire body upwards. The wardrobe, along with a corner of the bed, was lifted slightly. Then he saw her, his daughter Qin Fei, curled up inside. Her face was blackened from smoke, her lips pale, and her eyes were closed. She was tightly clutching something in her hands. "Fei, please don't sleep." Qin Donglai pulled his daughter out of the gap. He cradled her in his arms. One by one, blood-red handprints spread across the blue and white stripes. He quickly covered her mouth and nose with a damp cloth, then turned and rushed out of the bedroom. Just as he crossed the doorframe, the burning lintel collapsed entirely, crashing onto his back. His work uniform, with a large hole burned through it, was instantly seared by the embers from the wood. He groaned, staggering a step forward. But he didn't stop. Pushing through the flames, he charged all the way to the corridor on the 5th floor. Qin Donglai leaned against the wall of the corridor, gasping heavily. In his arms, his daughter's body stirred slightly. "Dad." Qin Fei opened her eyes a crack. In her tightly clasped hands, a square box peeked out containing her father's savings accumulated over a lifetime. Inside was also a family photo of them. Qin Donglai's throat tightened just as he was about to speak. A terrifying roar erupted from the end of the corridor. Qin Fei's body shrank back in fright. Qin Donglai quickly turned his head. At the end of the corridor in front of room 507, squatted a lizard-faced monster, its entire body covered in dark red scales with blisters emitting steam between the scales. A tail covered in bone spikes and thorns swayed back and forth behind it. Each time the tail brushed against the wall, it scraped off a layer of plaster. Then Qin Donglai glanced toward the other end. At the stairwell of room 501, flames and collapsed debris completely blocked the entire corridor. Dark green flames mixed with orangey burned even more fiercely than before. The only way out was thoroughly blocked. Qin Donglai laid his daughter down on the ground against the outer wall of the corridor. He positioned her to lean against the wall. He reached out to tousle his daughter's hair. "Fei, hold on. Dad will definitely get you out of here." The voice was soft, yet steady. He stood up and walked to the fire extinguisher cabinet in the middle of the corridor. A powerful elbow strike shattered the glass. He immediately pulled out a red fire axe from inside. He weighed the axe in his hands, then tightened his grip on it. As he applied pressure to his knuckles, blood began to flow down the axe handle from the wounds on his palm. With growing determination, he stepped toward the monster, each step quicker than the last. "You ugly beast, die already." A figure dashed out from the corridor near room 509. The axe was raised high. Then it crashed down hard before the beast could turn around. The sound was not that of cutting into flesh, but rather a sharp clang of metal striking metal. Only a white mark was left on the surface of the beast's scales. Zhou Yang was staggered back half a step by the recoil. The skin on his palm split open from the thumb side, blood trickling down the axe handle. The beast's pustules exploded where the axe struck. Dark green pus splattered onto the cement floor of the corridor. With a sizzling sound, it burned more pits that emitted smoke. The beast's golden vertical pupils immediately turned, letting out a roar more terrifying than before. Zhou Yang did not retreat. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, his knees slightly bent, pivoting on his toes. The axe blade pressed down hard on the beast. He then shouted towards Qin Donglai's direction. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Qin Donglai was momentarily stunned. Then the barbed tail swept towards Zhou Yang. The barbs whistled sharply through the air. Zhou Yang suddenly found a surge of strength from somewhere. He yanked the axe blade free from the scales and swung his arms in a wide arc. He then brought it down hard against the incoming tail. The axe hit wedged between the two barbs of the tail, embedding it into a crack in the corridor floor. The ground was covered with fine cracks from the impact of the tail's bone spines. But the position of the axe blade temporarily immobilized it. Qin Donglai snapped back to reality, turning to the wall to grab his daughter. He rushed past Zhou Yang. As he passed by Zhou Yang, his gaze lingered for a moment. A soft voice emerged. "Thank you." Those two words were heavy. In the midst of the flames and the beast's roars, they were almost completely drowned out. But Zhou Yang heard them. Zhou Yang did not respond. His eyes were already bloodshot. The tail broke free from the crack in the floor, sending the axe flying against the wall. Zhou Yang rushed to pick up the axe again, wildly swinging it at the beast. One swing, two swings, three swings. Each time it struck the scales. Each blow left only a shallow white mark. With every swing, the cut on his palm widened. The skin around his palm had already split open, revealing the dark red soft tissue beneath. But he seemed completely unaware of the pain. This hideous creature resembled too much. It looked too much like the one that had killed his father 8 years ago with its scythe-like mask. Melted flame fist. With his right fist tucked at his waist, the air around it was distorted into visible ripples by the heat wave. Zhou Yang leaned forward, delivering a powerful punch to the side of the red inferno lizard's scaled belly. The punch carried a massive explosive fire energy. The scales of the red inferno lizard cracked open, with 7 or 8 fissures radiating from the point of impact. Each edge of the crack emitted wisps of smoke. Deep within the burned scale fissures, the soft tissue and dark green blood were faintly visible. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch was enveloped with fire elements compressed to their utmost. Each strike left a charred black imprint on the monster's body. The red inferno lizard let out a shriek, sharper and more pain than any before. Its 2 golden vertical pupils turned blood red. It opened its mouth, a dark green flame igniting deep within its throat, then abruptly shot it toward Zhou Yang. A thick pillar of dark green fire surged down the corridor. The ground where the flames passed was burned and cracked. Zhou Yang immediately raised his left arm to shield himself. Melted flame defense. A visible barrier of fire energy unfolded before his armored arm. The dark green fire pillar collided with the barrier, flowing outwards like water hitting a stone. Not a single drop of flame touched the surface of the armor, playing with fire in front of the Nawa armor. This ugly beast must be tired of living. The red inferno lizard stared at the unmoving barrier and the unscathed armor behind it, a hint of confusion flashing in its vertical pupils. Then a scaled hind paw stepped back, leaving several scratches on the corridor floor. Zhou Yang glanced at his surroundings. The corridor on the 5th floor was less than 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters high. In such a place, his armored combat skills couldn't be fully utilized. Moreover, if he didn't lure this creature away, the fire in the building would become even more exaggerated. He swung the melted scale blade at the red inferno lizard. The blade carved an arc of orange-red light through the air, grazing the side of the red inferno lizard's face and slicing off a small piece of scaled flesh from its left cheek. Then he provocatively beckoned with his hand. "Ugly thing, if you're not afraid of death, come with me." Zhou Yang turned and dashed up the stairwell. With each step, the molten crystal beneath his armored feet emitted brief flashes of red light. The creature wounded by the melted scale blade immediately redirected its hatred toward Zhou Yang. Both vertical pupils locked onto the shadow of Zhou Yang. He had already leaped up the stairwell to the rooftop, and the red inferno lizard gave chase. Its 4 paws clung to the stair railing and steps, climbing to the rooftop with a speed that belied its size. On the 5th floor corridor, only Zhou Yang and Qin Donglai were leaning against the wall. Their clothes were burnt beyond recognition, and the blood on their hands mixed together indistinguishably. Blood continued to seep from Duan Yan's left arm, while Qin Donglai's back was scorched bright red. The two exchanged breathless glances. Both felt a stir in their hearts. Unable to resist, Duan Yan spoke, his voice hoarse. "Shall we go take a look?" On the 6th unit building, the wind on the rooftop was fierce. Surrounding them was a wide expanse of concrete bordered by waist-high iron railings. Beyond the railings were the high-rise buildings and green trees of the community. Zhou Yang stood in the center of the rooftop, gripping the melted scale blade. The jagged flames on his armor shoulders quivered slightly in the wind, producing a faint metallic ringing. The red inferno lizard flipped out from the staircase of the rooftop. Its two vertical pupils had turned completely blood-red, saliva dripping from its mouth to the ground. Each drop burned small smoking pits into the concrete ground. Its tail dragged a deep scratch across. Zhou Yang did not give it a chance to react, channeling his energy first. A fierce flaming kick landed squarely on its chest, scales fire energy bursting forth from his foot. The entire body of the red inferno lizard was sent flying off the ground by the kick, crashing into the iron railing. The railing instantly deformed. Its massive body bounced off the railing and flipped over, climbing back up. The blazing sun shone down behind Zhou Yang. From the rooftop, the sun hung perfectly on the horizon to the west of the city, golden rays cutting through the smoke. The red paint of the Nawa armor was coated with a layer of gold. The jagged patterns on the shoulder armor were outlined in a cold, cruel contour by the golden edge. The blue lenses beneath the shaped pattern of the helmet coldly stared at the red inferno lizard's vertical pupils. The wind intensified, causing the flames to crackle, growing larger as they fed off the gusts. The temperature on the rooftop was rising rapidly. In this high heat, the air began to shimmer like reflections on water. Duan Yan and Qin Donglai had just climbed up from the rooftop staircase. Before they could steady themselves, a wave of scorching wind hit their faces. Both squinted their eyes, simultaneously witnessing a sight that left them speechless. Zhou Yang raised the melted scale blade high. The flames on the blade spread from the spine to the tip. The flames billowed in the wind like a banner of red fire. The blade grew brighter, shifting from dark red to orange-red to blazing white. "You ugly and disgusting creature, it's time to face your judgment." His voice resonated from beneath the helmet, mixed with the sound of the wind and the roar of flames echoing across the rooftop. The melted scale blade was raised high. The shaped pattern on the Nawa armor helmet was fully illuminated by the firelight on the blade. Melted flame slash. With the hottest blade melting the dirtiest heart. With one slash, the void trembled. All the flames detached from the blade, compressing into an extremely thin and bright orange-red blade light. The blade light sliced through the air at high speed. A visible vacuum wave rippled out from both sides of the blade light, causing fine cracks to appear on the concrete rooftop below. The red inferno lizard did not evade, but rather charged head-on. Its two vertical pupils fixated on the blade light. The blade light pierced into the center of the beast's body. Roar! A beastly roar erupted from the rooftop, powerful enough to rattle the bones of anyone nearby. The sound seemed to penetrate everything. Then everyone in the entire community heard that agonizing cry. Slowly, fissures appeared on the body of the red inferno lizard. Starting from its chest, the cracks spread along the path cut by the blade light to its abdomen, limbs, tail, neck, and vertical pupils. Each crack glowed with an orange-red light. It was as if magma erupted from the depths of the earth was sealed within the cracks. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the sky. The red inferno lizard's body exploded along all its cracks. Fragments of its broken beast body flew everywhere. Charred scale fragments clanged against the iron railing and fell. Dark green blood splattered across the rooftop. A wave of heat reeking of blood and sulfur spread out from the center of the rooftop. Duan Yan and Qin Donglai, who had just climbed onto the rooftop, were drenched in splattered beast blood. A still steaming fragment of the beast fell from the air and landed on Duan Yan's shoulder. The warm green blood burned his skin near the collarbone, causing it to redden. Qin Donglai tore off a piece of cloth from his work uniform, wiping the stinking bloody mess from his face. Both stood frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. What kind of power was this? That terrifying beast had almost taken their lives. And yet it was simply gone. In the center of the rooftop, where the beast had exploded, floated a crystal enveloped, about the size of a marble. The flames within the crystal slowly rotated. Zhou Yang stepped forward and reached out to grasp the crystal, which felt scalding in the palm of his armor. He immediately placed the crystal into the summoner slot on his belt, which lit up briefly. The flame crystal was directly absorbed. Then he turned around and walked towards the two people still stunned on the rooftop, grabbing them by their necks. "Hero, I am Duan." As Duan Yan was about to speak, a gust of wind blew into his mouth, and everything before him suddenly swayed. Zhou Yang had already leaped forward, grabbing them, and falling several meters from the edge of the rooftop. Then, utilizing the explosive force from his feet, he propelled himself back up in midair. A second later, he landed steadily beside the pool outside the first floor of Building 6. At the entrance of the building, residents who had escaped were lying sitting or leaning against the ground. After placing the two on the ground, Zhou Yang's gaze swept over the dazed and pained faces of the residents. Finally, his gaze lingered on Duan Yin and his companion for a moment. In his ears, the sounds of fire trucks, police cars, and ambulances mixed together, all drawing closer to this spot. Duan Yin sat on the stone steps, his eyes fixed fervently on Zhou Yang's armor, the light in his eyes seemingly igniting little by little. "Hello, hero, I am Duan Yin. Thank you." Before he could introduce himself and express his gratitude, Zhou Yang waved his right hand. A stream of invisible crimson light descended into Duan Yan's palm, which was still seeping blood. Then a voice only Duan Yin could hear echoed in his mind. "After the matter is resolved, it will guide you to your destiny." Afterward, Zhou Yang looked up in the direction from which he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of red light that landed on the rooftop of another nearby building. After a few ups and downs between the buildings, he gradually vanished into the city's skyline. On the ground at the entrance of Building 6, the escaped residents were gathered in small groups. Everyone's gaze followed the figure that was receding into the distance. Someone with a bit more courage approached Duan Yin and Qin Donglai, wanting to inquire about something. Duan Yin remained silent. Qin Donglai, however, held his daughter, whom he had finally rescued, with tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Tears washed away the ashes on Qin Feifei's face, creating two streaks. She comforted her father even as she cried. "Dad, Feifei is fine. Don't worry about me." The sounds of crying, reunion, relief after rescue, and groans. Various voices intertwined. As fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars arrived, the people seemed to find their anchor and began to gather around. Only the three of them remained motionless. Duan Yin stood still, looking down at his palm. In his palm lay a metallic badge. The badge displayed a pattern of a sword crossed with a shield. The metal of the badge still retained warmth, feeling slightly hot to the touch. Yet Duan Yin gripped it tightly, unwilling to let go. In his ears, the words left by the armored figure echoed continuously. His palm repeatedly opened and closed, his eyes burning with intensity. A special emotion was gradually ignited deep within his eyes. It was excitement, anticipation, longing. But more so, it was a sense of faith. He tucked the badge away, looking at the oblivious humans around him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. No one could resist the powerful force that could control life and death, protecting loved ones. He was no exception, and this badge might just be his only chance. In the outskirts of Jiang City, south of the city, in a wooded area without surveillance. After several leaps and bounds, Zhou Yang left the fire scene, avoiding cameras and erasing traces, having already run several kilometers away. The gem on his chest continued to shimmer with light. He raised his right hand and pressed a button on his belt buckle. The armor surrounding him transformed into a scattering of light particles, dissipating into the woods, and the armor's combined state was instantly released. This revealed his cold, youthful face. The back of his hoodie was soaked, clinging to his skin. He took 2 steps forward, leaning against an old locust tree trunk, adjusting his breathing. The rough bark of the tree pressed against his damp clothing, the chill seeping through the fabric into his skin. His shoes were caked with muddy soil and crushed dry leaves. He glanced down at his right palm. His fingers trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and nervousness along with the discomfort of his first battle. The first battle using the combined armor. It lasted no more than 10 minutes in total. Many combat techniques and moves that did not need to be used frequently were overused due to his desire to show off, leading to a greater consumption than he had anticipated. In his ears, the sounds of police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances had long faded away. His taut nerves completely relaxed. Zhou Yang pressed his palm down, his gaze directed at the system interface. Yellow level beast, red Mingshu lizard, killed 1. Automatically collected yellow level fire element crystal core 1. Third event, eliminating beasts and revealing oneself before people, assessment and settlement in progress. Characters involved Duan Yin, Qin Donglai, residents of Building 6, continuously generating relevant emotions. This time's earnings statistics: shock emotion 1000, trust emotion 30, worship emotion 2, faith emotion 0. Overall rating B. Settlement rewards points 15,000, 4 element armor inheritance, activated armor universe, item lottery attempts 5. The Shiguang organization and armor have initially impacted this world with ongoing effects. Host authority being upgraded. Authority upgrade: complete more items from the armor universe will be added to the lottery and shop. Current authority level 2. Zhou Yang stared at the B and the abundant rewards behind it, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Spending 5,000 points, he ended up earning 15,000 points and more lottery attempts, while also upgrading his authority, activating special things. This round was certainly not a loss. He looked around and felt this was not a good place to tally his rewards. He adjusted his hoodie, pulling the hat back down to cover his hair, and put on his mask, Finally, he took the Na armor summoner from his waist, weighing it in his hand. Then with a thought, he directly stored the summoner in the system space. After all item rewards extracted through the system could be stored in the system space. After exiting the woods, he waited by the roadside, and then flagged down a taxi. "Driver, take me to the vicinity of Jincheng Square in the old city." Zhou Yang sat in the back seat of the taxi, continuing to converse with the system in his mind. "System, are you sure you detected a person with a high compatibility with the armor among Lao Qin and that young man?" "Correct, host. After the authority upgrade, you can now check the talents and armor compatibility of any targets you wish to observe at any time." Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this upgrade made things much more convenient. A piece of information flowed into his mind. The taxi driver is a young man in his 30s wearing a slightly faded polo shirt. The car plays a popular song of the moment, and a bottle of orange fragrance sits on the dashboard. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing Zhou Yang's outfit with the hooded sweatshirt pulled low. His eyes brightened, and he casually initiated a conversation. "Brother, you must be a fan of Wushu, right?" Zhou Yang raised his head, slightly puzzled. "Wushu? Who is that?" The young driver chuckled. While steering the wheel, he continued, "I don't mean anything by it. It's just that your outfit, that black hooded sweatshirt pulled low, kind of resembles Zhang Qiling from Wushu's book. I thought you were a fan of Wushu." Zhou Yang did not pursue the topic, responding only lightly. He leaned back in his seat, shifting his gaze to the window. Suddenly, a local news segment interrupted the car's broadcast. At 12:15 today, a fire broke out near a construction site in the southern part of the city. Citizens are urged to enhance fire safety awareness and take precautionary measures. The driver's expression turned serious, and he sighed. "Sigh, how could such a terrible thing happen? I just hope no one gets hurt." Zhou Yang replied lightly, "It won't happen." He watched the trees outside the car window pass by in a blur. The street trees receded one by one as sunlight flickered through the leaves, casting spots of light on the window. Yet in his mind, he recalled the battle in the sea of flames. That brave young man, and the old Qin who seemed to have courage from nowhere, stirred a sense of anticipation in his heart. "Young man, I hope you can pass the trial soon and become a warrior in armor." At the entrance of Unit 6 Jiangxin Community, the fire truck's water hose was still spraying water at the windows above the 5th floor to cool them down. The fire in the entire building had been mostly extinguished. The air was filled not only with the smell of burning, but also an unmistakable scent of blood. The fire department searched all floors, finding no survivors trapped inside the building. Only the remains, dismembered and charred bodies, were continuously carried out. Upon seeing the corpses being taken out, the police, who had only arrived in one patrol car, all requested assistance. Ambulances took away one after another, transporting batch after batch of the injured. They scurried between 3 blue tents temporarily set up in the open space. The wheels of the stretcher squeaked as they rolled back and forth on the cement ground. When the author Xiao Tang was carried out by 2 firefighters from the hallway, his right leg below the knee was unrecognizable. His skin had turned a charred brown after being burned by pus, and a layer of sticky, translucent exudate floated between his flesh. The doctor crouched down for a glance, and then looked up to speak to the newcomers. His voice was soft, but Xiao Tang still heard it. "This leg is likely beyond saving." Xiao Tang did not cry, but at least he was still alive. He saw more people who had died in the flames perished beneath the claws and bone-spiked tails of the monsters. He stared at his leg for a while, then softly asked, "Can I still write?" The doctor and nurses all had red eyes focused on emergency treatment and did not answer him. When Uncle Sun crawled out from under the bed, he hit his spine, suffering from multiple fractures. At this moment, lying on the stretcher, he resembled a marionette that had fallen apart, likely to spend the rest of his life in bed. Duan Yin sat on the stone steps beside the flower bed, his arm dislocated and slight burns present around his body. The only serious injury was a cut on his upper body made by the monster. After bandaging, his injuries were mostly stabilized and controlled. A circle of people surrounded him. Sister Yang, holding a 3-month-old baby, sat to his right, a blanket given by an emergency nurse draped over her legs. The baby had inhaled quite a bit of smoke, but had been treated in time and was now sweetly sleeping. Grandma Sun and Grandpa Lin sat on the cement ground to the left of Duan Yin, while Miss Sun held her still crying son on the steps of the flower bed. These people were all rescued layer by layer from the fire by Duan Yin. Their injuries were not severe, and they had inhaled only a small amount of smoke. Everyone chose to stay by the side of their lifesaver Duan Yin, as if drawn together by gratitude and a sense of security. There were more than 80 residents on site. Those with serious injuries were taken by ambulance for batch transfers to the nearest municipal hospital after first aid. Those with minor injuries were treated near the ambulance, and then left in the open space at the entrance of the community, where they would be questioned by the on-site detectives. The last remaining included Duan Yin, Qin Donglai, Qin Feifei, and others, totaling 32 individuals. 32 statements were recorded. Each one was different, yet all pointed to 2 common entities. a fire-breathing, pus-dripping, lizard-faced monster that burned many people to death. A lizard-faced monster appeared, and it set the entire building ablaze with a tail covered in bones. That monster's tail was terrifying. I personally saw a guy with a mop rush out. In the end, he was directly sliced in half by that tail with his entrails spilling out. There were 2 people with axes who charged up. Then a handsome red-armored hero appeared and saved them, looking incredibly cool. I also saw that armored hero. He was very strong, smashing the air conditioner with a single palm and punching the monster until it bled all over. No, the armored person had fists and legs like the wind and fire wheel and wielded a knife that sent out flames with each slash. That monster was instantly torn apart. Exactly. I also saw that armored person leap 5 or 6 stories high and rescue 2 people from the rooftop. The armored. He can fly. The middle-aged police officer in charge of the questioning, Old Wang, age 47, had seen all kinds of cases and heard all sorts of testimonies. Yet at this moment, he was still taken aback. The disposable paper cup in his hand had been crushed into shape. He didn't notice. Scalding hot water exploded, splattering across his calloused palm, instantly burning it purple and red. The female officer, Xiao He, responsible for taking notes, suddenly paused her fingers on the keyboard. Then the input method left a long string of that crossed half the screen. She was so startled, she lost her focus. After separating the witnesses, Old Wang called each person over twice to ask for details from the scene conditions to the monster's appearance, not missing a single detail. All of them provided answers, and they could fully recount the details. This was clearly not something that could be orchestrated. After ruling out all impossibilities, what remained, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. Various signs of destruction flashed through his mind, from the cracks in the ground to the pus in the hallway. So did this residential building really suffer an attack from a monster, and was it saved by a mysterious armored person? Such an absurd event actually happened. It felt as if his 40 years of materialism had been completely shattered at this moment. Holding the last compiled paper statement, Old Wang walked to the property management office door. This office was originally the property management office, but had been temporarily borrowed by the second criminal investigation team due to the case's peculiar nature. The door was slightly ajar. He raised his hand and knocked twice. After receiving a response, he pushed the door open. The office was small with 6 desks. But at this moment, only one person sat inside, possessing an ordinary yet approachable face. Fong Hung, Captain Fong, head of the second criminal investigation team at the municipal bureau. Old Wang placed the statement before Fong Hung, his voice slightly tense. Captain Fong, these are the eyewitness testimonies and statements left by the 32 witnesses who could provide information about the scene. The content. You should take a careful look. Fong Hung immediately took the statement and began to read through it from start to finish. Then his brows gradually furrowed. Old Wang couldn't help but nervously wipe the sweat from his cheek, for even he felt that the content of the statement was, if he hadn't witnessed some inexplicable phenomena, he wouldn't have been able to submit such a bizarre report. Unexpectedly, after Captain Fong Hung finished reading, he neither became angry nor indifferent. He pulled out a sealed file bag from a pile of documents beside him and tore open the seal. He extracted 2 pieces of information from inside. He placed the 2 pieces of information next to the statement report for comparison. After a long while, Fong Hung let out a long sigh, his tone heavy. It seems that all of this is true. Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. Everything is true. Could it be that there was something about this case he did not know? Fong Hung pushed one of the documents towards Old Wang. It was an autopsy report. A few thin pages. Old Wang flipped through 2 pages, and his pupils suddenly constricted. One of the pages contained a body that had been cut in half at the waist. This body was completely severed from the lumbar region. The fracture was incredibly smooth, as if it had been split in 2 in an instant. This was completely beyond the damage that human strength could inflict. Since no weapon capable of cleaving a person in half was found at the scene, what kind of existence could cause such devastation? Old Wang's finger paused on the report paper. Then he suddenly understood everything, said nothing, and simply turned to leave the office. His footsteps were heavier than when he entered. Only Fong Hung remained alone in the office. He picked up another document. This was the reason that truly captured his attention, a report on the analysis of slime and monster tissue. DNA fragments with a certain degree of homology to geckos were detected from the slime and tissue samples, along with venom components that were 1,000 times more potent than ordinary gecko toxins. However, the most critical finding was that a large number of completely unknown elements were detected from these samples, elements that do not belong to the periodic table. It was as if they did not exist within the current chemical knowledge of humanity. The cellular activity within the monster's tissue was over 1,000 times that of a normal, healthy adult male. Mysterious, powerful, active, unknown, and even filled with terrifying toxicity. This made him doubt whether humanity's current instruments and scientific capabilities could decipher any component within these flesh tissues and saliva. Fong Hung set down the analysis report and took out an old satellite phone from his pocket. The black casing had been polished to a shine. He entered a 16-digit password, and the screen illuminated with a blue glow. After the encrypted communication was initiated, Fong Hung pressed the satellite phone to his ear. He tapped his fingers on the table, and after the seventh tap, the call was answered. On the other end, there was no immediate identification, only the faint sound of electrical noise crackling through the channel. Special Agent J0721, Fong Hung, requesting identity verification. After he finished stating the correct passphrase, a cold single word came through the phone. Speak. Fong Hung paused for a moment, pressing the 32 collected testimonies and 2 analysis reports beneath his hand, and began to report the case. Captain Zhang, this is Fong Hung. A suspected extraordinary incident has occurred in the residential area of Jiang City, with abnormal values exceeding 95. A total of 86 residents in the community witnessed the extraordinary anomaly on site, and all testimonies pointed to 2 extremely special entities. One was a monster with a lizard-like face, and the other was a mysterious entity clad in armor. The person on the other end spoke softly, their voice barely audible. But Fong Hung's expression changed instantly. He instinctively sat up straight, his back rigid. It is currently undetermined whether the armored figure is human or another entity, but the battlefield left many traces of anomalies. The analysis report of the slime, severed limbs, and other residues from the scene has been sent to the corresponding encrypted email. He took a breath, his voice lower than before. A large number of unknown components were detected, and with the current scientific capabilities, it is likely, very difficult. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Fong Hung could hear faint breaths and the sounds of keyboard and mouse operations. The other party was likely checking the analysis report in the email. After a long while, it seemed they said something. Fong Hung's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Understood. I will organize officers to conduct another investigation at the scene. The call ended, and the blue light on the screen dimmed. Fong Hung's tense shoulders relaxed, as if he had finally found support. He stood up from his office chair, turned it around, and faced the window. Then he took out a piece of individually wrapped mint candy from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. The icy coolness rushed to his brain. He gazed out at the light and shadow outside, the high-rise buildings of the community and the ruins not far away. His expression became a bit dazed. He had met Captain Zhang 6 years ago. 6 years ago, he earned the opportunity to further his studies at the capital headquarters after ranking first in assessments at Jiang City Bureau for 3 consecutive years. That training class admitted a total of 30 individuals, each a promising candidate recommended by various cities. Compared to the regular training held every 3 years, this session added a course called Extraordinary Affairs Cognition. This was a class he had never heard of or seen before. Captain Zhang was the instructor for their Extraordinary Affairs Cognition course. Throughout the class, Captain Zhang continuously narrated how to assess abnormal values in the handling of daily cases. Once the assessment of abnormal values at the incident scene exceeded 80, it was to be reported immediately. To help them better understand the criteria for judgment, Captain Zhang also cited an incident from 7 years prior as an example. That class opened a door to a new world for the 30 criminal police officers, a door to a mysterious and terrifying world. The satellite phone in his hand and this encrypted communication method were left to the attending officers by Captain Zhang just before the course ended. On the last day of training, Fong Hung learned the identity of Captain Zhang. Zhang Lanfeng, the head of the Special Beast Countermeasure Section within the Extraordinary Affairs Processing Bureau of Huadhua. At that moment, Fong Hung realized this world truly had such an entity, one with power, authority, and levels far surpassing all judicial and public security institutions. It was not made public, not open to the media, nor did it report to any local administrative agency. The Extraordinary Affairs Processing Bureau, abbreviated as the Extraordinary Processing Bureau. At 2:11 p.m., the residential building of Unit 6 in Jiangxin Community was cordoned off by the police with conspicuous yellow warning tape. 7 or 8 officers stood guard at several key entrances around the residential building. Outside the warning tape, other residents occasionally peeked inside, and some onlookers held up their phones to take pictures of the building. I heard there was a big fire in this building at noon. It was quite scary. I could smell the smoke from 2 blocks away. Just a fire. Didn't you watch the video in the community group? Someone said they saw a person in red armor flying in the sky. Armor? You must have watched too many comics. It was probably a firefighter's protective suit reflecting the flames. No. I saw that video. It didn't look like special effects. That red thing flew directly from the 5th floor to the rooftop, jumping higher than the building itself. And someone also claimed to have seen a monster. The warning tape fluttered in the wind, firmly keeping these people outside, unable to step inside. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Unit 6, forensic officers and medical examiners were crouched on the ground, repeatedly extracting evidence from the battlefield with tweezers and sampling bags. After extracting the evidence, they quickly retreated from the rooftop to prepare to send it back to the laboratory for more comprehensive analysis with the most precise instruments. Fong Hung, wearing gloves, crouched down and touched the crack in the cement floor. Within the deep crack, melted bricks and cement were mixed together and solidified. He took off one glove and scraped the surface of the solidified matter with his fingernail, but it wouldn't budge. Its hardness exceeded that of the original cement and ecological quartz bricks. He stood up again and squeezed the nearby rooftop ventilation pipe. The outer surface of the ventilation pipe looked as though it had been chiseled by some force. The outer layer of reinforced concrete was pockmarked, exposing the damaged red bricks within. The surfaces of these red bricks and concrete had all melted and deformed, their edges smooth as if licked by a high-temperature flame. Fong Hung released his grip, swallowing hard. What kind of battle could produce such destructive power? It's worth noting that the melting points of the railing's cement slabs, reinforced concrete red bricks, and ecological quartz bricks on the rooftop are mostly above 1,500 degrees. The high temperature capable of instantaneously melting them together must be at least 3,000 degrees, if not higher. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Instantly, the words of Captain Zhang warning them flashed through his mind. Please remember, reality is not a novel. These monsters cannot be resisted by human power. There is no so-called extraordinary force in this world that can contend with these beasts. Our abnormal handling bureau is merely feeling our way across unsteady ground. We have yet to resolve any monster. If any of you encounter a monster, prepare for someone to collect your remains. Yet now he squatted atop this wasteland melted by intense heat. In his hand he held a glassy, solidified piece of concrete, his mind shrouded in heavy mysteries. What kind of existence could resist such terrifying monsters? Was that armored figure a human or something else entirely? Does this world truly lack extraordinary power? At this moment, gazing at this scene, Fong Hung couldn't help but start to doubt Captain Zhang's earlier warning. Perhaps it is not that this world lacks extraordinary power. Rather, it is because humanity in this world has not yet earned the right to access true extraordinary power. The sound of soft footsteps echoed at the entrance of the rooftop, stirring Fong Hung from his deep thoughts. He stood up and looked up to see two detectives leading two individuals onto the rooftop. One was a middle-aged man, and the other a young boy. One appeared ordinary and unassuming, while the other looked refined and sunny. Fong Hung had reviewed their files, Qin Donglai and Duan Yin. You are Duan Yin and Qin Donglai, right? You witnessed the battle on the rooftop with your own eyes. Can you tell us what exactly happened? Duan Yin's wounds were wrapped in layers of bandages, and he still held the sword and shield emblem that the mysterious armored figure had tossed to him. Rather than repeating the same questions, he hoped to leave quickly to seek that so-called fate guidance. In response to Fong Hung's question, his answer was somewhat perfunctory and distracted. It was just that I saw the monster being torn apart in one strike and blood splattered all over my face. Qin Donglai covered his tightly bandaged hand, which still burned with a fiery pain. He looked at where the detective pointed, and in his mind the horrifying image of that beast and the righteous dark red figure resurfaced. If that mysterious armored figure hadn't slain the monster, everyone in this building would have met a grim fate. He and his daughter Fei would have been no exception. This debt of gratitude was too heavy. As he pondered, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. When he lifted his head, a simple smile instantly brightened his face. That armored figure was incredible. The monster was gone in one slash and blood splattered all over my face. I was so scared I couldn't move, just frozen in place. By the time I reacted, I was already standing at the entrance of the building. The two detectives beside Fong Hung stared at the two individuals' faces for a few seconds, exchanging glances. Do you remember what the armored figure looked like? Any distinguishing features? The two shook their heads in unison. I was injured. Who cares about the armored figure's features? At that time the scene was too chaotic, I couldn't focus on what it looked like. Neither of you remembers anything. Of course, who pays attention to that? Sorry, my memory isn't very good. The responses of the two were like a fortress, leaving the detectives with no leads to pursue. The middle-aged officer Wang Yi spoke in a low voice and took a step forward. After all, there were witnesses who saw both of you in close contact with that armored figure. It is said that the figure carried both of you down the stairs. You'd better be honest. Do not conceal anything. Qin Donglai kept his emotions steady, honestly answering the police's questions while firmly remembering the armored figure's kindness. Even if he felt that what he saw was merely a suit of armor, he still wouldn't provide any clear answers. He didn't want to bring trouble to that figure. Fong Hung stood by and watched for a while, his gaze lingering on Duan Yin and Qin Donglai's faces for a moment. These two weren't forgetful, they simply didn't want to speak. One had a wandering gaze but a stubborn mouth, while the other wore a simple smile, yet had no gaps in his words. He waved for the two detectives to escort the two individuals away, asking no further questions. On the rooftop of the 6-unit residential building, the sky was clear without a cloud, and not even a hint of wind could be felt. A sound of a helicopter slicing through the clouds approached, growing louder. Captain Fong. Wang Yi raised his arm, wiping the sweat from his face with the sleeve of his plainclothes, finally unable to suppress the silence. Who are we waiting for here? Fong Hung did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed deep within the clouds, his voice calm. Waiting for the people who handle these matters professionally. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep rumbling sound suddenly pierced through everyone's ears. At first the sound was merely a faint tremor, but within seconds it escalated sharply, transforming into a tearing thud, thud, thud sound. The roar of the propeller wildly stirred the air, resembling the thunderous roar falling from the heavens, ruthlessly tearing through the clouds, heading straight for the 6-unit residential building. Wang Yi suddenly looked up, his tired eyes widening in shock. Above in the clear sky, a dark spot was rapidly enlarging, the glaring sunlight reflecting harshly off its metallic shell. Oldly, Wang Yi swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as he murmured, but his voice was drowned out by the noise. What is going on? When did our city bureau become so extravagant as to call for helicopter support? The forensic officer Oldly trembled, honestly a bit confused. Until that deep gray helicopter steadily hovered above the rooftop about 4 meters off the ground. With a deep mechanical hiss, the side door of the cabin slid open. Immediately, a black tactical rope ladder was thrown out, dangling down towards the rooftop. Swish! Without hesitation, 3 fully armed figures surged out of the cabin, sliding down the rope ladder. The 3 landed almost simultaneously, their combat boots striking the hard concrete floor with such steadiness that there was hardly any sound of collision. 2 men and 1 woman. They wore large, fully enclosed tactical goggles that obscured most of their face. Dressed in deep gray, unmarked, tight-fitting combat suits, they were fully equipped with tactical vests, mini communicators, specialized magazines, and tactical daggers. Wang Yi and Oldly squinted against the wind, watching these 3 mysterious warriors as if they had descended from the heavens. The 2 exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe. These were no ordinary SWAT officers. The murderous aura emanating from them indicated they were true warriors who had seen blood. The 3 rendered a precise tactical salute in Fong Hung's direction. Then the round-faced young man in the middle stepped forward, silently walking up to Fong Hung. Jiang City Bureau Criminal Investigation Team, to Fong Hung. Fong Hung proactively introduced himself. The young man nodded slightly, confirming quietly. He raised his hand, reaching into the inner pocket of his tactical vest, pulling out an ID and offering it to Fong Hung. It was a very special ID. The outer layer was a deep, dark red, and the edges were adorned with a circle of dark golden patterns. On the cover of the ID, a vividly depicted golden 5-clawed divine dragon coiled majestically. Fong Hung's pupils slightly contracted. He had seen this emblem before. During an internal training session hosted by Captain Zhang, he had the fortune to catch a glimpse of it once. He opened the ID and immediately saw the striking words on the inside. Abnormal Affairs Handling Bureau Monster Countermeasures Division Group, 6 Zhang Mingxian. Fong Hung instantly felt a rush of respect, snapping the ID shut and returning it with both hands. Zhang Mingxian took the ID and secured it, his voice crisp and clear. By order of Captain Zhang, we are here to collect the monster's remains and relevant evidence. Also, Officer Fong, could you come with us to Beijing? Captain Zhang is waiting for you. Understood. Fong Hung said nothing further. He immediately turned and walked briskly to Wang Yi and Old Li's side. At that moment, Wang Yi and Old Li were completely dumbfounded, standing there like statues. Old Wang, give me the stuff. Fong Hung patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. Huh. Oh, okay. Wang Yi, as if waking from a dream, fumbled to open the sealed box beneath him. Fong Hung personally checked the items and promptly handed over the previously sealed monster remains and other materials one by one to Zhang Mingxian. Zhang Mingxian took them carefully, placing them into the alloy safe he carried with him, securing each piece of evidence in the compartments inside the box. Simultaneously, Fong Hung pulled out a dossier from the backpack that Officer Wang Yi had brought over. The dossier was sealed with a rope, and a striking white printed label was affixed to the surface. Jiang City Abnormal Case 001 Lizard Face Monster Incident. This was a habit he had developed since participating in Captain Jiang's training, organizing the abnormal cases he encountered into a record. This dossier was the only one with an anomaly value exceeding 99, and it was the only case he believed was worthy of documentation. Anomaly 001. Zhang Mingxiao accepted the file, feeling a surge of respect. He quickly stuffed the file bag into his backpack. Old Wang will leave the scene to you. Contact me if anything happens. Fong Hung patted Wang Yi's shoulder and then followed Zhang Mingxiao towards the rope ladder. Zhang Mingxiao gestured towards the helicopter, the rotor speed stabilizing. Fong Hung grabbed the rope ladder and climbed up swiftly. 3 members of the Monster Tactics Department followed closely, climbing up the rope ladder as the helicopter began to ascend slowly. On the rooftop, Wang Yi and Old Li stood with their heads tilted back in the wind. They watched as the dark gray helicopter flew higher and farther away, gradually becoming a black, indistinguishable in the clouds. Oldly, Wang Yi swallowed hard, his voice amplified by the silence that followed the departure of the rotor. Can we include what happened today in the report? Oldly was silent for a moment, looking down at the evidence bag in his hand, which had not yet been sealed, containing a small piece of dark green scale fragments. If you want to die, go ahead and write it. Wang Yi shivered, recalling the red document marked with a golden dragon. He decisively shook his head. Then let's forget it. The wind on the rooftop calmed down. Old Town Jinxing Plaza, Shiguang, Armor Salvation Base. Zhou Yang passed through the spatial gate, re-entering this small space independent of the world through the mural corridor. The base of the Shiguang organization. Golden light still floated above the base. Zhou Yang leaned against the central stone pillar, reflecting on the gains from this operation. System, what use is this flame bead that exploded from the red-scorched wall lizard? He opened his palm, and a bead the size of a marble swirling with flames hovered above it. The firelight illuminated the patterns on his palm, making every line clear. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host, this is a flame elemental crystal core, which contains the fire energy of the entire body of the red-scorched beast. The host can use the crystal core to enhance strength exchange for points, strength, and armor. Even high-level crystal cores can be used to create ordinary elemental armor. Zhou Yang, seeing these effects, hesitated for almost no time. How can I enhance my strength through the crystal core? The host only needs to spend a certain amount of points, and this system can help the host absorb the elemental energy within the crystal core without side effects, directly increasing the host's elemental energy level. Crystal core, level mid-level yellow, direct absorption, requires 200 points. Do you need to enhance? Yes. Zhou Yang's mind moved, and 200 points were deducted directly. The marble-sized crystal core in front of him instantly transformed into a warm, fiery glow. Then, like a thin, soft layer of light mist, it peeled away from the surface layer by layer and gradually seeped into the skin of his palm. Zhou Yang closed his eyes, quietly feeling it. The light points flowed into his body like a gentle stream, as if a continuous warm current gathered along a mysterious path to his lower abdomen. That pathway extended from his palm up his wrist to his shoulder, then along both sides of his spine downwards, finally converging at the dantian position in his lower abdomen. That was the energy of fire. He kept his eyes closed, letting his consciousness follow the path of the warm current repeatedly. With each cycle, the warm current became denser and heavier than before. About half an hour later, the fire elemental energy within him finally transformed from a trickle into a state filling his entire dantian. Like a small fire seed compressed to the extreme, quietly suspended in his lower abdomen, burning gently. Zhou Yang opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and focused his mind. In the palm of his hand, a flame about the size of an egg suddenly surged into existence. The orange-eared flames danced above his palm. It burned steadily in his palm, as if it had a life of its own. With a wave of his hand, the fireball was released, hitting a stone slab 3 meters away on the plaza floor. With a sizzling sound, a fist-sized charred mark instantly burned into the surface of the stone slab. The edges of the slab faintly reddened, and the stone emitted a very slight cracking sound under the high temperature. This was his own elemental energy fire. He called up his personal attribute panel. The panel unfolded before him, with subtle changes occurring in certain areas. Element light fire energy, mid-level yellow, strength level mid-level yellow. Energy had transformed from non-existent into the tangible state of mid-level yellow. This meant that if he transformed into the Nawa armor warrior again, the actual combat power of the armor would directly step firmly into the early stage of the Xian level. He clenched his fist, vaguely feeling the flow of fire elemental energy through his blood and veins. This feeling is too wonderful. He lingered in this immersive sensation for a while longer, keeping his eyes closed as the warm current coursed through his body in circles again and again. Then he opened his eyes, his gaze landing once more on the system interface. Taking advantage of the good state, let's have a round of 5 consecutive draws. System, I will use 5 lottery chances. The interface shifted, and the roulette began to spin wildly in his line of sight. Congratulations to the host for drawing rewards: Shadowstone set, Ice Child's Big Bun CI Nano Armor, Ant Hughes Dumplings Aries Sound Transmission Technique. Shadowstone set, a Mother Stone and Child Stones, which can project the desired image onto the Child Stones through the Mother Stone. The Mother Stone is unique, and it can periodically split into a certain number of Child Stones. Zhou Yang looked at the square stone in his hand and directly inquired in his mind. System, can I change this shadow stone into the shape I want? He immediately envisioned a design of a crossed sword and shield badge in his mind. Yes, it will cost 100 points, and it has automatically been changed to the customized design for the host. In an instant, the square stone in his palm transformed, becoming a palm-sized golden badge within seconds. A badge composed of a sword and shield. With the thought, this Motherstone badge immediately split into 10 smaller badges of the same size. He kept all the badges in the system space. His gaze fell on the item Aunt Hugh's dumplings on the interface, which displayed a total of 10 plates of dumplings. It is said that eating the dumplings from Aunt Hugh's dumpling shop can make people feel delicious and happy. This time I must try them. A plate of steaming dumplings appeared in Zhou Yang's palm, and these dumplings drawn from the system were freshly cooked. He took out chopsticks, picked up a dumpling, and took a bite. The delicious juices exploded in his mouth, the flavors of chives and shrimp mixing with the fragrant spices. The skin was thin yet resilient, and the filling was so full that he could feel the weight when he picked it up with chopsticks. I don't know about happiness, but the deliciousness is real. After finishing all 18 dumplings on the plate, Zhou Yang returned the empty plate to the system space, his gaze sweeping across the altar diagonally opposite. The stone sculpture of the 4 elemental armors had been restored completely. Then he glanced at the blue armor summoner quietly lying on the system interface. CI Nano Armor Summoner, the first armor warrior of Shiguang. The trial has begun. 3 figures gradually appeared in his mind. A cool female CEO, a passionate delivery boy, and a simple brick-moving worker. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the Chu family castle. Chu Qingwei has returned after leaving that. She immediately accounted for all her funds: real estate, jade, gold, luxury cars, yachts, funds, and bonds. After converting these assets into cash, it would amount to roughly 1 billion. In addition to the shares she held in the Chu Group, she could produce assets worth 160 billion. But that is still not enough. Having witnessed the apocalyptic scenes and the brutal battlefield, she felt that these numbers were too insignificant for the future. Her meager assets were merely a drop in the bucket when it came to the organization's mission of salvation. She clenched the Rolls-Royce key in her palm. The armored figures blocking the beasts in the mural flashed through her mind. She wondered if offering all her assets would grant her a chance to don the armor and fight, even if just once. She returned the documents to the drawer and walked into the living room, making her way up the corridor to the 3rd floor. As she passed by her grandfather's study, her footsteps suddenly halted. The crack of the slightly ajar door spilled out bright white light. Her grandfather had returned. Chu Qingwei stood at the study door, paused for 2 seconds, then reached out to knock. A light cough came from within, followed by an aged, steady voice, "Come in." She pushed the door open. Her grandfather Chu Maoguo was seated at the study desk. The curtains were half drawn, and the evening sun poured in through the gaps, casting a golden line across the table. 2 cups of steaming tea had already been set out. 1 cup was beside her grandfather, and the other was positioned across from him. Was he waiting for her? She dragged a chair over, sat across from him, and gently sipped from the teacup. The tea had a light fragrance, the Longjing tea her grandfather favored. It was slightly bitter at first, with a lingering sweetness, and the warmth flowed down her throat, calming her still tense heart. Chu Maoguo patiently waited for her to finish half a cup of tea before he spoke slowly. "Did you meet that person today?" She nodded. "I did. What do you know?" Chu Qingyu's hand suddenly trembled, causing a few drops of tea to spill out and splash. She looked at the old man, her expression momentarily breaking. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and then her eyes reflected a hint of sadness. "A segment of history. A few truths. Have you discerned that person's identity?" The old man asked, steadying his hand on the cup without the slightest tremor. "What about the truth? What is it?" He posed 2 questions. Chu Qingwei smiled bitterly, her clear voice sounding slightly dry. "Grandfather, to protect you I can't say much. All I can tell you is that behind this world lies a history that is despairing and painful perhaps. There is a future perhaps not. And this future ordinary people may not be able to bear." This was the first time Chu Maoguo saw his usually composed granddaughter, the cold CEO, display such a heavy, almost despairing demeanor. The old man's heart tightened, filled with confusion. What kind of history and future could crush his far-sighted and shrewd granddaughter into this state? But he did not press further or investigate. He simply raised his hand gently and poured a cup of tea for her. The motion was slow and steady, just like 17 years ago. Chu Maoguo knew she would pull through, just like that night when her parents passed away. The little girl with red eyes remained silent, which tugged at his heartstrings. He simply lifted the small body of the girl and stroked her head, saying, "Don't be afraid, Yaya. If the sky falls, grandfather will hold it up for you." Then the stubborn little girl cried in his embrace for the entire night. Now that little girl with red eyes had grown into a tall and graceful young woman. Chu Maoguo looked at her, feeling both comforted and pained. Time and love would heal all wounds. This time he believed would be the same, because family was still present. The old man gazed at her quietly. "What do you need grandfather to help you with?" "All I need is to provide enough support after you regain your spirit." Chu Qingwei took a deep breath, her eyes shifting from sadness to calm clarity in a matter of seconds. "I need funds, preferably enough to leverage an entire country." The old man twitched, his gaze trembling. He almost couldn't believe his ears. Then he raised his head. "How much do you need?" "At least 200 billion. Her cold voice revealed determination. The old man's eyes froze for a few seconds, staring, without moving, pondering for a moment. It's possible, but it will take time. At least a month. Chu Qinghua shook her head. She couldn't wait that long, as she felt that Shiguang couldn't wait that long. Only with a complete logistical guarantee and financial support could the predecessors fight without restraint. 1 week. 1 week is too short, it won't be enough time. The group's cash flow can't be moved around too much, those old fellows on the board. Then sell off the overseas assets. The sooner the better. Chu Qingyu's voice suddenly rose, her gaze filled with a determination the old man couldn't comprehend. Chu Maohua fell silent for a moment. What he saw was the group, the family business the kingdom built over many years. But Chu Qinghua was already seeing another world. After the invasion of the beasts and the apocalypse, she felt that everywhere outside Shiguang would no longer be peaceful. The overseas assets would eventually become ruins, better to liquidate them now. Convert them into funds, into logistics, into the living guarantees for those fighting outside. This was the greatest role of the Chu group. For the first time, Chu Maohua was defeated by the steadfast gaze of his granddaughter. He didn't know why she was doing this, but he chose to trust her. Just like 17 years ago, he believed that the little girl with red eyes would definitely stand up again. All right, grandfather will listen to you. Liquidate within a week. Chu Qingyu's tense body relaxed all at once. She knew this would be difficult for her grandfather. But there was no choice, time was running out. She had no time left, and Shiguang had no time left either. She picked up the teacup again, and took a sip, finally revealing a hint of a smile. It was faint, but it was indeed a smile. Chu Maohua remained silent for a while, then suddenly spoke. Why the rush? Chu Qinghua turned to look out of the window. The sunset split the sky in half beneath the endless horizon. One half was glaringly golden red, while the other half was sinking into darkness. She gazed for a long time, long enough for the sun to sink a bit further before she turned her head back. Chu Maohua saw her reddened eyes and the hoarse response that barely escaped her lips. Because the mentor bears too much weight. He needs a group of companions to help him hold it all up. Mentor. In that moment, Chu Maohua firmly etched that name in his heart. He didn't know who this person was, or what they looked like. But he knew this person was extremely important enough for his granddaughter to be willing to stake the entire Chu group on it. The old man set down his teacup, his voice resolute. 300 billion. Grandfather will sell all overseas assets. Thank you, grandfather. Chu Qinghua paused, her lips moving as if about to say something. Then she froze in place. A voice resonated within her consciousness. Familiar, cold, mysterious, yet awe-inspiring. The trial has begun. The Aries communication technique activated. Chu Qinghua glanced around in the room. Apart from her and her grandfather, there was no one else. Is it the mentor? Grandfather, I might need to go to a place. Now. Perhaps now. Perhaps in the future. Although Chu Qinghua quickly took measures in response to the news of Chu Maohua's latest brain cancer recovery, in this era of transparent information, secrets and gossip spread faster than anything else. It's as if there are no walls that cannot be breached in this world. Just a few days ago, Chu Maohua was critically ill, and last night, he climbed out of bed. Within one night and a day, this news had already spread throughout the wealthy and powerful circles of Jiang City. At this moment, in an underground base of a mansion in Jiang City, it was surrounded by layers of hidden guards, with every door equipped with independent facial recognition and fingerprint verification, and the hallway cameras provided a 360-degree view without blind spots. In the innermost part of the basement, in a small and eerie room, Qian Fenghai, the second most powerful figure in Jiang City, was kneeling before a statue. Qian Fenghai, 54 years old, was the head and spokesperson of the Qian family, controlling the lifeline of most underground gray industries in Jiang City. Once he had been ridiculed by the elite circles of Jiang City for openly pursuing immortality. But now, upon hearing the report from his trusted subordinate about Chu Maohua's sudden recovery, Qian Fenghai was trembling all over. It was not fear. It was excitement and exhilaration. For he finally saw hope in the long-held belief of immortality. He grasped his subordinate's shoulder tightly. His grip was so strong that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Suppressing his excitement, his voice trembled slightly. From today onwards, spare no effort to capture the Chu family's grandfather and grandson and find out who provided that vial of medicine. Soon all branches of the Qian family received this order. The spies in the gray industry began to assemble, and the owner of Qian Entertainment Media put down the contract he was working on. The underground bank paused all lending activities, and all forces affiliated with the Qian family began to master. After conveying the orders, the subordinate returned. What should we do if we find that person? Qian Fenghai slowly opened his eyes while kneeling before the statue. His eyes were no longer filled with excitement, replaced by indifference and a trace of killing intent hidden deep within. If they are obedient, keep them to work for me. If they are not obedient, leave no survivors. The subordinate's eyes flashed with a glint of cold light. Understood. Qian Fenghai lifted his head again, holding a lit incense. The curling smoke rose from the incense, twisting and turning as it climbed up in the dim room. Before him stood a statue so eerie that just a glance made one feel uncomfortable. The statue was a dark, ancient bronze color shaped like a Buddha with a skull for a head. The eye sockets of the skull were deep like a dried well, and between the teeth there seemed to be remnants of golden fragments, as if it had just chewed on some living creature. The body of the statue was half-turned with one emaciated arm bent across its chest, holding a broken skull, while the other arm hung over its knee, the fingertips pointing to the ground. This statue lay between the corpse-like figure of Tibetan Buddhism and something much older, embodying both compassion and terror, both solemnity and eeriness. Qian Fenghai piously inserted the incense into the bronze censer before the statue, then clasped his hands together and bowed his head 3 times, each bow earnest and sincere. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with an almost pathological desire and greed. He wanted immortality, he craved eternal life. At the same time, in a basement of an administrative building in the city center of Jiang City, Li Xiangtian, the vice mayor of Jiang City, was sitting behind a simple desk. At 42 years old, he was at the peak of his vitality. He should have been ambitious climbing up the political ladder, but suddenly he was diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer. It was only when he heard the report from a subordinate about Chu Maoguo's miraculous recovery from brain cancer that a spark of life appeared in his eyes. He sat in silence for a long time before speaking. Act according to the situation. If someone troubles the Chu family, let's observe for a while. When they fall into trouble, help the Chu family resolve the crisis. Then inquire about the whereabouts of that medicine and the identity of the person who provided it. If the Chu family is unwilling to reveal the information about the medicine and the person behind it, we will unleash all our forces to suppress the Chu family, with all policies forcing them to comply. On that same day, all influential forces in Jiang City and the surrounding areas moved as if they had caught a whiff of blood. From the giant corporations in the business world to various factions in the political arena, from major bosses in the underground gray industry to wealthy families in neighboring cities. Everyone, like sharks sensing blood, began to mobilize all their power to infiltrate the Chu family. Employees of the Chu group, servants of the Chu family's castle, and outsourced individuals delivering groceries and packages were all under scrutiny. Anyone who had any contact with the Chu family was infiltrated. These individuals all began to frantically investigate everyone the Chu family had interacted with during this time and all the places they had visited. Their goal was singular: to find the formula of the medicine that saved Chu Maoguo at all costs, as well as the identity of the person who provided it, no matter the cost. However, it was not just outsiders who coveted the Chu family. The internal crisis was often the most deadly. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Zhang pharmaceutical group, the Zhang family was the leader in the domestic pharmaceutical industry, holding half of the tumor-targeted drug market. Zhang Zhonghua was the current head of the Zhang family at 45 years old. At this moment, in the president's office of the Zhang Group, he was meeting 2 unexpected guests. They were Chu Qingyu's uncle Chu Jianmin and Professor Yuan, the attending physician of Chu Maoguo. Zhang Zhonghua sat on the sofa holding 3 reports, having flipped from the first page to the last. 2 of them were the health check reports from when Chu Maoguo was in the late stage of brain cancer, and the report after recovery, the stark contrast causing anyone who understood medical data to gasp in shock. These 2 reports came from Yuan. Although she had signed a confidentiality agreement that night, and all data reports were destroyed, her memory was exceptionally good. After returning home, she transcribed the data from the 2 reports she had personally seen, without missing every indicator. Every value was accurate to 2 decimal places. There was also a 3rd report. That night in Chu Maoguo's hospital room, Chu Jianmin had secretly used his finger to dab the residue of the medicine from the vial when no one was paying attention. He then handed it over to Professor Yuan, who sent it to her private laboratory for testing. Today he specifically brought this test report with him. The 3 reports stacked together were enough to shake the foundations of the entire medical community and even society. The last report on the medicine revealed a large number of completely unknown components. Even Zhang Zhonghua, coming from a pharmaceutical family, could only barely comprehend a small part of it. Zhang Zhonghua maintained an outward calm, even picking up a teacup for a sip, but internally he was already shaken to his core by these test results. A thought flashed through his mind. If this medicine were developed and launched on the market, then Zhang Pharmaceuticals' entire tumor-targeted drug sector would be eliminated in a very short time, leading to the collapse of the entire group. Because one of Zhang Pharmaceuticals' main focuses was tumor-targeted drugs. This was a barrier built over 3 generations and decades of research investment. Chu Jianmin did not hide his greed and intentions at all. In fact, he never intended to conceal them. We will collaborate to obtain the formula for this medicine. The profits will be divided 70-30, with your Zhang family receiving 70, and I will take 30. Chu Jianmin had already calculated this account countless times on the plane. He originally just wanted to take advantage of Chu Maoguo's critical illness to gain more shares and assets of the Chu family. But now he saw an existence that was greater than the interests of the Chu family. Once he acquired the formula for that medicine, he wouldn't care about the Chu family. The profits from this kind of medicine would easily exceed trillions. He would monopolize the entire pharmaceutical market worldwide. Seeing Chu Jianmin's unabashed greed, Zhang Zhonghua felt a bit more at ease. He looked down on this person who betrayed his own family, feeling disdain deep within his bones. Yet it was precisely such people who were often the easiest to manipulate and most likely to betray again. Zhang Zhonghua's lips curved slightly. He turned to the woman who had remained silent beside him. Professor Yuan, 50 years old, was a renowned expert in oncology in the capital. Since entering the room, she had not said a word. Zhang Zhonghua's tone softened. Professor Yu, what do you want? He held a degree of respect for this esteemed figure in the industry. After all, she was a truly capable person. Professor Yuan lifted her gaze. Her eyes were slightly red, and the bloodshot veins proved that she had not slept well the previous night. I don't want money. I only need your support in researching this medicine. If I can successfully crack the formula, countless patients suffering from cancer will benefit. I am doing this for the countless patients I have seen. Money is not important. She had spent her life as an oncologist witnessing too many patients and families struggling with cancer. She had seen the deepest despair and pain. Thus she longed for what the medicine could bring. Looking at Professor Yuan, Zhang Zhonghua seemed to see a halo of compassion surrounding her. He silently scoffed to himself. Whether the other party was a true saint or a false one did not matter. With Professor Yuan's medical skills and reputation in the industry, their actions would only proceed more smoothly. He nodded and smiled. If that's the case, let's collaborate happily, both of you. A knowing smile appeared on the three. The three shook hands, signed, and reached an agreement. After the collaboration was established, Zhang Zhonghua considered that some harsh words needed to be said in advance. Mr. Chu, Professor Yu, he began, since one of you is from the Chu family and the other has close ties with them, I must mention some unpalatable words up front. In this collaboration targeting the Chu family and the person behind them, I hope you both do not show mercy and do not betray our trust. Before he could finish, Chu Jianmin immediately smiled and raised his hand to swear. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, the foundation of our cooperation is trust. I will not betray our agreement. His smile was sincere, but Zhang Zhonghua completely did not believe him. A person who could betray their own family had nothing worth trusting. Yet he still nodded, then turned his gaze toward the still hesitant Professor Yuan. Professor Yuan hesitated for a few seconds, as if silently struggling with that last shred of something within herself. Then she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her resolve was firm. For the future of more humans, sacrificing 3 individuals is unavoidable. At this moment in the Chu family's castle, Chu Qingwei had just set down her teacup, the sound of her mentor's recent message still echoing in her ears. At 8:30 in the evening, the headquarters of the Abnormal Handling Bureau in the capital, one by one special vehicles from various parts of the capital silently entered the underground parking lot of the headquarters. These license plates may seem inconspicuous to the outside world, but each vehicle's registration is unique. One after another, individuals of special status emerged from these vehicles, silently entering this seemingly ordinary building. Among these people were the city leaders of the capital, academicians from the Huaca Institute, a major general from the military district headquarters, and the deputy director of the capital's Intelligence Investigation Bureau. A dozen people turned into a thick soundproof door at the end of the corridor, each finding their seat around a long table. A neatly arranged dark brown wooden long table, 18 black leather chairs. At 8:40, an online meeting initiated by the Abnormal Handling Bureau's Monster Strategy Department began simultaneously. The participants included bigwigs from the military, political, and law enforcement sectors of the capital. The confidentiality level of this meeting, top secret, grade A, the highest level. The meeting room quieted down. The bigwigs settled into their seats, patiently waiting after their phones were uniformly collected. As the last person entered, many gazes involuntarily turned toward him. Entering was a 30-year-old young man with a neat short haircut, masculine and handsome. He had a subtle but recognizable mole on his right eyebrow bone, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit. Clearly the youngest in the room, yet his presence was no less formidable than any of the other bigwigs present. The young man noticed that everyone was gathered and calmly and politely nodded to greet the seated dignitaries. Then he took out a red header document and a small encrypted USB drive from the black bag tucked under it. As soon as the red header document was spread out on the table, academician Liu from the Huaca Institute squinted at the document's number and emblem, his heart jolting. He had only seen such a numbering format and encryption level once in his life. 30 years ago, in a sealed primitive forest in Wanqing, he had participated in an investigation of an incident that had never been disclosed. The incident of the abnormal giant python transforming into a dragon. He still remembered the numbering level from back then, and the document in front of him had a number 2 levels higher. The young man paid no attention to the astonishment of the old academician, simply plugging the USB drive into the conference table's interface and activating the projection. The screen behind him lit up, displaying a line of bright red text. Abnormal Handling Bureau, Abnormal Files, Record Number A003, Jiang City, Abnormal Monster Invasion Incident. The young man turned around, facing 18 different expressions. He calmly introduced himself. My name is Zhang Lanfeng, the team leader of the 6th Group in the Anomaly Handling Bureau's Monster Response Department. Fong Hung had entered the conference room at some point. With his head lowered, he cautiously handed each dignitary a thin document, his movements so light that they barely made a sound. Each time Fong Hung delivered a document, his palms would tremble involuntarily. Any one of the people in this room was someone he might never have had the chance to meet in his entire life. At 1:15 a.m. today, an anomalous intrusion occurred in the Jiangxin community in the southern part of Jiang City, with an anomaly level exceeding 95. The scene was severely damaged, and it is suspected that a monster capable of spewing fire and a mysterious armored individual appeared. A total of 10 residents have died on site. 6 are seriously injured and 30 are lightly injured. Some were burned to death, while others were directly dismembered by the monster. There are over 80 eyewitness testimonies from residents, with 32 stating they saw the monster and the armored individual with their own eyes. Given the danger level and anomaly value of this incident far exceed previous cases, our bureau has classified this event as a top-level A grade. The conference room fell silent, with only Zhang Lanfeng's voice and the occasional faint sound of pages turning. As the pages turned, the expressions of the dignitaries grew increasingly grave and serious. Major General Lin from the military district in the capital was the first to break the silence. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped his fingers leisurely on the table. Captain Zhang, I have served in the military for over 30 years and have seen all sorts of storms and tempests. I was even involved in the water monster incident at Newtown's Karna Lake 30 years ago. It was a huge uproar at the time, and I led a platoon to investigate for an entire month. In the end, all we found were a few drowned wild buffalo skeletons that created a mirage in the light. Moreover, several witnesses had been drinking, which led to their delusions of seeing a water monster. Major General Lin paused, his gaze resolute. Is it possible that in this incident in Jiang City, the residents experienced a collective hallucination due to the high temperatures and smoke at the fire scene? After all, human perception can be faulty in extreme conditions. The city mayor slightly nodded, and Director Gao also furrowed his brow. Zhang Lanfeng's expression remained unchanged, calm as ever. He simply waved his hand lightly in Fong Hung's direction. Fong Hung retrieved a metal safe from the corner of the conference room, the safe making a heavy sound as it was placed on the long table. He opened the lock under the watchful gaze of 18 pairs of eyes. He directly picked up a sealed evidence bag with his gloved hand. The bag was completely vacuum sealed, containing a charred severed limb. It faintly resembled the form of 3 bent toes and a paw pad. Fong Hung, unhurried, took out a brand new alloy dagger and placed it on the table for everyone to see. He held the claw and the dagger at the same height, then lightly tapped them together. Clang! A crisp metallic sound resonated in the quiet conference room. Fong Hung then lifted the dagger and struck down at the charred claw. He applied considerable force, even more than an average adult male. Yet everyone held their breath, leaning in close. The charred claw only left a shallow white mark on its surface. Before any discussion could arise in the conference room, Fong Hung swiftly turned the claw around and struck the blade of the dagger with similar force. A very faint sound was heard. A clear crack appeared on the surface of the dagger. Fong Hung then struck several. In less than 10 seconds, the brand new alloy dagger shattered in the middle, breaking into several metal fragments that fell onto the table. All 18 people in the conference room held their breath, afraid to make a sound, lest they miss any detail of. Major General Lin's body had somehow tightened straight, his gaze fixed firmly on the table. This was a standard alloy dagger known for its top-tier hardness among military equipment. Now it had crumbled to pieces after just a few strikes from a charred claw. This was only in its charred state. Its original hardness and sharpness could only be more terrifying. Zhang Lanfeng observed everyone's reactions. Silently, he brought up the next piece of information on the screen. We used a special military-grade instrument from our bureau to conduct a full examination of this claw. The test results show the biological composition of this claw does not belong to any known category of life forms. Its hardness and sharpness exceed all alloy metals currently known in this world, including military-grade special alloys. He paused for a moment and then brought up another test report. This report came from the old energy detection instrument that has been part of the Anomaly Handling Bureau since its establishment. An instrument that has never been made public and has never been known to any research institution. This device can detect the concentration of unknown special energy contained in any object. After repeated tests with this instrument, the anomaly value within this claw reached 99. Everyone, this is the third incident with an anomaly value exceeding 80 that our Bureau has discovered since its establishment. And this time it is the only incident with an anomaly value exceeding 95. It is also our closest encounter with those existences. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. The light on the screen flashed repeatedly. A minute later, the Deputy Director of the Capital Intelligence Investigation Bureau was the first to break the silence. Aside from the monster, do we have any confirmation regarding the identity of that armored individual? As soon as this question was asked, the atmosphere in the conference room changed instantly. Some leaned slightly forward in their seats, some exchanged glances discreetly, and others flipped back to the previously skipped page of the sealed document in front of them. Curiosity, eagerness, skepticism, vigilance, and some more complex emotions. Greed. Zhang Lanfeng stood before the screen under these gazes, his expression unchanged. His voice remained steady as before. Let the primary investigator of this case provide a detailed introduction. He closed the document in front of him and quietly walked to a chair in the corner of the conference room. Fang Heng stood in the center of 18 gazes from the highest echelons of the capital, a layer of sweat instantly forming on his back. Among these people were major generals, city mayors, directors of bureaus, and academicians from the Academy of Sciences. Each one had once seemed unattainable to him. He forced himself to smile politely and took out the materials. This is a compilation of testimonies from the 32 eyewitnesses of this incident. After 3 rounds of cross-examination and individual verification by our Jiang City Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, the consistency of the testimonies exceeds 90. Among them, 2 individuals had direct contact with both the monster and the armored individual. He simultaneously brought up the identity information of Duan Yin and Qin Donglai, projecting it onto the large screen. 2 entirely different faces appeared before everyone. One was a young and handsome face with a hint of youthful enthusiasm. The other was the face of a middle-aged man, dark and ruddy with a simple smile. Director Gao of the Criminal Investigation Bureau's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Yan's information on the screen. This Duan Yan is impressive, brave, and fearless. Director Gao of the Criminal Investigation Bureau's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Yan's information on the screen. This Duan Yan is impressive, brave. This child has a solid background. We can invite him to our Criminal Investigation Bureau for proper training. At that moment, Zhang Lanfeng, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly glanced at the encrypted communicator at his waist. The screen flickered, and a message popped up. After reading the message, his expression changed in an instant. Zhang Lanfeng stood up and walked to the long table, gently pressing his palm on the surface. The motion was slight, but sufficient to silence everyone. His voice dropped a few more notches. Everyone, our director has given instructions. This incident is classified as a grade of super anomaly. First, over 80 witnesses from Jiangxin community must sign a confidentiality agreement within 24 hours, maintaining surveillance for a year and prohibited from leaving the country. No one in the conference room spoke. Everyone present understood the level of secrecy corresponding to the Class A super measures. Second, in the upcoming investigation operations, all of you and your subordinates must fully cooperate with us in managing the investigation, with the highest principle being the elimination of the abnormal beasts and the removal of safety hazards. It's best for all departments to maintain information sharing with all resources involved in this incident being coordinated by the Management Bureau. The voice was filled with penetrating authority. Finally, at all costs, find that mysterious armored. His gaze shifted towards the head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. I hope Director Gao and your subordinates will work with us to monitor Duan Yin and Qin Donglai. Perhaps one of them will be the key breakthrough. Director Gao nodded without hesitation. With all instructions delivered, the meeting reached its conclusion. After signing the confidentiality agreement, the attendees retrieved their confiscated mobile phones and electronic devices, exiting one by one through the heavy soundproof door. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Only Fang Heng and Zhang Lanfeng remained in the. It was just an investigation into an incident, yet inexplicably, he found himself in the capital city, and then somehow attending a meeting encountering influential figures he might never have greeted in his lifetime. Zhang Lanfeng stepped out from the corner, approached Fang Heng, and patted him on the shoulder. His expression bore a hint of fatigue, mixed with a sense of hardship. Fang Heng, do you know when our Anomaly Management Bureau was established? Fang Heng was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. However, Zhang Lanfeng seemed to ignore his reaction, continuing on. About 90 years ago, a dragon fall incident occurred on the river in Liaoqing. Following that, after multiple reviews, the Anomaly Management Bureau was officially established. In these 90 years, it has investigated and handled a total of 749 anomalous events. Most anomalous events do not exceed 40 in anomaly value. The final investigation results mostly report instrument errors, light refraction, mass hallucinations, or pranks. Only 3 incidents have had multiple witnesses simultaneously capturing the monsters, and leaving physical evidence. Among them, one was the chemical plant explosion incident in the capital 7 years ago. At that time, dozens of employees were killed or injured, and witnesses saw the monster and took photos. But that monster vanished into thin air after causing destruction and has not been seen since. The second incident was a bank robbery in North City 6 years ago where the monster inexplicably disguised itself as a human among the crowd. It resulted in casualties among the bank staff, and although there were surveillance photos, the monster mysteriously disappeared. Zhang Lanfeng walked to the window, gazing at the street scene outside, as if seeing a further world beyond. Fang Heng was also lost in thought. The third incident was today's the only one where a monster was eliminated, leaving behind remnants. No one understood more than Zhang Lanfeng how much he craved the truth of this matter. This is the only time our Anomaly Management Bureau has been closest to the truth. I want to know about that armored person even more so. The truth of this world. Fang Heng fell silent for a moment. Then he seemed to sense something. Captain Zhang, what do you want me to do? Fang Heng, would you be willing to join the Anomaly Management Bureau and establish the first branch of the Bureau in Jiang City? In an instant, the conference room fell into an unusual silence. The night view of the capital outside the floor-to-ceiling window was as bright as ever. At 1 o'clock the next morning, the directives from the meeting held over 3 hours ago were smoothly transmitted. The military command from the capital military district was the first to arrive. At exactly 1 o'clock, several deep green military trucks simultaneously set off from the outskirts of Jiang City. The roar of engines shattered the silence of the suburban night. 5 helicopters took off from a nearby base, hovering low over Jiangxin community. A large number of troops stationed outside Jiang City quickly sealed off all entrances and exits to the community. The official statement released to the public was gas pipeline leakage explosion risk, and all residents must evacuate urgently. Residents of the community received compensation, quickly vacating the area, preparing to leave the community overnight. Meanwhile, the military had erected an 8-meter-high wall of alloy steel around the entire 6-unit building. Within the walls, precision instruments were brought in one after another. Thermal imaging arrays, air molecular samplers, and 2 old energy detectors airlifted from the headquarters of the Anomaly Management Bureau. The forensic personnel clad in military-grade protective suits re-entered the building, scanning residual energy layer by layer from the first floor to the rooftop. Every block of cement melted by high temperatures, every cracked brick seam, and every drop of dark green liquid dried on the walls were numbered, photographed, sealed, and boxed. All external roads leading to Jiangxin community were completely sealed off. All navigation software in Jiang City was updated on the same day, erasing this area from the map. From receiving the order to completing the lockdown, it took less than 40 minutes. At the same time, at the Class A Institute of Huaka University in the capital, Dean Lin Xianghua personally observed the entire process from outside the laboratory's explosion-proof glass. The most powerful research team at Huaka University had taken over the items brought back by academician Liu from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Several pieces of charred monster scales, a piece of charred monster flesh. Academician Liu changed into a white lab coat to personally participate in the research. Amid the low-frequency hum of precision instruments repeatedly running, his expression did not relax at all throughout the process. The first round of experiments tested hardness. The scales were fixed on a nano-indentation device, and the indenter pressed down at a rate of 0.1 micrometers per second. The values on the screen fluctuated. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. Even when the value reached 10,000, the scales still showed no structural deformation. Academician Liu removed his goggles and rubbed his eyes, staring at the value for a long time. This hardness exceeds currently known biological materials and surpasses the hardest alloys synthesized in the laboratory. In the second round of experiments, they placed tissue slices of the corpse under a super high magnification electron microscope. The images, magnified to the molecular level, rendered the 3 first-level researchers present completely silent. This was completely different from the cellular structures of all life forms they had studied on Water Blue Star. It was as if it were a life form that had never existed. The third round of experiments involved live reaction testing. They injected a small amount of tissue extract into a group of experimental mice, setting the observation window for 30 minutes. 15 minutes later, the group of mice exhibited different changes. Some had bloodshot eyes frantically crashing against the glass, some suddenly grew teeth and killed their peers, others experienced a drastic increase in physical strength. Academician Liu called off the live experiment at the 20th minute. The remaining extract was sealed and the live samples were immediately destroyed. He wrote a brief conclusion in the experimental record. The tissue of the corpse contains an unknown biological active component that can trigger a bloodthirsty frenzy reaction. At the same time, it contained an unknown energy that could enhance the structure of biological tissues. The other components were unidentifiable. Academician Liu and his 3 first-level researchers along with 6 senior engineers presented the preliminary investigation report at the experimental station. If there were life forms carrying this gene on Water Blue Star, humanity would have been destroyed long ago. Sighs echoed throughout the research room in the early morning hours. In the Intelligence Investigation Bureau building of the Capitol at 2 in the morning, dozens of investigators emptied the shelves of 2 entire archive rooms, scouring through all population information records within Jiangxinghua. Household registration, entry and exit records, social security contributions, bank statements, mobile base station locations, street surveillance. They simultaneously reviewed all case files regarding population movement in Jiangxing over the past 30 years. The deputy director of the Investigation Bureau had bloodshot eyes from staying up all night. They found no population records or documents related to the armored man. He placed the final comparison report on the table and rubbed his eyes. It was still dark outside the bureaus at 3 in the morning in a secret apartment on the outskirts of Jiangxing. This apartment did not exist on Jiangxing's map and would not show up on any navigation software, not even having a door number. The apartment was surrounded by 3 layers of police forces. This was where the Jiangxing police accommodated special witnesses. The 32 witnesses from Jiangxing community, after undergoing a unified physical examination and injury treatment at the military hospital, they were transported here in an unmarked bus in the early morning. Everyone was assigned to independent rooms, each equipped with basic living facilities. However, all communication and electronic devices had been collected before their arrival. Duan Yin and Qin Donglai were housed in the highest security grade A apartment located at the end of the corridor right next to the armed police duty room. Director Gao and Fang Heng flew back to Jiangxing from the capital overnight, and neither of them had the mind to close their eyes during the 2-hour flight. After landing, they did not return to the bureau, but went straight to the secret apartment. The 32 individuals were called into the temporary inquiry room, one by one. They were interrogated from start to finish in front of Director Gao and Fang Heng. Director Gao stood outside the window watching the silent Duan Yin and Qin Donglai inside. He quietly said to Fang Heng, "Keep an eye on Qin Donglai's daughter, may be his only breakthrough. But remember, do not harm anyone. They are merely witnesses, not suspects." He was curious as to why such an ordinary person as Qin Donglai would be specifically saved by that armored man. Fang Heng nodded. At 7 in the morning, Chu Qingwen knocked on the door of the office building. Zhou Yang did not return to the basement rental last night, but found an office in the building to cultivate all night long. He had recited the incantation for the mind energy cultivation technique hundreds of times. The energy particles drifting in the air were being transformed into spiritual particles in batches for absorption. His mind energy cultivation had increased slightly compared to last night, and he was not far from breaking into the mid-level of the yellow grade. Even with the system by his side as the creator of the Shiguang organization and the mentor of the armored warriors, he had no reason to slack off. At every moment, he could feel himself growing stronger. This feeling was more addictive than anything else. After cultivating all night, he still felt very energetic. At 7:30, at the Shiguang base, Chu Qingyue passed through the light gate and stepped onto the stone path. The golden light from the dome continued to pour down as always. Dozens of stone sculptures stood quietly on the 4 altars bathed in warm light. The string of 5-colored glowing characters on the central stone pillar continued to flicker. Everything appeared just as it was when she left. She could not afford to reminisce and feel sentimental, but prepared to ask Zhou Yang directly about the voice she heard yesterday. Before she could speak, Zhou Yang, already leaning against the stone pillar, spoke first. "Miss Chu, I already know but I told you yesterday your trial has already begun. Just as expected." That voice yesterday was indeed from the mentor. She did not hear wrong. As her heart leaped with joy, a larger question arose. "But you still haven't told me what the trial's content is." The corner of Zhou Yang's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask. He looked at Chu Qingyu's cold face, his gaze seemingly penetrating through her, seeing the crisis behind the Chu family. He saw the families of Jiangxing that were stirring with greed, and all the forces coveting the potion emerging from the shadows. He put his hand into the pocket of his hoodie, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal badge, his tone calm, as usual. "Go back now, Miss Chu. The crisis belonging to you and the Chu family has already begun. Surviving this crisis, you will welcome your own armored awakening ceremony." "My crisis?" Chu Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly. What crisis? Must she survive the crisis to awaken? Her mind was filled with confusion, tangled like a ball of yarn. Just as she was about to speak and continue questioning, Zhou Yang had already handed her a sword and shield badge. The badge shimmered with a tranquil and restrained metallic luster under the golden light of the dome. A sword and a shield crossed one another. It was exactly the same as the pattern she had seen on the bottom of the potion bottle yesterday. "This is the badge of the organization. Wear it, and you will become a member of the organization." Chu Qingyue suppressed the surging joy in her heart, gently trembling her fingers as she caught the badge. She carefully pinned the badge onto her sleeve. Looking down at the small sword and shield on her sleeve, she felt a profound sense of security filling her heart. She lifted her head wanting to ask something further, but Zhou Yang had already waved his hand signaling her to leave. Chu Qinghua sighed, turning toward the light gate with a belly full of questions. As she passed through the stone corridor, the mentor's last long sigh echoed in her ears. It felt more like waiting for something to be slowly uncovered. The light gate closed behind her. Zhou Yang immediately relaxed. He pulled the hood of his hoodie off his head and let out a long breath. He waved his hand to bring up the information that the system had detected while Chu Qinghua was standing in front of him. Human Chu Qinghua, gender female, talent ice-like skin and bone soft, overcoming hard, wealthy, beyond measure armor, Zanime armor compatibility 88. Zhou Yang stared at the line wealthy beyond measure for several seconds and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although Chu Qingyu's armor compatibility was not as monstrous as Duan Yan's 99%, however, she was genuinely wealthy and could generate more wealth. She was so wealthy that it could be labeled as a talent by the system. With her around, the development funds of the Shiguang organization would never be lacking. After all, if an organization can't even pay salaries, who would stay? The voice that had echoed in Chu Qingyu's mind last night was indeed transmitted through brainwaves using the Aries transmission technique he had drawn. As for the trial, it truly had begun. From the moment he sent that bottle of non-side defect powerful energy potion, he anticipated that there would be a crisis targeting the Chu family and him. The effects of the potion on Chu Maoguo were too outrageous, and human greed can never be wagered. Therefore, no matter how secretly Chu Qinghua kept things, people are the biggest loophole, and this crisis is probably the test he left for Chu Qinghua to become an armored warrior. As for Zhou Yang himself, he had more chess games to set in motion. The clues on Duan Yan's side needed to be continued, and the plot with Qin Donglai also needed to be advanced. The storylines of the three members must progress simultaneously. Chu Qinghua stepped out of the office building and immediately drove towards the Chu family's castle. The car was moving at a slow pace and her mind was not on the road at all. Her mind was filled with trials and tribulations as well as her mentor's words. The crisis belonging to you and the Chu family has already begun. What does this sentence mean? Her fingers unconsciously brushed against the sword and shield emblem on her sleeve. At that moment, an image unexpectedly crashed into her mind. A complete and clear image, every detail sharp and vivid. A scene of the Chu family collapsing where she and her grandfather were assassinated in the castle lying in a pool of blood. She saw countless dark hands reaching towards her and her grandfather's mentor, their owners' eyes filled with greed and malice. Among these blurry, greedy faces, she recognized a familiar one. It was her uncle, Chu Jianmin. Chu Qinghua suddenly slammed on the brakes, her face turning pale. In that instant, she understood everything. So the crisis the mentor spoke of, is this a? Chu Qinghua released her grip on the steering wheel. She slowly leaned back against the driver's seat, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Then she slowly opened her eyes and reached out to touch the emblem on her sleeve. Her gaze was filled with fervor. Was that image just now from the mentor? The mentor saved me once again. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Chu Qinghua gradually understood what the crisis her mentor had mentioned truly was. 2 days, 48 hours. She and her grandfather had already encountered 5 assassination attempts and 2 poisonings. The servants, cleaners, maids, chefs, and security of the Chu family castle. In 2 days, many were cleared away in batches. Her grandfather Chu Maoguo was sent into the only secret chamber in the castle. That chamber was known only to her and her grandfather on how to open it. Every day, she personally delivered food and water there. The Chu group faced pressure and attacks from various forces in Jiangxing. The Chu family's cargo ships leaving Jiangxing were seized one after another by the Qian family under the pretext of suspected smuggling. Hotels under the Chu group, both inside and outside Jiangxing, were maliciously reported by different people for different reasons within 2 days. Every report was accompanied by detailed complaint materials and photos, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood, but the purpose of the masterminds was achieved. Warnings of business suspension and rectification. Even more deadly was the internal crisis. The 3 real estate development projects and 2 new energy investment projects that the Chu family was negotiating. The key stages of negotiations for these projects were snatched away by competitors with nearly identical proposals. It was evident that these competitors had obtained all the internal quotations and bottom lines of the Chu family. The key stages of negotiations for these projects were snatched away by competitors with nearly identical proposals. It was evident that these competitors had obtained all the internal quotations and the Jiangxing Land Planning Bureau issued multiple notices for illegal rectifications within 2 days, each with different reasons. Construction drawings were inconsistent with filings, temporary land use permits had expired, environmental standards were not met, and fire escape designs needed to be re-examined. Each one stalled at the most critical construction nodes, and each item meant a suspension of the construction period. Multiple projects were halted simultaneously. If they could not be delivered on time, the total penalty would be enough to sever the Chu group's cash flow. And tonight, Chu Qingyue as usual began to carefully inspect her room. In the end, she found a booby-trapped flying knife connected to piano wire, a homemade miniature explosive device, and a folded note in her room. The flying knife was hidden on the bookshelf. As soon as she took any book, it would trigger the mechanism, and the flying knife would strike her. The explosive was positioned behind the bedboard under her bed, leaning against the headboard. As for the folded note, it was placed on her bedside table. Chu Qingyue put on rubber gloves and a mask, disarmed the mechanism and explosive, then unfolded the note. Crimson words appeared in the center of the paper. Hand over the formula for the medicine that treats your grandfather's cancer and the person who provided you with the medicine. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to lose your grandfather again, would you? Chu Qingyue refolded the note and placed it in a sealed bag. Then she removed her gloves and let out a long breath. She couldn't help but be grateful that she had sent her grandfather to the secret chamber under the castle at the first opportunity. Otherwise, with the extent to which these people had infiltrated the castle in 2 days, her grandfather would truly be in danger. Everything is indeed as the mentor predicted. Chu Qingyue put away the bag, straightened up, and murmured to her. The fog in her heart completely dissipated at that moment. When the mentor gave her the medicine, he had already foreseen today. He had known from the very beginning that this bottle of medicine would attract the attention of the entire upper echelons of Jiangxing. And her trial was none other than this storm itself. Mentor, you truly are remarkable. She took out her phone. The cold voice trembled slightly, but each word was steady. The fish are in the net, prepare to act. After hanging up, she walked to the window of her bedroom. Outside the window, the night was heavy and the sky of Jiangxing was obscured by thick clouds hiding any starlight. She stood by the window, gazing outside, as if she could see the lurking presence in the shadows. A hint of coldness lingered on her delicate and cool face. The weather has turned chilly. The Qian family, the Zhang family, the Lin family should also go bankrupt. After all, after that scene flashed through her mind like a warning, Chu Qingyue began to lay her plans. She foresaw everything. The Chu family appeared to be under constant attack, but in reality, they were quietly casting a larger net. Most of the assets under her and her grandfather's names had already begun to be sold off in secret. As for the crisis facing the Chu group, she gently grasped the cold wind that seeped in through the window. The crisis should also be resolved. This morning, a vast amount of criminal evidence regarding the various families of Jiang City and Jing City was meticulously organized over the course of 2 days and nights. This evidence was packaged and delivered in batches to the desk of the head of the Jiang City Police Department through various channels in different forms and by different means. At 9 o'clock that night, Qian Fenghai had just finished his incense-burning ritual in his underground base. As he stepped out of the villa, he felt the refreshing night breeze mixed with sandalwood and greenery, and his mood was exceptionally good. Then 2 police cars silently came to a stop in front of him. 3 minutes later, Qian Fenghai was brought out of the villa in handcuffs with the charges listed on the arrest warrant. The Qian family's dock was involved in large-scale smuggling. The Qian family's gray industry was linked to organized illegal gambling and violent debt collection. Qian Entertainment Media was accused of forcing its artists into illegal transactions with commercial partners. With 3 charges standing, Qian Fenghai, wearing gloves, was escorted away by the police, his expression calm. Meanwhile, in Jing City, Zhang Zhonghua was sitting in the top-floor office of the Zhang Pharmaceutical Building, discussing with Chu Jianmin how to gradually devour the Chu Group's resources using the capital of the Zhang family. As he hung up the phone, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The stock price of the Chu Group had already dropped by more than 10 points that afternoon, as soon he would be able to take control of the Chu family. He had coerced the Chu family's grandfather and grandson. Just then the door to his office was pushed open without knocking. In came the Jing City police and 2 men in dark gray uniforms. The news and evidence about Zhang Pharmaceutical conducting experiments on living people were exposed online on the same day. Zhang Zhonghua's face darkened, but he obediently allowed himself to be handcuffed and followed the law enforcement officers into the police car. In Jiang City, the Lin family, represented by Lin Yuming. Tonight, as he stumbled out of a private room at a nightclub, he was accompanied by 2 female models. Awaiting him at the entrance were not his driver, but 2 police cars flashing red and blue lights. As he was arrested, he was still shouting, "Do you know who I am?" The arrest warrant listed several charges, and the sentence would undoubtedly be quite lengthy. Overnight, the Qian family, Lin family, and Sun family of Jiang City, and the Zhang family of Jing City. These business magnates who commanded respect in the business world all coincidentally ended up in custody. The trending topics on various social media platforms were completely dominated by the names of these families at the same time. The top 10 were all posts and evidence regarding the Qian families smuggling Zhang family's live experiments and Lin family's illicit transactions. The speed of comments flooding in almost caused the server to lag momentarily. The internet was inundated with calls for the prosecution of these individuals. At 10 o'clock that night at the Shiguang base, Zhou Yang leisurely leaned against a stone pillar, holding his phone. He was browsing the trending topics regarding the major families of Jiang City and Jing City. With each post he scrolled past, he clicked his tongue. With every comment he read, he stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. The dumplings were taken from the system space. He dipped them in vinegar and began to eat slowly. The mixed seafood filling was exceptionally delicious. Truly they were dumplings made by Aunt Hui. Tisk, this girl Chu Qingwei has some impressive skills. After facing a crisis, she managed to turn the tables and collectively send these people into custody within just 2 days. He rolled a seafood dumpling in the vinegar dish and popped it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times. No wonder the system praises her as a gifted talent. While eating, he continued to scroll down his phone and stumbled upon gossip about a certain prominent family of the Qian family in Jiang City. Zhou Yang nearly spat out the dumpling in his mouth. The scandals of this prominent family just keep coming. How can they ever be finished? After finishing the news, he also finished the dumplings. He stored the plate and vinegar dish into the system space and changed into a newly bought pure black hoodie. He then retrieved a golden mask from the system space and placed it on his face. As soon as he put it on, his shoulders felt slightly heavier and his entire aura transformed at that moment. From now on, he was the calm, mysterious, and commanding mentor of the Shiguang organization. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the pale dome of the base, landing on the coordinates of a secret apartment in Jiang City. A schemer's smile adorned his face. The drama on Chu Qingyu's side is about to conclude. The fourth act of my plot is also about to commence. He took a deep breath and softly uttered those 3 words, transforming the scene. A slight distortion occurred in the space above the altar, and his figure instantly vanished cleanly from beside the stone pillar. Not long after, in a secret apartment on the outskirts of Jiang City, room 602. Over 2 days, 6 interrogations lasted a total of 16 hours. This was even more exhausting than his 12-hour delivery shifts. Duan Yin leaned against the door for a moment, watching Qin Donglai, who looked just as worn out, being brought into the adjacent room, 601. Before entering, old Qin glanced back at him, and the two exchanged a look that only they could understand. No. As the door closed, Duan Yin leaned against it and let out a long breath. When will this kind of life finally come to an end? Every day consisted of repetitive questioning, trying various methods to extract information about the armored man from his lips. Clearly yesterday was Captain Fong Hung's soft approach. Today it switched to Director Gao's high-pressure method. It was truly exhausting. Yet he did not want to reveal a single word about that armored man. The apartment was equipped with all sorts of appliances. In the kitchen refrigerator, even fruits, vegetables, and meats were regularly replenished for him. The treatment of a special witness was indeed not shabby. Too tired to speak, he had no desire to boil water or cook. After tidying up briefly, he collapsed onto the sofa ready to rest. His palm habitually clenched the sword and shield badge in his pocket, the badge warmed by his body heat. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the image of his father in a firefighter's uniform, killed by that monster in the fiery inferno. Duan Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly reddening. In the darkness, he softly spoke to the corner, "Dad, but I cannot betray my benefactor. And I definitely do not want to miss this opportunity to avenge you." Yet he did not know when that benefactor's guidance of fate would appear. When would it finally show itself? Outside the window, the stars twinkled, and the night was tranquil. There were no other sources of light except for the streetlights and the searchlights on the watchtower. The stars in the sky shone several levels brighter than those in the city. Outside the window, apart from the sound of a gentle breeze rustling the curtains, there was no other noise. Just when he was filled with expectation, a voice suddenly echoed in his empty room. "Duan Yin, congratulations on passing the preliminary test. You are now qualified to receive the guidance of fate." A cold, mysterious, yet familiar voice suddenly struck at the soul. "Who?" Duan Yin sprang from the sofa, turning around. There was no response in the pitch-dark room. The second hand of the wall clock suddenly paused, as if someone had pressed the pause button on the timeline, freezing in place. All sounds came to a halt in that instant. Duan Yan's alert expression froze on his face, the sorrow in his eyes still unforgotten. He remained poised in the act of turning. In the next moment, a figure clad in a black hoodie materialized out of thin air across from the sofa. Zhou Yang's masked face slightly turned towards the corner where the surveillance camera was. A faint curve appeared at the corner of the mouth beneath the mask. The fourth act begins. Shift the scene. He reached out and grasped Duan Yan's shoulder. Then the space distorted slightly, and both their figures vanished without a trace from room 602. After their disappearance, the wall clock made a sound, and the second hand resumed its forward motion. Time had returned. Inside the Shiguang base, when Duan Yan's consciousness returned, there was a brief flash before his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, and the scene before him shifted from blurry to clear. This was not the apartment that had confined him. Before him was a dome reflecting golden light amidst a sea of white, with a vast expanse of white above. Who am I? Where am I? Zhou Yang's gaze gradually shifted downward. Then he began to see the altar stone sculptures, stone pillars, and the faint outline of palatial structures. His gaze fell upon the central altar, and he was momentarily stunned. There stood a figure clad in a black hoodie, a golden mask completely obscuring their face. Who are you? How did I end up here? Zhou Yang looked at Duan Yin, and the corner of his mouth beneath the mask slightly lifted. In the next second, a familiar voice rang in Duan Yan's ears. Duan Yin, following the guidance of fate, I have brought you here. Duan Yan's pupils suddenly dilated. This voice, it was very familiar. So familiar that he would never forget it after hearing it once in his lifetime. The guiding voice left behind when that armored figure leaped away replayed in his mind over countless days. Thus he immediately recognized the owner of that voice. Great hero, it's you. He felt an overwhelming excitement and wanted to kneel down. Zhou Yang gently waved his hand. The faint willpower cultivated in the base over the past few days released from his fingertips. A gentle resistance cushioned beneath Duan Yan's knees, preventing him from kneeling. Duan Yan's eyes instantly lit up, filled with even more excitement. Indeed, there was a power in this world that could confront monsters hidden. He obediently stood up straight, his back straightening. Great hero, I didn't tell the police anything about you, not a... Zhou Yang nodded slightly. His voice carried a hint of approval. You performed well. Because of that, you have passed the test of fate. Duan Yin was thrilled to receive Zhou Yang's praise. He curiously surveyed everything around him, the stone sculptures, the altars, the towering stone pillars inscribed with 5 colored characters, and the palatial structures faintly visible in the white. Every item was something he had never encountered in the real world. Great hero, did you bring me here? What is this place? Who exactly are you? Zhou Yang placed a hand on the ancient stone pillar, and there was an indescribable sadness in his voice. This is Shiguang, the land of lost civilization, the place of inheritance. And I am the mentor of Shiguang. Next, Zhou Yang led Duan Yin along the stone corridor, following the same process as he did with Chu Qinghua. Those battles, exotic beasts and armors inscribed on the stone walls spanning 5,000 years, unfolded before Duan Yin piece by piece. Duan Yin remained mostly silent. However, with each step his expression grew heavier, until at one moment he stopped in front of a mural featuring an exotic beast with a scythe on its head. Kubi Xiu, he stared intently at the name on the mural, the hatred in his heart continuing to accumulate. Then they walked all the way to the altar and witnessed the images of the battles fought by their ancestors. Duan Yin was instantly overwhelmed by waves of passionate and moving emotions. He could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Mentor hero, I want to join Shiguang. Zhou Yang shook his head. Just as disappointment flickered across Duan Yan's face, he spoke. The moment you passed the test, you already became a member of Shiguang. Duan Yan's expression shifted from disappointment to elation in mere seconds. Then he immediately asked a question he had been pondering for quite some time. So, mentor, can I also become a warrior of Shiguang? Zhou Yang reached into the inner pocket of his hoodie and pulled out a photo, extending it towards Duan Yin. It was a printed color photograph depicting a young boy wielding a long sword in the pouring rain. The boy's profile was illuminated by a flash of lightning sharply defined. Duan Yin, your trial has begun. Finding him will complete your trial. I will initiate the armor awakening ceremony for you. The golden light of the dome reflected in Duan Yan's determined and fervent black eyes. Mentor Duan Yin vows not to disgrace this mission. In that moment, Zhou Yang patted the kneeling Duan Yin before the stone sculpture. Then he sent Duan Yin through the light gate. Zhou Yang stood on the altar waving to close the light gate and open the system interface. He slightly raised his head. The emotional points were skyrocketing. The corners of his mouth beneath the mask couldn't be suppressed. Duan Yin, shock emotion 100, trust emotion 30, admiration emotion 2, director Fong, shock emotion 300. Wang, officer, shock emotion 200. Watching the continually skyrocketing emotional points in this dramatic scene, he knew that at this moment chaos had already erupted in the secret apartment of the police on the outskirts of Jiang City. His fourth act was only halfway through, the play had to continue. Zhou Yang restrained his smile and began conversing with the system. System, yesterday you told me that you had searched for information on the next space rift. Can you elaborate now? Space rift information synchronized for the host. A new space rift is about to appear on Water Blue Star. Rift level small, estimated appearance time 36 hours later. Location coordinates, Qingyang Mountain, specific longitude and latitude coordinates, undecided. Zhou Yang's gaze deepened at that moment. 36 hours, a more generous time frame than last time, but the rift level had jumped from micro to small. This meant that whatever emerged would likely be more dangerous than before. That means time is running out. We need to act quickly. He pressed his right hand against his waist, fastening the Vanna armor summoner with a click. Vanna armor. harnessed the power of devouring flames. He inserted the key into the front slot of his belt and immediately turned it. Merge. The armor merged. Flames burst forth, burning fiercely. He stood on the altar, the armor reflecting a heavy dark red metallic sheen under the golden light of the dome. Then he closed his eyes, focused his thoughts. System, I want to fabricate a special memory for someone. At 10 o'clock in the evening in the heart of Zhou City, there lies a 5-star restaurant with an exceptionally high level of secrecy. The entrance bears no sign, only a string of verification codes that must be reserved in advance. This restaurant serves only 10 customers a day with prices starting at $1 million each. To ensure privacy, phones are taken away during each meal. Tonight the entire venue has been booked. In the elegant restaurant, soft and gentle music plays. On the table are various exquisite Western dishes with a medium rare steak and a medium steak placed in front of the two diners. President Chu, I trust you understand the purpose of my visit. Hand over the potion formula and that person to me. I will ensure that all projects of the Chu Group are approved or otherwise. Li Xiangtian leisurely placed the medium-rare steak into his mouth, savoring each bite. His movements were elegant, composed, and even carried a hint of enjoyment. It was impossible to tell that the person before him was a late-stage stomach cancer patient. He wiped away the dark red blood foam at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, my 20 subordinates outside the restaurant will instantly open fire and turn you into a sieve. The gentlest atmosphere mixed with the most mundane tone belied the most ruthless words. As he lowered his napkin and raised his head again, his gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. In the face of the threat, Chu Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. Calmly swallowing her medium steak, she picked up her wine glass and took a sip. Then she slightly raised a Director Li, you truly think highly of me. Given the situation outside, there must be at least 5 snipers and 15 gunners hiding right. She glanced at the courtyard outside the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling glass doors now soaked in night. In the pitch-black courtyard near the flower beds and the neatly trimmed French boxwood hedges, she spotted at least 5 or 6 human figures slowly moving. Not to mention the mice hiding behind higher and darker rooftops and attic windows. To force my hand, you truly went all out. Li Xiangtian, listening to her seemingly submissive tone, instantly revealed a confident expression, as if he had everything under control. It was indeed as he had expected. Under the all-encompassing pressure from various forces in Zhou City, for 2 consecutive days, this young president of the Chu Group ultimately could not withstand it. At this moment, as long as he proposed some conditions appropriately, he was certain the other party would comply. But in the next second his expression suddenly changed. However, you will be disappointed. Chu Qingyue placed her knife on the tray, producing a crisp, clinking sound. I truly know nothing about the potion, nor do I know of any existence of such a person. To betray her mentor. These people must be dreaming. Li Xiangshan's smile instantly froze. He fell silent for 2 seconds, then revealed a cold and sinister smile. He raised his right hand and gently waved it toward the direction of the glass door. From behind the bushes outside the glass door, at least 5 or 6 dark figures simultaneously shifted positions. Gun barrels slowly emerged from different angles. The closest one was less than 15 meters from the back of Chu Qingyu's head, on the top floor of the low building directly across the courtyard. The sniper activated the night vision device, and the barrel of the sniper rifle accurately locked onto Chu Qingyu's temple. His finger rested on the inside of the trigger guard. As long as Li Xiangtian sends another signal, 20 bullets can simultaneously take this woman's life from different directions in an instant. Yet Chu Qingyue seemed completely unfazed by the imminent threats surrounding her. She casually raised her hand and lightly clapped. Director Li, do you really think I would come to this appointment unprepared? She picked up the silver knife from the table and gently tapped the surface of the vase 3 times with the back of the blade. The clear sound of ding, ding, ding echoed in the restaurant, where only music and breathing were left particularly distinct. Li Xiangtian frowned, the confident smile at the corner of his mouth fading. President Chu, what do you mean by this? Chu Qingyue laughed mockingly for a moment. Then she set down the knife and reached out to pat the surface of the table. Director Li, you might want to look under the table before speaking those words to me. Li Xiangtian reacted quickly. He bent down and lifted the tablecloth, glancing downward. Under the table, an electronic device, blinking with a red light, came into view. The object was no larger than half a palm. Yet the red LED light was steadily blinking at a frequency of every 3 seconds, as if counting down the lives of the 2 people in the restaurant. Li Xiangtian lowered the tablecloth and sat back up, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it. It seems I underestimated you. I had my subordinates check the restaurant, yet I still failed to guard against you. Chu Qingyue crossed her arms and leaned back. She appeared as relaxed as if she were sitting on her own sofa at home, wearing a look of someone observing a play. Such little surprises I had many placed in this restaurant. Director Li, would you like to see more? She slightly leaned forward, a teasing smirk at the corner of her lips. Do you believe that as soon as your subordinates fire a shot, My people can instantly turn this restaurant to ashes. She naturally would not tell Li Xiangtian that the true owner behind this restaurant was her. From the moment the other party proposed to meet here this afternoon, she had already laid everything out step by step. Li Xiangtian hesitated. His eyes struggled, sometimes flashing with killing intent, and at other times calm as water. He dared not gamble. He feared death, which is why he wanted to obtain the life-saving potion. But if he pulled the trigger and this restaurant exploded, he would die today. After struggling for a while, the killing intent in his eyes was gradually concealed by himself. He forced a somewhat unnatural smile back onto his face. What do you want? Chu Qingyue smiled, taking on the demeanor of a victor. Have your people stop making things difficult for the Chu group, and then. She picked up a backpack from the adjacent chair. From it, she calmly pulled out a neatly bound contract document and a black pen. She extended her hand and pushed them toward Li Xiangtian. Sign this, and we'll call it even. Li Xiangtian opened the document. It was a confession. A confession concerning Li Xiangshan's intent to murder the Chu family's grandfather and grandson. Inside, relevant evidence and facts were listed. He lifted his head, his lips moved slightly, instantly ready to reject the other party's request. However, Chu Qingyue spoke first, her tone light as a feather. Director Li should know that I cannot possibly hand this over. It is merely a guarantee for my grandfather and me. Isn't it? She tilted her head slightly, her smile perfectly measured, not showing arrogance or weak. Until the fish dies and the net breaks, no one will tear their face. But the premise is, the other party must not act first. Li Xiangtian stared at the confession for a long time. Yet the restaurant's music, indifferent to his anxious heart, continued to flow softly. Then he picked up the pen and signed his name. Each stroke was more rigid than the last. After signing, he raised his head, still somewhat unwilling. President Chu, that person who gave you the potion really cannot be handed over. Chu Qingyue's expression instantly turned cold. Director Li, when seeking help, one must have the right attitude. That person's identity is not something you can covet. She picked up the confession, tucked it away, and slowly walked out of the restaurant. The 20 gunners in the courtyard watched her walk through the flowerbed path, their guns trained on her back. But no one pulled the trigger. For Li Xiangtian, from start to finish, remained seated without any action. Both sides held leverage and vulnerabilities, and now was not the time to act. However, expecting him to give up the potion's formula was impossible. Yet he failed to notice, just outside the restaurant's courtyard in the monitoring blind spot of a small alley, a figure in armor stood quietly, arms crossed against a wall. Beneath the helmet, the corner of the figure's mouth slightly curled upwards. Then, like before, this figure silently vanished into the night. At 11 o'clock in the evening, near the riverside highway of Jiang City, a sports car came to a halt on a secluded roadside. Chu Qingyue stepped out of the car and closed the door behind her. She approached the banks of Longhuai River and reached out to steady herself against the cold railing. The river breeze, laden with moisture, swept across her. A chill wind seeped through the collar of her clothing, tightening her body and blowing away the cold sweat she had just broken out in during the tense moments at the restaurant. Indeed, the methods of the city Lord Li were remarkable. Thankfully, she had witnessed the terrifying wars against the exotic beasts under her mentor, where she had seen the horrifying scenes of exotic creatures trampling the land and tearing lives apart. Compared to those horrors, 20 guns truly seemed insignificant. It was precisely because of this that she remained composed under the fire of 5 snipers. She turned back into the car and rummaged through the storage compartment of the passenger seat to pull out a can of soda. After popping the tab, she took a few shallow sips, the sound so low that only she could hear it. This time my performance should satisfy the mentor, right? You can ask me directly. Just as she finished speaking, a deep, mysterious, and cold voice came from behind her. Chu Qingyue's hair stood on end. She immediately turned around. A figure clad in flamered and silver armor was sitting on the hood of her sports car. That figure sat naturally and quietly on the front of her car, one leg bent and the other hanging down. Then the figure simply looked at her. Chu Qingyue was momentarily stunned. She had never seen this figure in person, but she had encountered a similar stone sculpture of armor at the Shiguang base. It was exactly the same as the figure before her. Thus she quickly regained her composure. She felt a slight excitement, her fingers unconsciously curling as she grasped her sleeve. Are you a senior from the Shiguang organization? Zhou Yang, dressed in the Nawa armor, leaped off the car hood and landed steadily less than an arm's length away from Chu Qingyue. His voice remained as cold and mysterious as ever. Chu Qingyue, your performance tonight was quite good. Chu Qingyue was taken aback. This voice was. Are you the mentor? Zhou Yang did not answer her question, but walked to the railing and looked at her. Chu Qingyue, congratulations on passing the trial of the armored person. This time your performance can be considered qualified. Just qualified. Having recognized that the armored figure was her mentor, Chu Qingyue's excitement was suddenly replaced by a sense of loss. Even the fact that she had passed the trial was subconsciously overlooked. Growing up as the sole heir of the Chu group, she had always strived to be the best in everything she did. She ranked first in high school, was the top student in the college entrance examination, and continued to be first in university. Either she did nothing or she did it to the best of her ability. But this time, in the eyes of her mentor, she merely received a passing grade. Mentor, did I perform poorly in some way? Her tone carried a hint of unwillingness and stubbornness as her cold gaze fixed straight on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang did not answer directly. He pulled a phone covered in dark red armor from his waist and handed it to Chu Qinghua. Here is the reason you want to know. The phone screen glowed dimly. Chu Qinghua took the phone and glanced at it. The screen displayed the latest news post from just a few minutes ago. The post was accompanied by a photo and a brief text. The photo was taken at the entrance of the Jiang City police station, where the flash illuminated the steps at the entrance. Qian Fenghai and Lin Yuming emerged from the police station with confident smiles, shaking hands with someone. Zhang Zhonghua from the Zhang Pharmaceutical Company in the capital had also been released from detention. It had been only a few hours since their arrest, and under the operations of their respective legal departments, these individuals were all out. Chu Qinghua returned the phone to Zhou Yang, her expression unfazed. It seemed she understood something, and she began to explain. Mentor, the forces in Jiang City and the capital are not weak, and they are all family power holders. Finding a scapegoat at random, they would be out soon enough. I already knew this. She paused briefly, her tone calm and rational. After all, my original goal has already been achieved. After experiencing this turmoil and setback, these families will not act recklessly and will not dare to touch our Chu family members anymore. Zhou Yang took back the phone and stowed it away in the armor compartment at his waist. A brief, cold, mocking laugh escaped from beneath his helmet. Today, Mentor teaches you the most important lesson after joining the Shiguang organization. Cutting the roots. The indifferent voice laced with unmasked killing intent seeped into Chu Qinghua's mind word by word. She heard it clearly. She looked up and a hint of stark shock flickered in her cold eyes. Cutting the roots. Was the mentor implying that? Was it the meaning I thought it was? Before she could regain her composure, Zhou Yang extended his right hand and grabbed the collar of her clothing at the back of her neck. He gave her no chance to hesitate. Then he leaped towards the surface of Longhuai River. The cold river wind. Chu Qinghua looked down and saw her toes hovering less than half a foot above the river water, while her mentor was effortlessly stepping on the water's surface, moving further away. The early stage, Xian-level armor's power was already sufficient to allow one to walk easily on. At the entrance of the Jiangxing Police Bureau, a procession of black luxury cars lined the temporary parking area outside the station. Beside each vehicle stood a group of stern-looking men in black suits, respectfully awaiting something. Qian Fenghai and Lin Yuming emerged from the police station, their faces adorned with calm, confident smiles. It was as if they had just enjoyed a meal and tea rather than undergoing interrogation. Their expressions were increasingly relaxed. Qian Fenghai entered the Maybach parked in front. The moment the door closed, his smile vanished as if a mask had been ripped from his face. He spoke coldly to his trusted subordinate in the passenger seat. How are the Chu family grandfather and grandson faring now? The subordinate turned slightly, his tone respectful. Report, master. The old man from the Chu family has remained holed up in the castle and has not shown himself. Our infiltrators have not been able to ascertain his whereabouts. However, he paused, his tone lifting slightly. 2 hours ago, Chu Qinghua left alone. Qian Fenghai's expression darkened slightly, but he was not surprised. After all, if the old man from the Chu family lacked the means to protect himself, he would have been eliminated by rivals long ago. Yet it was unexpected for Chu Qinghua to dare venture out. He found himself somewhat impressed by the young woman's capabilities. He nodded slightly. Have someone monitor Chu Qinghua. If necessary, we can take direct action. She can be used to threaten that old man Chu Maohua. Force him to hand over the antidote and reveal those behind him. Outside the vehicle, the luxury car left the police station, crossing the Longhua River Bridge, heading towards the suburbs. The car maintained a steady speed of 60 miles per hour. As it passed through a tunnel without surveillance, a strange sound echoed, followed by a sudden screeching halt. The vehicle swayed violently from the inertia. Qian Fenghai leaned forward slightly, his eyes snapping open. What happened? There was a distinct dissatisfaction in his voice. The driver and the subordinate in the passenger seat simultaneously turned their heads, their expressions and tone peculiar. Master, there is a strange person blocking the front of the car. Qian Fenghai looked through the front window. In the bright light of the headlights, a woman stood in the illuminated area of the tunnel. A woman of cold elegance. Chu Qinghua. Qian Fenghai immediately recognized her face. How could she possibly be alone here? His sharp gaze quickly scanned the surrounding darkness around Chu Qinghua. Outside the headlights, there was complete darkness. Was she really alone? Yet he, ever cautious, felt a surge of alertness and wariness in his heart. Surely she wouldn't show up alone. This didn't feel right. Master, what should we do now? The driver's hand had tightened around the steering wheel. Qian Fenghai remained silent for about 2 seconds. We absolutely cannot get out. But Seeing the woman standing motionless in front of the car, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ram through. His tone was resolute and urgent, as if he had made a significant decision. He had made up his, even if this was a trap. Even if they left evidence, he could simply claim that the tunnel was too dark and his subordinate had not noticed the collision. The best lawyer team in Jiangxing would clear him. The driver hesitated for a moment, then, with a fierce look, pressed down on the accelerator. The car emitted a low roar in the confined space of the tunnel, surging forward. In that instant, a brilliant blaze erupted before the front of the car. An orange-eared light struck down from the tunnel ceiling, bright enough to make Qian Fenghai instinctively squint. Melted flame blade. Then he heard a cold voice. Not good. Qian Fenghai's pupils constricted. He reflexively reached for the back seat's door. A flame-colored blade struck directly at the front of the Maybach. From the bumper to the hood to the cockpit, the blade sliced the car in half along a straight axis. Then came a muffled explosion as the fuel tank ignited under the high-temperature blade, the vehicle exploding on the spot. Flames surged forth from the wreckage of the car, like a flower suddenly blooming. Chu Qingyue stood not far from the tunnel, the heat wave lifting the strands of hair on her forehead. The firelight flickered on her cold face before calming. Her expression was complex, tinged with shock. Within a step's distance from her, a figure in dark red armor silently stood at the junction of the fiery light and the shadows of the tunnel. The melted Lin blade still gripped in his right hand, the residual flames slowly receded along the arc of the blade back to the hilt. The first one. Zhou Yang's emotionless voice echoed in Chu Qingyu's ear. Just as she was about to ask her mentor something, a charred and disheveled figure crawled out from the edge of the flames. His clothes were burned away in large patches, and his skin was blistered with blood. One arm dangled at an abnormal angle, the bone already broken. Yet he continued to crawl. As he reached Chu Qingyue, his voice was hoarse. Qingyue, niece, it's you. You won. I promise you from now on. I will not oppose the Chu Corporation again. Can you save me? Chu Qingyue looked down at him. Just a day or two ago, he had sent wave after wave of people to poison her in her castle and set traps. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She did not retreat, merely standing there. Melted flame fist. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from Zhou Yang's right fist, launching directly forward. Before Qian Fenghai could even scream, the flames had fully engulfed his body. The high-temperature flames turned skin, muscle, and bone to charred ash in mere seconds. The wind from the tunnel entrance swept in, scattering the ashes. Zhou Yang retracted his fist and swiftly arranged the scene. Then he reached out again and grabbed Chu Qingyue by the collar, his voice flat. The next one. 10 minutes later, on an empty bend of the Longhua River Highway, Lin Yuming knelt beside his phone screen was still lit. He raised his head to look at the woman standing before him, and the dark red armored figure behind her, standing with arms crossed in the residual light of the car's headlights and the moonlight. He lowered his head, the fear and pleading in his eyes nearly spilling over. President Chu, please spare me. I beg you. He then bowed his head deeply. In that moment, his terrified and pleading gaze quickly shifted to one of vengeful hatred. A hand reached over from the side, gripping his throat. As the fingers tightened, the sound of his throat bone shattering was crisp and brief. Zhou Yang withdrew his hand, lifted Lin Yuming's limp body, and placed it back into the driver's seat of the sports car, closing the door. He then gently pushed the entire sports car down the steep roadside. The car rolled several times before being struck by a burst of flame Zhou Yang casually tossed out. An explosion echoed, and the wreckage of the car sank into the icy depths of the Longhua River. The river surface quickly returned to tranquility, the moonlight gently rippling the water. The second one. The tone was identical. The same coldness and calmness. Then he reached out and grabbed Chu Qingyue by the collar again, leaping across the river surface. 5 minutes past midnight. In a luxurious villa in Jiang City. Contact our people and post a bounty of 100 million on the dark web. I want Chu Qingyue and the person behind her captured alive, but if necessary, I won't hesitate to kill. However, the formula must be retrieved. Li Xiangtian sat on his bed in his bedroom, having just issued a series of commands. He hung up the phone, turned off the untraceable phone, and tossed it aside. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying the confrontation from earlier that evening in the restaurant. To this day, he still felt a lingering fear. Chu Qingyue was ruthless and decisive. She simply could not be left alive. Even if he obtained the formula, he would never allow this enemy to live. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the large room. Good evening, Vice City, Lordly. Li Xiangshan's hair stood on end. This was supposed to be a room meant only for him, yet a stranger's voice unexpectedly emerged from the darkness. Goosebumps instantly spread from the nape of his neck down his entire back. He turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the pitch-black room, a figure in fiery red armor sat on the chair beside his bed. One arm was draped casually over the back of the chair, while the fingers of the other hand rested on the knee, emitting faint sparks. The visor of the helmet glowed blue in the absolute darkness, calmly observing his face. Li Xiangshan's heart raced violently. What kind of being was this? It is worth noting that this villa had 14 layers of security. From infrared sensor fences to armed guards on 24-hour shifts and an intrusion prevention system directly imported from Country D. These defenses were sufficient to fend off most assassins from the dark web. Yet at this moment, such a mysterious person had silently appeared in his bedroom, seemingly unbothered by the presence of security. What kind of existence is this? He controlled his expression, steadying his voice to force a bureaucratic smile. Who are you? Haven't you been searching for me all along? Zhou Yang's calm voice echoed through the darkness. Li Xiangshan's hand, which had quietly slipped from under the covers, paused in midair. What does he mean? Am I looking for him? Then he heard the next line. The medicine for Chairman Chu. I provide. Li Xiangtian felt his heart skip a beat at that moment. Instead of fear, greed, and desire surged within him. The person he had been searching for, the owner of that vial of medicine, was now sitting less than 3 meters away from him. His hand, which had been resting on the sheets, quickly slid downward, until his fingertip almost brushed against the alarm button on the bedside. The third one. The voice was calm, as if it had long anticipated his hand slipping from the covers. Then a series of explosive sounds erupted from the darkness. A high-temperature flame, distorting the air, shot out instantly, striking Li Xiangtian right in the center of his body. In Li Xiangshan's final gaze, he saw his hand just a hair's breadth away from the alarm button. His fingertip was approximately 1 centimeter from the red alarm button. His face still bore traces of unwillingness and desire. Zhou Yang walked to the bedside to confirm that his breath had completely faded. Then he began to incinerate every storage chip inside the surveillance cameras in the room, turning them to ashes. Shift and change. In an instant, he vanished from the room without a trace. It was 30 minutes past midnight. On the winding mountain road outside the Jiang City Villa area, the night wind swept over the ridge. Chu Qingyue stood at the observation deck railing by the roadside, holding a portable telescope, watching the flames engulfing a distant villa. Flames billowed from the roof of a certain detached villa. She slowly lowered the telescope, her voice somewhat complex. So, Mentor, is this the most important lesson you wanted to teach me? She did not turn her head, but her words were directed at Zhou Yang, who had appeared behind her at some unknown time. Zhou Yang sat on a large rock beside the observation deck, arms crossed. His eyes hidden beneath the helmet gazed calmly at the distant flames, as if watching a movie with a predetermined outcome. Then he slowly withdrew his gaze, landing it on Chu Qingyue. Since we have established a deadly feud with the other party, we must strike to kill. Do not leave others any time to catch their breath or make a comeback. Otherwise, it is oneself who will be in danger. Chu Qingyue nodded. She understood. Simply put, she needed to learn to deliver the killing blow and eliminate potential threats. However, there was still a more important question lingering in her heart. She raised her head, her eyes filled with eagerness, asking a question she had been harboring since that evening. Mentor, can the sword of Shiguang be directed at our kind? She had always believed that the sword of Shiguang was meant for slaying alien beasts, and the shield of Shiguang was to protect humanity. This was the belief that had been etched into her bones in front of the mural in the stone corridor. Zhou Yang looked up, gazing at the starry sky above. His gaze became dazed beneath that starry sky, reflecting the distant flames, yet what he saw seemed to be something else entirely. The past of Shiguang is not just glory. There is also betrayal, the backstabbing from those closest to us. In some distant time and space, we of Shiguang also walked down a crooked path. Someone, for personal gain, leaked the location of Ziguang's base. That battle was devastating. His voice abruptly cut off, as if something had lodged in his throat. A heavy sadness and pain floated in his gaze. Once again, he uncontrollably devolved into his... Chu Qingyue's curiosity surged wildly in her heart, but she controlled herself and simply asked, so, Mentor, what happened next? Zhou Yang shook his head. He stood up from the boulder and walked in front of Chu Qingyue, his palm covered in dark red armor pressing against the fiery patterns on his chest. Zhou Yang slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation. This is a conflict within your Chu family. Handle it yourselves. Shiguang will not intervene unless they threaten Shiguang. Then, as before, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed Chu Qingyue by the collar of her clothes, leaping through the forest. He brought her back from the winding mountain road to the riverside road along the Longhuai River to the spot where she had previously parked her sports car. When Chu Qingyue's feet touched the ground again, she felt a slight unsteadiness, stabilizing herself by holding onto the car door. Zhou Yang looked up at the sky. The moon was slanting towards the west, and the mist over the river began to rise from the surface of the water. It's already quite late today. Tomorrow, come to the base. I will initiate the armor awakening ceremony for you. Chu Qingyue sat in the driver's seat, her hand resting on the steering wheel. Upon hearing this, her fingers instinctively tightened, her gaze shining brighter than the stars. She had waited a long time for this day, ever since she uncovered the truth behind the mural. Finally, can she also possess such power? Can she become a hero of the armor? She looked at the figure on the guardrail. The mentor stood with arms crossed at the top of the railing facing away from her, as if he was about to step into the river. Mentor, will there be danger tonight? She couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yang stood on the railing without turning back, simply raising his right hand to wave at her. Then he leaped off the railing, his figure soaring over the river towards the opposite bank. A calm and steady voice drifted across the river, cutting through the night breeze and mist, landing firmly in Chu Qingyu's ears. Don't worry, tonight's Jiangxing will be chaotic, and no one will discover it. The figure grew more distant, gradually merging into the city lights on the opposite bank. The voice faded away bit by bit, leaving only the river breeze blowing in waves. Zhou Yang knew all too well. At this moment, the secret apartment in Jiangxing was probably in great turmoil due to someone's disappearance. The winds of Jiangxing were in disarray. The night at that secret apartment on the outskirts of Jiangxing was also chaotic. Xiaodong, you must keep this safe. At the hospital bedside, a thin and pale man in his 30s was weakly leaning against the pillow. He took something out from his bosom and held the hand of an 80-year-old boy. He solemnly placed that object into the boy's outstretched palms. The boy sat on the chair beside the hospital bed, surprisingly sensible, neither crying nor causing a fuss. He merely extended his small hands to receive a heavy object, metallic in texture, still warm from a badge with a pattern of crossed swords and shields. The boy raised the badge curiously to his eyes, turning it around, and a naive voice softly echoed in the ward. Dad, is this a toy? The man firmly grasped the boy's small hand, gripping it so tightly that it caused a slight ache in the boy's wrist. There was not a trace of a smile on his face. His expression was more serious than if the sky had fallen. You must remember, even if you die, you must pass this on. This has been passed down from our Qin family's ancestors for generations. It has been inherited for thousands of years and must not be broken in your generation. The boy sat on the chair, his small legs swinging. He clutched the badge, holding it up to the hospital lamp. The light passed through the gaps in the metallic edge and fell into the boy's eyes. Then the surface of the badge suddenly gleamed with a layer that seemed almost unreal. A faint glow. Dad, this thing is glowing. The man reached out to rub the boy's small head, his frighteningly thin palm, causing the boy's scalp to tingle slightly. The man's eyes had been dry for a long time, but deep within them surged something that the little boy could not comprehend. It was fiery, steadfast, and devout. Heavy, he said in a hoarse voice. Xiaodong, remember, this is the light of hope for humanity. In his childhood, he did not understand why his father would say these things to him from a hospital bed. He merely regarded the badge as a new toy with innocent bewilderment. He held the badge up against the hospital lights, gleefully running down the corridor several times. Eventually, he grew tired of the toy, and the badge was casually stuffed into his backpack. Later, he changed backpacks several times, and the badge slipped into some deep corner of the house, without him noticing. Layers of dust settled upon it. Emergency assembly. What happened? Why is it so noisy outside? Was there an earthquake? Puff, puff, puff. In the corridor outside apartment 601, the soles of training shoes scraped against the ground, producing a series of dull footsteps in the empty corridor. In the hallway, officers stationed at various apartment levels were sprinting down the corridors, urgent yet composed. Inside the room, Dad, Qin Donglai suddenly threw off the covers, springing upright from the bed. Tears still streaked his face. His eyes were tinged with red veins. The images from his dream washed over his mind repeatedly. Did I just dream about my dad? He looked at the pitch-black room and the sound-activated lights flickering outside, his expression still one of confusion. The images from his dream became increasingly clear as his consciousness awakened. Clear to every detail, every expression etched in his mind. The back of his hand with the 4-line, the smell of disinfectant, and that badge which shone brighter than the fluorescent lamp. All were clearly engraved in his mind. Why did I suddenly dream of my childhood? And why do I feel like I've seen the badge my dad gave me somewhere before? The delayed update at 3 in the morning is sometimes I can only manage 2 chapters, but if I have time I'll do 3. Qin Feifei was startled awake by the commotion in the bedroom and rushed over to turn on the light. Dad, are you alright? Qin Donglai waved his hand, indicating he was fine. He turned to look out the window. The footsteps in the corridor continued to rustle. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Feifei, why is there so much noise outside? Qin Feifei glanced at the corridor outside and shook her head. It started around 5 this morning. The officers seemed to be conducting routine checks on each floor. Qin Donglai nodded, no longer focusing on the noise outside. At 40 years old, he had suddenly dreamt of memories from when he was 7 or 8. Logically speaking, such memories from decades ago should have long been forgotten. This was too strange. Especially in the past few days, especially after experiencing the monster attack, it was as if he was reminded of his childhood memories at such a coincidental moment. It felt like something was trying to remind him of something. He took a sip from the glass of water his daughter brought him, tapping his fingers on the rim of the glass. He gradually pieced together the outline of that badge in his mind. The sword was pointing down the shield, and the sword were connected, and the metallic surface had a faint wear. He put down the glass and looked at Qin Feifei, his eyes suddenly filled with a determination that had wavered for half a lifetime. It felt as though a voice inside him was urging him to return and find that object. He looked at Qin Feifei, his tone grave. Feifei, look for Officer Fong. We need to return to our hometown. Before he could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Hello, please open the door. We need to conduct a routine check. Secret apartment. At 5 in the morning, Duan Yin did not exercise as usual. The on-duty police officers noticed something was amiss and immediately broke down the door of apartment 602, discovering the apartment was empty. Instantly, the alarm spread to all officers in the building. Even Fong Hung and Director Gao, who were sound asleep on the first floor, were startled. They quickly dispatched most of the police force in the apartment to begin searching the entire building under the guise of a routine check. At 6 in the morning, in the monitoring room. The air in the monitoring room was thick with the smell of cigarette smoke. Fong Hung slumped in the swivel chair in front of the monitor, his eyes glued to a wall of screens made up of several small displays. Sitting in the chair beside him was Director Gao, who had only slept for 2 hours. Next to Director Gao, the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. Report Fong team, all 48 apartments from the 1st to the 6th floor have been searched. No sign of Duan Yin has been found. Fong Hung's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing the officer's report. He stared at the row of timestamps on the monitor, his voice low but pressing with urgency. Have you finished checking the surveillance? Yes, we have. We have gone through the surveillance footage inside and outside room 602, as well as the nearby corridor frame by frame from midnight until 5. No footage of Duan Yin leaving the room has been found, and the doors and windows were not opened. But, the officer paused, his expression somewhat peculiar as he placed a tablet in front of Fong Hung. We found a piece of video, Team Fong, please take a look. Fong Hung pressed play. In the surveillance video, Duan Yin was still lying on the sofa resting just a second ago. The next second, he suddenly disappeared from the footage. It wasn't a gradual disappearance. It was as if this person had been erased from the frame by an eraser. Fong Hung and Director Gao simultaneously raised their heads to look at each other. The air in the monitoring room was so quiet that they could hear the hum of the air conditioning unit. A single thought formed in both of their minds. This Duan Yin was indeed not simple. Was it that armored person who took him away? But how did the other party achieve this? It was as if they had cut the person out of the surveillance footage in an instant. Before they could piece together these fragments, there was a knock at the door of the monitoring room. A police officer poked half his body in from outside. Report Director Gao, Team Fong, Class A Monitor Qin Donglai just applied, saying he wants to return to his hometown with his daughter. Director Gao's eyelids twitched. This Class A Monitor Duan Yin had just vanished into thin air, and another Class A Monitor suddenly wanted to return to his hometown. Is there such a coincidence in this world? He rubbed the stubble on his chin that hadn't been shaved for a night. Both of these people seem suspicious, but it's obvious. This Qin Donglai is even more suspicious. Fong Hung turned to the officer at the door. Why does Qin Donglai want to return to his hometown? He said he wanted to go back to gather some belongings to bring over. Fong Hung's brow tightened instantly. Living in this apartment, anything they lacked would be provided for them free of charge. From toothbrushes to clothes to fruits and vegetables, there was no need to bring anything. What could possibly be so important that Qin Donglai specifically wanted to make a trip back home? Moreover, he intentionally brought his daughter back with him. Just gathering some belongings would be enough for one person, right? Director Gao paced back and forth several times. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Fong Hung and tapped the table. I remember that Qin Donglai's hometown is a village in Anha County under Jiangxing. Fong Hung nodded. That's right, the household registration documents state it's Qin Family Village in Anha County. Director Gao quickly ran through the connections between several matters in his mind. Then he made a decision. Let him go back. Fong Hung looked up at him, waiting for his next words. Director Gao turned his chair around and gestured slowly on the table. But you'd better take a few plainclothes officers with him to see what exactly he intends to retrieve, who he plans to meet, and what he does should all be recorded. His tone rose. I have a feeling that this Qin Donglai leads to something more worthy to follow than Duan Yin. After all, Duan Yin had already disappeared, and the one who took him away was likely that mysterious armored person. Thus the lead on Duan Yin was basically understood. Fong Hung turned and nodded, pushing the door open and walking out. 6 in the morning. Shiguang Base. Zhou Yang glanced at the emotional points that had stopped rising and immediately called up the system settlement interface. Scene 4, night of slaughter and trial evaluation and settlement in progress. Characters present: Chu Qingyue, Duan Yin, Qin Donglai, Director Gao, Fong Hung, Officer Wang, and many other officers, Li Xiangtian, Qian Fenghai, and others, continuously generating related emotions. This time's earnings statistics: shocked emotion 4,000, trust emotion 20, admiration emotion 2, faith emotion 0, comprehensive rating B, settlement reward points 80,000, virtual combat room system, armored universe, item lottery chances 5. He recalled the progression of the fourth act from the opening to the intermission and then to the finale. Those present regardless of life or death probably included many big shots from Jiangxing. And the final result, 80,000 points plus the virtual combat room system and 5 lottery chances. It was entirely worth every step he took and every second he spent performing tonight. He had enough points to improve his strength and purchase the new summoning device. The fourth act should come to a close. He gazed towards the direction of the secret apartment on the outskirts of Jiangxing. At this moment, all police attention should be focused on Duan Yin and Qin Donglai. No one would think of the several accidental fires and car accidents. As for Qin Donglai, I hope the points he spent on that newly compiled memory can yield results in the coming days. Zhou Yang brought his gaze back from afar, settling on the 4-element armored stone sculpture across from the altar. First, let's draw a lottery. After that, I can properly plan today's Chu Qingyu's armor awakening ceremony. He focused his thoughts, and the 5-spin lottery wheel on the system interface began to spin wildly. Moments later, 5 light clusters appeared simultaneously on the interface. Congratulations, host. You drew rewards: 5 gold bars, 10 kilograms true armor summoner Gungzi Vajra rod fragment crystal, 10 pieces, 5 cash burning steed. Zhou Yang's gaze locked onto one of the items. Gungzi Vajra rod fragment crystal. A crystal irradiated by the Gungzi Vajra rod. Absorbing the energy from the crystal can enhance one's willpower to a certain extent. 10 crystals were enough for him to use for a while. It seems I can quickly utilize these crystals to enhance my willpower in this period. Zhou Yang nodded, then looked at the gold bars and cash. Can one really draw gold and cash? This gold bar weighs 10 kilograms, 5 bars total 50 kilograms, which is nearly 5 million in today's gold prices. Adding the 5,000 cash, could it be possible to consider buying a house in this world? After all, the previous version of him had been striving for a house. At 10:30 in the morning at the Shiguang base, there are 24 hours left until the second spatial rift appears. Zhou Yang put away his phone, which he had been scrolling through. He raised his head, his gaze passing through light and shadow, landing on the cool and composed girl standing on the steps. The armor awakening ceremony is about to begin. Zhou Yang slowly spoke, his solemn and serious voice echoing in the vast base. Are you? Chu Qingyue was dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit suitable for movement, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. Finally, is this moment about to arrive? Am I finally going to become the armored warrior of Shiguang? She straightened her chest, her posture even more erect than during her military training report at university. Her cold face had eyes that sparkled as if ignited by the golden light of the dome above. She lifted her head, gazing directly into Zhou Yang's eyes, her voice clear and firm, showing not a hint of retreat. With my sword resting at the ready, my heart has pledged to this, willing to accept this right, 9 deaths without regret. A chilling aura of iron and bone emanated from her. In this moment, Chu Qingyue resembled not a female CEO signing papers in an office, but a sword that had just been sharpened to a keen edge. The sharp aura pressed directly at him. Zhou Yang, this is a bit intense. What's going on? His intention was merely to create a solemn atmosphere for the awakening ceremony with his acting. After all, this was her first time accepting the inheritance, and the ceremony needed to be as grand as possible. However, this girl was displaying even more passion and seriousness than he had imagined, and she was on fire. She even quoted classical literature. Zhou Yang maintained a blank expression internally, reminding himself, "Good, stay calm. Hold it together, don't get swept up by this girl's enthusiasm." He couldn't let her energy lead him astray. The mentor's aura must not crumble. He steadied his mind, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting, returning to his enigmatic mentor persona. "Very well, Shiguang will take pride in you. Follow me." With that, he raised both hands and naturally removed the black hood from his hoodie. His tousled hair was enveloped in a fine golden outline under the dome's scattering golden light. He turned around and walked up the ancient stone steps. Chu Qingyue took a deep breath and followed behind. Together they walked to the altar on the west side. Aside from the special armor sculpture in the center, the surrounding altar had. The 4 elemental armor sculptures surrounding it were no longer in the damaged state they had been in the last time she visited. At this moment, they radiated a faint elemental brilliance restored to their pristine forms. Zhou Yang's footsteps halted before one of the blue silver stone sculptures. This was the howling tsunami armor sculpture belonging to the water element. He stopped and slightly turned his head to look at the closely following Chu Qingyue. "Come here, sit cross-legged." Chu Qingyue pretended to be completely unperturbed and sat cross-legged in front of the stone sculpture. "Place your hand on this position of the belt." Zhou Yang bent down, his index finger lightly tapping the groove on the stone sculpture's belt that resembled the water emblem. Chu Qingyue immediately pressed her palm against it. Close your eyes. She closed her eyes. The golden dome before her vanished, but she could still feel light flickering outside her eyelids. Zhou Yang stepped back to the central stone pillar, directly starting to communicate with the system in his mind. Activate the 4 elemental armors summoned the Howling Tsunami Armor Inheritance. This was the reward he received during the evaluation settlement at the end of his 3rd performance. The purpose of this inheritance was to begin summoning the elemental energy of the individual and transferring the corresponding basic combat techniques of the armor to the summoner. Zhou Yang had tested the procedure for activating the inheritance several times. With the special effects from the start of this inheritance, plus the armor summoner he had drawn or purchased, he could easily design it into a sufficiently ceremonial and convincing armor awakening ceremony. At the moment he activated the inheritance, strange phenomena erupted on the entire west altar. The previously quiet base suddenly erupted with a deep rumbling sound, as if a vast ocean was violently surging deep underground. Above the armor sculpture and Chu Qingyue, the air began to twist violently. Following that, a breathtakingly spectacular scene materialized out of thin air. It was a phantasmal, yet incredibly real image of the deep sea with turbulent waves and mist filling the air. On that boundless horizon of the sea, a ghostly blue figure was enduring the onslaught of the waves. Beneath the palm of Chu Qingyue that pressed against the stone sculpture's belt, a dazzling aquamarine energy suddenly ignited. Thick streams of water elemental energy transformed into tangible blue light, flows continuously flowing into the palm of Chu Qingyue. The moment the energy entered her body, she trembled slightly. That energy swiftly circulated along the meridians of her arm, moving in a marvelous and rhythmic pattern. After circulating once, the blue light flow gradually gathered, flowing towards her lower abdomen, which was the Dantian position. The water elemental energy inside her thus formed into a swirling mass, slowly rotating. A sea blue radiance emanated from Chu Qingyue's body, illuminating her within. As the blue light flowed, her skin appeared increasingly fair and translucent, complementing her originally cool demeanor. In this moment, she looked like a serene water goddess, untouched by the mundane world. At this moment, Chu Qingyue had her eyes closed, her consciousness fully immersed in a wondrous world. She felt as if she was situated in a boundless and bottomless sea. She seemed to become a little fish swimming freely in the water, liberated and elated. Then a space of consciousness appeared in her mind. A tall phantasmal figure clad in blue and silver intertwined armor stood quietly at the center of the space. This figure began to repeatedly demonstrate a set of combat techniques exclusive to this armor in the depths of her mind. Again and again. Whirlwind defense, howling strike, howling palm, howling kick, howling stab. She stared tirelessly, quickly absorbing these combat techniques with the aid of the inheritance, and began to master them preliminarily. It was only at this moment that Chu Qingyue truly understood what real combat skills meant. Recalling the expensive self-defense techniques she had learned like karate and taekwondo to protect herself from danger, she felt they paled in comparison to the combat techniques derived from this armor. Just as Chu Qingyue was immersed in her understanding of power, the armored figure in her mind suddenly stopped moving. He slowly turned around, gazing upwards through the endless void, and burst into laughter. The laughter carried a carefree and unrestrained quality reminiscent of waves crashing against the shore. Water is gentle, yet it is also the most fearsome. Remember, I am called Guangxiao, the Emperor of Water. The voice faded away in the realm of consciousness. Chu Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of admiration and regret flashing across her cool gaze. So, Senior Guangxiao, are you the first summoner of the tsunami armor? The altar was silent, not even a breath. No one answered her. Chu Qingyue lowered her head, feeling regretful that she could not meet such a great predecessor. Chu Qingyue, extend your hand to accept the final step of the inheritance. Zhou Yang's deep voice came from the direction of the stone pillar, pulling her out of her melancholy. System, extract the tsunami summoner device. With a thought, he willed it. Suddenly, radiant blue light burst forth from the tsunami armor stone carving. Then the light dimmed, and a blue-shaped belt fell into Chu Qingyue's outstretched palm. Her cool cheeks were momentarily stunned until she grasped the tsunami armor summoner device between her hands. A stream of information appeared in her mind. Chu Qingyue was taken aback, then her face flushed. There were actually actions and incantations. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang walked in front of her, arms crossed. Chu Qingyue, try your new power. He was just short of saying, Chu Qingyue, emerge. Chu Qingyue's heart struggled momentarily. The combination of the incantation and actions made her feel a bit embarrassed to say it out loud. But compared to her desire to become an armored warrior, those feelings of shame meant nothing. Suggestion, start playing the music for the battle, the song leading to victory. She immediately fastened the shaped belt around her waist, and the metal belt automatically extended to encircle her slender waist. Following what she had learned, she swiftly pulled the energy key from the left side of the belt. Pose strike a pose. Her body tilted slightly, her left hand hanging at her side while her right hand held the key and traced a water blue arc in front of her. Tsunami armor. The azure belt extended, perfectly fitting around her waist. The power that drowns in the colossal wave. She quickly inserted the energy key into the left slot and turned it. Merge. A torrent of water surged forth, completely enveloping Chu Qingyu's figure. The water curtain layered upon the altar, spreading from the ground to the dome. Each layer rolled and churned with echoes reminiscent of the mighty roar of the sea. Armor merge. As the mechanical sound resonated, a hand clad in armor reached out from within the water curtain. The blue and silver armor extended from her fingertips to her shoulders, continuously rising. An armored figure leaped out from the water curtain, landing steadily on the stone slab of the altar. The armor was composed of blue, silver, and black, with a helmet mask that combined glasses and a visor. The shoulder armor slightly slanted down like a stretched wave, and the azure crystal at the center of the chest pulsated rhythmically. The sound of waves echoed around the entire base space, circling again and again. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly gliding through the air, leaving a trail of watercolored afterimages. She lifted her head, her cool eyes beneath the mask filled with excitement and joy. Mentor. At the moment, Chu Qingyue successfully merged with the tsunami armor. The system's prompt sounded simultaneously in Zhou Yang's mind. Detected the appearance of the first non-host armor summoner, automatically unlocking the summoner panel for the host. The host can view summoner information at any time. Zhou Yang surveyed the blue armor before him. Compared to the tsunami armor, he remembered this version worn by Chu Qingyue was noticeably more slender and fitted to her physique. It lacked that explosive sense of power, but possessed a beauty that overcame hardness with softness. Chu Qingyue was still bowing her head, tracing her fingers along the armor on her arm inch by inch. Her fingers glided from the edge of the armor to the belt, and then to her chest, repeating the motion. She still felt somewhat unreal. Zhou Yang walked in front of her, extending his right hand with a sincere and knowing smile. Welcome to the team. Armor warrior Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue was stunned for quite a while. This feeling was more thrilling than signing the largest multinational acquisition deal since the founding of the Chu Group. It was even more satisfying than when she made 10 billion in the stock market in a week back in the day. She suppressed the violent fluctuations in her chest, tightly grasping Zhou Yang's hand, her voice filled with fervor and determination. Together in glory, we will not disgrace our mission. It was only at this moment that she felt she truly became a formal member of the Shiguang organization. Not a bystander, not support, but rather a true comrade who could stand alongside her mentor and fight together. After releasing her clenched hand, Chu Qingyue raised her right hand, splayed her fingers wide, and willed it. A swirling barrier of condensed water element instantly unfurled from her palm, enveloping her entire body. She dispelled the barrier and tested the roaring palm technique once more. Is this transcendental power? She found herself entranced by her own newfound state. Zhou Yang stood nearby, arms crossed in silence. He had felt that same exhilarating novelty upon first attaining power. Let her revel in it a while. Simultaneously, he summoned the system within his mind, display the profile of the first summoner, Chu Qingyue. In the next instant, a line of text appeared before him on an ethereal interface. Summoner Chu Qingyue. Armor roar of tsunami. Element water. Energy rank yellow tier, initial stage. Combat strength yellow tier, initial stage. 20 minutes later. Having grown accustomed to her new power, Chu Qingyue's energy was fully depleted, and she disengaged the armor fusion. As if suddenly remembering something, she approached Zhou Yang and retrieved a bank card from the inner pocket of her coat. Its black and gold surface bore a gilded bank emblem. Beneath the card number lay an intricate, unique motif. This was the ultra-exclusive sovereign card, issued only to depositors whose accounts exceeded 100 billion yuan. She and her grandfather had pooled these funds over the past few days, but they still fell short of the target, 460 billion. Some overseas assets remained in the process of liquidation, unable to be converted swiftly. Yet eager to contribute meaningfully to the organization as soon as possible, Chu Qingyue presented the 300 billion yuan the moment it was assembled. Master, this sum, 300 billion, is offered as development capital for the Shiguang organization. 300 billion yuan. She surrendered it without so much as a blink. Zhou Yang gazed at the staggering sum, his heart astonishingly calm. Had this money appeared even 1 week earlier, Zhou Yang would not have responded with such serene detachment. This time it was no performance, merely genuine indifference. With transcendental power capable of shattering established order, mere currency had become nothing but worthless paper in his eyes. Of course, organizational growth required funding, but that was an entirely separate matter. Your sincerity is deeply appreciated. Shiguang will never betray any member who contributes wholeheartedly. However, He glanced at the bank card, nearly brushing against his face, and lightly flicked his right index finger. A faint surge of intense energy adhered to the card, and in an instant it shot backward, vanishing into Chu Qingyue's upper garment pocket. You shall manage these funds yourself. Chu Qingyue's expression dimmed with complex, quiet disappointment. She had believed 300 billion yuan would aid the organization, yet her master had casually returned it. Zhou Yang turned toward the direction behind the base's altar, gesturing toward the boundless expanse, cloaked in endless misty whiteness. I have only just opened this spatial domain. The base lies in ruins awaiting renewal. Within this realm, Shiguang will erect dormitory zones, council chambers, training grounds, and other essential infrastructure. When the time comes, you may select a cohort of talents and use these funds to reconstruct our base. Chu Qingyue's eyes, just moments ago clouded with dejection, flared anew with brilliance brighter than ever before. She nodded solemnly. Understood, master. Zhou Yang acknowledged her with a slight nod, then stepped forward, pausing as if recalling something. Oh. He pivoted sharply, sweeping his right hand casually across the empty space diagonally before the altar. Instantly, blinding golden light erupted. A towering stack of gold ingots rose like a miniature wall upon the ground. I still have quite a bit of gold here. Find time to pawn it for me. Chu Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. What ability did her master possess? Was this the legendary hidden universe within the sleeve technique? The dazzling gleam of gold was certainly astonishing. But what truly captivated Chu Qingyue was the very capacity to conjure objects from nothingness. She longed to learn it, desperately, yet she voiced nothing, merely pressing her lips together to suppress the impulse. Master entrusted to me. I'll arrange high-value liquidation through Chu Group's jewelry pawn network. Are there other items you'd like sold as well? Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm, yet perfectly calibrated. I'll contact you when needed. The Shiguang Armory holds countless treasures. Wealth accumulated over... I simply haven't found time to sort through it yet. Chu Qingyue instantly understood. No wonder her mere 300 billion meant so little to him. The assets amassed by the Shiguang organization across millennia, ancient relics and gold spanning thousands of years, were beyond the reach of her own Chu Group. 200 p.m. Same day, Qinjia Village, Anha County, Jiangxing City. A discreet black Range Rover idled at the village entrance, its body dusted with fine gray residue from the county road. The door swung open. Qin Donglai stepped out first from the rear seat, followed closely by his daughter Qin Feifei. Then Fang Heng emerged from the front seat, flanked by two plainclothes officers walking at a measured pace behind them. Outside the village convenience store stood several plastic stools, permanently stationed there, occupied by a cluster of elderly men and women sunbathing while cracking sunflower seeds. All their gazes snapped toward the newcomers. A woman in a floral print shirt called out first, her voice ringing clear above the rest, and the others quickly joined in. Oh my, isn't that Donglai? What brings you back now? Feifei's exams are almost here. Why did she come along too? Did school let you off early? Donglai, that car's quite impressive. Be honest with your uncle, did you strike it rich in the city? Who are those three young men behind you? Do you know them? Qin Feifei smiled bashfully, her ears flushing faintly as she murmured softly, just came to pick up some things, then fell silent. Qin Donglai gave a warm, humble wave toward the elders, his voice gentle and unassuming. Uncle, auntie, you flatter me. Those gentlemen behind me are co-workers from my construction site. They've come along to help me fetch some things and carry them back. With that, he turned and strode into the village without further exchange. Fang Heng made no haste to follow. Instead, he slowed his pace, crouching beside the villagers, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering a few around. He began casually probing them about Qin Donglai. An old man tucked a cigarette behind his ear. You're asking about Donglai's father? Well, he's always seemed a bit odd, you know. Sometimes you'll catch him sitting right here at the village entrance, staring fixedly at passers-by. No idea who he's searching for. Fang Heng nodded silently, then signaled the other two officers with a glance, before all three trailed after Qin Donglai and his daughter into the heart of the village. Qin Donglai's ancestral home stood several hundred meters inside the village, a self-built two-story brick. Half an hour later, a sharp creak echoed from the attic, followed immediately by Qin Donglai's voice, strained with sudden excitement. Found it. He rushed down the attic stairs, clutching a dusty gray children's backpack tightly to his chest. He placed the bag on the large table in the living room, his face alight with childlike delight. Fang Heng descended the stairs behind him, calm, unhurried. Qin Feifei leaned the mop against the wall and hurried to the table, propping herself up on its edge with both hands, her gaze unwavering. The two officers drew near as well, for pairs of curious eyes converged upon the weathered little backpack. Qin Donglai carefully wiped its surface with his shirt sleeve, then unzipped it and withdrew a small round tin box, the kind kept after finishing a biscuit, its edges dented in several places from years of handling. A thin layer of dust coated the tin, He wiped the lid clean, hooked his thumb under its rim, and lifted it gently. A final puff of dust rose from beneath. Inside lay an orderly arrangement, a wind-up jumping frog, multicolored glass marbles, a hand-carved wooden top, and a stack of paper slap cards used in childhood games. Qin Donglai ran his fingers slowly over each toy, one by one, and with every touch the creases around his eyes deepened further, drawing inward toward his soul. These were the rare, cherished fragments of his childhood joy. Only after rummaging through the toys countless times did his fingers finally brush against the object resting deepest within the tin. He grasped it, turned his palm upward, and there it lay, a golden insignia nestled in his calloused palm. A sword and shield fused together, blade pointing downward. Time's damp breath had left a faint patina upon its metal surface. Qin Donglai rubbed it repeatedly. He remembered his father, the man who, lying in his deathbed, whispered his last words, "Guard this token well." Feng Heng leaned forward slightly. Judging by the intensity of this moment, this insignia was clearly the sole purpose of Qin Donglai's return. Qin Donglai clenched the badge tightly, preparing to raise his head and thank the officers. Suddenly, a sharp, fleeting pain pierced his temples. His vision went utterly black, then exploded into blinding white light. He saw a man bearing a striking resemblance to himself, clad in ancient robes, bowing reverently before a white-robed figure. He heard fragmented words echoing across time. "My lord, a self-proclaimed esoteric cultivator, has arrived." As Qin Donglai beheld the scene, the very same image unfolded in his mind within the spacious, antiquated hall. A dozen individuals were seated around an old wooden long table, their expressions increasingly grave as the atmosphere sank deeper into silence. Suddenly, a man in a white robe with an ethereal demeanor let out a long sigh from his position at the side. The sigh was soft, yet stood out starkly in the quiet hall. He raised his gaze to the people present, his eyes filled with a deep, tranquil sorrow. He spoke, his voice gentle yet tinged with the weight of time. "The path of the world is fraught with hardships, and now with the rampant beasts, war shall soon be upon us." The scene flickered. Unbeknownst to him, all the people in the hall had vanished, leaving only two individuals in the empty space. The ethereal man and the one kneeling before him, whose features bore a faint resemblance to Qin Donglai. The man in the white robe leaned slightly, placing a hand on the other's shoulder, his martial hand bearing considerable strength. "Little Qin." His voice was much softer than before, tinged with a sense of resignation. "The outcome of my journey is uncertain. I fear I may depart and not return. The path of cultivation is now entrusted to you." He produced two items from his bosom, a badge that combined a sword and shield, and an ancient tome, its pages slightly frayed at the edges, yet remarkably well preserved. The title of the book was General Principles of Cultivation. He placed these two items into little Qin's palm, and then patted his shoulder. He straightened, casually tossing the hem of his white robe behind him as he strode boldly out of the hall. When the light returned, they were no longer in that hall. The sounds of battle roars and cries of anguish filled all the sounds melded together, incessantly drilling into Qin Donglai's ears. He beheld an extremely brutal battlefield. Beasts of purple and red wielded weapons as they slaughtered the humans below. Shredded pieces of clothing hung from the curved horns of a bull-headed creature, while blood dripped from the beak of a rooster-headed monster. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, dismembered limbs and shattered weapons intermingled, making it impossible to discern which body belonged to whom. Figures clad in armor valiantly held the line, but their armor was already riddled with cracks, and the gems embedded in their chests flickered erratically, shifting from steady brightness to dim flashes. Like candles in a storm, it wasn't long before one of the armors shattered apart. The ethereal man crawled out from the sea of corpses, no longer pretending to be dead. With a final burst of energy, he lunged toward a young, armored warrior, using his own flesh and blood to shield the young man from a flying doomsday double-edged weapon. The double-edged blade pierced through his back, the tip emerging from his abdomen. Crimson blood flowed down the sides of the blade. He collapsed at the young man's feet, his face pale and devoid of color. Yet he smiled, a shallow smile filled with regret and apology. "Little you, I know you have your concerns. But you must stay strong. Only Fei can protect your parents with you. Ahan, you are the strongest among us. I leave everything to you." He gazed at the tear-streaked faces closing in on him, his lips still moving. His trembling fingers traced the dirt, gesturing faintly. "And please, help me protect little Qin. He still needs to find a worthy successor for the art of cultivation. The lineage of cultivation must not be severed." A voice in the scene cried out in anguish. That cry pierced through a millennium, striking directly into Qin Donglai's heart. He felt a heavy, damp weight constricting his chest, his nose stinging, and swollen tears welling up in his eyes that he could no longer hold back. He recognized the name of that ethereal youth in white lynching's eye, the one who wished to leave a legacy of purity in the world. He also uncovered more truths. The heartrending cries echoed continuously in the scene. Then, without warning, a torrential blood rain fell from the heavens. The scene flickered once more as if fast-forwarded and then dragged back. He saw the servant named Little Qin dragging a simple, yet neatly covered coffin on a wooden cart step by step, leaving the ancient city that had become unrecognizable. Little Qin's eyes were dry, no tears left to shed. He clutched the ancient tome and the sword shield badge tightly in his arms. After leaving the ancient city, Little Qin began his search looking for those worthy of the ancient texts and the legacy of cultivation. Some treated him like a madman and chased him away while others tossed his scrolls into ditches. He chuckled, retrieving the scroll from the ditch to dry it off, and continued on his way. Thus day after day, year after year passed, until he married and had children, until he had both sons and daughters, until his hair turned gray. He aged, his body frail and weakened. On his sickbed he trembled as he entrusted the ancient tome and badge solemnly to his son. Find a talented cultivator. This lineage must not be severed. He passed the responsibility to his son, who then passed it to. Thus the lineage continued unbroken from generation to generation, from the Song dynasty to the present. Every family had its vow, every generation had its transmission. The people and promises remained unchanged, yet time did not. People are constant, but time is not. Amidst this long river of time, the ancient tome was lost when it reached a certain generation. The family that carried on the legacy began to decline, their numbers dwindling. From a once thriving clan 1,000 years ago, it had become one that only had his father's generation left. Until one day the badge reached his father's hands. Ultimately the badge was passed to the young him, forgotten as a toy in some corner. Eroded by time, obscured by dust. The legacy nearly came to a complete end with Qin Donglai. In the living room, Qin Feifei, Fang Heng, and two plainclothes police officers witnessed the scenes unfold. From ancient times to the present, from war to decline. From the promises made 1,000 years ago to an old toy forgotten in an iron box. No one spoke. Tears streamed silently down Qin Feifei's face. In Fang Heng's hand, the cigarette that had been ignited upon seeing the scene had burned down to his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious. The scene in the living room flickered, and then it all vanished. I really should die. Qin Donglai slowly opened his eyes, thinking the scene was about to conclude. A blinding flash of light surged, imprinting a vivid image directly in his mind, a scene visible only to him. It was a green mountain littered with corpses, cries reverberating through the air. Two indistinct giant beasts rampaged through the crowd, each larger than any he had ever encountered. They chased the crowd, gnashing on the remnants of human bodies, blood dripping from their steps onto the grass. The corpses wore school uniforms, professional attire, and the uniforms of peace officers and soldiers. They were ordinary people, students and children of a similar age to his daughter. As the scene shifted, suddenly a phone among the heap of bodies lit up. The screen was half shattered, but the date displayed on the lock screen was clearly visible. July 7th, 1120. Then a dilapidated boundary stone shrank at the foot of the mountain, with only two characters remaining. Xinjiang. No. Qin Donglai trembled violently, arching his back in pain and fear. Dad. Qin Feifei's face turned pale at the sight. She rushed forward and embraced her father's head, burying his face in her arms, her hand soothing his back. Dad, what's wrong? Speak to me. Qin Donglai. Fang Heng lunged forward, gripping Qin Donglai's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Still there was no response. He decisively raised his hand and slapped Qin Donglai across the face. The sudden external stimulus instantly pulled Qin Donglai back from the scenes in his mind. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with a web of blood vessels. He dazedly scanned the faces of Fang Heng, Qin Feifei, and the two plainclothes officers, until his gaze locked onto Fang Heng's face. He grabbed Fang Heng by the collar, the strength in his fingers, making Fang Heng feel as though his neck might snap. Qin Donglai's eyes bulged almost out of their sockets as he hoarsely shouted a few words. July 7th. Xinjiang Mountain. Monsters. Many died. Corpses. Before he could finish the last word, he seemed to be drained of all his strength, collapsing straight onto the chair. Qin Feifei rushed to support him, tears streaming down her face as her voice trembled uncontrollably. Dad, what exactly did you see? Please don't scare me. Fang Heng stood in place, his heart racing with anxiety. Xinjiang Mountain. Monsters. What else? He had no idea what the other party saw after the scene in the living room vanished. But he knew that it must be an important piece of the clue they had been pursuing all along. He instructed one of the officers to call for an ambulance immediately while he took out a pen from his pocket. He opened his small notebook and quickly wrote down several keywords on the paper. At the same time, the images he had just witnessed in the living room kept flashing through his mind. That man was called Lin Qingzai. Those monsters' names, did they refer to something called the underworld demon? His gaze fell on the fainted Qin Donglai, who was being supported by Qin Feifei, and he made another note in it. He drew a line connecting the names Lin Qingzai and Xiao Qin, then drew a straight line under Qin Donglai's name. The person called Xiao Qin in the footage should be an ancestor of Qin Donglai, right? Yet more mysteries surged in his mind simultaneously. Who were those armored individuals fighting against the underworld demon? What was that so-called path of cultivation? Has it been passed down to the present? Perhaps Qin Donglai could provide him with the answers. Feng Hang's gaze lingered on Qin Donglai's face for a moment before he stood up and walked outside to the yard. The leaves of the old peach tree in the yard rustled in the afternoon breeze. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, his expression became solemn. Captain Zhang helped me look up a person. He should be from Songqiao. His name is Lin Qingzai. The leaves of the old peach tree outside continued to rustle. The cicadas suddenly fell silent. In this rural courtyard that had been quiet for over a decade, a layer of mystery from 1,000 years ago began to unfold. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Jiang City Jinfan High School, Duan Yin mixed in with the flow of students returning to school after lunch break and entered the school gate. He held the photo, turning around aimlessly like a headless fly. With no other choice, he grabbed a boy with a rooster haircut and asked him about the photo. Duan Yin handed the photo in front of him and asked, "Do you recognize this person?" The boy with the rooster haircut glanced at the photo and then looked up, sizing him up from head to toe. "Are you looking for the martial arts master Jiahao Buffin? What is your relationship with him?" Martial arts master Jiahao. Duan Yan's mouth twitched uncontrollably upon hearing those 4 words. The last time he was treated like this was when he bravely sang a few songs during military training in high school. After that, he became a topic of conversation among the grades, dubbed the military training Jiahao. But in reality, he was not that impressive. He simply felt someone should sing a few songs to liven up the atmosphere. What had this buffoon done to earn such a name? He quickly concocted an excuse in the face of the boy's suspicious gaze. "I came across his video online, so I guess I'm a half fan of his. This time I came here because of that." The boy's expression suddenly turned strange, as if he had seen something out of the ordinary. His odd look was tinged with a hint of pity. "Are you crazy?" He then pointed in a direction. "You should go to the small grove south of the playground. That guy Buffing usually practices there. At this time, he would generally be training there." Training? This boy could actually do martial arts. He thought the photo only showed a facade. This boy actually had some skills. No wonder the instructor asked him to find him. Duan Yin nodded in thanks, and then headed in the direction indicated towards the small grove. The boy watched Duan Yan's departing figure and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "In this day and age, does Jiahao even have stalkers?" He shook his shoulders, suppressing the urge to laugh, and hurried back to the teaching building. This news would at least spread to 3 classes before the next lesson started. 10 minutes later, next to the small grove by Jinfan High School's playground. "Is this the small grove that classmate mentioned?" Duan Yin stood at the edge of the grove, tiptoeing to peek inside several times. He muttered, somewhat puzzled as to why Buffing would practice swordsmanship here. This place was so cramped that one might hit their arm on the branches while extending it. How could he perform? He craned his neck and took a few steps inside, only to be startled by a sudden eerie laughter from within the grove. He sidestepped behind a large tree, pushing aside some drooping branches to take a look inside. An uncomfortable scene unfolded. Deep within the grove, 3 boys in identical high school uniforms were surrounding a person and bullying him. The tallest and strongest among them was being called Hao Bidu by the others. The other 2 were, one thin as a bamboo pole and the other short and stocky like a squash tree stump. The one being bullied was a boy with a gray-framed glasses and a bowl haircut, curled up on the ground, clutching a stray orange and white cat tightly in his arms. The cat trembled in his arms like a dried leaf blown by the autumn wind, emitting sharp whimpering sounds. "Damn it, Wei K, you bookworm. Do you think you're better than us just because your grades are good?" Shh. Hao Bidu kicked Wei K's shoulder, sending him flipping sideways, nearly causing the cat to slip from his. "You sit in the front row every exam and run to the teacher's office to report on others after class. Do you think you're the only good student in the class?" The thin boy crouched down and tugged at Wei K's backpack strap, pulling it outward, causing Wei K's back to bump against a tree root with a muffled sound. Wei K held tightly onto the cat in his arms, his glasses slipping down to his nose as his voice trembled. "I didn't report anyone. The teacher saw you copying homework on the surveillance." "Still stubborn, huh?" The short and stocky boy slapped the back of Wei K's head, causing his bowl haircut to lurch forward. Then Hao Bidu bent down and yanked the cat from Wei K's arms. He pinched the cat by the scruff and lifted it into the air, pulling out a lighter from his pocket, flicking it to life with a snap of his thumb, and then waved it under the tip of the cat's tail. The cat let out a piercing scream, its tail fur brushing against the flame, producing a wisp of smoke. The cat of a report-loving nerd isn't something good either. "Today I am going to give it a shave." Wei K scrambled to his feet, lunging forward to snatch back the cat, but was restrained by the thin boy and the short, stocky boy, who tossed him back to the ground. He knelt on the ground, looking at the cat being held in midair, his eyes already red. "If you want to hit someone, hit me. Just don't hurt it. I beg you." "Beg me. Hao Badu chuckled, then bent down to pick up a stone about the size of half a fist, weighing it in his hand, as if ready to throw. The more you act like this, the more excited I get. What should I do? Just as the stone was about to be thrown, a slender black shadow swept across from above the grove, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Before Hao Badu could throw the stone, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. A wooden flying knife struck precisely on the back of his hand. The impact felt as though his hand bone was about to shatter. He let out a scream, instinctively loosening his grip, and the stone fell to the side. Who the hell threw something? Hao Badu clutched his reddened hand, his eyes darting around the grove. Zhou Yang had initially prepared to rush in to save the person and the cat. Upon witnessing this scene, he immediately shrank back behind the tree to continue watching. You guys have disturbed my eyes. A boy suddenly slid down from the tree. He stood under the tree with his arms crossed, casting a cold glance at the three individuals. Between his crossed arms was a wooden stick the thickness of a thumb, and behind him were two wooden flying knives identical to the one he had just thrown. The youth had black hair and black eyes with a handsome appearance. Long bangs hung over his forehead, and a thin black rubber band tied a small ponytail at the back of his head. Hao Badu saw the youth and momentarily failed to recognize him, immediately starting to curse. What are you trying to do? Mind your own business. You've disturbed my precious sleep time. The youth pulled out the wooden stick and pointed at the three, his expression unchanged. Moreover, seeing injustice on the road, one must draw their sword to help. This is the duty of a martial artist. Hao Badu stood there, mouth agape, stunned for a long while. Who the hell is this guy? So bold. Before he could react, the tall, skinny guy next to him stared at the wooden stick and the handsome face for a few seconds. Then he exclaimed, I recognize you. You're that martial artist Jiahao from class 6. Buffon, right? Before the tall, skinny guy finished speaking, the short, stout man beside Hao Badu carelessly rolled up his sleeves. Damn it. You think you can act tough? Just a poor guy pretending to be a hero. Hey, brother, let's go together. 3 against 1, can we still be afraid of him? Buffon frowned slightly, his voice carrying a serious displeasure. I am not Jiahao. The three of them, go for it, screw him. Buffon looked at the three, immediately positioning the wooden stick horizontally in front of him, his center of gravity slightly sinking, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In that case, watch me use the dog driving stick technique. He tightened his grip on the wooden stick and charged into the formation of the three, swinging the stick in a rhythmically coordinated manner. He swung a blow, the stick sharply slashing across the chest of the tall, skinny guy, leaving a few red marks on. The tall, skinny man staggered back several steps, clutching his chest and howling on the spot. The short, stout man saw this and immediately rushed up. Buffon swiftly retracted his stick and turned the slash into a thrust aimed at the vital area of the stout man's lower body, causing the stout man to instinctively pull his abdomen back. Seizing the opportunity, Buffon jabbed repeatedly at the soft flesh between the stout man's abdomen and chest, causing the stout man to turn red in the face and crouch down, clutching his belly. Hao Badu, who had just been injured in the right hand by the flying knife, was unable to exert strength in his palm, and in an instant was hit several times. Beside them, the bespectacled man Wei Kei, holding a cute little cat, was dumbfounded. Who said Jiahao was crazy? This Jiahao is too fierce. Thus Buffon began his chaotic rampage against the three. 5 minutes later, all three had sustained injuries. Buffon stood in place, brushing off the leaves from his shoulders, his clothes pristine, not stained with a drop of blood. He covered his arm, which had received a few punches, and remained calm. You guys can leave. My sword does not stain itself with the blood of the weak. Buffon tucked the wooden stick back under his arm, looking down at the three faces beneath the tree that were now devoid of any temper. Hao Badu struggled to stand up from the ground, glaring at Buffon. You just wait. Then he limped away with the two similarly injured subordinates. Buffon shook his head, watching their retreating figures. Those who commit many injustices will meet their demise. He paused, turning around to walk towards Wei Kei, who was still sitting on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Buffon approached him and extended a hand. If you're bullied, learn to fight back. Wei Kei looked up at the hand extended before him, still unable to shift his mind from the recent battle. To fight back. He was unsure. He opened his mouth and extended his hand. Thank you. Before he could finish, Buffon had already taken the cat from his arms. He cradled the small, orange cat in his arms, gently stroking its ears with his other hand, looking down at the cat, with a hint of admiration on his face. Be like this cat. Even if you can't win, you should at least scratch a piece of flesh off them. Wei Kei. He was baffled. Then, looking somewhat wronged at Buffon, tears glimmering in his eyes, he said, I want to resist too, but there are too many of them. Buffon frowned. Stop crying. Your tears are even less valuable than my dog driving stick. Wei Kei quickly held back his tears, feeling even more wronged. Was he not allowed to cry out in pain after being beaten? He mumbled softly, in any case, thank you. As a thank you, how about I tutor you daily? No need. Upon hearing this, Buffon quickly took a step back. He tossed his long bangs with a hand, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. My mind tells me I will become the world's greatest swordsman. Study. Go away. Wait, this guy. Does he have some serious illness? He sniffed and adjusted his crooked glasses, speaking seriously. Benefactor, next time we meet, I'll give you a few sets of Haigang's 3-year college entrance examination 5-year simulations. After saying this, he glanced at the cat in Bufeng's arms, confirming the cat was fine before he trotted out of the small forest. Bufeng stood there holding the cat, his brows slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to leave, a light applause suddenly sounded from behind him. Zhou Yang walked out from behind a tree, clapping sincerely. He stepped forward, looking at Bufeng with admiration. Classmate, your skills are quite impressive. No wonder the instructor took notice of you. Bufeng, cradling the small orange cat, walked straight past Zhou Yang without glancing at him. A direct disregard. Zhou Yang, knowing this was someone the instructor had mentioned, he pushed aside his displeasure. Zhou Yang immediately turned and chased after him, running in front of Bufeng to greet him politely. How about we get to know each other? My name is Zhou Yang, I am. Bufeng halted, haughtily glancing at him while holding the cat. I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you're just a bystander, a petty villain. Zhou Yang. At 4 o'clock in the evening, Qin Donglai awoke from his coma. When he woke up, he found himself lying on the bed in his own bedroom back at his old home. According to Fei Fei, it was Officer Fang Heng and others who helped him onto the bed. And at the very moment he woke up, the officer stationed outside immediately called for Officer Fang Heng. At that time, Fang Heng had just finished a phone call with Captain Jiang Lanfeng. He dragged an old wooden chair from the corner and sat down beside the bed. He did not make small talk, but stared directly into Qin Donglai's eyes, speaking in a calm voice. You're awake. Tell me, when you were holding that badge, what did you see? I saw. It seems like, from the time of Song Zhao, there was a group of people. They were wearing armor. And there was a practitioner named Lin Xing present. And then a group of beings called the underworld demons appeared. They were resurrected. They destroyed and killed everywhere. This group was stopping and saving. He spoke incoherently, gesturing with his hands several times in the air. Fang Heng nodded, not interrupting him. They had seen the same scene. Then he pulled the chair half a step forward, his voice suddenly lowering. Then, what did you mean by those words you said before you fainted? July 7th, Qingyang Mountain. Dead bodies. This question seemed to trigger some mechanism. Qin Donglai's body shook violently, and he grasped Fang Heng's wrist tightly. Officer Fang, there's danger at Qingyang Mountain. I saw on July 7th a monster appeared at Qingyang Mountain, killing many people. There were students, office workers, and police and military. Fang Heng stared at Qin Donglai, silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting him to say these things. But Qin Donglai was afraid he wouldn't believe him. Officer Fang, I swear I'm not lying to you. I really saw the monster right at 11 a.m. on the 7th. That scene was so real, too terrifying. Fang Heng turned his head and signaled to another plainclothes officer beside him. That officer immediately pulled out a pen and notebook and began to take notes quickly. Fang Heng's gaze was calm and his voice gentle and patient, as if comforting someone who had just woken from a nightmare. I believe you, but please speak slowly. It's best to clarify everything you saw so I can investigate you. Qin Donglai lowered his head, the scene replaying in his mind, and then he described it as comprehensively as possible. Qin Feifei sat beside the bed watching her dad describe to an officer with a tone that was almost obsessively serious a scene they had never seen before. Her lips instinctively pressed tightly together. Fang Heng instructed his subordinates to organize these descriptions into a tidy note, then took it and flipped through 2 pages. July 7th at 11 a.m. He glanced down at the time and date on his phone. Just tomorrow. Does that mean there isn't much time left? However, having seen the scenes played out in the living room and experienced the monster incident in the residential building, he chose to believe it rather than dismiss it. He took the notebook and walked out of the bedroom, dialing Captain Jiang's number again. Captain Jiang, I need to request. Preliminary judgment suggests that an anomalous invasion event of the same level as the Jiangxing community may occur around 11 a.m. tomorrow. Preliminary assessment of the anomaly is 70. After a brief call, he pushed open the bedroom door and walked back in. Qin Donglai was still sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard with remnants of confusion and daze on his. Fang Heng walked over, dragging the chair back to sit in front of him, falling silent for half a second. Then he extended his right hand to Qin Donglai, palm open. Qin Donglai, I invite you in the capacity of the director of the Jiangxing Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau. Are you willing to join the Jiangxing Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau? Officer Fang, can I think about it a bit more? Facing Fang Heng's invitation, Qin Donglai was momentarily taken aback before responding somewhat tactfully. After Fang Heng briefly introduced the information about the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau, it was impossible for him to be completely uninterested. After all, it was a job within the system with benefits including 8 insurances and 5 allowances. Such opportunities are sought by many, but rarely obtained. It could provide a better living condition for his daughter and make his own life easier. However, He had witnessed the sacrifices made by Lin Qingzai and the unwavering dedication of that young Qin throughout his life. Fang Heng was not surprised by Qin Donglai's direct refusal. He smiled, clearly patient. You know, the Jiangxing Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau is always welcoming your joining. He silently added in his heart. Although at present this Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau has only me as its member, nevertheless he genuinely hoped that Qin Donglai would become the first official member to join the Bureau. After all, having seen that scene, he believed more than anyone else in the extraordinary identity of Qin Donglai. Suddenly, he retracted his smile, his expression turning serious as he looked at Qin Donglai. So, Mr. Qin, I hope you can answer some questions truthfully. Qin Donglai nervously rubbed his hands behind his back, fearing that the other party might ask something he couldn't respond to. Yet the first question Fang Heng asked was, "Do you know who that Mr. Lin Qingzai is?" Just as he had stepped out of the bedroom to make a call in the yard, Captain Zhang had already informed him of the investigation. The personnel in the archives had combed through historical and anecdotal records and all publicly available documents about ancient figures, but found no mention of the name Lin Qingzai. Captain Zhang provided three possibilities: 1, that Lin Qingzai indeed did not exist in the 5,000 years of history; 2, that Lin Qingzai was an ordinary person at that time, merely a commoner, not qualified to be recorded in any history; 3, that Lin Qingzai's true identity in that era was of a highly confidential nature, unable to be recorded in any public records. For instance, he might have been a secret guard of the emperor in the court, or belonged to a clandestine organization that had no record in the historical texts. Qin Donglai shook his head. I truly do not know Mr. Lin's identity. Fang Heng stared at him for several moments, using his professional intuition as a former detective captain to judge. The other party's gaze showed no signs of evasion, and his expression remained natural, with a heartbeat that was normal. Fang Heng knew he was not lying. Then what is your relationship with that young Qin who followed Mr. Lin? Qin Donglai opened his mouth. Young Master Qin should be our ancestor of the Qin family. I remember my father telling me when I was very young that our Qin family's ancestor once served a significant figure. At that time I didn't think much of it, but now I realize it should refer to. Before witnessing that scene, Qin Donglai actually had no concept of his ancestors. After all, he had no impressions regarding his childhood memories. Without that previous scene, he could not have recalled any. Fang Heng silently nodded, remaining silent for a while. Then he suddenly took something out of the inner pocket. It was a badge, golden, carefully sealed in a bag. He placed the badge in the palm of Qin Donglai's hand, his tone flat and calm. Since this badge was entrusted to your ancestor by that gentleman, we will return it to you. Qin Donglai looked down at the cold badge in his palm, rubbing his thumb over the shallow scratches on the badge repeatedly again and again. The badge was cold, yet his heart was filled with fervent enthusiasm. He kept thinking the same thing in his mind. What if he hadn't treated this thing as a toy and carelessly tossed it into his backpack when he was a child? What if he had understood his father's intentions at the age of 7? Then would the legacy of 1,000 years and Mr. Lin's sacrifice not have been severed like this? People should not be forgotten. Before he could lament for too long, Fang Heng's nervous yet expectant voice sounded. Besides this badge, do you remember if your family has passed down any other ancient relics, such as wooden boxes, antique scrolls, or perhaps ancient books? Qin Donglai understood in his heart. He immediately shook his head. My father only passed down this one item, and I even forgot about it. If it weren't for these matters, I might not have been able to recall it at all. Fang Heng sat in the chair for a long time, his lips moved, and he softly uttered 2 words. What a pity. He originally thought that the heritage of the Qin family preserved for 1,000 years might still hold that ancient book of martial arts. If that thin, thread-bound ancient book could be found, even if only remnants remained. As long as it was handed over to the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau for scanning, they might be able to analyze the so-called martial arts. Perhaps they could even study extraordinary powers. They might even uncover the secrets of those armored individuals. Where did those people disappear to, and where did they go? What are they doing now? Why had there been no records in the previous files of the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau? A series of questions surged in his mind. At that moment, Fang Heng's phone in his pocket vibrated again. He stood up and quickly walked out of the bedroom to Captain Jiang's cold yet weary voice rang out. There are a total of 3102 cities across the country, and there are 8 surrounding a place called Qingyang Mountain. After exclusion, there are 3 cities remaining that fit the target: Xinqing, Ningqing, and Jiangxing. Currently, it is impossible to determine which of these 3 cities it is. The Bureau has decided to simultaneously implement a Class C defense plan for Qingyang Mountain in these 3 cities, closely monitoring and investigating the anomalies in these 3 mountains. After listening, Fang Heng fell silent. The evening breeze blew through the peach tree leaves, drifting into his collar and making the fine sweat on his forehead feel slightly cool. His voice was hoarse with a heavy tone. Captain Zhang, I want to apply for a Class B isolation monitoring plan for Qingyang Mountain in Jiangxing. The sound of electrical static became exceptionally clear in those 3 seconds. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence followed by the faint utterance of 2 words. Reason. Fang Heng also replied with 2 words. Intuition. On the other end of the line, the breathing suddenly became hurried and heavier. A deep voice soon followed. Are you crazy joking like this? Captain Zhang, so many things have happened in Jiangxing, it is absolutely not coincidental. Fang Heng's voice did not back down or raise in volume, but rather carried a stubborn earnestness. This reason of intuition is not convincing enough, and currently you do not have the authority to apply for a Class B plan. Then please help me apply, Captain. Please. At 7 o'clock that evening near Qingyang Mountain in Jiang City, the Class B quarantine and monitoring plan officially commenced. A synchronized and oppressive roar of engines tore through the tranquility of Qingyang Mountain. On the asphalt road leading to the main road of Qingyang Mountain, a stream of deep green military off-road vehicles and heavy troop transport trucks with special license plates surged into Qingyang Mountain like a tide of steel. The convoy stretched endlessly with headlights illuminating the dim mountain road as bright as day. With a sharp screech of brakes, the convoy came to a stop at the designated location. The doors of the vehicles opened in perfect unison, heavy military boots thudding against the asphalt, creating a series of dull sounds. Soldiers with a commanding presence leaped down from the vehicles. Fully armed, their expressions were cold and fierce. The highest order from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs had been issued. They began to swiftly implement the containment plan targeting the Qingyang Mountain area, with a 3-kilometer radius centered on the mountain's peak as an absolute zone. The commander leading the team stood elevated, holding a walkie-talkie, his steady and powerful voice resonating continuously. Attention all units, according to the established plan, teams 1 and 2 are responsible for clearing the area. Actions must be swift. Remember to maintain a unified stance, publicly declaring this as a military exercise to avoid causing unnecessary panic. With the orders given, these soldiers quickly conducted comprehensive containment monitoring, searching, and cleaning operations around Qingyang Mountain. Soon impenetrable defenses were rapidly established at the outermost perimeter of the mountain. The military drones in the hands of the reconnaissance troops spread across the mountain, closely monitoring every checkpoint. Meanwhile, high-precision electronic listening devices were discreetly set up at various critical intersections. A fleet of engineering vehicles arrived, swiftly erecting cold roadblocks and barbed wire that enveloped the entire mountain layer by layer. In just over a dozen minutes, a popular tourist mountain had been transformed into an insurmountable military restricted zone. Many tourists and nearby villagers were escorted out of the blockade before they had a chance to react. Hey comrades, what's going on here? A middle-aged man dressed as a company executive with a shiny face attempted to approach the soldiers behind the security line for a discussion. 2 fully armed special police officers immediately stepped forward, their tactical flashlights casting blinding beams of white light blocking their way. There is an ongoing live ammunition military exercise ahead. This area has been temporarily designated as a military restricted zone. For your safety, please cooperate and evacuate immediately. As for your vehicles and personal belongings, there will be dedicated personnel responsible for coordination and registration later. Now please step back. Military exercise. Who are you kidding? Who conducts exercises in a scenic area at night? A girl in her 30s, seemingly frightened, shrank back behind her colleague. Next to the girl, a seemingly freshly graduated student suddenly tiptoed to peek inside the barbed wire. This setup is too frightening. Could it be that a serial killer has infiltrated the mountains, or has there been a chemical? Please evacuate immediately. Do not linger here, and definitely do not take photos or videos. The special police's voice rose sharply, carrying an oppressive tone as they slightly nudged forward with their riot shields. The intensity of the situation was indeed considerable. Faced with this display of real firepower, the onlookers and tourists who had been blocked nearby showed expressions of curiosity, but dared not act recklessly. They had no choice but to comply, being half escorted and half sent out of the security line. Tourists within Qingyang Mountain were gradually cleared out. Each batch was led out by agents from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs wearing special identification. Meanwhile, in the nearby villages at the foot of the mountain, the sound of barking dogs echoed as if they were singing karaoke. Soldiers began to check each household near Qingyang Mountain. Fellow villagers, sorry to bother you. The troops have received an emergency order. For everyone's safety, please gather your valuables and evacuate with the buses outside. The village elders looked at the heavily armed soldiers outside the door and the flashing police lights on the distant road, momentarily at a loss. Soldiers, what about our chickens, ducks, and piglets at this late hour? A man smoking a pipe suddenly wore a word. The leading soldier was polite yet calm. Rest assured, fellow villager, property losses will be compensated by the relevant department at double the rate. But for now, safety is paramount. Please do not delay. The buses are waiting at the village entrance. The soldiers' polite and orderly actions made the villagers realize the seriousness of the situation. Soon all nearby households were evacuated from the Qingyang mountain area. After confirming that everyone had been cleared from the blockade, the last tourist vehicle was stopped outside the barrier. The barriers closed. The barbed wire tightened. All communication signals above Qingyang mountain were completely cut off after a brief crackling sound. All mobile phones displayed no service. All navigation software failed to locate. At that moment, Qingyang mountain transformed into a solitary fortress temporarily erased from the map. Between the foot and the slope of the mountain, military tents were rapidly set up in the twilight. The military, in coordination with the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs, established a temporary frontline command post here. The command post was brightly lit with a massive electronic screen flashing the topographic map of Qingyang mountain. Communication devices emitted beeping sounds as various measures were swiftly issued. Line 1's deployment is complete. Heavy fire support team is in position. Members of the Monster Response Department have entered the mountain and begun detecting anomalies. As the reports sounded, various powerful weapons were continuously brought into the mountain. Heavy ammunition boxes were pried open and golden bullets filled the magazines. Type 92 pistols and Type 95 automatic rifles became the basic standard. In concealed sniper positions high above, snipers had already set up their cold sniper rifles, locking onto the critical paths of the mountain forest. In addition, crates of stun grenades and flashbangs were distributed. In the open space behind the command post, light artillery and mortars were even set up, their dark muzzles gleaming with a deadly glow in the twilight. On the other side, elite members dressed in special uniforms of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs emerged from. Fully armed with police dogs and energy detection instruments, they began a thorough search and inspection within the inner layers of Qingyang mountain. They were searching for any signs of anomalies or monsters. In the sky, military helicopters occasionally hovered at low altitudes. The roar of the huge propellers shook the treetops with intense beams of infrared searchlights piercing the mountainside like swords. The thermal imaging screens flickered on the helicopter's control panel, scanning every corner of Qingyang mountain, leaving no inch unchecked. The entire mountain was in an orderly yet tightly secured state. Some curious onlookers stood on elevated ground outside Qingyang mountain, snapping a photo of the restricted zone. A blurry image was then posted on a local forum online. In the photo, there were roadblocks with barbed wire lifted in the night, heavily armed police officers on guard, and helicopters hidden in the dark sky. Once the photo was released, it immediately caused a stir on the internet. Many netizens began to discuss it. What on earth happened over at Qingyang mountain in Jiang City? My friend's house is at the foot of the mountain. They just sent a WeChat message saying they were evacuated by the military overnight. I can't even get through on the phone. I saw it too. On my way home from work today, dozens of military vehicles passed by on Jinfan Road. All big trucks lined up, like J Brothers. Is this picture real? It looks like a movie set. With riot shields, rifles, and even barbed wire set up, are they preparing for war? Could it be that a great tomb was discovered in the mountains filled with awakened Zhongzi? There is a great tomb. Could my chilling brother be inside? The speculations online were varied, but they were all separated by screens. Everyone could feel the heavy and tense atmosphere surrounding Qingyang mountain at that moment. On the other side of Jiang City at the Shiguang base, Zhou Yang sat on the altar, his distant gaze deep and inscrutable. It seemed he could penetrate the dome of the base, crossing vast distances to see the Qingyang mountain camp, which was on high alert. After a long while, his mysterious gaze slowly retracted. A slight smile appeared on Zhou Yang's lips as he said softly, "The fifth act has begun." Then he closed his eyes and delved deep into his consciousness. Not long ago, he had completely absorbed 10 fragments of the Gungmi Vajra. The energy from these crystals washed over his body, ultimately converging into the depths of his consciousness, enhancing his intent power. After a moment, Zhou Yang opened his eyes again. He slightly clenched his fist, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Intent power level, late Huang level, he murmured to himself, having broken through 2 minor realms. Zhou Yang had just sensed that the G side had started to take action. He was about to check his intent power when the system interface popped up quickly. Then a series of red warning alerts flashed continuously before his eyes. Warning! Warning! The level of the spatial rift at Qingyang mountain has been accurately detected. Current spatial rift level, small coordinates, Qingyang mountain, Jiang City. At least 2 or more alien beasts will emerge from the rift, posing a significant threat to the surrounding ecology, environment, and humanity. Please resolve this as soon as possible. Reminder: the longer the invasion lasts, the more rifts will appear. Please quickly develop the organization. System, you're a bit noisy. Zhou Yang frowned slightly as he raised his hand to push the system's warning alerts aside. According to the information provided by the system, the spatial rifts that occurred during alien beast invasions are classified into 6 levels: micro, small, medium, large, giant, and supergiant. The types, quantities, and strengths of alien beasts that emerge from each level of spatial rift vary. Generally, micro-rifts yield Huang-level alien beasts with numbers ranging from 1 to 3. The rift where he last killed the Qi Ming gecko lizard in Jiangxin community was a micro-rift. That time the energy response from the alien beasts encountered was the weakest one. It's time for Duan Yin to quickly enter Shiguang and start fighting. He, the destined king of internal competition, will definitely be the primary force against the alien beasts. Looking at the warning information on the system interface, Zhou Yang's expression tightened. Beside him, Chu Qingyue, who had digested elemental energy and information related to alien beast battles all afternoon, seemed to have heard Zhou Yang's murmurs. Although she couldn't hear, clearly it was enough to alarm her. She immediately stood up from the stone slab and looked in Zhou Yang's direction. "Minter, what's wrong?" Zhou Yang did not answer immediately. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at the pale white dome above, lost in his emotions. The invasion has begun. Another battle is approaching. I hope this time in Shiguang, everything— His voice was small yet clear enough. Chu Qingyue keenly caught every word. Her fingers instinctively pressed against the Tsunami summoner at her waist. She longed for the combined armor and wanted to test the power she had gained today. But more than that, she would rather there were no alien beasts descending upon this world, no disasters or apocalyptic scenarios. No skeletal remains and armored warriors drenched in blood as depicted in those murals. Nervously, she stood up from her spot and spoke with a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Minter, are the alien beasts going to begin their first invasion?" But more than that, she would rather there were no alien beasts descending upon this world, no disasters or apocalyptic scenarios. No skeletal remains and armored warriors drenched in blood as depicted in those murals. Zhou Yang stood at the edge of the altar with his hands behind his back, not turning around. The first time has already passed. Tomorrow will be the second time. His calm voice seemed to suppress something. Perhaps it was worry, perhaps it was compassion, perhaps it was anticipation, or perhaps it was nothing at all. But Chu Qingyue guessed that there would be no fear in it. Her cold face tightened slightly, her heart feeling a bit constricted. Looking at her mentor's lonely back, she couldn't help but sigh in pity. "If only last time I could have fought alongside you. This battle is about humanity and our race. You shouldn't have to bear this alone." Zhou Yang took off the hood of his sweatshirt and turned around. His tousled hair was outlined by a thin layer of golden light in the dome's glow. When he raised his head, his cold yet youthful face was illuminated by the golden light, and his clear eyes reflected a blend of authority, regret, and determination. This is the destiny of Shiguang, and the purpose of the organization's existence. Because humanity needs hope and light. Tiny golden rays of light passed through his hair, brushed against the edges of his brow, and glided along his slightly raised jawline. In that moment, his face resembled not the young man who was leaning against the stone pillar scrolling through his phone while eating dumplings, but rather a ruler wielding the power of fate. Chu Qingyue was momentarily dazed, then her heart tightened, her blood boiling. She stepped forward, looking at Zhou Yang with determination. "Minter, then this time, let me fight alongside you." Zhou Yang turned his head to look at her. "So young, so—" He nodded slightly, his tone rising a bit, but also became heavier. "Are you ready? Every battle carries the possibility of death." When Chu Qingyue was liberated from the power of the Chu family, she was already prepared. So in response to this question that symbolized a warning, she took the Tsunami armor summoner from her waist and pressed one hand on her chest. The action was unscripted and unpracticed, but it was more heartfelt and passionate than any commercial speech. "I, armor warrior Chu Qingyue, request to battle. For all humanity like me, unafraid to fight." Her voice was loud and resolute, reverberating throughout the entire base. "Very good. This time I will take you with me." He turned around again, looking towards the corner of his sight, quickly calling out to the system in his mind. "System, open the shopping mall interface. I want to spend." He turned around, while quickly summoning the system shop deep in his consciousness. A pale blue translucent interface unfolded in his view. He had to fight, but this time he would be fully— Only by being several realms stronger than the enemy could one possess the overwhelming combat power to crush everything after the appearance of the exotic beast. His gaze quickly swept across the shelves in the shop, then precisely locked onto the item he had been eyeing for a long time, but had yet to redeem. Xingtian Armor Summoner, 50000 points. System purchase. At 7:30 p.m. about 4 kilometers from Qingyang Mountain at Jinfan High School. In the classroom of Class 6 of the second year, the fluorescent lights were on, and outside the window the sky was in a state of dim twilight. It was self-study time, and the classroom was filled with students going over problems and exercises. These were all prospective third-year students with one foot already in the battlefield of the third year. Of course, among them were also those whose minds were not on their self-study. At the window side sat two girls. Qi Jingjing shook her shoulder-length hair, slumped back in her chair, and stretched a big lazy yawn. "Finally got through today's exam. I thought I would have to come back tomorrow for more classes, but it turns out the school plans to give us 2 days off starting tomorrow. Usually at this time, they can't wait to drag us prospective third-year students straight into the battlefield of the third year. I don't know what's gotten into those school leaders today. As she spoke, Qi Jingjing suddenly noticed the girl beside her was standing by the window, looking anxiously at the road. This girl had twin ponytails, was incredibly beautiful, and her eyes sparkled. Qi Jingjing couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? Why do you look so gloomy? Tomorrow is a holiday." The girl named Yao Yao had her hands resting on the windowsill, her gaze fixed on the cars occasionally passing by on the road, her brow slightly furrowed. "Jingjing, I was thinking there were quite a few cars passing by on that road in front of the school today. It feels a bit off with SUVs and trucks around. You hardly see that many in a year." Qi Jingjing, who had been slouching in her chair, immediately sat up straight. "You mean that? I heard from a classmate in the neighboring class that has relatives near Qingyang Mountain. He told me that there will be military exercises at Qingyang Mountain in the next few days, so they will temporarily block off the area for a while. It will be fine after a while." After saying this, Qi Jingjing immediately stood up from her chair. She walked over to Bu Yao Yao's side, and the two leaned against the window, resting their elbows on the windowsill to look outside. Bu Yao Yao was about to nod in response to Qi Jingjing when she heard Qi Jingjing's voice beside her. "Yao Yao, isn't that your brother Bu Feng on the playground?" Bu Yao Yao looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, there were two figures running on the playground. The back of one of them with a small ponytail she would recognize anywhere. Qi Jingjing couldn't help but start to criticize. "I'm not saying Yao Yao, but your brother is really quite the show-off. Every day he skips evening self-study and runs on the playground. And he tells others he's training his physical fitness. I see it's just to attract our class's top student Qin Feifei's attention." She pursed her lips, her expression somewhat complicated. Bu Feng was her brother 2 years older than her, and should be in his first year of university. Yet due to being held back, he was now in the second year with her. Not for any other reason, but because he was too obsessed with martial arts novels, always wanting to be like the protagonist in those stories, acting heroically, living freely, and swiftly settling scores. Her brother treated her really well, but she didn't know why. His mind seemed a bit muddled. She respected her brother's interests, but she also didn't want him to let this obsession affect his college entrance examination. After all, the college entrance examination was a major event that could affect a lifetime. She turned to Qi Jingjing a bit stubborn. "Jingjing, my brother is not a show-off. He genuinely loves martial arts and the spirit of chivalry." Qi Jingjing saw her best friend's serious and earnest demeanor and immediately raised her hands in surrender. Okay, your brother isn't a show-off. He's the best brother in the world for our Yao Yao." Then she quickly pointed at another figure on the playground to change the subject. "Yao Yao, look, there's another show-off running on the playground. What a match made in heaven. But it seems they're talking about—" Just then a loud sound of someone banging on the desk came from the teacher's podium. Teacher Lao Zhou had somehow already walked up to the podium with a stern face. "Everyone quiet down, I have an announcement. Tomorrow our class needs to come in. There are some parts of the final exam papers that I need to explain." Before his voice fell, the classroom erupted in cries of despair. Someone in the back shouted, "Isn't tomorrow?" Someone threw a pen onto the desk, producing a crisp sound of extreme reluctance. Someone muttered, "Lao Zhou, are you a devil? You give us 2 days off, and then take away one." Lao Zhou banged on the desk, his face serious as he scanned around. "There's less than a year left until the college entrance examination. Do you think you're here on vacation?" On the playground, Zhou Yang was jogging behind Bu Feng, trying to catch up while talking. He couldn't understand what was going on with this classmate running at this hour. Bu Feng suddenly turned around to look at him. "If you want to chat with me, then let's have a competition. If you win, I'll grant you all your requests. If you lose, then just go back where you came from." Zhou Yang originally didn't want to stoop to the level of a kid, but once he thought of it as his own trial, he instinctively regarded this competition as part of his test. He immediately replied, "All right, let's compete." "Compete in what?" Bu Feng quickly left Zhou Yang behind, his voice fading in the wind. "The competition will be archery and combat. Tomorrow at noon, in the school archery range. I'll be waiting for you." Just as Zhou Yang was preparing to catch up, his ears suddenly perked up. He heard Zhou Yang's telepathy spell Aries. Zhou Yang trial passed. Zhou Yang looked around. Am I having hallucinations? Is it really the instructor speaking? The trial had already passed. Then, what about tomorrow's competition? He looked at Bu Feng's figure on the playground, gritted his teeth. "Whatever, I'll agree to it. Let's have a match first." In Qin Village, the desk lamp in the old house's bedroom had already been on for a while. Qin Donglai sat on the edge of the bed, lovingly ruffling his daughter's hair. "Daughter, tomorrow, I might go out with Officer Fong and the others. You just stay home and study well." Qin Feifei silently nodded. She didn't know what her father would specifically do tomorrow. She didn't ask, because she had learned to be considerate and not worry her dad since she was little. She accepted it. She was already used to it. "Dad, don't worry. The homeroom teacher just sent a message. I still have to go back to school tomorrow to discuss the exam papers. Qin Donglai's eyes suddenly turned red. He immediately turned his face away and focused on the wall corner. He blinked hard to force back the tears. Seeing such a considerate daughter always made him feel heartbroken. For these past 10 or so years being both father and mother, he had never actively seen his daughter call out in grievance. He reached into his inner pocket and stroked the sword and shield badge. His fingertip gently caressed it as if it could bring him a sense of security. Wife bless me and Fei tomorrow, I don't want to leave her alone in this world. Old ancestor, I hope you can help me find the ancient texts of the technique cultivators. I want to have the strength to protect my Fei. In the next room, Fong Hung was gripping his phone chatting with the elderly person on the other end. He had no partner, only a pair of aging parents living in an old neighborhood in Jiangxing. Mom, that medicated plaster can't be applied only twice a week. The doctor said it needs to be changed every other day. You don't need to worry about money, my son isn't short on that. Dad, you just had surgery. Don't stare at your phone so much, eat less spicy food. His tone was gentle, as if he were a different person than usual. When will you come back for a meal? Aunt Wang next door sent over a big eel. Mom is preparing to make soup for you. Catching criminals is important, but rushing forward foolishly, life only comes once. He listened to the elderly person's words, his eyes suddenly feeling a bit sour. Until the warm nagging gradually faded away, his gaze slowly calmed down and became resolute. He was afraid that he wouldn't return tomorrow. He would rather his guess be wrong. But after experiencing the incident with Qin Donglai, he subconsciously believed in that scene. I hope that tomorrow everything can go as planned. This night the lights in the Qin family's old house stayed on until very late. The leaves of the old peach tree outside the window rustled gently in the evening breeze. On July 7th, at 9 in the morning, in the classroom of Class 6, Grade 2 of Jinfan High School. As soon as Qin Fei, who hadn't been back to school for several days, entered the classroom, she was surrounded by her classmates. After all, this was the return of the top student. Everyone was curious about where she had been. Fei, where have you been these past few days? The homeroom teacher didn't give any hints, and we all thought you had transferred. Come on, tell us honestly, did you secretly enroll in some closed tutoring class without telling us? Qin Fei just smiled and shook her head, speaking calmly. What are you thinking? I was just sick and stayed home receiving IVs for a few days. I didn't have the energy to look at my phone. After all, the experiences of these past few days were under a confidentiality agreement. There was nothing she could say. She squeezed through the crowd and walked to the row of seats by the window. Then she smiled and greeted Bu Yao and Qi Jingjing before sitting down in the empty seat that had been vacant for several days. Just as the classroom was bustling, the homeroom teacher, old Zhou Siming, walked in. He tapped the desk, and the classroom instantly quieted as if time had stopped. An eerie silence fell over the room. At the same time, in the school's archery range, early in the morning, Bu Feng stood arrogantly in the audience seats, arms crossed. He was waiting for that person to appear. The atmosphere was building, step by step. Meanwhile, Duan Yen was stopped by the school security at the entrance. On Qingyang Mountain at 10:40, several heavy armed helicopters had already taken off their rotors, producing deafening roars as they circled above Qingyang Mountain. The high-precision thermal imaging cameras hanging below the helicopters were scanning every inch of the forest on Qingyang Mountain, leaving no suspicious heat source unnoticed. On the hillside, groups of soldiers quickly occupied the various high points marked on the map with light artillery. Boxes of large-caliber ammunition gleamed coldly, already pried open. The dark muzzles of the cannons were aimed directly at the mountain's heart. Less than 5 kilometers from Qingyang Mountain, on the rooftop of a 12-story office building. This was an industry under the Chu Group, and the security personnel had long been cleared out, allowing Zhou Yang and Chu Qingyue to enter unobstructed. Chu Qingyue put down the high-powered telescope in her hand and turned to look at the young man beside her, her expression grave. Minter, the entire Qingyang Mountain has become a forbidden zone now. The J faction has joined forces with the police to completely seal off the entire mountain. Not even a fly can get in. Should we still go in? It seemed that the G faction of H country had already noticed the abnormal fluctuations of Qingyang Mountain, reacting faster than she had imagined. It's not time to make an appearance yet. If we go now. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. We would only end up being riddled with bullets from their heavy firepower. He crossed his arms, looking in the direction of Qingyang Mountain, feigning profundity. I also want to see if this time during the calamity the G faction will act the same way as they did 1,000 years ago. After saying this, he maintained his posture and gazed into the distance, remaining silent. In reality, his heart was far from this calm. This stage he had personally set up was gradually reaching its climax. The space rifts were irreversible, and he indeed wanted to see if the G faction had the power to directly annihilate the creatures emerging from the spatial rifts. Chu Qingyue silently stood beside him, remaining quiet, waiting for that moment to arrive. At this time, on a flat area halfway up Qingyang Mountain, inside the most conspicuous large military green command tent, The highest representatives from the military police and the Abnormal Affairs Handling Bureau were all gathered in this. From the Abnormal Affairs Bureau, besides team leader Zhang Lanfeng, the Monster Countermeasures Department had additionally sent 2 group leaders with rich combat experience. The heads of Group 3 and Group 5 both had stern expressions. Major General He, the highest commander of the local garrison in Jiangxing, was in military attire, his brows tightly furrowed. Beside him was Director MO of the Jiangxing Police Station, who was also Fang Heng's former superior. As for Fang Heng, after this operation his Jiangxing Abnormal Affairs Bureau branch would be able to start recruiting. Qin Donglai was trying hard to minimize his presence. Among these 3 factions, Major General He held the highest rank, but it was implicitly the Abnormal Affairs Bureau which possessed special intelligence that held the leadership. After all, this was a special period facing unknown creatures. These people gathered in the tent, anxiously waiting for that moment foretold in the prophetic image to arrive. 20 minutes passed. There were no anomalies occurring throughout Qingyang Mountain. Another half-hour went by. The entire forest remained eerily quiet. It was terrifyingly silent, not even a few birds dared to show their heads. From the command tent's portable radio, the reports from helicopter pilots and ground observation posts around Qingyang Mountain kept coming in. Report to the command center: no anomalies in the eastern forest. Thermal imaging did not detect any large life forms. Report to the command center: no anomalies in the northern forest. Geological survey data is stable. Report. The repeated reports of no anomalies echoed in the tent. The expressions of the crowd began to change subtly. Team leader Zhang Lanfeng's brows knitted tighter and tighter, glancing worriedly at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, however, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet his hands remained tightly clenched, the muscles in his face taut, still not daring to relax in the slightest. Time ticked by. Another half-hour passed, and it was now 12 o'clock noon. It had been over an hour since Qin Donglai had predicted the monsters would descend at 11. The atmosphere in the tent had unconsciously changed. The tightly wound eyes of the crowd gradually turned skeptical. Director MO cleared his throat and spoke in a lowered voice to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, is the intelligence from your Abnormal Affairs Bureau reliable? This is no joke. Qin Donglai couldn't help but grab Fang Heng's shoulder, one hand rubbing the sword shield badge in his pocket. Just as the atmosphere in the temporary command center relaxed, Major General He, with a serious face, picked up the communicator, ready to issue the order to retreat and observe. Suddenly the mountain of Qingyang shook violently. It felt as if some colossal creature was striking the crust with terrifying tremors. The command tent shook violently. What happened? An earthquake? Director MO shouted as he steadied himself against the table. Everyone hold steady. Technical department, report the source of the tremor immediately. Zhang Lanfeng calmly reminded everyone. Meanwhile, above the halfway point of Qingyang Mountain, a low-flying armed helicopter had just completed a new round of scanning. The pilot steadied the joystick and picked up the intercom to prepare to report the situation. Report to the command center: no anomalies in the forest here. Before he finished his sentence, an unexpected event occurred. 2 beams of green laser rays suddenly shot out from the dense forest below. Watch out! Those 2 emerald laser beams streaked across the sky at inconceivable speed, searing with terrifying heat, and slashed through the air with a deafening hiss. Then pierced straight through the helicopter's tail rotor and left wing. Metal shrieked and melted instantly. The helicopter's wings ceased rotation. The fuselage lurched violently off balance. Thick black smoke and blinding flames erupted skyward in a thunderous roar. Requesting assistance. Requesting. Only the pilot's final ragged cry echoed faintly across the comms channel before cutting to static. The stricken aircraft plunged downward, trailing a long, grim plume of smoke, then detonated midair with a cataclysmic blast, erupting into a colossal fireball. Inside the temporary command tent, a large screen displayed the smoldering wreckage of the downed helicopter. Silence fell over the room. Absolute, suffocating, death-like. 1 second later, General He jerked his head upward, eyes bloodshot and blazing. He snatched the radio console, veins bulging along his temples as he roared with thunderous authority, locate the target. Engage immediately. Full firepower barrage. Level that entire forest. At the instant the order was issued, the Qingyang Mountain Armed Task Force surged into motion. Every helicopter circling overhead broke formation and dove in unison toward the origin point of the laser fire. All artillery cannons were loaded, safeties disengaged. Drone footage zoomed in, rapidly scanning inch by inch from the precise coordinates where the lasers had originated. Soon the dust on the main screen began to settle. A bone-chilling figure materialized on the command monitor, a towering, upright wolf clad in thick, organic armor. It stood 3 meters tall, its massive frame sheathed in coarse iron-gray fur. Its pupils glowed with an eerie viridian light, its hands ended in claws half a meter long, razor-sharp and gleaming. This was a wild wolf oxar. Yet in this world no one recognized the creature. They only knew beyond doubt, that it bore no resemblance to any known life form. Command personnel stared at the Oksar on-screen, breath catching in unison, then sank into total stunned silence. The prophetic vision was real. The Anomaly Affairs Handling Bureau's detection was accurate. Monstrous beasts, true anomalies, existed in this world. Open fire. Moments later, the sky split open with a shrieking, vacuum-tearing howl. Dozens of gunship turrets and missile launchers locked onto the lone wolf Oksar. Boom, 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 boom. Cannon fire thundered, deafening, relentless. A torrent of machine gun rounds descended like a metallic tempest. Multiple high-explosive shells trailing incandescent contrails converged upon the target and slammed into the earth with apocalyptic force. Concussive blasts and thick, acrid smoke rose simultaneously, bathing half of Qingyang Mountain in hellish crimson light. The shockwave uprooted trees within a 50-meter radius, shredding them into splinters. Inside the tent, every officer fixated on the screen, on that column of churning black smoke. None dared blink, not even for an instant, fearing they might miss the slightest detail. For a full minute the barrage raged on, then abruptly fell silent. Mountain winds slowly dispersed the smoke. There in the center lay a vast charred crater, the surrounding earth torn and pulverized as if scoured by a titanic plow, scarred beyond recognition. Yet at the crater's bottom, no corpse of the Lupin abomination lay visible. Is it neutralized? Reduced to ash? Director Mo wiped cold sweat from his brow, voice trembling with uncertainty. Taut nerves across the tent relaxed, just slightly. After all, under such overwhelming modern artillery saturation, even a creature forged of steel should have vaporized. Roar. Suddenly a gut-wrenching subterranean roar erupted, from an entirely different direction. Beware the ground. On-screen, the earth less than 100 meters beneath, one hovering helicopter exploded outward. A vile-thud figure shot upward from the soil, half its serpentine body lashing out like lightning. It resembled a grotesque earthworm-like aberration, its entire length shimmering with unnatural violet patterns stretching over 10 meters. Most horrifying of all, at both ends of its colossal body gaped enormous circular maws, each slowly unfurling to reveal concentric rings of serrated meat-grinding fangs, cold, lethal, and infinitely cruel. On the rooftop, wind howled fiercely across the heights. Zhou Yang stood at the precipice, his hooded jacket snapping violently in the gale. His acute hearing registered the distant artillery fire from Qingyang Mountain, now fading, growing sparse. It's time. Our turn. His tone remained calm, unruffled. Chu Qinghua blinked, then murmured incredulous now. Zhou Yang offered no reply, only a quiet, knowing shake of his head. He raised his hand, gesturing into empty space, and summoned forth a crimson device resembling an antique camera from his system interface. Lifting it, he aimed its lens directly at his own eyes and pressed the shutter. Click. A flash flared, identity confirmed. Zhou Yang's voice dropped low, resonant, and commanding Xing Tian armor. At that very instant, he smoothly drew a radiant red summoning card from his waistband, sliding it into the device's slot with practiced, fluid precision. Fusion. Boom. A dazzling, overwhelming burst of arcane light erupted across the rooftop. Beside him, Chu Qinghua's eyes flickered, burning with fierce, unbridled anticipation. Without hesitation, she produced her own Sinami armor summoner and fastened it firmly to her waist. Her voice rang clear and cool, like deep-sea currents surging upward. The power to drown all with roaring tides. Fusion. A soft mechanical chime chimed, armor fusion complete. In the mountains of Qingyang, the mouthparts of the purple giant earthworm suddenly opened wide, accompanied by a nauseating stench as it forcefully swung towards the two helicopters hovering in midair. Ascend. Emergency evasive maneuvers. The massive purple body seemed to carry an immense force, directly shattering the two helicopters in midair. The harsh sound of twisted metal mixed with the screams of the pilots, transforming into burning fragments scattered across the sky. Inside the temporary command tent, the large screen was broadcasting the battle scenes in real time. The grotesque mouthparts were infinitely magnified on the screen, showing the slimy teeth attached to the constantly writhing flesh walls, captured clearly by the high-resolution camera. Seeing this scene, everyone in the tent felt a chill run through them. Although separated by a screen, they could almost smell the overwhelming stench erupting from those mouthparts, rising straight up. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Bastard. Major General, he slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide with rage. He quickly grabbed the communicator for tactical adjustments. All units increase altitude and maintain a safe distance. Do not hover, engage in mobile fire. Ground artillery units, get me target coordinates and prepare to cover fire. At this moment, the pilots of the helicopters hovering in the air were momentarily stunned by the sight of the monster. Whoosh! A sharp and short sound suddenly rang out. The mouthparts of the giant earthworm suddenly contracted, then, like a high-pressure water gun, it sprayed out a large amount of purple unknown slime. The slime impacted the bulletproof windshield of the closest helicopter. That windshield, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, was corroded into large holes upon contact with the purple liquid. Hiss! Hiss! The purple slime instantly broke through the glass barrier, accurately splattering onto the faces of the pilots. In an instant, the communication channel erupted with piercing screams. The flesh of the pilots was rapidly corroding. In the throes of agony, they instinctively released the control stick and covered their eyes that were burned by the slime. The helicopter lost control, violently shaking in the air. Then a purple shadow carrying a foul wind swung over. The upper body of the giant earthworm leaped high, its enormous mouthparts directly biting into the window that had been corroded through. Then the suction within the mouthparts suddenly erupted, sucking in the still screaming pilot. Splatter! A chilling sound echoed as a burst of bright red blood exploded from the mouthparts of the giant earthworm. Only a headless corpse remained in the pilot's seat. The corpse's hands remained in the position they were in before death, silently sitting in the blood-soaked cockpit. Silence. A deathly silence. Inside the temporary command tent, everyone stared at the horrific scene on the screen, their breaths halted. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through all helicopter communication channels and the nearby ground artillery broadcasts. Concentrate fire on that monster's mouthparts. Open fire. Sweep the area. Major General, he stood before the screen, his face grim. In the air, the helicopter cannons, light artillery mortars, recoilless rifles, and heavy machine guns were ready. All the weapons almost simultaneously locked onto the purple giant earthworm that had emerged from the forest. Fire! With the orders from various commanders, a continuous rumbling erupted. Thousands of bullets and shells carrying the aura of destruction rained down violently upon the monster. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering flames momentarily rivaled the blazing sun in the sky, shaking the entire Qingyang mountain under the terrifying barrage. Amidst the flying sparks, an eerie and piercing shriek pierced through the roar of the artillery echoing above the forest. The 10-meter-long body was violently blasted apart under the furious firepower. Then bursts of purple blood mist erupted from the body of the beast. Inside the command tent, the large screen's image remained locked on the center of the bombardment. The mountain wind swept through, raising clouds of dust and smoke that obscured visibility. Everyone fixed their eyes on the screen, not daring to blink, their fists clenched tightly, fearing that this all-out firepower barrage had failed to inflict any harm. 1 minute later, the bombardment ceased. The smoke slowly dissipated under the mountain wind. The image gradually became clear. In place, only a deep pit still emitting scorching heat remained. The area of the pit was as wide as a building with an astonishing depth. At the bottom of the pit, disgusting remnants of the giant earthworm lay scattered everywhere. Purple blood pooled into puddles interspersed with some indescribable internal organs. Looking at this grotesque scene, the silence in the command tent lasted only a moment. The heavy stone pressing on their hearts finally fell. Zhang Lanfeng let out a long breath, nodding slightly. Director Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, revealing a look of relief. Major General, he standing in front of the screen, stood tall and straight, filled with pride at the power of their firepower. In the corner, Qin Donglai's rough hand clenched tightly. He wished he could immediately applaud and cheer. The previous moment, watching human soldiers being easily slaughtered and suppressed by the monster, was instantly swept away. Only Feng Hung continued to stare intently at the deep pit on the screen. He narrowed his eyes slightly, anxiously digging his thumb into the pads of his other fingers, rubbing them hard. At that moment, a staff officer inside the tent let out a sneer. "Is this the so-called beast? I see it's nothing special after all. It can't withstand our machine gun fire." His words were abruptly cut off. On the large screen, the image at the bottom of the pit suddenly changed. The remnants that had been scattered began to wriggle rapidly and strangely. Chunks of flesh suddenly crazily fused together. In just a few seconds, that mass of flesh transformed into 2 purple-striped giant earthworms over 9 meters long. "Continue firing." While the others were still in shock, Team Zhang reacted at lightning speed. However, the monster's counterattack was even faster than the humans' response. Above the mountains, the 2 giant earthworms that had just reformed smashed their tails against the ground. Their massive bodies shot up into the air like cannonballs. In midair, they accurately locked onto their targets, and their bodies struck down 2 helicopters. Up to this point, the J side had already lost several helicopters and pilots. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery fire erupted again. The 2 purple-striped giant earthworms were once more blasted apart under the dense firepower. But the nightmare had only just begun. When the remnants fell to the ground, they moved as if they had independent consciousness. They began to wriggle madly again, merging into 4 purple-striped giant earthworms over 8 meters long. An eerie howl erupted. Then, without taking any damage, these 4 giant earthworms split from the middle. They transformed into 8 purple-striped giant earthworms over 7 meters long. 8 monsters, 16 mouthparts filled with sharp teeth twisted endlessly in this dangerous mountain forest. Then, as if receiving some command, these 8 purple-striped giant earthworms simultaneously opened their grotesque mouthparts and lunged towards the soldiers hiding behind the cover in the forest. Not good. Seeing the monster on the screen, Major General, his eyes turned red, and he slammed his fist heavily on the command desk. Does this monster think it's giving birth? One after another, the frontline soldiers madly fired their rifles, but ordinary bullets could not stop the advancing steps of these monsters. The defensive line was about to be torn apart by these 8 giant earthworms. Several young soldiers, looking at the terrifying mouthparts that blocked out the sun, instinctively hugged their rifles tightly and fired wildly. Fear was spreading. Above the mountains, the bright sky was torn apart by a dazzling red light. Fire God's wrath. A deep, commanding roar shattered the stillness of the mountain forest. Instantly, a figure clad in crimson armor materialized at the forest's heart, as if tearing through the very fabric of space. A long sword blazing with searing crimson radiance rested firmly in his grasp. The surrounding air instantly grew scorching. Without a word wasted, he reversed his left hand and plunged the blade point down into the earth. Then, with a sharp, decisive motion, he clenched his right fist across his chest. Torrents of surging will energy surged wildly into his palm. Gripping the hilt, he channeled every ounce of that power, unreservedly, into the sword's core. Zhou. The fire punishment sword let out a piercing, resonant cry. He wrenched it from the ground and swung it upward in a ferocious, sweeping arc. Charge. Empower. Strike. A colossal crescent-shaped scarlet blade, over 10 meters wide, blazed forth with devastating, unstoppable force, cleaving straight toward the lead purple giant earthworm. Where the blade passed, boom, boom, boom. Massive boulders split asunder, and the unyielding earth was gouged into a deep, elongated furrow. The monstrous worm, its maw still twisted in grotesque snarl, did not even have time to scream before being obliterated by that savage force, exploding into a torrent of violet blood. Inside the temporary command tent, dust settled on the massive monitor screen, revealing clearly a crimson-armored figure standing tall, sword in hand. The previously clamorous command center fell deathly silent. What is this? How did this armored figure appear? Why did our radar detect nothing? Director Mo shot upright, eyes wide with disbelief riveted to the figure on screen. General, he strode swiftly to the control console. Replay the footage, immediately. Trace his origin. Where did he emerge from? As confusion rippled through the room, Fang Heng suddenly stiffened, as if struck by a memory. He seized Qin Donglai's arm with sudden intensity. Qin Donglai, look closely. Is this man the same mysterious armored figure from the apartment? Qin Donglai had already felt a surge of excitement at the faint glimpse of crimson armor amid the swirling dust. But when the dust fully cleared, and he beheld the armor in full detail, his eyes flickered with stunned disbelief. He stared at the screen for several long seconds, then shook his head in quiet disappointment. No, it's not him. Though both armors were crimson, their differences were unmistakable. The armor that had saved his family. He remembered every contour, every seam, with absolute clarity. This was not it. Captain Zhang's expression shifted subtly. He stroked his chin, murmuring softly, not the same one. Then, could it be that there are many such armored figures in this world, bearers of extraordinary power? Fang Heng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yang, the warrior clad in the Xingtian armor, his brow deeply furrowed. Something about that armor stirred a haunting familiarity, as though he'd glimpsed it before, in some forgotten image. Yet he said nothing, only watched the screen with unwavering silence. While these 3 men each wrestled with private thoughts and hidden suspicions. General, he suddenly snapped, voice edged with alarm. Damn it. What is this interloper doing? Doesn't he know that detonating such beasts causes them to recombine and multiply? With that single strike, we'll now face 2 monsters instead of 1. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingyang mountain forest, Zhou Yang stood calmly, fire punishment sword resting at his side, gazing coldly at the violet giant earthworm he had just cleaved into countless fragments. System, scan nearby aberrant beasts. He linked mentally with the system. Acknowledged. Scanning complete. Aberrant beast, violet netherblood, earthworm attribute, earth element, corrupted beast, rank, peak, yellow Tyran abilities, subterranean travel, burrowing fission, corrosive mucus. Beneath his visor, Zhou Yang's lips curved into a composed, icy smile. End this swiftly. Peak yellow tier. No cause for concern. After absorbing 10 spirit crystals, his own will energy had already reached late yellow tier. And even without upgrading the Xingtian armor to its war god Xingtian form, the fusion alone elevated his cultivation by 5 minor tiers. Facing these earthworms was less a battle, more a dimensional annihilation. Already the shattered beast had fissioned into 2. Then 9 earthworms abandoned the ordinary soldiers and converged as one upon Zhou Yang. Slowly he sheathed the fire punishment sword and assumed a classical esoteric Bagua palm stance, knees bent, posture rooted. His mind stilled, his breath deep and steady, like an immovable mountain. Before him loomed 9 violet netherblood earthworms encircling him from all directions. He flexed his fingers slightly. Before me there is no path to survival, only the road to utter ruin. Ruer. All 9 shrieked in unison, a piercing, grating cacophony. Their massive bodies launched downward from midair, hurtling toward Zhou Yang at the center. 9 grotesque maws gaped wide, spewing torrents of violet corrosive mucus like a deadly monsoon. Zhou Yang neither flinched nor evaded. The successor strikes first, the predecessor arrives later. Strategy extends distance, contracts, victory is inevitable. His eyes snapped open, sharp, luminous, unblinking. Unhurried, he wove intricate hand seals before his chest. His will energy surged to its zenith, and he unleashed the armor's ultimate technique. Xingtian ultimate, art, heaven and earth, boundless. He thrust his hand skyward. A strange resonant energy pulse rippled outward. A mystical ring-shaped field, incandescent with roaring flames, erupted instantly from Zhou Yang, enveloping both him and the 9 airborne earthworms within its blazing circumference. The Xingtian armor's exclusive combat domain had activated, within which time itself seemed to free. Violet mucus hung suspended midair, writhing bodies locked rigid. Even the wind ceased its howl. Zhou Yang lifted his gaze, his voice calm, glacial, that of a sovereign arbiter descending from on high. You have violated the galactic justice code. By decree of the Xingtian armor, all your rights are hereby revoked, and you stand formally apprehended. Surrender now. With a thunderous clap of his palms, he brought his right hand down in a crushing, gravity-defying strike upon the void. Heaven, Earthman, magnetic field. Boom. An incomprehensible, colossal magnetic force descended, beyond science, beyond reason. At that single impact, all 9 lunging earthworms froze midair, rigid, paralyzed, utterly incapable of movement despite frantic struggle. Judgment rendered. Execution commences. Zhou Yang raised his right hand, empty, then closed his fist. The fire punishment sword reappeared, blazing anew in his grip. Flame-light sword art. Like streaking lightning, he became a crimson afterimage, darting with impossible speed through the frozen battlefield. The fire punishment sword carved arcs of incandescent flame, fierce, relentless, burning with absolute annihilating heat, as they slashed across each of the 9 earthworms in rapid succession. First, 1 dead. Second, 1 dead. 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 There was no suspense whatsoever. Every flash of the sword precisely severed the energy core within the giant earthworm. In the brief span of a breath, Zhou Yang halted, turning his back to the giant earthworms, slowly sheathing the fiery sword at his waist. I have said this before, this will be the final chapter of your life. Then bang, bang, bang. The continuous dull explosions erupted. The 9 giant earthworms were instantly obliterated at their cores. Their massive bodies, capable of rapid division, were completely shattered under the power of the fiery sword technique. Amidst the swirling ashes, only a crystal core exuding a rich earth attribute aura remained quietly suspended in midair. That was the earth attribute crystal core of a peak yellow rank exotic beast. Zhou Yang turned around and gestured, drawing the yellow crystal core into the spatial compartment of his belt. The battle concluded with overwhelming force. The simpler it was, the more shocking it became. In the command center, everyone was left in a state of disbelief at the scene unfolding on the screen. To the outside world, there were no so-called force fields or time stoppages. They only saw that in the previous moment 9 purple giant earthworms were lunging at the mysterious armored man. Yet in the next moment a flash of red light appeared, and the 9 giant earthworms exploded in midair without even letting out a scream. There was not even a hint of division remaining. Everyone in the temporary command center was utterly stunned. Sounds of gasps echoed throughout. Zhang Lanfeng stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could the power of that armor be so strong? Feng Heng, with a puzzled expression, questioned. Why could the armored man easily deal with the exotic beasts while the artillery failed to eliminate them? Instead, it caused them to multiply. What is the difference here? Qin Donglai, standing in the corner, swallowed hard. This armored mysterious man was far stronger than the one who saved me last time. Major General, he watched Zhou Yang's upright silhouette on the screen, his shock gradually transforming into fervor. He understood all too well the strategic value of this armor. If the J faction could harness such power, no exotic beast would pose a challenge. However, his gaze quickly regained clarity. Just as Zhou Yang was about to depart, a military helicopter slowly descended from the high sky, hovering not far above his head. The helicopter's propellers whipped up a tremendous wind, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Soon after, a voice from the loudspeaker below the helicopter came through. It was Team Leader Zhou Yang from the Anomaly Handling Bureau. Hello, unknown armored sir. I am the head of the Anomaly Affairs Bureau of Huagua. Thank you for your assistance. If I may, could you please stay for a moment? We would like to meet and discuss, as we have many questions to ask you. This power that belongs to oneself would surely tempt anyone who sees it, even if one cannot directly acquire such armor. At the very least, through contact, one could learn how to obtain such power. Faced with Team Leader Zhang's invitation, Zhou Yang merely cast a faint glance at the helicopter above. He slowly sheathed the executioner's sword, his voice calm, yet laced with indifference. No time. With just 2 words, he ruthlessly rejected the offer. As soon as he spoke, Major General He in the temporary command center immediately pressed the radio button, quietly issuing a mandatory order to the other helicopter pilots. All crews, listen up, tighten the encirclement. Block him. He would not allow such an uncontrollable and powerful force to simply leave. Then, amidst the roaring sounds, armed helicopters quickly surrounded Zhou Yang, who stood in the forest, tightly encircling him. Next, the dark cannon muzzles mounted beneath these helicopters all pivoted in unison, aiming directly at Zhou Yang below. With just a command, a metallic storm could flatten that area. From the helicopter, Major General He's voice came through, polite, yet filled with a sense of pressure. Sir, may I ask if you have time now? Threat. That would be useless. Beneath the mask of the executioner armor, Zhou Yang slightly curled his lips, revealing a smile. At that moment, the communicator inside his armor suddenly buzzed. Chu Qingyu's slightly anxious voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Mentor, I just discovered 2 stray exotic beasts at the outskirts of Qingyang Mountain that have dug their way out of the blockade zone. They are heading towards Jiang City. I am preparing to follow them directly. Zhou Yang's expression slightly hardened upon hearing this, and he replied in a deep voice, be cautious, and do not act rashly. I will rush over immediately. Understood, Mentor. Chu Qingwei replied succinctly. Zhou Yang completely shut off the communication, ignoring the defensive cannon muzzles surrounding him. He slowly raised his head, looking at the 8 helicopters aiming their cannons at him. He shook his head, then slowly raised his right hand and forcefully waved at the void. Fiery execution steed. Boom. The quiet mountain forest was instantly torn apart. A small streamlined spacecraft, completely red and filled with futuristic sci-fi design, tore through the void, arriving at light speed in an instant. The speed was so fast that even the J faction's radar only captured a fleeting shadow. The fiery execution steed hovered steadily above Zhou Yang's head. Zhou Yang directly soared into the air, leaping onto the open cockpit of the spacecraft. As soon as he landed, the electronic voice within the fiery execution steed immediately sounded. Pilot identity confirmed, executioner armor. Connection established, intent switch successful, all systems operational. The driving system of the fiery execution steed quickly confirmed Zhou Yang's identity. Zhou Yang sat in the cockpit, gripping the control stick, not paying attention to the stunned crowd inside the tent. He closed his eyes, quickly sensing the exact location of Chu Qingwei at that moment. Then he forcefully pushed down the control stick. Boom. The rear of the fiery execution steed erupted with dazzling blue and white light. The entire spacecraft transformed into a blinding red streak, piercing through the air with a shrill wail directly soaring above the 8 helicopters. The speed was so great that the helicopter pilots did not even have time to fire. In the blink of an eye, it surged out of the Qingyang mountain range, disappearing into the horizon. Inside the tent of the temporary command center, everyone fell silent. Jiang Lanfeng sighed, regretfully shaking his head helplessly. Stop looking, General He. The technological prowess and combat strength of the other side are not something we can compare to right now. The chance of retaining them is minimal. Unless we deploy that conceptual weapon. Truth. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was oppressive. In the face of such transcendent power that surpassed the times, their prideful steel torrent seemed like a mere decoration, incapable of exterminating even the exotic beasts. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 6, Grade 2, at Jinfan High School, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Siming, had just finished his lecture. He glanced at the clock on the wall, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. All right, that concludes the discussion on the morning exam paper. The remaining time is for free study. After speaking, he picked up the stainless steel thermos on his desk, took a sip of water, and turned to exit the classroom. He headed towards the office building on the same floor where the guidance office for Grade 2 was located, serving as the central office for teachers of various subjects. Once the homeroom teacher left, the previously quiet classroom instantly turned into a bustling marketplace. Students tossed aside their test papers and busied themselves with their own activities. A few boys in the back row, caught in their youthful antics, jumped out of their seats. They grabbed a broom and mop from the corner of the room, treating them as legendary weapons. In the empty space at the back of the classroom, they mimicked the moves from the popular martial arts film they had watched the previous night, enjoying themselves immensely. Meanwhile, the girls pulled out the latest hit youth literature novels and began reading them with tears in their eyes. The more tragic the story, the more engrossed they became. Qin Feifei was explaining a problem to Qi Jingjing, while Bu Yao languidly rested her chin on one hand, staring blankly out the window. The classroom was lively with groups of students engaged in their own activities. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from deep beneath the ground. Immediately, the entire foundation of the Grade 2 teaching building seemed to be lifted, producing a series of thunderous rumblings. The rows of desks in the classroom began to shake uncontrollably, and pencil cases and books tumbled to the floor. The glass windows trembled violently in their frames, emitting a piercing sound, as if they might shatter at any moment. The fluorescent lights on the classroom ceiling flickered erratically, while the old ceiling fans swayed dangerously. The sudden turn of events caused everyone in the classroom to halt their activities. Students who were previously engrossed in their phones reading novels, or even dozing off in the back row, all raised their heads in unison. Some stared in shock with their mouths agape, others were still in a daze, unable to process what was happening, while some looked around in confusion, completely unaware of the situation. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The class monitor reacted first, shouting loudly. Oh no, could it really be an earthquake? Quick, get under the desks. The physical education committee member joined in. Bu Yao reacted swiftly, grabbing Qin Feifei, who was still scribbling on a piece of paper, and then pulling Qi Jingjing next to her. Jingjing Feifei stopped discussing problems. This doesn't feel right, it seems like there's an earthquake. Bu Yao's expression was tense. The shaking continued. The classmates finally snapped out of their previous state of confusion. They all stood up from their seats, instinctively turning towards the windows and the corridor amidst the clamor of desks and chairs colliding. At that moment, a few brave boys from the class had dashed out of the classroom. They ran into the corridor, leaning over the railing and peering outside. Everyone come look. The students shouted, what's happening? Is the building going to collapse? One of the boys turned around, incredulously shouting towards the classroom. With so many buildings outside, it seems like only our classroom building is shaking. This can't be an earthquake, right? How could an earthquake only shake one building? Hearing this, Qi Jingjing and the others looked on with puzzled expressions. Not an earthquake. Then why is this building shaking so violently? Could it be an unsafe building? Is it going to collapse? Bu Yao frowned, gently shaking her head. This teaching building has only been constructed for 9 years. It should be fine. It definitely can't be classified as unsafe. The students curiously rose from their seats and began to walk towards the classroom door. As Qin Feifei sensed this scene, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity mixed with unease. This scene felt eerily reminiscent. She instinctively grasped the sleeves of Bu Yao and Qi Jingjing. Yao Yao Jingjing. Her voice was slightly hoarse, trembling with a hint of fear. Something seems off. Just then the intense shaking abruptly stopped. Outside the corridor, the first boy, who had rushed out to assess the situation, turned around to face the classroom. He casually leaned against the railing with his elbows resting on it, appearing relaxed. He looked at the still startled classmates in the classroom, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You guys think? Could this be the awakening of the spiritual energy from novels, the onset of the apocalypse? A faint, eerie sound lingered in the air behind him. The boy remained oblivious to the unusualness behind him, still wearing that delusional smile. He looked at the classmates in front of him, eagerly anticipating their interesting reactions or agreement. However, he noticed that every student in the classroom, regardless of gender, was now staring at him with terror and dazed expressions at what was behind him. What's wrong with you guys? Why is no one talking? Why are you staring at Dad like that? Just then, a nauseating foul wind seemed to blow from behind him, brushing against the back of his neck. The boy instinctively frowned, wanting to turn his head to see what was behind him. However, the moment he turned, he was met with a massive, layered, sharp maw resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. The inside of the maw was coated with purple slime. The boy's pupils dilated instantly. Then everything went dark before he felt an indescribable agony in his neck, and he lost consciousness. In the corridor and the classroom, after a brief moment of silence, both boys and girls let out a synchronized and panicked scream. Ah, monster! There's a monster! In their terrified gaze, an 8-meter-long giant purple worm crawled in from the corridor railing. It opened its maw, and right in front of the entire class bit off the boy's head and shoulder. Blood sprayed like a fountain, instantly staining the white walls and ceiling of the corridor red. Students, don't be afraid, it's just an earthquake. You're all fine. The homeroom teacher, old Zhou, who had felt the tremors, hurriedly ran to the classroom door, fearing that the children would be harmed by the earthquake. As he rushed over, he even clutched the thermos filled with goji berries in his hand. The lid of the thermos hadn't even— You're all fine. His words were abruptly cut off. Then he witnessed the horrific scene. In the corridor, a headless and half-shouldered corpse slumped helplessly in a pool of blood. Bright red blood gushed forth, and the corpse continued to twitch involuntarily due to reflexes. Beside the corpse, the enormous purple blood-patterned worm was proudly raising its disgusting upper body. Roar! Monster! Before old Zhou could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Bang! The thermos in his hand crashed heavily onto the floor, the lid popping off entirely. It spilled red goji berries across the ground. The giant worm paid no mind to the unconscious old Zhou. It suddenly lowered its head, opening and closing its maw, rapidly devouring the mangled corpse in the corridor. Then its eyeless head slightly turned again, launching an attack on the other students in the corridor. Crack! Before long, another boy who had not yet reacted was bitten in half by the giant worm. His piercing scream was cut off almost instantly as he was swallowed. Only at this moment did the remaining 47 students in Class 6, Grade 2 finally react to the consecutive bloody stimuli. The crowd erupted into chaos, everyone hurriedly ducking down and fleeing, scattering in all directions. The sounds of screams, pleas for help, and cries filled the entire teaching building. Run! Quick, summon the spirit slayer. I didn't bring my phone. A boy frantically dashed towards the stairway. Damn! I didn't bring mine either. Old Zhou confiscated my phone. Old Zhou is such a jerk. I have to. I'll call the police right now. Hello? Is this Uncle Hat? Help! A classmate has been eaten by a monster. Some people had already rushed to the corridor on the second floor, while others were still taking pictures of the monster with their phones, only to be dragged away by their classmates. Others had just put down their phones with a distressed expression after talking with the spirit. Qi Jingjing and her friends had already reached the corridor on the third floor, panting and clutching their chests, looking at Qin Feifei. Feifei, we owe you for pulling us away just now. If you hadn't reacted first, we would have been swallowed by that monster. Thinking of that classmate's fate, her face instantly turned pale. Bu Yao stared intently at the calm and composed Qin Feifei. Beside her, Feifei, did you notice something just now? Among all the students in the class, Qin Feifei reacted the fastest, pulling them to run away at the first moment. This response is unusual. How could someone who has never seen such a monster react so quickly? A bitter smile flashed across Qin Feifei's pale and beautiful face as she tightened her grip on her friend's hands. Later I'll tell you all about it. Now let's hurry and escape. There's a corridor on the fourth floor that leads directly to the back teaching building. We'll escape from there. She had no idea how lucky she was encountering a monster at home and finally coming back to school only to encounter another monster. Could it be that she had some special constitution? However, it was fortunate that experience allowed her to react and run out first today. As the three of them attempted to climb to the fourth floor, a voice cried out in the corridor on the second floor. Chen, what are you doing? In the crowd fleeing the corridor, a frail young boy was suddenly pushed and fell behind. Then the purple-blooded giant earthworm immediately bit down on the boy's legs. The three were good friends, but Chen Sheng had pushed the frail boy Xiao Zhu out, instantly drawing the questions and curses of his friends. Chen Sheng retorted without a hint of guilt. If he doesn't die, then we will. In the corridor of the teaching building, 3 or 4 classmates had already been bitten in half by this monster and devoured. Blood flowed everywhere in the corridor. Qi Jingjing trembled with fear, not expecting that their classmates whom they spent every day with could have such a side. At that moment, Qin Feifei patted her arm, her eyes calm and clear. Don't worry, someone will take care of them. Just as the giant earthworm raised its bloody mouthparts to pounce on another classmate, a silver object arced through the air, crashing violently into the creature's tumor-laden head. It was a somewhat deformed stainless steel thermos. Beast, let go of my student. The metallic clashing echoed through the corridor of the teaching building. It was only then that they noticed the homeroom teacher, old Zhou, had somehow stood up from the ground, his body covered in students' blood. He wondered why the monster had just spared him. Perhaps the harmless hit had caught the giant earthworm's attention. The creature immediately turned to look at old Zhou, who was still dripping blood in the corridor. Facing the foul wind and the monster's disgusting appearance, old Zhou's legs trembled slightly. Yet he gritted his teeth, glaring at the menacing beast with anger and regret. At that moment, he felt more regret and hatred for himself than ever. The school had issued a notice for a temporary holiday, but he wanted to supplement his students' knowledge due to issues he had discovered during this exam. He never expected to encounter such a thing today. If he hadn't brought the students in for extra lessons today, would this incident have happened? Looking at the pools of blood in the corridor, old Zhou's eyes instantly turned red. I have harmed them. I have harmed these children. Thinking of this, a determined look flashed across his pale face as he immediately grabbed the fire extinguisher in the corridor and charged at the giant earthworm. Students, run. Don't look back. He didn't forget to remind those students who were already frozen in fear. Hearing his shout, the students in the corridor turned back in unison. Old Zhou, no. Old Zhou, hurry and run. You can't beat it. Old Zhou, come back. They'll listen to you in class from now on, and I won't call you Crazy Zhou anymore. Don't go. Several girls were already crying in panic, sitting helplessly at the stairway. Some students immediately rushed down the corridor or up the stairs, while others walked while glancing back. Students, I'm sorry. In the next life. Old Zhou turned around, looking at those youthful faces. His face bore a relieved smile. Yet the murky tears uncontrollably streamed down, splashing onto the blood-stained floor. He dashed forward, wrapping his arms around the slick body of the giant earthworm. Then, while stalling for time, he struck the beast with the fire extinguisher. "Beast, I will fight you." The giant earthworm's strength was immense. With just a slight twist, old Zhou felt all his insides churning. If it could allow them to escape, even if he died here today, it would be a relief, a release. The giant earthworm opened its grotesque mouthparts and bit down viciously on old Zhou's right shoulder. Sizzle, accompanied by the sound of tearing, the giant earthworm's sharp teeth directly ripped apart half of the flesh on old Zhou's shoulder, blood gushing out like a fountain. Old Zhou screamed in pain, the fire extinguisher slipping from his grasp, yet he held tightly onto the monster with both hands. The giant earthworm let out an irritated low growl. It suddenly raised its head, opening its mouthparts, bringing with it a nauseating stench, and aimed to swallow old Zhou's head whole. In despair, old Zhou closed his eyes. "Disgusting beast, who allowed you to eat people?" A cold voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. Immediately afterward, wild water elements began to coalesce in the air. Howling attack. As the cold voice fell, several high-speed water bullets containing terrifying kinetic energy shot through the air, leaving blue streaks, and smashed into the giant earthworm's gaping mouth. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled explosions echoed within the giant earthworm's mouth. The creature was instantly blasted by the violent force, emitting white smoke from its mouth, as a wailing scream reverberated through the corridor. Its massive body was forcefully sent flying backward. Old Zhou fell from midair, crashing heavily to the ground, the pain causing him to completely lose consciousness. A blue light flickered in the corridor. As the light dissipated, a figure clad in blue-silver armor appeared outside the classroom in the corridor. Chu Qingyue quickly rushed to old Zhou, who was lying in a pool of blood. She bent down and carefully helped him to a position against the wall. Looking at the horrific wound on old Zhou's shoulder, Chu Qingyue extended her palm, a gentle light blue ripple appearing in her palm. A stream of pure water element was guided by her, covering the wound. The water element swiftly washed away the dirty blood and residual corrosive mucus on the surface of the wound, simply controlling the injury. Though he couldn't heal immediately, at least his life was saved. After treating old Zhou's injury, Chu Qingyue slowly stood up. She turned her head, her gaze piercing through the blue and white goggles of her armor, locking onto the purple-haired, blood-patterned earthworm. Flashes of information from her mentor about this exotic beast raced through her mind. This was her first true encounter with such a creature. Deep inside, Chu Qingyue felt a tinge of uncontainable nervousness. Yet her eyes were exceptionally cold. Just a little bit more, and her mentor would have been devoured by this disgusting beast before she arrived. 5 minutes ago, as she prepared to fight alongside her mentor, she suddenly sensed a faint tremor continuing in the forest. Searching through the forest, she spotted a massive deep pit just outside the barbed wire laid out by Team J. She suspected that other exotic beasts had escaped from JS blockade. Following the trail of the dig, she found a high school and encountered a purple-haired, blood-patterned earthworm. She glanced sadly at the bloodstains on the ground. "Am I still too late?" she muttered through clenched teeth. Roar. The disgusting roar of the beast echoed. She looked furiously and coldly at the purple earthworm, watching the purple blood she had blasted out from its mouth. Her killing intent grew increasingly resolute. "Disgusting creature. Your existence is a defilement to this beautiful world." Chu Qingyue slowly raised her right hand, pointing directly at the beast. "I shall eradicate you in the name of Shiguang." As her words fell, a dazzling ice-blue light erupted from the center of her palm. The moisture in the surrounding air instantly condensed, forming frost that gathered in her palm. Whirlwind blade. With a cold shout, she thrust her right hand into the suddenly appearing ice and pulled it out forcefully. With the crisp sound of the ice shattering, a long blue-silver stabbing sword was gripped tightly in her hand. The sword pointed directly at the beast, and waves of water swirled around its blade. At this moment, a group of students hiding at the corner of the third-floor staircase peeked out, looking down the corridor in shock and admiration. "Oh my gosh. So cool. This is thousands of times cooler than any superhero show. My sister is so awesome. How did she conjure that sword?" Several girls tightly held each other's hands, their faces flushed with excitement. Chu Qingyue ignored the students' distractions and focused on facing the giant earthworm. Compared to the 10-meter-long giant earthworm in the forest, this one appeared to only be 8 meters long. Hiss! The giant earthworm, with no eyes, directly locked onto Chu Qingyue with its bloody mouth. Its tail slammed violently against the ground, lifting high like a mountain of flesh, charging toward Chu Qingyue with the force of a collapsing mountain. Facing the foul wind, Chu Qingyue stepped forward instead of retreating. "Furious kick!" she shouted softly, the pure whirlwind element within her concentrating instantly in her foot armor. Chu Qingyue bent her legs slightly and propelled herself upward, twisting her waist incredulously in midair. Then with a kick infused with the raging whirlwind element, she struck fiercely at the giant earthworm's body midair. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The whirlwind element exploded upon contact with the surface of the giant earthworm like a detonated The powerful recoil sent the giant earthworm flying off the second-floor railing, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground of the first floor. The slippery and tough surface of the giant earthworm instantly ripped open a long wound, with thick purple blood splattering everywhere. Having landed a successful hit, Chu Qingwei gracefully descended. She stood on the railing of the corridor, her back to the students hiding in the hallway. In their awe-shock and somewhat surreal gazes, she slowly turned her head. Her cold voice carried a hint of gentleness. "Classmates, could someone come help take your teacher for emergency treatment?" Over 40 students surrounded the corridor and hallway, eerily silent. "They'll do it," a bright young girl's voice rang out. Qin Feifei stepped out from the third-floor hallway, then walked straight through the gaps in the crowd to the center of the corridor. Behind her were the tightly grasping Qi Jingjing and the curious Bu Yao. Chu Qingwei glanced appreciatively at the girl, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you, classmate." After speaking, she leaped directly from the second floor to the empty space on the first floor. Below, the giant earthworm that had been kicked down was just rolling back to its feet. Its head suddenly plunged toward the concrete ground, trying to escape using its burrowing ability. Trying to run. Furious stab. In midair, Chu Qingwei concentrated the whirlwind element energy on the stabbing sword in her hand. The water flowing around the sword spun rapidly. With a powerful thrust, she unleashed a blue whirlwind energy column in midair. This energy column slammed into the giant earthworm's back, which was preparing to burrow its head into the ground. Boom. The ground was blasted into a large pit with debris flying. Chu Qingwei became increasingly skilled in combat with her Tsunami armor. The giant earthworm let out a heart-wrenching wail as half of its head, which had just burrowed into the ground, was blown apart by this energy. In excruciating pain, the giant earthworm fell into a frenzy. Its other end, perfectly intact, suddenly opened its mouth, aiming at Chu Qingwei and spewing a large amount of purple corrosive mucus. Whirlpool defense. Chu Qingwei remained calm. A hemispherical water blue shield formed from rapidly spinning water instantly materialized in front of her. Sizzle. The shield effortlessly blocked the attack of the mucus. In the temporary command tent at Xinjiang Mountain. As the atmosphere grew oppressive, Qin Donglai, who had just received a call, suddenly walked anxiously to Fang Heng and whispered a few words. Fang Heng's expression immediately changed. He stepped up to the screen, his voice heavy. "Everyone, now is not the time to be disheartened. My people received news just 5 minutes ago. At a university 3 kilometers away from Xinjiang Mountain, exotic beasts identical to those here have appeared." As he finished speaking, the few people who had been lowering their heads immediately raised them. "We cannot let these monsters wreak havoc in the city." With his words, Major General He Team, Leader Zhang, Director Mo, and others wore serious expressions. In the forest, they could deploy various heavy military weapons, but in the city, they were completely restrained, unable to unleash their full force. Team Leader Jiang stood up calmly. "He'll leave everything to the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau." After speaking, he quickly left the tent with Fang Heng and Qin Donglai. After exiting the tent, Team Leader Jiang immediately took out his walkie-talkie and began contacting members of the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau in the forest. His gaze was cold. If today's situation is not handled well, leading to further escalation, then the existence of exotic beasts and the impending crisis the world faces will no longer be concealed. The entire social order will face the danger of collapse. All teams pay attention, get in the vehicles immediately. Target Jin Fan High School. At this moment, on the second floor of the teaching building, Qi Jingjing looked up in admiration at the athletic figure of Chu Qingwei below. "Wow, this sister in armor is not only formidable in combat, but also has a really nice voice." "All right, Jingjing, stop daydreaming and come help out." Bu Yao called out from the side, quickly joining Qin Feifei. They carefully laid the unconscious Lao Zhou flat against a safe corner of the wall. They intentionally positioned him with his back to the crowd to avoid putting pressure on his severely injured right shoulder. Seeing that the 3 girls had indeed dragged him to safety, several other classmates rushed out from the hallway to assist in applying pressure to the wound, attempting to stop the bleeding. Qin Feifei had already called for an ambulance. Qi Jingjing turned around, mumbling, "This armored female warrior is even more impressive than your brother's martial arts skills." Upon hearing this, Bu Yao, who had just sat down to catch her breath after moving Lao Zhou, suddenly changed her expression. She abruptly stood up. "Right? My brother is still at the archery range." After saying that, she didn't have time to explain and immediately pushed past the classmates in front of her, rushing towards the stairwell. Qin Feifei didn't even have time to reach out to stop her. She remembered that her brother seemed to have a duel scheduled with someone at the archery range today. How old is he still playing this? How childish. If Jingjing hadn't suddenly mentioned it, she probably wouldn't have. Logically speaking, with such a big commotion, her brother should have rushed over immediately, worried about her. The fact that he hadn't shown up yet likely meant something had happened. Brother, you mustn't be in danger. Bu Yao sprinted down to the first floor, heading towards the archery range, muttering to herself. On the first floor, after several intense high-pitched attacks, Chu Qinghua sensed that the water elemental energy surging within the tsunami armor had reached a critical point. She could use her ultimate technique. Taking a deep breath, she locked her gaze firmly on the giant purple blood-striped earthworm below through her blue goggles. Although she had seen her senior's demonstration of the tsunami technique in the base, using it for the first time in reality made Chu Qinghua's heart inevitably tense. She gripped the whirlwind sword tightly, channeling the swirling elemental energy within her body without reservation into the sword. As the energy rapidly gathered, a circular blue energy water wall several meters in diameter suddenly appeared in front of her. The flowing water spun rapidly on the wall, producing a deafening roar. "It's over," Chu Qinghua shouted coldly, swiftly stabbing forward with her sword towards the water wall. "Whirlwind Piercer." The moment her voice fell, the circular water wall transformed into a flurry of high-pressure water arrows densely packed and shining with dazzling blue light. These water arrows screamed as they tore through the air, raining down upon the giant earthworm's severely damaged body. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions echoed throughout the campus. Faced with this terrifying high-pressure water flow and shockwave, the giant earthworm didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its massive body was completely shattered in the blinding blue light. In the position where the giant earthworm had been, a light yellow crystal core emitting a faint glow quietly floated in midair. After a brief moment of silence, the corridor erupted with celebratory cheers. The students, unable to contain their excitement after surviving the ordeal, embraced and wept. "It's dead. The monster has been slain. We made it. Oh heaven!" sob. A girl tightly hugged Qi Jingjing, tears streaming down her face. Qi Jingjing wiped her tears and excitedly looked down, saying, "I told you she was amazing. So strong, one-hit kill. This is a true superhero." Several boys jumped up excitedly, their faces flushed as they shouted down below, "Armored goddess. You're so cool. Thank you for saving us. So powerful, one strike to annihilate." They waved their arms, cheering for this mighty force and celebrating their miraculous survival. Some people quietly took out their phones, unable to resist snapping a stunning photo of the blue armor below. Chu Qinghua slowly walked up to the light yellow crystal core, extending her finger covered in blue-silver armor to gently grasp it. Feeling the pure energy contained within the crystal core, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in her eyes behind the goggles. "Is this the Earth Attribute crystal core that the mentor mentioned? It looks slightly larger than the mealy Su I usually eat." She skillfully wiped the light yellow crystal core on her belt. With a flash of light, the crystal core was instantly absorbed into the armor's belt space. Afterwards, she turned to look towards the second floor of the teaching building, observing the crowd of classmates in the corridor. She stepped forward and leaped to the second floor, standing on the railing and looking at the students. "Are there any other injured among you?" Hearing this question, the crowd, which had just been celebrating, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Just as Chu Qinghua thought there were no other injured and was about to turn away. "Wait!" A frail figure suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, stumbling as they fell in front of her. "Please, can you save my friend?" This figure looked up, revealing Qin Feifei's anxious and pleading face. Inside the archery range, Duan Yin and Bu Feng were in the middle of a shooting competition, both evenly matched. Suddenly their competition was interrupted by an unexpected earthquake. Bu Feng, worried about his sister Bu Yao, called for a stop to the competition and immediately rushed out of the archery range. "Hey, where are you going?" Duan Yin was left bewildered by Bu Feng's sudden action. But seeing the venue shaking more violently, he didn't dare to stay longer. Just as the two of them rushed out of the archery range and were about to head back to the teaching building along a small path, bang! A few giant trees in the distance were suddenly cut down. A monster at least 3 meters tall appeared before them. It was a wolf-head beast walking upright, clad in armor with a tuft of red hair on its head. On the enormous wolf head, a pair of glowing green eyes was fixated on them. Wild Wolfoshia. Is this the exotic beast that the mentor mentioned? Duan Yan's pupils constricted sharply. The terrifying appearance of the exotic beast immediately intimidated the two of them. The overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from it sent chills down their spines. However, both Duan Yin and Bu Feng were not particularly timid at their core. Duan Yin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. He turned his head, glancing at the recurved bow tightly held in his hand, then reached back to feel the dozen arrows packed in the quiver at his back. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, secretly glad. "Luckily, I brought my bow and arrows when I rushed out just now." After all, he had previously battled against a crimson lizard in his apartment. Although that time almost cost him his life, it also made him less panicked when facing this wolf-type exotic beast. Moreover, he now considered himself a half-member of the Shiguang organization. He wanted to hold this exotic beast off until the mentor arrived. He believed the mentor would sense the energy fluctuations here. She would definitely show up. Thinking of this, Duan Yin lowered his voice and said to Bu Feng beside him, "Hey Bu classmate, I'll use my bow and arrows to distract this exotic beast from a distance. You find an opportunity to escape quickly." After saying that, he stepped forward, blocking. Bu Feng knocked an arrow and prepared to aim at the wild wolf Oxia. Unexpectedly, the young Bu Feng shook his head. We martial artists cannot flee in panic, not to mention. Halfway through, he suddenly reached behind him and drew out a rounded wooden stick. The moment he held the wooden stick, Bu Feng's expression suddenly changed, as if he had become a different person. His tone was confident and audacious. "I have a stick that can break mountains and rivers. I have a sword that can shatter the sun and moon." As soon as the words fell, it was only then that Duan Yin realized. Break. Without hesitation, Bu Feng thrust forward with the long staff. He was afraid to see the next moment where that fragile wooden stick would be easily snapped by the beast. Puff. Duan Yin slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him made him pause in astonishment. Although it couldn't pierce through, it surprisingly left a faint white mark on the surface of the hard armor. It didn't break. Duan Yin was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. "Bu Feng, are you going to just stand by?" Just as he was surprised, Bu Feng suddenly shouted sharply. Bu Feng swiftly retracted the long staff. This time he raised the staff again and fiercely swung it towards the head of the wild wolf Akis. This time the staff struck the monster's head, but still did not break, nor did it inflict any injury. The wild wolf Akis roared and swung its claws at Bu Feng. Duan Yin quickly steadied his stance, drew his bow, and aimed at Akis, firing 2 cold arrows. The first arrow was aimed at its neck. However, the beast reacted quickly, extending its large hand to grasp the arrow in midair and crushing it. The second arrow was aimed between its legs. But Akis brought its legs together, and that sharp arrow was surprisingly clamped. Damn! Duan Yin's expression darkened as he couldn't help but curse. This was a professional recurve bow. "Bu Feng, support me." Duan Yan's few words, coupled with a glance, were instantly received by Bu Feng. This time the two worked together seamlessly. One person kept striking Akisi's joints with the long staff, distracting the monster's attention. The other seized the opportunity and shot an arrow at Akis. This time he aimed for the arm and succeeded. However, the arrow he shot with all his strength only scraped the surface of Akisi's armor. The wild wolf Akis looked down, and its green eyes revealed a hint of mockery. This beast possessed some intelligence that did not immediately strike hard, but instead began to toy with it. It seemed to enjoy the thrill of teasing them. After a full 5 minutes, hovering above the armored figure, a red cosmic shuttle was suspended with the fierce wind, causing the surrounding treetops to droop low. The wild wolf Akis, who had just received a blow from the palm of Xingtian, was now deeply embedded in the hard ground, with deep craters forming around him. The armor on its body had become tattered under the power of that palm, showing numerous cracks. Duan Yin stared blankly at the red armor that appeared between him and Bu Feng. Bu Feng was also stunned as he saw the armor and the injured beast. Duan Yin stepped aside. A deep and cold voice slowly emerged from beneath the visor of the Xingtian armor. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Duan Yin, who was still in a daze, suddenly shivered, and a look of ecstatic joy erupted in his eyes. You are the master." Recognizing who was speaking from beneath the armor, Duan Yin immediately retreated 10 meters. In such a high-stakes battle, his current body was of no use. The further away, the better. While retreating, he did not forget to grab Bu Feng's arm, pulling him back with him. "Bu classmate, come here quickly, leave the rest to the master." On the other side, under the Xingtian armor, Zhou Yang was wielding the Xingtian sword relentlessly, suppressing the wild wolf Akis. Bu Feng gripped a wooden stick, his eyes fixated on the battle unfolding before him. He turned his head and asked Duan Yin in a low voice, "Do you know this senior?" Duan Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he replied, "He is our master and the light of this world." Then he patted Bu Feng on the shoulder and said in a familiar tone, "Next we just need to hide well and not trouble the master." Just as he finished speaking, Bu Feng suddenly shook off Duan Yan's hand, straightened his body, and said proudly, "Hiding behind others and watching from the sidelines. That is not the way of a warrior." Duan Yin was taken aback. A sense of unease washed over him. "What are you going to do?" Bu Feng did not respond, but tightened his grip on the wooden stick and rushed forward. Duan Yin, watching Bu Feng charge forward, he felt somewhat disordered. "Brother, you are too reckless." Zhou Yang, on the other hand, after forcing Akis back, directly had the system scan the information of this wild wolf. Received scanning for the host is complete. Exotic beast wild wolf Ukis attributes fire dark infected by the plague virus strength early Xian level abilities green eye laser beam frenzied, clawing rending claw red eye frenzy. After reading the information displayed, Zhou Yang nodded slightly. This strength can directly unleash a finishing blow and take it down. With that thought, Zhou Yang immediately raised his hand, preparing to mobilize his spiritual energy to unleash a lethal technique. Just then a figure rushed past him from behind holding a long stick and standing beside Zhou Yang, inviting him. Brother, let's fight together. Then he thrust the long stick straight ahead. Zhou Yang, this youth, is he not a... Before Zhou Yang could open his mouth to stop him, another voice sounded behind him. Master, do you need me to assist you in the battle? He saw Chu Qinghua had arrived at some point, standing steadily at Zhou Yang's side. Zhou Yang helplessly waved his hand and said in a deep voice to Chu Qinghua, stay as far away as possible and protect those two boys well. This exotic beast is not an ordinary polluted beast, it is a Ukis. Its current strength is not something you can match after just obtaining the armor. Chu Qinghua immediately nodded. She knew her master's strength well and took a few steps, preparing to walk towards Duan. How it's been a long time. A hoarse and unpleasant voice suddenly came from the tooth-filled mouth of the wild wolf Ukis. Its originally dark green eyes were fixated on the Xena armor worn by Chu Qinghua. It's been 3,000 years. Why have you become weaker? The wild wolf Ukis, which had initially planned to toy with Bufong, seemed to have been triggered by some memory from the Xena armor. It suddenly swiped a claw, sending the charging Bufong flying. Bufong spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, crashing down onto the grass several meters away. This guy can actually speak human language. Duan and Bufong, who had just managed to get up, were instantly stunned. This is an exotic beast, and it can actually talk. The wild wolf Ukis then howled mournfully to the sky. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, and the muscles all over its body began to visibly swell. Red eye frenzy. With a series of explosive sounds, its entire momentum surged dramatically. Die howl. The frenzied wild wolf Ukis completely ignored Zhou Yang, transforming into a shadow as it pounced towards Chu Qinghua. Under the sudden, terrifying pressure, Duan Yin felt his breath quicken and his legs trembled slightly. How did this exotic beast become so strong all of a sudden? Duan Yin looked anxiously at Zhou Yang beside him and murmured, well, the master. When Zhou Yang coldly observed the wild wolf Ukis, which had increased its speed and strength by at least half after entering red eye frenzy. Damn, Ukis listened to the summons of death. Zhou Yang wasted no time, swiftly forming seals with his hands before his chest, unleashing his spiritual energy and extending his hand. Heaven and Earth Ultimate Xingtian Lethal Technique. A mysterious and vast flame circular force field instantly expanded around Zhou Yang. The wild wolf Ukis, which had been racing forward, suddenly froze in place. It was horrified to find itself firmly restrained in midair by an irresistible magnetic field, unable to advance another step. Zhou Yang slowly raised his hand, his voice booming like that of a judgment deity. You have violated the unforgivable sin of wrath as stated in the galactic justice law. I in the Xingtian armor announce the deprivation of all your rights, and will seal and capture you. Surrender willingly. After completing the declaration of judgment, Zhou Yang's gaze sharpened, and he quickly initiated a series of lethal attacks. Qianquan Sealing Demon Palm. He gathered his spiritual energy in his right palm, which then erupted in a red and white glow as he slapped forward. A gigantic energy palm imprint instantly pierced through space, striking fiercely at the chest of the wild wolf Ukis. It directly dispersed the frenzied plague virus energy within it, causing it to emit a painful howl. Firelight Sword Technique. Immediately after, Zhou Yang darted like lightning, appearing in front of Ukis in an instant. The fire sword in his hand transformed into burning red shadows, quickly slicing several lethal gashes on Ukis. Crack. The blade of the fire execution sword suddenly folded backward, transforming into a scythe-styled red energy gun. The fire execution quick gun. Punishment Heaven Light Bomb. Zhou Yang leaped high, his gun barrel aimed squarely at the core of the oxer. Boom. A red light bomb brimming with destructive power shot forth from the muzzle. The wolf oxer, which had briefly regained some mobility, desperately swung a claw, only to freeze completely as the light bomb struck its body. Then a blinding red light erupted on the scene. The oxer's body was blasted into pieces by this energy. The moment the oxer perished, the mysterious force field slowly dissipated and the surrounding scenery returned to normal. Chu Qinghua, Duan Yin, and Bufong only saw Zhou Yang fire a single shot, and the beast's body was blown to smithereens. Brother, watch out. From among the shattered remains of the beast, a pitch-black, gleaming sharp claw shot forth with immense inertia, and that claw was flying straight toward the still-dazed youth Bufong. In a flash of dark light, a slender figure suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully tackled the stunned Bufong to the ground. Rip! The dark light grazed past the figure's arm. Zhou Yang, carrying the fire execution gun, slowly walked to the center where the oxer's body had exploded. He saw a mass of black liquid and a dark red crystal core floating in place. Zhou Yang frowned and asked in his mind, "System, I don't recall an oxer dropping liquid and a crystal core after death, do I?" He only remembered that in the Nawa setting after an oxer was killed it only dropped its outer clothes. Then a human would pop out who could still be taken back for resuscitation. Since when did it drop these two items? Post this is caused by the rule power of this world and the power of all slain beast units will condense their full attribute power into a crystal core and other items. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Killing monsters drops treasures. That's much more convenient. He understood that the dark red item was an attribute crystal core of the early Xian stage, but what is this black liquid? This is purified Sangbao virus liquid host. You'd better collect it quickly if it leaks it could cause a large-scale infection. Zhou Yang's heart jolted upon hearing it was the Sangbao virus. After repeatedly confirming with the system that storing it in the belt space wouldn't harm him, he swiped his hand across the belt, swiftly stowing both items into the belt space, planning to study them thoroughly later. Having done all this, Zhou Yang turned around, his gaze sweeping over the few people in the distance. Even in her armor, Chu Qinghua looked at him with awe and admiration. Duan Yin, even more unabashed, had a fervent gaze filled with longing for power and a fighting spirit. Mentor, is this your power? Mentor, is this the true power of an armor hero? It's incredible. The two rushed up to Zhou Yang, too excited to speak coherently. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, looking at Chu Qinghua with encouraging eyes. Work hard to enhance the elemental energy in your body and improve your proficiency in armor combat techniques. With time you can quickly reach this level or even surpass it. Then Zhou Yang turned to Duan Yin, who was full of anticipation. Congratulations, Duan Yin, you have successfully passed this trial. Duan Yin was so excited he nearly jumped. Really? Then could I possibly summon? Before he could finish, a call came from the grass not far away. Sister, are you okay? Don't scare me. Bu Feng, ignoring his own injuries, frantically helped up Bu Yao, who had just tackled him. He anxiously checked Bu Yao's body, worried she might have been hurt the moment she pushed him away. Bu Yao smiled resiliently, holding Bu Feng's hand to reassure him. Brother, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that I might have grazed my skin a little. Bu Feng quickly leaned in for a closer look. He saw that on the right shoulder of Bu Yao's back the school uniform had been torn by a claw. Beneath the torn clothes was a shallow wound. A trace of blood oozed from it, and a wisp of black energy flickered faintly over the wound before quickly vanishing. Seeing the shallow wound stop bleeding quickly, Bu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Why did you rush over in that situation? Don't you know how dangerous that was? What would Mom and Dad do if something happened to you? At that moment his eyes were slightly red, completely unlike the unflappable warrior expression he had before. Faced with Bu Feng's interrogation, Bu Yao just smiled, two lovely shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. I was just worried you'd be stubborn again. Besides, I'm fine. This wound doesn't hurt at all anymore. Don't tell Mom and Dad when we get back. Faced with Bu Yao like this, Bu Feng helplessly nodded. Then he carefully helped Bu Yao stand up. The two supported each other as they slowly walked over to Zhou Yang and the others. Bu Yao had witnessed the whole process from the side and knew who had saved them. She said gratefully, Sister Armor and Sir Armor, thank you for saving me and my brother. If you hadn't arrived in time, my brother and I might have died in the mouths of those monsters today. Bu Feng beside her was pulled into a bow by his sister. Unaccustomed to such situations, a hint of awkwardness flickered across his face. He looked up first, casting a cocky glance at Duan Yin. Kid, you didn't stand by this time. You're worthy of being my rival. Duan Yin rolled his eyes and curled his. That guy clearly beaten like a dog just now, yet all over only his mouth was the toughest. The next second Bu Feng looked at Zhou Yang, his tone grateful. Thank you for saving my life. In the future, whenever you need me, Bu Feng, just say the word, I won't back down. Seeing Bu Feng acting like a completely different person, Duan Yin opened his mouth. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Bu Feng completely ignored Duan Yin's reaction. After saying his words of gratitude, he tightly clutched the broken wooden staff in his hand and silently stepped aside. He was a martial arts fanatic, not a fool. How could he not see who was the most formidable here? Zhou Yang looked at the siblings, but said nothing. He directly used his authority to scan their information. Two pale blue light panels unfolded before his. Human Bu Feng. Gender male. Talents, chivalrous tenderness, Zephyr Swordmaster, free wind speed. Armor wind, eagle armor, armor compatibility, 90, no bloodline. Human Bu Yao. Gender female. Talents, Sangbao, infected, initial lucky perception. Armor Ruefu, armor, armor compatibility, 79, eagle martial armor compatibility, 79. Zhou Yang was slightly taken aback. These two siblings seemed to be quite extraordinary. One had actually adapted to the Wind Eagle from the 5 Elements armor, while the other had an adaptability to both armors. Interesting. Although countless thoughts raced through his mind, Zhou Yang's tone and expression remained calm and composed on the surface. There is no need for thanks. Faintly the sound of a siren could be heard in his ears along with the rumbling of military heavy trucks passing by. Zhou Yang cast a deep glance at the girl standing behind Bufong. Then he flipped his wrist, and a golden object suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked it with his fingers, sending it directly toward Bufong. Bufong reacted swiftly, instinctively reaching out to grasp the object in his palm. Meeting his fate, so this item is for you. If one day you encounter something insurmountable, hold it, and it will guide you to find a way out. Duan Yin cast several glances at Bufong, intending to say that he was lucky. Zhou Yang suddenly turned around, grabbing the shoulders of Duan Yin and Chu Qinghua. Shift and shadow. Zhou Yang shouted in a low voice, unleashing the energy within him. He lifted both of them, and his body instantly transformed into a blurred afterimage, swiftly moving several meters through the woods. Shortly after a few more shifts, the three of them stepped into a dense forest, completely disappearing from Bufong's sight. Bufong stood dazedly in place, slowly opening his tightly clenched hand. In the palm of his hand lay a golden badge, depicting a sword and shield crossed. The badge radiated a warm temperature. Bufong tightly gripped the badge, his heart filled with immense curiosity and countless questions. What did he mean by that sentence he left behind? What is this insurmountable problem? What is the relationship between Duan Yin and these two mysterious armored individuals? Mentor, teacher, a cluster of mysteries enveloped him, leaving him perplexed. He turned around and met his sister's curious yet worried gaze. Bufong shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly again. Bu Yao looked at him and shook her head. Brother, why don't you join them? Her hand brushed over the wound on her shoulder, a subtle feeling of unease growing in her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that the most powerful armored individual had looked at her for a moment longer. And that gaze always left her with an unsettling feeling lingering deep within. When Zhou Yang and the others left Jinfan High School, they took away all the remnants of the outsider that were outside the archery venue. If the previous fragments of the alien beasts were merely toxic, then the body of the outsider was utterly. The outsider was filled with a large quantity of the zombie virus. If a wound were left on a human body, the risk of being infected by the zombie virus was extremely high. This thing absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the G side. If they get excited, research it, and then the whole world will be filled with outsider. Bufong opened his palm, looking at the golden badge that still retained a hint of warmth. He rubbed the outline of the sword and shield in his palm several times. He turned to his sister, his voice unusually hesitant. So what about this thing? Should we get rid of it? Bu Yao looked at the object in Bufong's palm, her left hand touching her heart. Her heart was pounding faster. It was as if something was mysteriously drawing her in. Bu Yao's slender fingers brushed over the sword and shield badge, then reluctantly retracted her hand and gaze. Brother, we can't get rid of this thing. A certain perception deep within her seemed to be repeatedly reminding her that this item must not be discarded. And Bu Yao firmly believed in her instincts, because such instincts had saved her life more than once, as well as her parents' lives. All right, brother, we'll listen to you. Bufong, without a second thought, was about to stuff the badge into his pocket. However, Bu Yao's next words made him halt his motion midair. We can't discard it, nor can we keep it on us. We need to find a place to hide it. Bufong furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why hide it? Hiding is not my style. Seemingly guessing what he was about to say, Bu Yao immediately covered his mouth. Brother, do you think that after such a big incident today the police won't come over? Moreover, with the appearance of monsters, who knows if there are special department personnel coming? For instance, the 749 Bureau or Dragon Team that appears in films and novels. Bufong turned his head away, seemingly indifferent. Let them come. We martial artists walk upright and sit straight. Before he could finish his sentence, Bu Yao again covered his mouth. She hushed him, then questioned him. Brother, just listen to me. If such people really appear later, act according to my cues. Bufong was taken aback, then nodded. After pondering for a moment, the two quickly found a place to hide the item, then hurriedly tidied up and headed toward the teaching building. On the way, Bu Yao did not forget to remind Bufong about certain things. Next to the area of devastation caused by the giant worm opposite the sophomore teaching building, the Anomalous Affairs Handling Bureau personnel in Jiang City had all arrived and sealed off the scene at Jinfan High School. A group of uniformed agents surrounded the chaotic scene. They still arrived late, missing a lot. Captain Zhang, we have completed the preliminary inspection of the scene. We confirm that the residual monster remains at the scene are of the same type as those from Qingyang Mountain, and the anomaly value exceeds 90. Fong Heng was leading the report. A group of fully armed members of the Anomalous Affairs Handling Bureau had completely sealed off the scene where the battle between the purple void blood pattern worm and the tsunami nano armor had just occurred. The inner circle of the blockade consisted of massive pits that had been drilled out by the giant worm along with the combat traces left by the tsunami nano-armor's battle techniques. There were a total of 51 students and teachers who came to school today, but only 43 remained, all of whom were being closely monitored by the Anomalous Affairs Handling Bureau personnel. Each individual underwent rigorous questioning, and in the end their testimonies were almost identical. We were studying in class when suddenly there was an earthquake, and then a gigantic purple worm monster appeared. That's right, that monster was terrifying. It bit off old Wang's head in one bite. It was so bloody and violent. A blue armored goddess appeared, and she saved us. When asked, the female student clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes shining. She was really cool, and her voice was beautiful. I feel like she set my heart on fire, and I want to burn for her. The female agent in charge of the questioning tapped the table and glared over. Ahem ahem. This student, you are a girl. The girl questioned by the female agent rolled her eyes dramatically. So what if I'm a girl? Can't I admire strength? The female agent. The female agent silently put down her pen and rubbed her forehead. Feeling exhausted to the point of not wanting to speak, interrogating high school students was far more challenging than interrogating those heinous criminals. If her tone turned harsh, it might make the little flower cry, which would be undesirable. If she softened her tone, they would all become more arrogant. This job was not easy. She shook her head and continued taking notes of the inquiry. After half an hour, she finally finished recording everything. She found Captain Jiang panting, as if she had just come out of a sauna. She handed the inquiry records to Captain Jiang. Jiang Lanfeng nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, he instructed the female officer to take a break. Jiang Lanfeng went through all the testimonies from the beginning, flipping through each page. Meanwhile, Wu Ba, the leader of the Monster Countermeasure Department's 5th team, finished reading the last page of his own testimony. He slammed his fist down on the folding chair next to him. A coarse voice burst out of his mouth. "If you ask me, it's this teacher that's causing the most trouble. They said the whole school is on break, yet they still come to make up lessons. Is he bored out of his mind? If it were my soldiers under me, I would have them shot. Now look, out of 50 students in the class, 8 are dead. The parents at the school have no idea how to explain this." Hearing Wu Ba's foul language, Jiang Lanfeng suddenly put down his notes, his expression shifting. He circled a specific spot on the testimony with his pen. "It's not 8, it's 6. According to these inquiry records, a total of 6 students were swallowed by that giant earthworm." He looked up at Feng Heng and Wu Ba. But in reality, there were 51 students from the second-year class that came for the makeup lesson today, and now there are only 43 left. Subtracting the 6 deceased, there are still 2 missing. Wu Ba dismissively curled his lip. "What's the difference whether it's 6 or 8? Jiang Lanfeng didn't respond, but continued flipping through the testimony in his hands. The difference would be significant, because 2 people were missing and no one had mentioned them. This is quite intriguing. Feng Heng leaned over from his chair. There's one more point that needs attention. A blue armored figure has appeared. This is the 3rd mysterious armored person, and this time it's a woman. Wu Ba slapped his forehead. Just tell me what we should do. Don't give me all that roundabout nonsense, it's giving me a headache. Jiang Lanfeng and Feng Heng exchanged glances, both silent and simply shaking their heads. Then Jiang Lanfeng pointed at the sealed vacuum bag containing the giant earthworm's remains, his voice flat. Let's send these monster remains to the inspection department for a thorough examination. Feng Heng tugged at his ear. The Abnormal Incident Handling Bureau in Jiang City isn't built yet currently. There isn't a dedicated inspection department. Jiang Lanfeng. After a moment of silence, he added, then expedite it, send it to the capital. Just as he was speaking, a personnel from the Abnormal Incident Handling Bureau approached them. Report, Captain Jiang. 2 students just attempted to enter the teaching building, but were stopped by our personnel. Jiang Lanfeng smiled slightly, looking at Feng Heng and Wu Ba. The key individuals. Aren't they here now? The siblings Bu Yao and Bu Feng were brought into the first-floor corridor of the teaching building after a series of inquiries. At this moment, a group of students from the second-year class had already gathered in the corridor. Qi Jingjing was originally waiting at the door of an empty classroom when she saw Bu Yao coming down the corridor. She sprang up from the ground and rushed over to hug Bu Yao's shoulder. Do you know, I was almost scared to death when you said you were going to the archery range to find your brother. I sent you so many messages and you didn't reply to a single one. You really made me anxious. She was genuinely afraid that something might happen to her good friend. At the same time, she didn't forget to chide Bu Feng. And you, big brother, you're such a grown person, yet you let your sister go look for you. Bu Feng wore a cold expression and didn't say a word. He remembered his sister's warnings. Qin Feifei glanced at Bu Yao and also breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes conveying unspoken understanding. After being surrounded by her classmates for a while, Bu Yao subtly gestured to her brother with her fingers. Bu Feng understood immediately. Soon 2 uniformed officers approached from the other end of the corridor and stopped in front of them. 2 students, please come with us. Our captain wants to see you. Bu Yao and Bu Feng exchanged glances. Everything was proceeding as planned. Bu Feng arrogantly waved his hand. Fine, let someone who can actually talk among you lead the way for us. Please lead the way ahead. The two officers exchanged glances. What is wrong with this student? Meanwhile, on the way back to the Shiguang base, inside the fire chariot cabin, Duan Yin excitedly touched everything around him, the inner wall of the shuttle, the control panel of the cockpit, and the sky outside. Minter, aren't you planning to let that Bu Feng kid join Shiguang? He had just seen the badge the Minter had tossed to Bu Feng outside the venue. He thought that the kid would soon become a prospective member of Shiguang like him. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Not in a hurry. This kid has courage, but lacks wisdom. If he doesn't experience a setback, he will eventually fall into a big pit due to his personality. Right now, it's not the right time. I'll let him hone his skills a bit more. Looking at the Minter, who was keen on being a riddle maker, Duan Yin thoughtfully nodded. He glanced at the blue armored figure sitting behind in the shuttle. His curiosity piqued. Zhou Yang seemed to notice his gaze and spoke in a flat tone. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to meet Shiguang members later. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yang found an abandoned construction site to store the shuttle, and then they found a place to disengage from the armored state. The blue glow flickered, and as the armor disappeared, the familiar face of Chu Qingyue appeared. He couldn't help but be shocked. You are Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue smiled, her expression poised and unpretentious, completely devoid of the coldness from the business world. Hello, you must be Duan Yin. I've often heard the Minter mention you. From now on, we are comrades in arms. Duan Yin often saw Chu Qingyue's image in advertisements on television and his phone while delivering takeout. Zhou Yang waved his hand, letting Chu Qingyue familiarize Duan Yin with the surroundings first. He then patted the hood of his hoodie and looked at the system interface. The 5th act has ended. System, check the settlement rewards. A pale blue interface appeared before him. 5th act initial signs and roaring artillery evaluation settlement in progress. 3 updates seeking support for the bookshelf. A faint blue interface appeared before his eyes. Characters present: Major He, Director Mo Jiang, Lanfeng Wu Ba, Chu Qingyue, Bu Feng, Bu Yao, Duan Yin, classmates, soldiers, and various personnel from the Processing Bureau, all generating related emotions. Current profit statistics: shocked emotions 22,000, trust emotions 100, worship emotions 40, faith emotions 2. Overall rating B. Settlement rewards 231,000 points, inheritance for spiritual and secret practitioners, 10 additional draws for armored universe items. The prize pool and store will include more items related to the armored universe. Current permission level 3. Zhou Yang looked at the inheritance from this round. He still hadn't found a suitable place to set up the virtual combat training room from the last reward. But this inheritance is a solid boon that can immediately enhance his strength. With a thought, the system's voice echoed directly in his mind. Host, do you choose to accept the inheritance of spiritual and secret practitioners? Zhou Yang did not hesitate. Accept. As soon as he spoke, he felt a sudden buzzing in his brain. Immediately, a torrent of vast information surged into the depths of his mind, like a flood breaching a dam. Countless ancient and obscure incantations, diagrams of meridian flows, and even battle experiences from generations of spiritual and secret practitioners flashed through his consciousness like a rapid slideshow. From Ares prediction art, sound transmission art, to heaven blocking palm, diamond mountain sea, fist sky, supporting peak, various deadly combat skills. Methods to enhance intent, battle manuals, and the ability to view others' memories through physical contact. Various knowledge, skills, and abilities filled his mind, which he rapidly absorbed and digested. After a long while, Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. I must say, the rewards for knowledge and ability inheritance are indeed the most bountiful. This contained the inherited knowledge and abilities of countless generations of spiritual and secret practitioners. It could be said that now, even without armor, he could utilize the combat techniques of the Sun, Moon, and Stars armor. And if he were to summon the Xing Tian armor under the same intent conditions with the insights and techniques from these inheritances, he could unleash several times the power he had before. Moreover, from the inheritance of spiritual practitioners, there was also something very special. Similar to the Qi in ancient martial arts novels, but slightly inferior. It could strengthen the physical body, allowing ordinary people to barely resist the nether demons for a few minutes without armor. I was still contemplating how to fabricate the plot for the 6th and 7th acts, and now the opportunity has presented itself. With these items, I can lay deeper plans. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, then quickly opened the prize pool. The success of this 10 draws at level 3 permission depends on this round. System, use all 10 draws. Moments later, 10 light orbs appeared on the interface. Congratulations, host, for drawing rewards: slim model antidote serum box, 10 zombie virus vials, genuine hamburger box, Ma Lingling's hair tie. Fire Village Bloodline Potion Intermediate Summoning Device for capturing armor. Aroli Summoning Device for Diamond Armor Box of Jade Stone's Elf Bab. When Zhou Yang first saw the first 5 items, especially the slim model figurine, he couldn't help but frown, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of nonsense is this? How much filler is in this card pool system? But after seeing the last 5 items, he relaxed his frown. This round was quite lucky. His gaze fell on the information of the latter items. Fire Village Bloodline Potion Intermediate can summon the Fire Village Bloodline of the 5 Elements Armor Injection, increases Fire Village Bloodline by 50. Note: Bloodline potions contain rich 5 elements energy, used cautiously according to personal preferences. Elf Bab, a peculiar small creature from the 6th parallel universe, cute, innocent, straightforward, and loves to prank others, possessing powerful healing abilities. Zhou Yang's attention focused as he heard the conversation between Chu Qingyue and Duan Yin. So Senior Qingyue, during the awakening ceremony, will there be seniors in armor teaching us combat techniques? Exactly, inheritance is not only the bestowal of power, but also the continuation of combat will. That's incredibly exciting. Thank you, Senior Qingyue, for your guidance. Duan Yin exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands. Zhou Yang thought for a moment, then opened the system store and spent 3 points to purchase the summoning device for the Nawa armor. After all this was prepared for Duan Yan's armor awakening ceremony later. He then closed the system interface and approached Duan Yin and Chu Qingyue. Duan Yin, Qingyue, let's go in. The system rewards could wait until he was alone to explore slowly. First, he needed to conduct Duan Yan's armor awakening ceremony. Duan Yin seemed to have an inkling of what was about to happen. He took a deep breath, looking at Zhou Yang with excitement and fervor. Understood, mentor. Chu Qingyue nodded slightly, and the two followed Zhou Yang up to the 4th floor, passing through the light gate into the Shiguang base. Inside the Shiguang base, the dome was covered with white mist and golden light. Zhou Yang led Duan Yin directly to the altar, where several armors representing different elements were sculpted. He stopped and stood before the stone sculpture of the Nawa armor, engraved with flame patterns representing the power of molten flames. Zhou Yang turned around, his expression solemn and grave as he looked at Duan Yin. Duan Yin, are you ready for the armor awakening ceremony? Duan Yin straightened his back, his gaze sharpened, his voice resonant like a bell. Mentor, I am ready. Ready to fight for Shiguang at any time. Chu Qingyue quietly stepped back into the shadows. Although she had gone through it once herself, this was her first time observing another's awakening ceremony as a bystander. A hint of curiosity shone in her cool eyes. Very well. Zhou Yang nodded. He stepped forward, guiding Duan Yin to the stone sculpture of the Nawa armor. Sit cross-legged and calm your mind. Place your right hand on the belt of the sculpture at the position of the fire emblem. Duan Yin followed his instructions. The moment his palm touched the cold stone sculpture, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Boom. Various basic combat techniques of the Nawa armor drilled into Duan Yin's mind. After the phenomenon, Duan Yin slightly opened his eyes. Duan Yin suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if 2 flames were burning within them. He shouted loudly and stood up abruptly. Flame of Nawa. He struck a cool pose in the air. A red summoning belt appeared out of nowhere, fastening around his waist. Devour the power of raging flames. Merge. The resonant voice echoed continuously above the vast base. 5 minutes later, Duan Yin completed the armor awakening ceremony, standing before Zhou Yang and Chu Qingyue in the combined Nawa armor. Duan Yin was thrilled to see that this armor was the same one summoned by his mentor before. This is the armor that even the mentor has summoned. Definitely extraordinary. This is the mentor's recognition of him. After he became somewhat familiar with the armor, Zhou Yang, standing to the side, smiled faintly and said, "Welcome to Shiguang Armor Warrior Duan Yin." Chu Qingyue echoed, "Welcome Nawa Armor Warrior Duan Yin." The voice resonated repeatedly within the base, echoing again and again. It was both exhilarating and felt sacred. Through the visor, Duan Yin let out a hearty laugh, but his eyes reddened and his voice choked slightly. He finally possessed extraordinary abilities to confront those alien beasts. He finally could avenge his father. Zhou Yang observed Duan Yan's eager expression, as if he couldn't wait to find someone to fight. He pointed to the left, spending 500 points in his mind with the system. Suddenly, the mist-covered area on the left side of the base began to stir. The thick fog dissipated instantly, revealing a vast open space, measuring a whopping 100 by 100 meters. The ground was paved with an unknown type of stone slab, incredibly hard. Zhou Yang turned to Chu Qingyue and said, "Qingyue, fight with Duan Yin using the sesame. Help him get familiar with the armor and combat style. You can go all out." Chu Qingyue's icy gaze sharpened upon hearing the words battle. A hint of battle intent ignited in her eyes. She slightly curled her lips. "Yes, mentor." Zhou Yang was also quite eager to see the clash between the Nawa, representing violent flames, and the sesame, representing resilient tsunamis. What kind of combat sparks would these two armors create? Howling sesame. Chu Qingyue took out the summoning device, her movements becoming increasingly skilled. Drowning Torrent's power. Combine. After a series of exclusive poses, a water blue light flashed, and Chu Qingyue instantly merged with the Sazami armor. She summoned the Vortex Sword right away, and then turned to Duan Yin. Duan Yin, let me help you get familiar with what real armor combat is. Having said that, she flashed and landed directly on the newly created open ground. The moment she stood firm, the battle erupted instantly. Duan Yin was already eagerly anticipating and fervently excited about the power of the armor. At this moment, he directly unleashed the powerful explosive force of the Nawa armor and initiated the attack first. Fierce flame attack. He shouted, his legs pushing off the ground with force as his fists surged with intense heat, striking forward. Chu Qingyue remained calm, slightly retreating, her hands gesturing in front of her chest. Vortex defense. Damn. Bring it on. Fierce flame fist. Fierce flame kick. Duan Yin steadied himself as he continuously bombarded Chu Qingyue with a torrent of blazing punches. The explosive sound of flames intertwined with the howling of water. Zhou Yang scanned the entire base. He needed to quickly establish the accommodation and combat areas in the base. Jinfan High School. In the open area, after some inquiries, Bu Yao and Bu Feng were escorted back to the teaching building by an agent from the Abnormal Handling Bureau. When asked where they went and what they did, their excuse was simply, Bu Yao said she went to find her brother. Bu Feng only said he went to practice archery. They didn't mention other things such as the large cracks and pits outside the archery range. When questioned, they said it might have been caused by a monster passing by while practicing archery. They refused to say anything else. Zhang Lanfeng turned to look at Wu Ba and Feng Heng sitting beside him. Not a single word from these two is trustworthy. Zhang Lanfeng threw the record on the table. The obvious battle marks outside the archery range and that deep pit. How do they explain that? Feng Heng nodded and suggested, Captain Jiang, how about I arrange for a few sharpied people to monitor the movements of these siblings for a week? Wu Ba scoffed, bothersome. If you ask me, just take them to the capital. Lock them up in the Abnormal Handling Bureau for a few days and starve them a bit. Let's see if they talk. Zhang Lanfeng glared at Wu Ba. Nonsense. They're just ordinary high school students, not criminals. If you do this, once the news leaks, how will we handle public opinion? We are a special agency for protecting the nation, not a bunch of rogues who can't distinguish right from wrong. Let's proceed as Feng Heng suggested, and send someone to monitor them discreetly 24 hours a day. Zhang Lanfeng pondered for a moment. Also check all the surveillance around that archery range. Even the broken ones try to dismantle and send them to the technical department for recovery. Let's see if anything can be recovered. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyue and Duan Yin concluded their battle. Zhou Yang watched the entire battle. He had to admit that Duan Yin had some talent for combat. Initially, the fierce flame attack, molten flame defense, and fierce flame kick were quite unfamiliar, but he mastered them quickly. After they disengaged from their combined state, Zhou Yang briefly explained the organization's requirements and benefits to them before they left. Duan Yin, since you have adapted to the Nawa armor, you are officially part of the organization. Let me tell you about the benefits of Shiguang in advance. For all official members of Shiguang, there will be a monthly living subsidy of 10,000. In addition, Shiguang has a contribution mechanism, but well discussed, that after you complete tasks to eliminate alien beasts. Duan Yin clenched his fists and nodded vigorously, a more than willing mentor. He didn't join Shiguang for the money in the first place. Hearing about the high base salary and benefits made him extremely satisfied. Now that he possessed extraordinary power, who would still exhaust themselves delivering takeout every day? Zhou Yang then discussed the subsequent organizational tasks with Duan Yin and Chu Qingyue, and soon sent them out through the spatial gate. As Duan Yin was leaving the Shiguang base, he turned to Zhou Yang and asked, Mentor, doesn't Shiguang have any place? If not, I'll find an apartment near this office building after I move. That way it will be more convenient for me to report to the base every day while executing tasks. His words implied that he was eager to live at the base, as if he would have the chance to go on missions right away. Zhou Yang waved his hand directly, sending him out with a surge of energy, his ethereal voice echoing behind him. There will be. After Duan Yin and Chu Qingyue disappeared through the portal, Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly. As expected of someone with the talent for being the king of competition, even before starting missions, he was already seeking opportunities to get ahead. Zhou Yang turned to look at the open area on the left side of the square. This can be planned as a combat area for members in the future. Then he looked to the right. The accommodation area can be planned here. System, how many points do I need to build a housing area in this section? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yang began envisioning the appearance of the accommodation area in his mind. Row houses facing each other, with each house accommodating 2 people. With independent kitchens, bathrooms, showers, and a fully equipped gym. Not luxurious, but must be decent. Members of Shiguang are here to protect the world, not to suffer in a collective dormitory. Each house will require 500 points. Zhou Yang frowned. Then let's establish a housing area with only 10 houses. After all, in the short term, not many members would likely move into the Shiguang base. With a thought, after deducting 5,000 points, the vast white mist on the right began to swirl continuously. In an area of about 2.5 mu, 10 exquisite row houses rose up from the ground, facing each other with a smooth, bluish-gray stone path in between. Each house had a small courtyard in front filled with unknown green plants, their leaves shimmering with a jade glow under the golden light of the dome. Zhou Yang did not walk directly to the accommodation area, but instead approached the central altar and opened the system interface. As his voice fell, a beam of light flashed across the stone platform before him. Bab. A light and pleasant sound echoed. The sound was thin and crisp, like a glass bead falling into a crystal bowl. A pink spherical creature with large ears appeared in the center of the stone platform. It was only as big as 2 palms put together, covered entirely in very short pink fur. Then it slowly opened its eyes. A pair of translucent emerald green big eyes stared directly at Zhou Yang. Clear, innocent, adorable. Bab. This little fellow flapped its large ears and flew in front of Zhou Yang, tilting its head to look at him. Zhou Yang extended his hand toward the little creature. Hello, Bab. Nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Yang. Bab looked at Zhou Yang with its big watery eyes, curious yet timid. Then it carefully placed one of its large ears in Zhou Yang's hand, speaking softly. Bab. It seemed to be responding to Zhou Yang's welcome. That ear was fluffy and soft, like holding a cloud warmed by the sun. Zhou Yang felt his fingers filled with a layer of fine fur, the warmth radiating from his palm. It was very comfortable, very reassuring. Zhou Yang felt as if his soul had been healed. This was indeed the little angel Bab from the 6th universe, capable of healing injuries and restoring extraordinary energy. After Bab confirmed that the human before it meant no harm, it grew bolder. It pulled its ear out of Zhou Yang's palm and flew into the air, starting to circle around the altar. One moment, it was perched on top of the imperial stone sculpture, and the next, it was chasing the golden rays of light from the dome. Watching Bab frolic in the air, Zhou Yang felt much more relaxed. In this lonely, otherworldly life, a healing, adorable, and lively little creature has finally arrived. He dropped his facade and played hide-and-seek with this little fellow in the base. At that moment, he was not a mentor, but just an ordinary young boy. Bab's laughter echoed throughout the base until it grew tired and landed on Zhou Yang's shoulder, panting heavily. Zhou Yang then smiled and shook his head, pulling out a delicious hamburger from the system space for Bab as the little one's lunch. He unwrapped the packaging and handed the tempting-smelling hamburger to Bab. Bab, I might need to practice for a while, so I'll need you to guard me. Bab held the hamburger, which was larger than its body, with both of its large ears, and had already taken a big bite, its cheeks puffed up. Then it seemed to understand something, immediately perking up one of its large ears and swearing like a salute. Bab. Bab. Zhou Yang roughly understood its meaning. Leave it to me. He smiled and rubbed the soft blue-green fur on its head. Then I'll be counting on you. After giving these instructions, Zhou Yang felt at ease. He then directly contacted the system. System, I want to claim the reward Fire Village Bloodline Serum. Ding. Bloodline fusion in progress. The bloodline of Fire Village quickly merged into Zhou Yang's flesh and blood, subtly altering his physique. Powerful fire element energy surged within him. Zhou Yang sat cross-legged, feeling the elemental energy and mental energy within him simultaneously rising. Beside him, after Bab finished the last bite of the hamburger, it hurriedly cleaned the crumbs from the corners of its mouth. Then it took a deep breath. Its small spherical body was puffed up, swollen like a pink ball. Then its large ears stood straight up, its big eyes darting left and right, appearing very vigilant. It was determined to protect the other until he woke up. 4 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. The sunset slanted in between the teaching buildings. The ambulance had already delivered the injured to the nearest hospital over 4 hours ago. The debris and blood on the open ground had been cleared, but the cracks and pits on the ground remained. The agents from the processing bureau completed the full search of the scene. Photos were taken, samples of the giant earthworm's limbs were collected, and unknown inquiries of all students from class 26 of the second year were archived. The photo albums and cloud records from 47 mobile phones were cleared one by one, and the students' social media accounts were marked in the background. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Jiang Lanfeng called Feng Heng over in front of the teaching building. Feng Heng, I will leave 30 people for you. Within half a month, ensure the office space and equipment for the Jiangxing branch are in place. Look for a suburban area. The land needs to be big enough. All clues related to the armored people must be listed as the highest investigation priority. We must not give up. Class 26 of the second year is to be placed under close observation. Especially Bufong and Buyao do not alert the snake while striking the grass. After giving these instructions, Jiang Lanfeng led the agents from the Extraordinary Processing Bureau to board the vehicles. A dozen off-road vehicles lined up and quietly left the school gate in an orderly manner. No flashing lights, no honking, quiet, as if no one had ever been there. Feng Heng stood at the school gate watching the convoy disappear from sight. He conducted a final check. He then collected his team and returned to the secret apartment on the outskirts of Jiangsheng with the materials he had. When the car stopped at the foot of the apartment building, the sun had already set below the horizon. At the edge of the horizon, light and shadow intersected. Fang Heng leaned against the driver's seat, looking through the car window at the deep red sky behind the apartment. He stared at the sky for a long time, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Perhaps not long from now this place would become the headquarters of the Jiangsheng Extraordinary Affairs Processing Bureau. Sorry for being a bit late. Please support and urge updates. Anyone want more chapters? In the classroom of Class 6, Grade 2. After the departure of those from Group G, the students of Class 6 gradually regained a semblance of vitality. However, each person occasionally drooped their heads, still feeling somewhat dispirited and lost. Having experienced the dreadful incident of the day, the students in this class had matured significantly. Bu Feng and Bu Yao quietly blended into the crowd, their expressions downcast. Sitting in the classroom bathed in the evening sun, they appeared as if they had aged 10 years in just one afternoon. Occasional sighs echoed in the classroom. They understood that perhaps in the future, even when they entered their third year, they would never return to the once peaceful and warm daily life. There hasn't been any news since the ambulance left, said the class monitor sitting near the door in the front row. I wonder how Lao Zhou is doing. Should we find a time to visit him in the hospital? A boy sitting in the corner suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyelids were red. His best friend had died today at the jaws of that giant earthworm. What are you looking at? If it weren't for this tutoring fanatic, would we have had to face such a terrifying event today? If he hadn't made us come today, Lao Wang wouldn't have been the first one to get eaten. Why was it Lao Wang who died and not him? The last sentence was almost shouted out with reddened eyes. The classroom fell into a dead silence. No one responded, no one contradicted, and no one echoed. The class monitor's lips moved slightly, yet nothing came out. After a long while, a girl from the back row spoke softly. It's a pity that the phone gallery has been cleared out. I had taken pictures today to remind relatives and friends. Oh, what if they encounter the same later? She was speaking the truth, a truth that everyone understood but couldn't voice. Someone's eyes brightened for a moment, but they quickly lowered their head to hide. Silence engulfed the classroom once more. After sitting in silence for half an hour, some stood up and left the classroom one after another. Everyone reminded each other not to say anything when they got back. Bu Feng and Bu Yao left the classroom together, wedged in the crowd. In a seat at the back of the classroom by the window sat a boy with glasses, quietly resting his head on the desk, as if waiting for everyone to leave. 6 o'clock. The classroom was completely empty. The boy finally straightened up. He adjusted his glasses, stood up, and walked to the classroom door. After confirming there was no one in the hallway, he slipped out through the back door. He didn't go downstairs, but walked towards the end of the corridor. Second floor at the end of the corridor. Girls' restroom. He pushed the door open and entered, stepping lightly. He didn't turn on the light. The last rays of the setting sun cast a dim glow on the countertop of the sink, reflecting a warm yellow light across the row of wash basins. In the mirror, his anxious yet expectant face was reflected. He crouched in front of the innermost sink and opened the cabinet beneath the countertop. Inside were a mop, a bucket, and a worn-out cloth that had turned white. He reached under the cloth and grabbed. Then he pulled the object out. It was a digital camera. He carefully held the camera, checked that it was functioning properly, and then pressed the power button. The screen lit up with a green battery indicator showing 2 bars left. He quickly pressed the playback button, confirming each photo one by one. The camera contained close-up shots of the purple-blooded earthworm from various angles, as well as pictures of the various angles of the xenome. He turned off the camera, put it back in his backpack, zipped it up, and then walked out of the girls' restroom. The corridor was very quiet, the emergency exit light still shining. His name was Gao Yuan, an avid photography enthusiast. Outside the Jiang City Suburb Surgical Center. This hospital is situated on a major thoroughfare between Jiang City and 2 neighboring cities. It is the largest trauma center for Jiang City and the nearby 2 cities. At this moment, in a single patient room on the 6th floor, Zhou Yang sat on the bed leaning back against 2 stacked pillows. A bandage wrapped around his left shoulder and arm peeked out from the neckline of his hospital gown. He did not press the call button. A photo lay flat on his lap. It was a group photo of the 50 students from Class 6 Grade 2. The photo captured a group of lively and sunny young boys and girls. Some faces radiated youthful smiles while others turned their heads in impatience. Some were playfully teasing their friends at the moment the shutter clicked. Every face bore the essence of happiness and tranquility. Zhou Yang's right hand, which had been marked by chalk, gently brushed over the surface of the photo, thinking of the several lovely students among the 50 in the photo who had lost their lives forever. Not even thinking of the several lovely students among the 50 in the photo who had lost their lives forever, not even leaving behind their bodies. While filled with regret, his heart was also overwhelmed with intense hatred. Several times he reached for the fruit knife from the bedside table, but each time before the blade pressed into his skin, the faces from the photo would flash before his eyes. Then he would put the knife back, staring at the ceiling. No, at least not like this. He couldn't die without meaning or value. He needed to understand why such terrifying monsters suddenly appeared in this world. He had to find the truth and send those filthy and disgusting creatures back to where they belonged. Zhou Yang's vision blurred by tears sharpened. As the anesthesia wore off, a dull pain pulsed through him. He knew that this half of his left arm was likely rendered useless. But so what? This did not prevent him from seeking the truth for his students and finding a place to put his guilt to rest. He wiped away his tears, set the photo aside, and then reached for his phone with his right hand. Unlocking the screen, he found a number and pressed the call button. The call connected. His voice was calm, yet lifeless. "Professor, regarding the matter you mentioned before." "I have agreed." Zhou Yang pulled the phone away from his ear and hung up. Outside, the bustling traffic and warm night scenery awaited, and he could only move forward alone. That night, the leadership of Jinfan High School received a resignation letter containing no more than 10 words. The content was simple, yet every word was heavy. "Brother, I can tell with a glance that you just finished showering, lying in bed, charging your phone, while scrolling through short dramas and reading novels. Take my advice, don't watch those brain-dead shows. Come check out my post. This is based on my personal experience." Shaunching on the rooftop of a central hospital, he opened his phone and browsed through this post. Brother, you guessed wrong." The evening breeze rushed up his pant legs, causing his legs to tremble. He shook his feet that were perched on the edge of the rooftop. Wang Lei, who was about to jump off the building to commit suicide, glanced at an article he had randomly clicked on, unable to suppress a mocking smile. "Right now I am dancing on the rooftop of the hospital. Today I don't want to live anymore." He was ready to toss his phone aside and leap off. However, his peripheral vision caught the content sliding down on the phone screen. A photo of a gruesome giant earthworm peeked out. Wang Lei retracted his stepping foot. Perhaps it was better to delay death. He gripped his phone again and scrolled down. "I am a sophomore at Jinfan High School in a certain district of a certain city. Today I want to share something extremely terrifying with everyone. I feel like I won't dare to return to school anymore and plan to tell my family that I'll drop out and scavenge instead of going." Cough, cough, the topic has drifted. "Actually, during our class's tutoring session at noon today, there was a sudden earthquake. When we went out to see what was happening, a large purple earthworm crawled out in the hallway, and right in front of me it bit off my... Then it also devoured many of my classmates. Just when I thought I was going to die, a goddess in blue armor with an incredible figure appeared. She descended from the sky and slashed the giant earthworm with a sword. I felt she would be my goddess from now on. Everyone don't doubt it. 5 minutes later, I will upload the complete photo." Wang Lei frowned. Is this for real? He decided to check the comments first. He swiped his finger directly to the bottom, where a row of mocking comments awaited him. "The original poster really understands me. Are you watching me from beside my bed? How big is the giant earthworm? Is it bigger than my brother's snake? Does the original poster have delusions, monsters, and armored superhumans? You should read fewer science fiction novels, young man. The trend of spiritual energy revival has long passed. Can you stop riding the wave? Now it's popular for Jiahao to become a god. Evaluation complete. The original poster has watched too much special effects drama. I recommend you see a psychiatrist. Let's not say anything else. Let's see what kind of photo can be edited in 5 minutes. If it's not funny, I'll come back to scold you." Wang Lei initially laughed derisively a few times, but he didn't exit the post. For some reason, he patiently sat on the rooftop, braving the evening breeze while waiting. Half an hour ago, he had just been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Originally, he had wanted to die, but now he was more eager to see the follow-up of that post. Delaying death wasn't a problem. After all, it would end in death anyway. 5 minutes later, he refreshed his phone and swiped his finger. He waited for the second post from the boy who claimed to be a sophomore. The title had only one line: Armored Goddess Battles the Purple Giant Earthworm. Then a series of high-definition photos followed. Photos of the purple giant earthworm drilling through the ground and causing cracks, disgusting photos of the giant earthworm's mouth opening, photos of the armored figure standing proudly on the railing, and photos of the armored person using a sword to blast the giant earthworm. These photos were so realistic. Realistic enough that one could not tell what was true and what was fake, until someone posted a professional verification screenshot. Detection result: not a PS composite, not AI generated, no splicing traces. Instantly, everyone in the comments was shocked. Wow. The original poster didn't lie. There really is such a huge monster. Is the apocalypse about to descend? The supplies I hoarded finally have use. Original poster: quickly reveal the address. I want to go see it. Original poster: is there a revival of spiritual energy? Do you have any cultivation methods? Please me. Does the armored goddess have a boyfriend? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Brothers, don't sleep. The world has changed. Hurry and share. The number of comments jumped from hundreds to thousands, then to tens of thousands, with shares skyrocketing. The post's popularity soared at a visible speed, and 2 minutes later the view count directly broke 100,000. Wang Lei put down his phone. His heart raced in his chest. He suddenly thought of a possibility. a possibility that he had believed existed only in novels and movies just 10 minutes ago. If it really was a revival of spiritual energy, his terminal illness that had been sentenced to death might not be without a cure. He quickly stood up and jumped down from the steps at the edge of the rooftop. His toe hit the edge of the step, causing pain that made him grimace, but he didn't care. He didn't want to die anymore. He wanted to go back, even if it meant exhausting all his wealth, to find the student who posted that article. The monsters and armored figures in those photos were the only light he had seen in the dark world. They were also his only hope for survival. Meanwhile, across the country, just as Wang Lei was filled with the desire to find someone, this post began to explode on the platform. Users from various cities flooded in, seeing the monsters and armored figures, and those who saw it completely went crazy. They shared, took screenshots, posted in groups, and made calls. The speed of word-of-mouth spread was even faster than algorithm recommendations. However, by the time these people finished telling their relatives and friends and returned to refresh the post, the phone screen showed only 3 numbers: 404. Then the emotions these people had accumulated found no outlet for release, and they surged towards various websites and platforms to voice their thoughts. Subsequently, keywords like spiritual energy, revival, armored person, giant earthworm, and monster continuously appeared on various social media platforms, only to collectively disappear within minutes. Webpage 404, a chat record splitting, share links turning blank. It was as if an invisible black hand controlled the entire network at the same time. These words once became banned terms. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yuan sat at the computer desk in his bedroom, excitedly watching the rising popularity and rewards of the post he had published on the platform. His follower count surged from 2 digits to 5, and the total amount of rewards had already equaled his father's monthly salary. He couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had the foresight to hide the photos and camera in the women's restroom cabinet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to post such a shocking message tonight, or gain so many followers and rewards. Keep it up. If I gain a few more followers, I can start live streaming to make money. Gao Yuan leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, fantasizing about his future life as an internet celebrity. Suddenly, he heard his mother's voice from outside. Yuan, your friend is here to see you. Gao Yuan frowned. At this time, who would come to visit? It was almost 9:30. He minimized the post page on his computer screen, complaining, "Who is it so late?" and dragged himself out of the bed. On the living room sofa sat 2 people, a man and a woman, both dressed casually. The man wore a pair of rimless glasses, looking to be in his early 20s, holding a cup of hot tea. After taking a sip, he praised, "Annie, this tea is really fragrant." The woman looked to be 18 or 19 with a neat ponytail and was chatting happily with Gao Yuan's mother. "Oh, it's just average. I just like taking photos, and my room is piled high with photos and equipment. Which of you is his friend?" "Annie, we are seniors from Gao Yuan's photography club." Gao Yuan's father came out from the kitchen with a plate of cut fruit, smiling as he invited the 2 to eat. The 2 received the fruit politely. The man put the bamboo stick back on the edge of the fruit plate and casually glanced in the direction of the hallway. The moment Gao Yuan walked into the living room and saw the 2 people, his complaining expression froze on his face. He recognized the clothes they were wearing. Earlier that day at school, it was a group of people dressed like this who had questioned them. They even made them sign some kind of confidentiality agreement. Gao Yuan's body began to tremble. Coldness traveled from his feet all the way to the top of his head. Gao's mother chuckled and gave him a light pat before turning to the 2 people and saying, "This child is usually quite lively, though I wonder what's wrong with him today." The man with glasses stood up and smiled warmly at Gao Yuan. "It's all right, Aunt. Gao Yuan might just be a little surprised. We agreed to come find him tonight. He might have forgotten." Gao Yuan's lips moved, his voice trembling. Recognize. Recognize. Then let's go to your room to chat and not disturb Uncle and Aunt's rest." The woman stood up as well, her tone casual, as if she were merely a classmate visiting. Gao Yuan stood frozen in place as the woman approached him. Her hand rested naturally on his shoulder, yet the pressure from her palm caused a slight creaking sound from his shoulder blade. "Let's go, Gao Yuan." The 3 of them entered Gao Yuan's bedroom. The moment the door closed, the lock clicked, and the warm smiles that had graced the faces of the 2 faded simultaneously as the door closed. The man's expression behind the glasses turned cold. The woman released her hand from Gao Yuan's shoulder and pulled out handcuffs from behind her waist. Gao Yuan didn't even have time to scream. The handcuffs snapped onto his wrists. At that moment, his knees went weak. The woman firmly held his arm, pressing him into the chair. "Gao Yuan, Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. You are under arrest for the illegal dissemination of confidential documents." Gao Yuan sat dazed in the chair. Just a few minutes ago, he had been fantasizing about going live as an internet celebrity, and now he was already handcuffed. 4 days later in the evening, at the Shiguang base, Zhou Yang sat cross-legged on the stone floor in front of the central altar, slowly opening his eyes. 2 golden-red glimmers flashed through the depths of his pupils. His breathing was steady and long, each exhalation carrying a noticeably higher temperature than the last 2 days. The bloodline of the fire village had completely fused. He looked down at his palm, his 5 fingers slowly closing into a fist. The air around his fist surged dramatically in a brief moment. Releasing his fist, he turned his palm upward. A ball of high-temperature flame compressed to the size of a soccer ball materialized in his palm. It burned quietly without making any sound. The precision of controlling the fire element had increased dramatically compared to before the fusion. He glanced at his personal attribute panel. Host Zhou Yang age. Identity Mentor of the Shiguang Organization Special Armor Summoner Bloodline Fire Village Bloodline. 50 Concentration, Gene Sun, Qi Gene Element Light Fire, will power early stage Mystic Level Energy, mid stage Mystic Level Equipment Nawa Armor Summoner, Xingtian Armor Summoner Ultimate Skills Nawa Combat Techniques Ultimate Move Sun Moon, and Star 3 Armor's Ultimate Move Strength Level Mid Stage Mystic Level. He waved his arm. Abundant fire elemental energy surged from his bloodline, flowing along his meridians from his shoulder to his fingertips. It was smooth and light without any obstruction. This fusion of the mid-level bloodline potion brought a comprehensive enhancement, improving his vitality, spirit, and energy. Both his willpower and elemental energy had crossed into the mystic level realm. He moved his body a bit. Then he noticed Bab, who was softly snoring beside him. The little creature had unknowingly fallen asleep on the armor sculpture on the altar. Its spherical body puffed up and down with each breath, with its big ears drooping softly on either side, and a little drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. For the past 2 days, while he was in deep meditation, infusing his bloodline, Bab hadn't closed its eyes, always keeping its ears perked up beside him. Zhou Yang carefully picked up Bab. The little guy murmured Bab in its sleep. Its ears twitched, but it didn't wake up. He carried it through the great hall, entered the accommodation area, and pushed open the gate of Villa No. 1. The interior of the villa was simple and clean. The first floor had a living room and kitchen, while the second floor had 2 separate bedrooms. He gently placed Bab on the main bedroom bed and pulled the blanket over it. The little guy curled up, pressing one ear under its face as a pillow while the other lay outside the blanket. Thank you for your hard work, Bab. He quietly exited the villa, closed the gate behind him, and stood under an unknown tree in the yard. Zhou Yang stood there for a moment, then opened a certain live streaming platform on his phone. He entered a live streaming room. His thumb slid across the screen a few times. Standing under the tree, he pulled the hood of his hoodie over his head. The soft glow from the screen illuminated his face from below, casting a mysterious and blurred outline in the shadow of the hood. The 6th act is about to begin. That night at 11:30, in Jiangxing at the Bu family home. The living room door was gently pushed. It paused for 2 seconds before being pushed open a bit more. Bu Yao squeezed through the crack in the door, holding her shoes in both hands, her bare feet touching the wooden floor of the living room. The living room lights were off, with only a faint yellow light streaming in through the curtains from the streetlight outside. The house was very quiet. Her parents' room was at the end of the hallway, the door closed, and there was no sound. Her brother's room was also at the other end of the hallway, and his door was closed as well. Bu Yao quietly placed her shoes next to the shoe cabinet by the door and walked barefoot toward her own room. Suddenly the living room lights turned on. Sister, where have you been tonight? Bu Feng was sitting on the sofa. He hadn't changed into his pajamas, as if he had been sitting there since dinner, without moving. His gaze fixed on Bu Yao's face, his brows furrowed, filled with concern. For 2 consecutive days his sister had gone out every night, only returning at dawn each time. He had initially not minded, but now he was increasingly worried. Bu Yao halted in her steps. She didn't turn around, her shoulders suddenly stiffened. Bu Feng's gaze instinctively prepared to shift away from her face. Then his pupils constricted sharply. He saw it. The ceiling light from the living room illuminated the side of Bu Yao's face, the light shining directly on the skin beneath the corner of her mouth. There was a large patch of bright red blood. It extended from the corner of her mouth to her chin, glistening. Bu family. Living room. Bu Feng's gaze lingered on the bloodied corner of Bu Yao's mouth for a few seconds. Silence lasted for a minute. Bu Yao looked bewildered. She blinked and then started to avert her gaze, instinctively turning her face to the side. Brother. What are you talking about? I just went out to buy something. She lifted her head, shaking the plastic bag in her hand. Chips in her left hand, cola in her right. Bu Feng stared at her for a moment, and then suddenly stood up from the sofa. Don't come back this late again, Mom and Dad will worry. After saying this, he went straight into his room. The door closed softly. He walked to the desk and opened a drawer, feeling inside for a metal badge. Holding the Sword and Shield badge, Bu Feng's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. He leaned against the edge of the desk for a while, his thumb rubbing over the badge. In his mind, he replayed the changes in Bu Yao over the past few days one by one. He clenched the badge tightly. It seems that starting tomorrow, I need to keep an eye on my sister. What does she do? Meanwhile, Bu Yao entered the bathroom and closed the door. She stood in the darkness for about 5 seconds before finding the switch. The pale light illuminated the bathroom in an eerie manner. Bu Yao lifted her head. In the mirror was her own face. A conspicuous streak of blood hung below her mouth, the blood almost congealed halfway. Wu Yao's expression immediately changed. It became grim and eerie. She turned on the tap and the cold water gushed over the white porcelain surface. She scooped water with her hands and frantically splashed it on her face, rubbing at the corner of her mouth. Rub hard, again and again, until the skin around her mouth became red and hot, until the water in the sink no longer carried any color. She turned off the tap, lowering her head. Water dripped from her chin. Recalling the events that transpired after she woke up tonight, her face was filled with unease. What is happening to me? The voice echoed eerily in the small bathroom. In the vast universe, in a pitch-black star domain, there was no starlight or dust here, and no gravitational pull from any star could reach this area. In the center of this star domain, within a dead star emitting a strong stench and dark energy, a strange and shadowy voice echoed from deep within this lifeless planet. The wild wolf oxes we sent has been completely eliminated. On that beautiful yet nauseating planet, there still exists something that can eliminate the great oxes. I sense that. The plague virus has been completely eradicated. In the darkness, a pair of enormous crimson eyes suddenly opened wide. What is there to fear? The great ox's legion is immortal. If it weren't for the fact that we're currently hindered by those despicable beings, I would have personally descended and turned that planet into our breeding ground. As it spoke the last few words, its tone shifted from arrogance to a low growl filled with gritted teeth, like a beast with its hind legs chained and gnashing its teeth in the darkness. Then before we descend, let's send them a little surprise. Let them kill each other in fear. Humans are truly fascinating. Two voices laughed simultaneously. Immediately afterward, a massive fissure suddenly split open on the surface of the dead star. A gigantic meteorite, its surface covered in high concentrations of the plague virus, shot out from the pitch-black star domain like an apocalyptic cannonball. The meteorite trailed a dark red eerie tail as it cut through the silent universe. It headed straight for that blue and beautiful planet. At 10 o'clock in the evening, 20 kilometers west of Jiang City, beneath a green mountain by a stream. This is a mountain of Mountain City, known since ancient times for its auspicious feng shui. And mountain outside Mountain City is a place that gathers wind and energy with good wind and water, and has been a burial ground for nobles and high-ranking officials since ancient times. Thus, various archaeological teams have long been stationed among the mountains of Mountain City to excavate those ancient tombs protectively. At this moment, a professional archaeological team of more than 50 people is stationed deep within the mountain range near a hidden circular river. They are conducting a rescue excavation of the tomb of Su De, a founding minister of the Ming dynasty. Below the mountain, rows of rainproof tents have been set up and searchlights illuminate the camp as bright as day. Various professional archaeological equipment, from Luoyang shovels to geological radars and 3D laser scanners, have been brought to the site by the archaeological team. Leading this team is Professor Zhou Yuan from the History Department of Mountain City University in his 50s, who has dedicated most of his life to archaeology. In the archaeological team's camp, after a day's work, Professor Zhou, along with his students and assistants, sat in folding chairs. They were having simple self-heating rice for dinner while discussing the progress of the excavation from earlier. Just then a slight tremor was felt. The tables and chairs in the camp shook gently, and the tents began to sway. Some young students in the archaeological team suddenly let out panicked screams. What happened? Was that an earthquake? Quick, protect the equipment. Someone desperately clung to the expensive scanner on the table. Forget about that, go check the unearthed burial goods, don't let them break. A few experienced assistants quickly put on gloves and rushed toward the tent where the artifacts were stored. The entire mountain seemed to gently shake along with the tremor. The entire mountain seemed to quiver slightly, grand yet without any injuries to anyone. Professor Zhu, who was in charge of the team, stood up and quickly calmed the archaeological team members. Everyone stay calm, don't run around. It should just be an ordinary tremor. Mountain City is situated on the edge of a geological fault line, and it's common for such tremors to occur occasionally. Everyone check if anyone is injured in your respective areas. Next to Professor Zhu stood a middle-aged man with thick bandages wrapped around his left shoulder and arm. The man appeared calm, extending his only movable right hand to steady Professor Zhu as they made their way to a relatively safe area. Then he turned to direct the young students on site to stay away from the mountain wall. Not long after, the slight tremor came to a halt. An old guide hired locally crouched by the fire, smoking a dry cigarette, ready to continue telling the archaeological team about the strange tales near in mountain. At that moment, teacher, a young man wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and having a dark yellow complexion rushed out breathlessly from the burial pit. The young man was one of Professor Zhu's students, Wang Qing, a master's student. He ran to Professor Zhu, his face a mix of urgency and joy. Teacher, in Su Da's tomb there has been a major unexpected discovery. A A short-haired female student covered in dirt immediately called out to him. Senior Wang Qing, slow down and tell me what exactly happened down there. Was the structure of the tomb damaged due to the earthquake just now? Wang Qing wiped his dusty face and immediately looked at Professor Zhou, saying, Teacher, just now I was with a few team members conducting protective excavation and numbering of those burial goods. And then didn't the earthquake just happen? As a result, a crack suddenly appeared right beneath the stone platform of the coffin in Zhou Da's main tomb. A very large crack. Professor Zhou furrowed his brows and then placed his hand on Wang Qing's shoulder. Qing, don't rush. Take a deep breath and speak slowly. What is beneath the crack? Wang Qing took several deep breaths. There is a tomb. We discovered a new burial passage beneath that after our preliminary examination right underneath Zhou Da's burial chamber. It is very likely that another new tomb is hidden. What? Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, Professor Zhou could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up. Overlapping burial. He didn't even bother finishing his self-heating rice, hastily placing it aside. He donned his hard hat, called several key students and assistants, and hurried towards the main burial chamber deep within the excavation site. The group quickly descended into the main burial chamber. After a series of archaeological measures, including drilling reconnaissance and analyzing the soil samples from the depths of the crack, they proceeded. Professor Zhou confirmed with these students that beneath the burial chamber of Ming Dynasty official Zhou Da there was another tomb from the Song Dynasty. This was a rare case in archaeology, overlapping burial. Such overlapping tombs often have research value and artifact value several times that of ordinary tombs. Professor Zhou was very excited about this new overlapping tomb and immediately led the archaeological team to dig and protect it overnight. After a day and a night of excavation, they finally completed the entire burial chamber by 7 o'clock on the third day, and the entire process of exploring the ancient tomb went very smoothly. Inside the burial chamber, 6 coffins were lined up, each remarkably well preserved. Professor Zhou stood near the 6 coffins with his students donning gloves. Just as he was about to give the order to open the coffins and check the conditions inside to confirm the identity of the tomb owner, a student's voice suddenly came from the corner of the burial chamber. Professor, look here. There is a stone tablet. It seems to be inscribed with a lot of text. Professor Zhou quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. The female student was standing in front of a wall with a stone tablet having appeared there without anyone noticing. He hurriedly led his students to the wall. The entire wall was covered with densely packed inscriptions. The style of the characters indeed resembled the slender gold script from the Song Dynasty. He saw the wall filled with intricate writing confirming it was from the Song Dynasty. Is this inscription a eulogy? Professor Zhou and his students cast curious glances at the densely inscribed. Professor Zhou looked at the middle-aged man beside him who was bandaged and asked, Si Ming, what do you think? Professor Zhou. Si Ming stood behind Professor Zhou, his gaze fixated on the first line of the inscription. This middle-aged man had just left the hospital a few days ago, his face still showing signs of weariness. But at this moment there seemed to be a brighter spark in his eyes. His gaze at the inscription was as if he were searching for an answer he had long sought. The core members of the archaeological team gathered around the inscription while the students formed a circle outside, some taking photos and others quietly reading the inscription. The entire burial chamber fell silent for a long time. In the end, these people looked astonished, as if they had discovered a new continent. So it was like this. Is there such a hidden history in this world? After reading the entire inscription, Zhou Si Ming's eyes suddenly became fervent. It was as if he had found something he had pursued for a long time. This is a erased and unknown hit. He regained his senses and immediately looked at Professor Zhou. Professor, this discovery is likely beyond our qualifications to pursue further. Professor Zhou immediately ordered everyone to exit the lower burial chamber and close the entrance. Then he used a satellite phone to report to the highest archaeological research institute and relevant special departments. Before exiting the burial chamber, Professor Zhou couldn't help but turn back once more, looking at an inconspicuous corner of the inscription. Their 3 large characters were deeply engraved in traditional Song characters. Lin Qingzai is the person who erected this stone tablet called Lin Qingzai. Anshan at the rest shed outside the archaeological site. A broadcaster responsible for promoting culture was explaining the significance of this discovery of Zhou Da's tomb from the Ming Dynasty in front of the camera. Although the explanation was somewhat dry, it was very professional. The live stream attracted many viewers interested in history and culture. Dear viewers, you can see the protected area behind me. That is the excavation site of Zhou Da, a founding figure of the Ming Dynasty. This discovery is of great significance. The artifacts unearthed, including ceramics, lacquerware, and gold and silver items, fill numerous gaps in the early historical research of the Ming Dynasty in our mountainous region. However, this broadcaster made no mention of the new tomb hidden beneath. At the Shiguang base, Zhou Yang watched the live stream behind the camera with a faint smile on his face. Everything is proceeding according to the script. This time the stage will be directed at everyone. He wanted the people in the country to believe in the past he had, the painful yet revered history of calamity and Shiguang. 2 hours later, 3 helicopters flew swiftly from the distant sky. The helicopters landed straight on a clearing above the Anshan archaeological site. The cabin doors opened. Fang Heng, along with over a dozen heavily armed senior agents from the Abnormal Affairs Handling Bureau, descended from the aircraft. In the middle of the group was Qin Donglai. Fang Heng turned his head to glance at the visibly nervous Qin Donglai beside him and lowered his voice. Don't be nervous. The identity of the tomb owner discovered by this archaeological team may not necessarily be the Lin Qingzai we know. Fang Heng patted his shoulder. It could also be someone with the same name or someone else entirely right. Let's wait until we go down to see before we talk. Qin Donglai remained silent, his right hand tightly clenched in his pocket, firmly gripping the metal badge with the crossed sword and shield. The metal edge pressed against his palm, giving him a sense of reality and courage. He secretly hoped this was the tomb of that Mr. Lin whom their ancestors followed. On the other hand, he also somewhat hoped it wasn't. He felt conflicted. Fang Heng, who walked in front, had quickly arrived at the center of the camp. At this moment, the archaeologists who had already received notifications from higher authorities were waiting there under the leadership of Professor Zhou. As soon as both parties met, Professor Zhou hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Fang Heng's hand tightly, his tone serious. You are the officer sent by the higher-ups, right? I am the head of this archaeological team, Zhu Yuan. You finally made it. What's down there? Is astonished. Fang Heng first glanced at Zhou Siming in the crowd, feeling an unfamiliar sense of familiarity. However, after all, on that day at school when he arrived, the ambulance had just carried Zhou Siming onto the stretcher. Thus Fang Heng and Zhou Siming were merely acquaintances and did not leave a deep impression on each other. He nodded and showed his credentials. Hello, Professor Zhu. I am Fang Heng from the Jiangxing Anomaly Bureau. The situation is special. I need you to take us down immediately to have a look. Everyone, due to the uniqueness of this discovery from now on, this ancient tomb is classified as a national-level secret. For confidentiality, apart from needing to leave 2 people as guides to take us down, all others will not be allowed. Please remain at the camp and accept our unified management. The archaeologists looked at the well-equipped group behind Fang Heng and fell silent. Professor Zhu hesitated for a moment. His gaze swept over a few students and assistants beside him, finally landing on Zhou Siming. Siming, come with me. Then Professor Zhu and Zhou Siming led the way. They guided Fang Heng, Qin Donglai, and several armed agents through the winding passage of the tomb. Eventually, they entered the tomb chamber of Song Dynasty, which housed 6 coffins. Just as they stepped inside, the dozen fully armed agents from the Anomaly Bureau outside immediately sprang into action. They set up a security line, tightly sealing off the entire archaeological site in layers. Immediately cut off all external communication signals. The host, who was animatedly speaking in a nearby tent, suddenly found the live broadcast screen in front of him went black. He patted the machine, looking bewildered. This sudden interruption sent the viewers in the live chat into an uproar. What's going on? I was just getting into it. Why did it suddenly go black? Did they dig up something enormous and the host got eaten? Something feels off. I think I just saw a few black helicopters flying by. This situation is definitely not ordinary archaeology. Before long, the local police department in the mountain city received an urgent order from higher-ups. A large number of police cars sped in, setting up a perimeter security line, cooperating with the agents from the Anomaly Bureau to quickly secure the area and prevent anyone from approaching Anshan. Many local villagers filmed the landing of helicopters and police cars sealing off the mountain and uploaded the videos online. They looked at Anshan, which was suddenly surrounded tightly. The online discourse instantly boiled over. Various bizarre speculations and rumors spread wildly on the internet. What's happening? Could it be true what was said online before that something has revived? Just recently there were rumors about a man-eating monster appearing in a high school in Jiangxing, and now Anshan next door is sealed off. What on earth is happening in this world? My uncle works in a certain bureau in the mountain city, and I heard that what was dug up beneath Anshan is not dead people, but a living monster. The higher-ups sent the army to suppress it. Stop spreading rumors. I bet they must have dug up some national treasure, which is why they sealed off the mountain. 5 minutes later, in the Song Dynasty stacked tomb beneath Anshan, Professor Zhu and Zhou Siming took Fang Heng, Qin Donglai, and several armed agents. They passed by the 6 coffins quietly resting and arrived at the large stone wall they had seen before. Officer Fang, take a look at this. After you see it, you will understand everything. Even after having seen it once, looking at it again, Professor Zhu felt heavy-hearted and pained by the content on this inscription. Fang Heng said nothing. He quickly walked up to the stone wall. Following the text on the wall, he softly read it aloud. Future visitors, do not be alarmed or afraid. We are all nameless individuals, and we erected this stele, here not to seek fame in history, but to hope that future generations, when encountering great changes, do not forget the calamities here. We also hope that I, having once practiced the art of Qigong, can leave this spark of inheritance to illuminate the long night of future generations. In this world, every 1,000 years there must be a calamity. Fang Heng stood before the stone wall, illuminated by the flashlight. Only his low voice echoed throughout the tomb. Each time Fang Heng read a line, his expression grew more. Rather than an inscription, it was more like the last diary written by Lin Qing before his death. The stele recounted that during the Song dynasty, the entire dynasty faced a calamity. A group of monsters known as the Yuming demons arrived in this world, bringing various strange beasts. They created chaos and slaughter in human cities, feeding off fear. Many cities were devastated, and the population suffered greatly. The dynasty's army was defeated one after another in front of these beasts. In this desperate situation, a mysterious organization dispatched a group of warriors. Among these warriors, 6 served as the vanguard leaders. Among these 6 vanguards, there were 3 practitioners, secret practitioners, and hidden practitioners. They utilized their powers to assist the armored warriors in the organization to combat the Yuming demons. To completely eliminate these extraterrestrial visitors, they paid an unimaginably heavy price. One ordinary warrior after another fought with their flesh and blood, sacrificing themselves, their blood flowing out. In the end, nearly all the warriors brought by the 6 vanguards were wiped out. Only these 6 battle-scarred vanguards remained, facing the most brutal final battle. To prevent their legacy from being severed, and to ensure humanity's hope was not extinguished, they built this tomb before the final battle, hoping that if future generations encountered the same crisis, they could gain the strength to combat the beasts from these legacies. The inscription is short, but the story is long. After the 3rd final battle, only 3 of us 6 vanguards remain. When Fang Heng read this line, his eyes had unknowingly turned red. In the silent tomb, he couldn't help but look up and sigh. That sigh contained reverent shock and a profound sense of helplessness. So it turns out, the truth is like this. This world has already faced invasions from calamities 5 times before, and this year is the 6th time, and it will also be the greatest crisis in history. This is not merely speculation. The recent appearance of anomalies in Jiangcheng has already corroborated what was stated on the stele. Fang Heng couldn't help but look up and smile bitterly. I don't know if I should say that we people of this generation are lucky or unfortunate. We are living in the most technologically advanced era. Yet we happen to encounter the greatest calamity in history. Qin Donglai was deeply moved, filled with guilt and sorrow. So there is a group of people who have silently protected our peace for so long, sacrificing so much. But we are still. Find them. We must find this organization. Find these people. But what is the name of this organization? Suddenly Zhou Yang, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. He extended his unblemished right hand, pointing to the hidden inscription at the bottom right corner of the monument. This organization is called Qigong. Zhou Yang spoke in a low voice. In the silent tomb, everyone present heard him clearly. The crowd's gaze followed the direction of Zhou Yang's finger. Under the illumination of the flashlight, they clearly saw the last few words on the monument: Qigong. Lin Qing. Inside the Qigong base, Zhou Yang was eating Aunt Hugh's dumplings with Bab. Bab squatted by the stone platform, holding a dumpling with its big ears, cheeks puffed up. The live stream was cut off, which was within his expectations. From the discovery of the hidden tomb in Anshan City to Fang Heng leading the team to seal off the scene, it took no more than 3 hours. The speed of the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau is indeed fast. Looking at the suddenly blacked out live stream, he directly contacted the system in his mind. System, how long until the next spatial rift arrives? Replying to the host, the next batch of alien beasts will invade, with at least 6 spatial rifts appearing. The system can only detect the largest spatial rift for the host. Please be prepared to face a large-scale invasion of alien beasts at any time. Zhou Yang pushed the remaining half box of dumplings to Bab and stood up from the stone platform. He needed to act quickly. There is not much time left for the potential summoners to grow. Zhou Yang pushed the remaining half box of dumplings to Bab and stood up from the stone platform. He needed to act quickly. There is not much time. Hengi building. Inside the elevator, Duan Yin held a takeout bag, watching the floor numbers drop from 12, a smile on his face. Inside the bag were yellow braised chicken rice and iced red tea. After delivering the last 10 orders, his takeout work for the day would be completely over. Looking at his face in the elevator, no longer haggard, Duan Yin felt relieved. Fortunately, he seized the opportunity in time and met the mentor. Thankfully, he gained power and had the chance to take down those alien beasts. Duan Yin hurried back to the base. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind. Duan Yan's eyes lit up. It's the mentor. He quickly handed over the last takeout to the customer, then hurriedly exited the building riding his beloved little electric scooter toward the abandoned office building in the old town. Recently, to stay close to the base, he had been accepting takeout orders mostly from places not far from the office buildings. Chu family castle. Secret room. Qingyue, please spare your uncle. He didn't mean to go against you. Zhou Yang knelt on the cold floor in a pitiful and desperate manner, pleading fervently. 2 nights ago, he inexplicably appeared in this secret room from the villa at home. Even he didn't know what had happened. However, after 2 days of interrogation, he realized that his niece, Chu Qingyue, knew everything he had done. From collaborating with Zhang's pharmaceutical in the capital to enticing the board of directors against, and even attempting to assassinate Chu Qingyue and Chu Maohua. His niece knew everything. I didn't mean to go against you. It was those people from Zhang's pharmaceutical who— Qingyue, believe me this time, he'll never come back after going abroad. His forehead was red from knocking. Chu Qingyue looked at Zhou Yang with a calm expression. If before she still had the mind and energy to compete with this uncle with ulterior motives in the business world, now she was completely uninterested. But the mentor's words echoed in her mind. To cut the grass without removing the roots is to let spring winds blow and grow again. Uncle, this line. You crossed it first, didn't you? You were the first, but definitely not the last. Chu Qingyue looked at him indifferently. I won't kill you, but I will hand you over to Grandpa for disposal. Zhou Yang's body stiffened, and then a glimmer of hope suddenly lit up in his eyes. He frantically slid forward on his knees, heading for the elderly man in the center of the secret room who had not spoken a word. The elderly man sat in a chair looking at him with a complex gaze. Dad, please save me. Zhou Yang hugged the old man's calf, tightly pressing his face against the old man's knee. I really don't want to die. I am your son. I am your most beloved eldest son. The old man looked at Zhou Yang, whose head was bruised and bloodied from knocking. He painfully closed his eyes. This eldest son was his first child. He raised him from the bottom of the Chu. The love and expectations for this eldest son were more than for all the other children combined. However, he also thought of the evidence that Chu Qingyue had given him. Those things this scoundrel had done over the years. Poisoning, assassination, threatening his niece, and even trying to ruin her reputation for shares. Moreover, this scoundrel actually had thoughts of harming that gentleman. That gentleman could destroy the Chu family with a wave of his hand. The Chu family could not afford to suffer this. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of resolve and brilliance. Chu Qingyue walked over and softly said, Grandpa, how about sending Uncle abroad, never to let him come back? Before she finished speaking, the old man's palms slapped heavily on the armrest of the chair. He stood up, his tone cold. Send the evidence of his embezzlement and hiring someone to harm others along with, to the police station. With the things that Zhou Yang had committed, if they were really sent to the police station, it would be roughly equivalent to a death sentence. However, he had many sons. But for this granddaughter, he had only one. After speaking, someone came in to cover the pleading Zhou Yang's mouth and took him away. Zhou Yang kept a cold face, remaining unmoved throughout. Until the door of the secret room closed again, he sighed and looked at Chu Qingyue. Qingyue, Grandpa doesn't want you to dirty your hands because of this matter. Chu Qingyue shook her head. Just as she was about to say that she didn't care about these things as long as the result was achieved, she also knew that Grandpa was doing it for her own good. Suddenly, a mysterious and familiar voice echoed in her mind. Chu Qingyue hurried back to the base. Chu Qingyue could not care about her conversation with Grandpa anymore, and quickly stood up. Grandpa, the mentor is looking for me. Chu Maohua had seen his granddaughter like this many times before. Clearly there was no one around, and there was no message on her phone, yet she acted as if she had suddenly received some instruction. Watching his granddaughter leave, Chu Maohua was determined to head to the study. Block everything related to the Chu family. That gentleman is absolutely the most worthy one for the Chu family to rely on. Inside the tomb chamber, after a prolonged silence, Fong Hung lightly caressed the inscriptions on the stone tablet. The surface of the stone was cool, yet every engraved character seemed to retain the passion and warmth of those people from 1,000 years ago. He finally discovered the affiliation of the armored figures, learned their identities, and understood the truth. Was he unable to feel any joy at all? Perhaps it was due to the account of that brutal, decisive battle, or perhaps it was because of those brave warriors who died protecting humanity. Perhaps it was simply because he now understood that the stability, peace, and happiness of the land today were all due to the efforts of that group of people. Fong Hung shook his head, suppressing the heaviness in his chest. He began to lead the agents from the Anomaly Handling Bureau in a search of the tomb chamber. Qin Donglai followed silently behind, his hands in his pockets, tightly gripping the badge, as if repressing. Under the guidance of Professor Zhu and Zhou Siming, they opened the 6 stone coffins one by one. When the coffin lids were pried open, the sealing millet paste that had been undisturbed for 1,000 years shattered under pressure, making a crisp, cracking sound. The white light of the searchlight crossed a millennium, illuminating the insides of the coffins for the first time. Each coffin contained no bodies. No skeletons, no remnants of clothing. Only 6 simple wooden tablets. Each tablet bore one of 6 names: Xing Tian Fei, Ing Jin Gang Lin, Xingzai Ling Yin, and Sun Yin. These characters had turned nearly black and gold due to oxidation. 6 names, 6 lives without a body, lying alone in the coffin. Only a millennium later was the weight and loneliness of the coffins unveiled. The 6 who carved the tablets were no longer present. Sad and desolate, Fang Heng found a wooden box in Lin Qingzai's coffin. He used a blade to scrape away the sealing wax at the edge of the box, and then opened it. Inside was a book bound with fine linen thread with the title Sutras of Cultivation written in slender gold characters on the cover. As Fang Heng looked at the book, he found what he had longed for. For some reason, he felt no joy at all. Instead, he felt a heavy weight. An angry, choked voice echoed in his ears. They should not be forgotten. Fang Heng turned around. He saw Qin Donglai, eyes reddened, gritting his teeth. His right hand gripped the badge tightly, making a creaking sound. Sir, why is it that no one remembers such a group of people? Why is no one aware of their contributions and sacrifices? His entire face flushed red. Faced with Qin Donglai's questioning shout, Fang Heng opened his mouth. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Because the questions this middle-aged man was asking were the very ones he was asking himself. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. We remember the glory of history, the prosperity of dynasties, the poets and scholars, the joys and sorrows of life. Yet we have solely forgotten this admirable yet lamentable group of people. He looked down at the well-preserved Sutras of Cultivation in his hands. His fingers gently brushed over the slender gold characters on the ancient book, his voice barely a whisper. Do we, such as we are, have the right to possess this sutra? As Fang Heng sighed time, and again Qin Donglai's eyes were reddened in silence. Both he and Fang Heng, after reading the inscriptions on the wall, had believed in the content without hesitation. For those who had witnessed a corner of the truth, the inscriptions were confirming the facts they already knew. Professor Zhu and Zhou Yang looked at the two in front of the coffins with strange expressions. The records on the inscriptions had yet to be verified. How was it that these two officers believed them? It should be noted that the artifacts excavated from the burial pit required multiple corroborations before being confirmed. Unless there were no relevant records and historical materials, and the contents of the burial pit indeed corresponded to the respective time period. Only under such circumstances could the materials from the burial pit be taken as authoritative. Because history sometimes lies. Because the sources of history are various recorded behaviors of humanity. Thus multiple verifications are necessary. However, in such circumstances the two dared not say much, only waiting patiently on the side. After a long while they withdrew from their emotions. Fang Heng lightly coughed to mask his unease. Professor Zhu, could you please check if there are any hidden mechanisms or secret passages in the tomb? Also, please take stock of the burial items. In terms of protecting and excavating burial items, Professor Zhu's archaeological team is the most professional. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Donglai suddenly looked up at Fang Heng. Director Fang, may I bring back Mr. Lin's tablet? Fang Heng was taken aback when he saw Qin Donglai's face. He guessed the other party's intention. The ancestors of the Qin family were servants of Lin Qingzai. This tablet was not merely an archaeological discovery, it was a family promise and wish that had waited 1,000 years. Fang Heng hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Not yet. We must first account for all the burial items and rule out any anomalies with the tablets. Only then can you take it back. Qin Donglai instantly drooped his head, disappointment etched on his face. Fang Heng had no choice. Regardless of the considerations, he would not bypass protocol in handing this over. Then Professor Zhu and Zhou Yang, both archaeological professionals, began the protective excavation and inventory of the burial items within the 6 coffins. There were no bodies in any of the 6 coffins. After thorough checks by Professor Zhu, Fang Heng and others, aside from some ceramics, lacquerware, and jade, a total of 5 items were retained by Fang Heng. 1 scroll of ancient text, Sutras of Cultivation, 1 ancient and worn-out scroll, 1 rusted ancient sword, 1 strange beast hide, and 1 old, yet intact small porcelain bottle. These 5 items were what Fang Heng estimated to be most likely related to extraordinary powers within this tomb chamber. Aside from these, there were not many burial items in this tomb. Fang Heng confirmed once more that nothing was overlooked, then walked out of the tomb chamber alone. He walked along the burial passage to the surface, standing in the morning mountain breeze of Anshan, and took out his satellite phone. He dialed the number for the headquarters of the Anomaly Handling Bureau in the capital directly. The call lasted about 20 minutes as he reported the contents of the inscriptions, the discoveries within the coffins, and more. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, then he received an instruction. Fang Heng hung up the phone and re-entered the tomb chamber. He first instructed the agents from the bureau to photograph all key locations in the stacked burial tomb. Fang Heng first instructed the agents from the bureau to photograph all important spots in the stacked burial tomb. These would need to be archived later. He then approached Qin Donglai. After the investigation is complete, you can have Mr. Lin's tablet. Qin Donglai stared at the tablet within the coffin, his eyes red and frightening. He turned to Fong Hung. Director Fong, may I personally hold this tablet? Seeing the look in Qin Donglai's eyes, Fong Hung did not refuse this time. Qin Donglai's body trembled slightly. He walked to the coffin of Lin Qingzai under the curious and puzzled gazes of Professor Zhu and the agents. He bent his knees and with a thud knelt on the ground in front of the coffin. His kneecaps made a dull sound against the hard stone slab. He did not frown, kneeling straight before the small wooden plaque. Qin family unfilial descendant Qin Donglai pays respects to Elder Lin. Please forgive me, Elder Lin, for I am unable to bring you back today, but in a few days. The Qin family will welcome back the elder and serve day and night. After speaking, he immediately bent down, his forehead heavily knocking on the stone slab. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks. 3 dull, yet solid knocks resounded. Blood seeped from his forehead. Fong Hung watched Qin Donglai like this, a lump forming in his chest. He said nothing, but walked to the coffin, standing straight in the direction of the plaque. With reverence, he bowed deeply 3 times. 2 people, 1 kneeling and 1 bowing. The scene was particularly eerie. The 2 members of the archaeological team exchanged glances with several agents from the Handling Bureau. Professor Zhu took off his reading glasses and wiped them, then walked to the coffin and slightly bowed as well. Zhou Yang followed suit. The few people from the Anomaly Bureau had no choice but to follow Fong Hung and bow as well. After Qin Donglai finished knocking his head, he slowly raised it and stood up, his eyes slightly moist. On his head, there were still some abrasions and beads of blood. Then he walked to the side of the coffin, took off his coat, and wrapped the plaque in it. He stood straight, cradling the well-protected plaque, and walked step by step towards the exit. He walked step by step towards the exit of the tomb passage, his steps much lighter than when he entered. Fong Hung turned around and looked at Professor Zhu and Zhou Yang. He pulled out the official director's badge of the Anomaly Bureau from his pocket. Fong Hung, Jiangxing Anomaly Affairs Processing Bureau. We cordially invite both of you, along with the core members of the archaeological team, to join our research department. Outside Anshan, the propeller roared again. A helicopter quickly flew away, heading straight towards. At 10 in the morning, the headquarters building of the Anomaly Affairs Processing Bureau. In a high-threshold conference room, Jiang Lanfeng stood at the front. Behind him, images were projected on the screen. Below the stage, there were faces of big shots who could shake the Domestic Z Bureau. Among them were Long Shanhe, the director of the Anomaly Affairs Processing Bureau, and big shots from the National Security Ministry and Marine Corps, and some big shots from the Intelligence Bureau, Ministry of Science and Technology, and Confidentiality Commission. This is footage taken this morning by the Jiangxing Anomaly Processing Bureau from a burial pit. The person who ordered the construction of this tomb is Lin Qingzai, who was uploaded to the Class B confidential file last time. In the tomb, the colleagues of the Jiangxing Anomaly Processing Bureau worked hard to obtain these precious materials for us. Jiang's finger pressed, and images of inscriptions appeared on the large screen. Leaders, please take a moment to look at this inscription, which was personally engraved by Lin Qingzai. The content of the inscription instantly silenced the big shots below. After a long time, Director Long Shanhe could not help but express both respect and sigh. In some unknown corner of this world, there exists a group of people who guard our planet, guarding this beautiful and peaceful world. Yet we have always been unaware of this, which is quite shameful. After him, several big shots spoke up one after another. The Minister of National Security shook his head regretfully. A group of heroes who sacrificed themselves for righteousness. I wish I could meet them. The general from the Marine Corps leaned forward, his voice booming. How wonderful it would be to fight side by side with such heroes. One by one, the big shots expressed their regrets over this buried history. Some also revealed greedy and covetous glances. The power of those 6 vanguards from the inscription. For certain entities, it is not a history to be revered, but a resource to be claimed for themselves. Just as the murmurs began to rise, an elderly man sitting in the center of the crowd suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but as soon as he spoke, all sounds in the conference room instantly ceased. What can be said about the calamity of 1,000 years, eh? How should it be resolved? Suddenly, everyone quieted down. They all looked towards the old man, their eyes filled with reverence. Standing at the front, Jiang Lanfeng solemnly described to those present the calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years is inscribed. After he finished, the atmosphere in the conference room became subtle. Standing at the front, Jiang Lanfeng solemnly described to those present the calamity that occurs once every. Under the admiring gaze of the old man, Jiang Lanfeng pressed a button on the remote. A new image appeared on the screen. The image depicted an ancient text, a scroll, a sort of piece of beast hide, and a small porcelain bottle. Everyone, there is only one way to break the calamity. Power. Acquire the power to resist, or even kill those anomalous beasts. And the means to obtain this power may lie within these items excavated from the tomb. After speaking, Jiang Lanfeng stood calmly at the front, but his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the old man. His fingers revealed his nervous yet expectant heart. The fate of the entire conference room and the future operational authority of the Anomaly Affairs Processing Bureau might rest in the old man's decision. 2 minutes later, the old man slowly raised his head. At all costs, research the functions of these burial items. After speaking, the old man stood up and walked out of the conference room under the awed gazes of everyone. After he left, the expressions of those in the conference room relaxed a lot, and after chatting for a bit, everyone left the conference room. Someone patted Zhang Lanfeng's shoulder as they left, expressing their high regard for his thoughts and future. Others nodded, reminding him not to get too carried away. Oh, how could human power compare to technological might? Materialism in his heart. Zhang Lanfeng smiled lightly, saying nothing. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the flowing traffic outside. He did not fully agree with the view that human strength could not match technological might. The grand era is opening, the extraordinary is approaching. A soft chant echoed in the conference room. At 3 a.m, seeking support for the book. Apologies, the overtime was a bit rushed, and I ended up publishing at midnight due to a computer lag. I will continue to update after 10 o'clock tonight, which is what I owe. The capital city. Headquarters of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs. A helicopter landed on the helipad atop the headquarters building. 5 items excavated from the burial tomb of Anshan in the mountain city were stored in sealed boxes. They were quickly sent to the research department of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs. This was a measure taken by Director Long Shanha to prepare for the impending crisis. The top talents and researchers selected from various departments, such as the Capital Scientific Research Institute, the Engineering Institute, and the Supreme J Research Institute. Any one of them could easily outclass numerous top international academicians. The 5 items were personally delivered to the research department of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs by Zhang Lanfeng. The moment the items arrived, the entire research department erupted with excitement. Hundreds of academicians and top researchers from the department rushed out of their labs to gather here. These leading scientific figures showcased their unique talents. They began to examine the 5 transported items using the most advanced equipment and instruments available in the research lab. The items were divided into 3 main research groups. The Ancient Text Analysis Group was responsible for the general principles of spell cultivation, and the Ancient Scrolls, the Material Analysis Group, focused on the ancient sword and animal skins, while the Biochemical Analysis Group handled the old porcelain bottle. To decipher the ancient texts and scrolls, they directly connected to the National Cybersecurity Center, requesting access to the world's top supercomputer Lingmu. Under the immense and terrifying computational power of Lingmu, the general principles of spell cultivation and the ancient scrolls were gradually broken down word by word. Then, with the support of a vast database, the content of these 2 items was translated and explained bit by bit. The name of the other ancient scroll after analysis is Fragments of the Basic Intention Energy Cultivation Technique. Both ancient texts involve the deep meridians of the human body, as well as the complex neural networks of the cerebral cortex. We need to import corresponding diagrams of the human meridians, brain neuroanatomy, and human anatomy. All relevant medical charts must be imported into the computer to assist in analyzing these 2 ancient texts. Academician Hao, wearing a research uniform, continuously demonstrated to the surrounding researchers in front of the experimental platform. On the screen of the supercomputer, a virtual figure was constantly simulating the content from the ancient texts. It simulated the flow path of a certain mysterious energy recorded in the ancient texts. With each run, massive amounts of example data were generated. Nearby professors and doctoral students from the literature and medical departments were gradually analyzing the ancient texts and knowledge of human anatomy. Outside the laboratory, Zhang Lanfeng stood side by side with Minister Sun of the research department. Through the thick, bulletproof glass of the sealed door, they quietly introduced the situation inside the laboratory to Director Long Shanha, who was standing behind them. In the area on the other side of the sealed door, academician Li from the Steel Research Institute, who had temporarily joined the research department, repeatedly scanned the rusted ancient sword with the most precise instruments from the research institute. This is impossible. The material of the sword contains a special element that has never been discovered on Water Blue Star. Various academic debates were continuously heard among them. On the other side, in the sterile sealed chamber, academician Fong, along with students from the Chemistry and Pharmaceutical Research Institute, was in full protective gear, carefully extracting drops of an unidentified liquid from the porcelain bottle. They placed the liquid on a glass dish for the most precise analysis. Minister Sun looked at Director Long and Team Leader Jiang, quietly introducing the situation. Currently, among the 5 items discovered in Jiang City, the general principles of spell cultivation and the fragments of the basic intention energy cultivation technique have shown the most significant progress. Academician Hao's team is close to deciphering and translating the entire text, preparing to input it into the human model we created for trial runs. Both Zhang Lanfeng and Director Long displayed a sense of urgency in their expressions. They were uncertain when the so-called Great Calamity would arrive. With each passing day, they only knew that time was running out. Director Long looked at the scene inside the glass door and turned to Minister Sun. How much longer until we have results? Minister Sun shook his head. Currently, only the research on the two ancient texts can provide a specific timeline. Academician Hao mentioned that according to the current computational power of the supercomputer, at most we can simulate it within 2 days. If we can provide more real data, this time can be shortened further. Director Long nodded gravely. The sooner the better. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At a hotel in Jiang City, Wang Lei stepped out of the hotel door. The sunlight outside hid his pale face. He stood under the sidewalk tree at the hotel entrance, pulling out his phone to contact the information guru he had hired with a hefty sum. Mr. N. He had spent a significant amount of money asking Mr. N to help him investigate all places in Jiang City that had shadows of extraordinary events similar to Jinfan High School during this period. 2 days ago, he had sold off all his assets and came to Jiang City alone. Mr. N had told him that the investigation would take 2 days. Today was that day. His phone vibrated. Mr. North sent 2 place names and a detailed investigation report. Jinfan High School and Xinyang Mountain. Wang Lei pressed his hand against his still throbbing heart. A tumor had grown in that area. The doctor told him he had just over a year left. If he did not undergo surgery regularly, he might only have 4 months. A hotel staff member rushed out from the lobby, handing him a folded umbrella. Sir, the weather forecast says it might rain tonight. Please take an umbrella with you. Also, please be extra cautious when going out tonight. Recent news reported that there is a murderer on the loose near Jiang City. Try to avoid remote places. Thank you, I will be careful. Wang Lei took the umbrella, hailed a taxi, and got in. His first destination was Jinfan High School. He needed to find the student who posted that tweet in the place where the monster and the armored person had lingered. Meanwhile, at Shiguang Base, Duan Yin and Chu Qinghua hurriedly left in 2 different directions shortly after. At a suburban area of Jiang City, deep in the woods, the leaves made an eerie rustling sound. Hiss! Wu Yao suddenly sat up from the ground. She pressed her head and frowned. Ouch, it hurts. Again, that feeling of waking up in an unfamiliar place. Where am I waking up this time? She pressed her head twice, and a strong smell of blood suddenly penetrated her nose with the night breeze. Bu Yao's body stiffened. She immediately opened her eyes wide and, using the moonlight, looked in the direction of the blood scent. To her astonishment, she saw that around a big tree not far from her, there were piles of corpses of rabbits, sparrows, chickens, and even geese. At a glance, there were at least a dozen. Each corpse bore various bite and tear wounds. Did I do all this? Bu Yao stared at the scene, frozen in shock. This was already the 3rd time she had woken up in a strange place in the middle of the night. The first time she merely woke up at an unfamiliar bus stop with nothing else amiss. The second time a wild bird with its throat torn out lay beside her. She hadn't thought much of it then. But today, with over a dozen animal carcasses laid out before her, she could no longer ignore it. An intense wave of unease flooded her heart. She instinctively tried to wipe her mouth, only to find her hands reeking of blood, acrid and foul. Panicking, Bu Yao scrambled to her feet, not even bothering to brush the dirt off her clothes, and dashed headlong toward the forest's edge. Within 2 minutes of her leaving the woods, a hurried figure appeared near the large tree. Shortly after she had exited the forest, a proud silhouette emerged close to that very tree. It was Bu Feng, who had lost track of his sister halfway. He glanced down at the animal carcasses under the tree, and his brow furrowed deeply. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Don't make your brother worry, okay? It's too dangerous to go out at night. He shook his head in concern, then crouched down to shine a flashlight on the ground. A clear trail of footprints marked the mud heading toward the road beyond the woods. He picked up a wooden stick from nearby and followed the obvious tracks in the soil. Outside the woods, on the outskirts of Jiangqing City, a derelict iron sheet factory stood isolated on the wasteland between the road and the forest. Not far below the factory lay a highway leading into the city. Bu Yao approached the factory, about to head straight for the bus stop, less than 2 kilometers away. Just then a clamor erupted from inside the factory. There were laughs, the clang of metal, and a muffled whimpering. Bu Yao hesitated. She should have just walked away. Then an impatient male voice rang out. Move again, and the saw goes for your neck. Alerted, Bu Yao crept stealthily to a broken window on the factory's side and peered inside. A man in a blue mask was pinning down a youth of about 16 or 17. The boy was tied to a long wooden bench, a rag stuffed in his mouth, his legs thrashing wildly. In his other hand, the man gripped a chainsaw aimed at the youth's knee. A tarp was spread on the floor below, with several dark brown, old stains in the corner. The man wore a cartoon bear t-shirt and had a conspicuous red mole on his neck. He's that murderer wanted. Bu Yao's heart jolted. She covered her mouth, stifling every sound, and crouched as she backed away. She had to find a safe place to call the police. After just 2 steps back, she collided with what felt like a wall of flesh. Then a thick arm reached from behind and clamped over her mouth. A knife in the other hand pressed its tip against her neck. The cold bite of the blade. Instantly, she swallowed back any cry for help. Little girl, after seeing all this, you still think you can leave? A greasy, sinister voice came from above. Bu Yao turned her head to see a fat man in a thick sweater grinning down at her menacingly. Bu Yao's heart sank. So there were two murderers. No wonder the police couldn't find them. Inside the factory, a minute later, Bu Yao sat on the ground bound tightly with ropes. The fat man and the masked man were leering at her with dark smiles. Don't rush, we'll deal with you after we've eaten. His tone treated her like livestock awaiting slaughter. The masked man pulled a calf from a waterproof bundle. It was a child's leg. The youth strapped to the bench fainted on the spot from sheer terror. What bad luck, he passed out. The meat will turn sour when boiled. Second brother, hurry up and get the pot boiling. I'm starving. Bu Yao watched as they dropped the calf into the pot. A surge of fear and rage exploded within her. Bu Yao's mind went blank and a roar unlike any human sound tore from her throat. You despicable scum. She lost consciousness, her eyes reddening as she screamed mindlessly. Inside her body, a special gene was rapidly activating. Then she completely lost control. Bu Yao tore the ropes from her hands, clutching her head and howling. The sound grew less and less human. It instantly drew the attention of the two men who were busy putting ingredients into the pot. The calf in the masked man's hand dropped to the floor. The fat man's knife-wielding hand trembled. What's with this woman? How did the rope? Before he could finish, terror dawned in both their eyes. A bizarre whirlwind shot through with black and pink light suddenly erupted around Bu Yao. The gale howled, rattling the factory's iron sheets. When the light faded, a tall, voluptuous monster covered in strange pink and green plant-like armor stood before them. It was a humanoid creature. It had a bewitchingly fierce face, and its dark golden hair fell in seductive wavy curls. The two murderers were petrified, their minds blank. The fat man collapsed to the floor, his pants soaked. The masked man reacted a split second faster. He dropped what he was holding and bolted. The lotus oxer born from Bu Yao's transformation moved. Its form dissolved into a pink afterimage. Whooshed. The masked man had barely taken 2 steps when a chill wind hit the back of his neck. A withered gray-green claw shot out and seized him by the throat. Its nails dug into the skin of his neck, blood beading at the edges. Please. Spare. His voice was strangled into a distorted squeak, his legs flailing in the air. From the lotus oxer's mouth came a fierce, low, guttural voice with a strange resonance. Aren't you fond of eating human legs? Then today I'll make sure you freak get your fill. A green flash. The gray-green claw sliced across the man's knee like a knife through tofu. The masked man's lower legs separated from his body, blood spurting. He didn't even manage a full scream before passing out from the pain. Worthless. Trash. The lotus oxer flung the masked man aside. It turned and paced unhurriedly toward the fat man sprawled on the floor. Humans are truly filthy creatures. Its low voice dripped with undisguised contempt. It raised a claw ready to finish off the fat man. Suddenly, a red brick flew in from the factory's main entrance and struck the lotus oxer square in the chest. A proud, icy voice sounded from outside the door. How dare you, monster? Get out of my sister's body. At the entrance of the factory, a young boy in a white coat with black hair and black eyes coldly gazed at the lotus wakisi within, poised to commit murder. He tightened the small ponytail at the back of his head and stepped slowly out from the shadow of the doorway. Lotus Wakisi looked at the boy standing at the entrance with a wooden stick, exuding a bold aura in confusion. For some reason, the sight of him felt oddly familiar to it. It suddenly bent down, desperately covering the enchanting head nestled in the pink lotus petals with its 2 claws. Humans, filthy creatures, must die. A series of painful roars erupted from its mouth. It swung its massive claws viciously, attacking the boy Bufong at the door. The gray-green claws left trails of afterimages in the air. Bufong did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He raised his head forcefully, pushing off the ground, charging straight forward with the wooden stick. He did not use his innate talent, but executed a powerful chop. The stick firmly blocked the claws of Lotus. Bang! The wooden stick collided with the claws, producing a muffled sound. Sister, wake up. Don't let this monster devour your consciousness. Quick, wake up. Lotus Wakisi shook its head in agony. Seeing Bufong's familiar face, it couldn't help but feel dazed. In this moment of daze, its attack was inevitably affected. Its speed and power slowed down slightly. Bufong seized the opportunity to try to awaken his sister Bu Yao's spirit and original consciousness. Yao Yao, I am your brother. Think of mom and dad, think of our family. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Lotus Wakisi became even more tormented. It covered its head and frantically slammed against the factory's iron wall. Brother, who are you? Shut your filthy mouth. You worthless humans. I will tear you all to shreds. Its voice continuously shifted between 2 tones in the empty factory. One moment, it was Bu Yao's voice, the next, it was the deep and fierce voice of the monster. Lotus Wakisa's body flickered between being bright and dim, and a phantom human figure occasionally appeared. At one moment it resembled Bu Yao, and at another it transformed into that voluptuous and enchanting form. Bu Feng continued to loudly remind, trying to evoke more of her reason and consciousness. Sister, I don't want to hurt you. Hurry, and remember, I am your brother. Brother. Lotus Wakisa's action of banging its head against the wall paused abruptly, a glimmer of clarity flashing in its eyes. It turned its head, looking intently at Bu Feng. Just as it was about to clearly see Bu Feng, fiery kick. With a loud shout, a figure clad in Nawa armor swiftly descended from the rooftop of the factory. The right leg of the Nawa armor was raised high. Carrying scorching flames and immense explosive force, it mercilessly swept across the back of Lotus Wakisi. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Lotus Wakisi was sent flying by the kick, its entire body engulfed in dazzling flames. The flames lingering on the armor crackled as it let out a piercingly mournful scream. Melting flame. You mindless brute, after 3,000 years have you actually learned to ambush? Lotus Wakisi barely lifted its head, roaring in a fierce voice. The Nawa armor stood still, fists clasped in front of its chest, sparking a burst of flames. Feeling the continuous surge of melting flame power from within the armor, his blood was boiling with excitement. He gazed at the miserable state of Wakisi. He had already begun to anticipate finding the beast that killed his father, directly blasting it to pieces. I can't be bothered to reason with you, you disgusting creature, do not deserve to hear it. Look here, this is what we call evil not prevailing over righteousness. As he extended his arms, he provocatively gestured towards Wakisi. Lotus Wakisi was thoroughly enraged by this statement, letting out a piercing laugh. Ignorant human, watch me obliterate your armor. It immediately activated its teleportation. Whoosh! The pink-green figure instantly transformed into an afterimage, suddenly appearing right in front of the Nawa armor. Die! The massive claw, with a shriek that tore through the air, plunged straight towards the chest of Duan Yan's armor. Trivial skills, Duan Yan confidently declared. He bent his legs like a spring and leaped into the air. Fiery flame. In midair, he exerted force at his waist, turning his body, launching both legs like cannonballs. A series of kicks landed heavily on Lotus Wakisa's proud giant claws and chest. His legs exploded with fire. Bu Yao's Lotus Wakisi gene had only just been activated, and this barrage of kicks left her half alive. It's not over yet. Fiery assault. Duan Yan furiously chased after, fully aware of the principle of taking advantage of the situation. He gave his opponent no chance to catch a breath. His fists were tightly clenched, flames capable of melting steel wrapping around them. One punch after another he hammered down on Lotus Wakisi. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted. The dull impact resonated throughout the factory. A series of mournful screams rang out continuously. Lotus Wakisi was battered, its pink-green armored skin cracking inch by inch. I will kill you. Today I will bring you, this harmful Wakisi, to justice and completely annihilate you. Duan Yan grew more excited as he hit harder. He took half a step back, raising his right hand toward the void. Melting scale blade. A long blade exuding terrifying heat instantly appeared from the void of melting flames. The blade was surrounded by blazing flames, illuminating the entire dim factory. Duan Yan gripped the blade with both hands, ready to strike down. Bu Feng charged straight in, positioning himself between Lotus Wakisi and the Nawa armor. Stop, don't hurt her. Duan Yan immediately recognized the boy's figure, hearing a familiar voice from beneath the armor helmet. Bu Feng, get out of the way, this Wakisi must be completely slain. This voice belonged to Duan Yan, who had crossed paths with Bu Feng a few days prior. Bu Feng was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Why could Duan Yan also transform into an armored figure? In this moment of distraction, Duan Yan flew directly over Bu Feng's head, the melting scale blade descending without hesitation. Slash, swish, swish, swish. Several sharp blades mixed with high-temperature flames slashed down. Lotus Wakisi struggled to raise its arm to block, but the blade easily cut through. It screamed in agony, strange blood pooling around, already on the brink of collapse. Duan Yan flexed his limbs, preparing to unleash a killing move. Bu Feng, seeing this, panicked completely and shouted at Duan Yan. Duan Yan, I told you to stop. That's my sister Bu Yao. Duan Yan paused for a second, then confidently waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, the Wakisi must die. But your sister will be fine. He leaped high, not giving Bu Feng time to react, directly channeling fire elements and striking out with both fists. Fiery spiral fist. Two massive spiraling flames rotating at high speed roared forth with unstoppable momentum. Get out of her body, Duan Yan shouted angrily. Boom, boom, boom. Lotus Wakisi's enchanting form was directly hit by the two fiery fists, instantly exploding. Under this terrifying heat, it was blown into a cloud of flying ash. As the flames dissipated and the smoke settled, Wakisi's body was completely obliterated. In its place stood a girl in thin pajamas pale as paper. It was Buyao. Duan Yin watched this scene marveling at its wonder. This creature called a Keese indeed merges with humans occupying their bodies, as my mentor described. As long as we quickly defeat the opponent, we can rescue the humans infected by this Keese. He murmured to himself, while Bufong charged forward. He scooped up the unconscious girl from the ground, resting her head on his shoulder. Her face still bore traces of unclean blood with a few strands of hair sticking to her forehead. He reached out to brush aside the strands of hair, his palm resting on her forehead. Buyao, sister, what happened to you? Duan Yin squatted down beside Bufong. He glanced at Buyao's breathing rate and complexion, then patted Bufong's shoulder. Don't worry your sister, it's just that the monster genes within her have been suppressed, and she is currently a bit weakened. Make sure she eats more and rests, she'll be fine soon. Bufong checked Buyao's breath. It was warm, then he relaxed, leaning his back against the warehouse wall and exhaling deeply. Only then did he have time to carefully observe the person in armor before him. It was different from the 2 sets of armor he had seen at Jinfan High School last time. However, what intrigued and confused him even more was that the voice coming from the armor belonged to that bystander. Are you Duan Yin? Duan Yin waved his hand, revealing a cheerful smile. This isn't the place for conversation. I will clean up the scene first, then take you somewhere else. Duan Yin quickly tidied up the area, first using the masked man's phone to call an ambulance and the police reporting the address. Then he walked over to the wooden bench, untying the ropes, binding the unconscious boy, checking his breath. Fortunately, he was just frightened. He bound the 2 murderers to 2 load-bearing steel columns in the warehouse, tying secure sailor knots around their wrists. After confirming that the side police who had previously tracked Bufong had not followed him here, he felt much more at ease. Only then did Duan Yin approach Bufong. He'll take you away. He grabbed Bufong by the collar with one hand, and Buyao by the neck with the other. Hey, old, what are you doing? How dare you? As martial artists, we will never accept such humiliating treatment. Bufong was lifted like a kitten. He felt a surge of anger. Then he kicked his legs in resistance while suspended in the air. Just a moment of anger. Don't be so dramatic, we'll be there soon. Thinking of Bufong, who had often put him at a disadvantage before, seeing him struggle like this now brought a sense of satisfaction to Duan Yin. He slightly bent his knees and silently leaped onto the warehouse roof. With a few quick movements, he ghosted through most of the forest, landing behind a bus stop several kilometers away from the warehouse. Bang! Duan Yin set the 2 down. It's safe enough here. The police will soon head towards the warehouse. Duan Yin stood under the tree, watching Bufong, who was supporting Buyao, and looking uncomfortable. I know you must have many questions for me. However, I cannot answer them all right now. Bufong took a few deep breaths, forcing down the nausea. He straightened his body, shaking his head coldly. You don't want to say, and I don't want to ask. I only care about what illness my sister has received. How can I completely cure her? Hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Duan Yin's eyes hidden beneath his helmet. He didn't answer directly, but pointed at Bufong. You actually already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Pick up what your mentor gave you back, then it will guide you to the right direction and find the way to save your sister. Originally a bit stubborn, Bufong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he lunged forward, preparing to ask Duan Yin about his sister. However, Duan Yin gave him no chance. Whoosh! He waved his hand and jumped into the woods, quickly disappearing from Bufong's sight. Deep in the woods, Duan Yin hid behind a large tree, lowering his head, muttering to himself. No wonder my mentor liked to fly away after speaking. This feeling is truly exhilarating. On the side of the bus stop, Bufong did not act immediately after Duan Yin left. After Duan Yin left, he waited until the bus arrived before supporting his sister all the way to the city. For safety, he didn't head home immediately, but took his sister to wander outside for a while. After confirming they weren't being followed, he quickly hailed a taxi, heading back to the Bu family's neighborhood. By now it was late at night. Taking advantage of his parents being away, he retrieved the sword shield badge from his room's drawer. Then, hesitating for a moment, he returned to the bedside, carrying the still unconscious Buyao on his back. Then he quietly exited the Bu family's main door. After all, he truly couldn't be at ease leaving his sister alone at home. While he was pondering how the badge would guide him, the badge suddenly became much hotter as it pointed towards a direction in the south. Bufong immediately understood, quickly telling the driver to head in that direction. In Jiang City, at the entrance of the secret apartment of the branch headquarters, Qin Donglai once again rejected Fang Heng's invitation, completely clearing himself of suspicion as he first sent his daughter Qin Feifei to a new rental neighborhood. The people monitoring him quickly disappeared after entering the neighborhood. Just as he reached a corner of the neighborhood, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Mr. Qin, our mentor requests your presence. Qin Donglai turned around, his pupils suddenly widening. He saw it. He saw the light blue armor of the Xena Mi armor gracefully standing atop a large tree in the neighborhood. In the old city, an abandoned building. The night wind whistled through the empty building, producing a wailing sound. Duan Yin had been waiting at the entrance of the building after removing his armor. After waiting for about 50 minutes, a staggering figure appeared at the end of the distant street. He saw Bu Feng, who was carrying his sister Bu Yao, deliberately appearing nonchalant at the entrance of the building. Duan Yin smiled. I wasn't mistaken, you really came. Bu Feng was soaked in sweat, gripping the badge that had turned red from the proximity to its destination, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He didn't know why, but he had followed the guidance of this badge, as if enchanted, finding his way here. Stop the nonsense, lead the way. Bu Feng looked at Duan Yin with indifference. 2 minutes later, he stood in front of the base's teleportation light gate, utterly shocked. This completely defied the laws of modern physics. Taking a deep breath, he followed Duan Yin inside. 5 minutes later, walking through the mural stone corridor, Bu Feng poked himself with a stick, feeling somewhat unreal. Then he felt a pain. This wasn't a dream. Throughout the process of passing through the mural stone corridor, Duan Yin had been narrating how heroic the figures in the murals were. The voices he had heard earlier about light granting him power were not lies. So what kind of place was he in? Mentor, I brought Bu Feng here. Just as he was lost in thought, Duan Yan's respectful voice rang in his ear. He instinctively turned his head and saw a young man in a black hoodie. The other party stood quietly at the highest point of the central altar. The man had an excessively youthful face, but his aura was filled with the weight of time and experience. He stood there as if merging with the entire space. Mysterious, powerful, and unapproachable. Bu Feng felt his breath catch. Fortunately, at that moment, Duan Yin spoke, pulling his gaze back. This is our mentor, you can just call him mentor like we do. Hearing Duan Yan's words, Bu Feng half supported the girl behind him, leaning her against the steps of the altar. Then he anxiously looked at Zhou Yang. Mentor, can you help me check on my little sister Bu Yao? Despite feeling curious and shocked about this place. Although he really wanted to know what this place was, and what the so-called Shiguang that Duan Yin mentioned was, nothing was more important than his little sister Bu Yao right now. Zhou Yang looked down at the girl lying partially on the steps. She has been infected by the zombie virus. What kind of poison is that? Is my sister in danger? Bu Feng anxiously asked a series of questions. It can be cured. Let her lie down properly. After Zhou Yang replied with these few simple words, he waved his hand to produce a syringe. In the next second, Duan Yin and Bu Feng blinked. Zhou Yang raised his hand and directly inserted the syringe into Bu Yao's arm. With a slight push, all the liquid was injected into Bu Yao's body. Before Bu Feng could react, the antidote began to take effect quickly. After lying on the ground, Bu Yao let out a soft sound before waking up soon. She looked around in confusion. Brother, how did you get here? What happened to me? Bu Feng visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Yao, you really scared me to death. Do you know that after you turned into that monster, you completely lost your sanity? Hearing Bu Feng's agitated tone, Bu Yao pressed her head. I just remember seeing 2 murderers sawing off a boy's leg. Then I had a terrible headache. She covered her head, speaking in a fragmented manner. By the way, brother, what happened to the murderers? Were they caught? Seeing Bu Yao with no memory of anything, Bu Feng fell silent. He couldn't just tell his little sister that the murderers had their leg chopped off by her. Duan Yin smiled and leaned over to pat Bu Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, they were caught. Both murderers ended up getting shot. After being patted twice, Bu Feng turned his head to stare at Duan Yin. Duan. Call me Duan Yin or Brother Duan, or Yin Gu. Most people who know me call me that. Of course, some very good friends like to call me a Duan. Bu Feng didn't give him a chance to continue. Duan Yin is really okay. The mentor is here, what are you worried about? Duan Yan's palm clapped loudly. And look at your sister's complexion, does she look like something's wrong? Bu Yao blinked, her face flushed. She looked like she was perfectly fine. The 2 siblings seemed to have said something else, and then they both walked up to Zhou Yang. Thank you, mentor, for saving my little sister's life. Thank you, mentor, for saving my life. When she raised her head, Bu Yao also glanced at the mentor her brother mentioned. Seeing the 2 people thanking him at the same time, Zhou Yang waved his hand. Fortunately, the organization's treasury still has some antidotes left over from the chaos thousands of years ago. Otherwise, even I might not have been able to save your little sister in time. After all, the materials for preparing the antidote have mostly been lost over the years. Zhou Yang looked up as if reminiscing about something. Bu Feng and Bu Yao tried to suppress their curiosity, but Duan Yin couldn't hold back. Mentor, what exactly is this zombie virus? What is its relationship with the Oxia you mentioned before? Bu Yao curiously looked around the base, her eyes filled with curiosity. However, upon hearing Duan Yan's question, the 2 siblings instantly straightened their bodies. On the surface, they were still looking around the base, while one looked down at their toes. Their ears were itching to lean in and listen clearly. Zhou Yang walked in front of everyone and began to spin his tail. Air began to concoct his history. In the distant depths of the universe, on a planet called the Dead Black Star, a special virus appeared. This virus has a strong self-awareness that can spread through the air and infect all beings carrying the MAOA violent gene. Approximately 65 million years ago one day, when this virus adhered to a meteorite crashing into the water blue star, it spread on the planet. These viruses quickly infected the dinosaurs on the water blue star, turning them into zombie dinosaurs. Ultimately, all the dinosaurs under the virus influence turned on each other until they were all extinct. The virus then fell into dormancy. The virus that caused the extinction of these dinosaurs is called the zombie virus. Bu Yao and Bu Feng gradually became engrossed. That's amazing. So the extinction of dinosaurs was due to a virus. Then about 3,000 years ago, a group of tomb raiders from the Ji dynasty accidentally unearthed the fossils of zombie dinosaurs. The viruses within these fossils revived quickly, spreading among humans and infecting all humans carrying the MAOA violent gene. The mutated beings resulting from those infected with the virus are called Oshia. Although Duan Yin knew how to eliminate Oshia and that Oshia would occupy human bodies, he didn't know that the principle of Oshia occupying the human body was actually like this. Moreover, these Oshia originated from the zombie virus. The originally pretending to look down at his toes, Bu Feng suddenly leaned over and asked Minter, does Yao Yao? Does she have that MAOA violent gene? Yao Yao doesn't have a violent personality. Zhou Yang shook his head, a hint of regret on his face. The fact is, every human carries this gene. Some just have more, some have less. Your little sister was just unfortunate enough to be infected by the virus and coincidentally became a Lotus Oshia. Bu Feng instantly understood, but he was puzzled again. How did Yao Yao get infected? In the next second, he suddenly had a flash of insight. Was it that wolf-like monster? 3 updates. Please urge for updates and support on the bookshelf. Zhou Yang nodded slightly. You are correct. That is the wild wolf Akis. It carries a significant amount of the plague virus. Zhou Yang nodded slightly. You are correct. That is the wild wolf Akis. It carries a significant amount of the plague virus. Her intuition had always been accurate. The two siblings were overwhelmed by the influx of information, feeling a sense of overload. In this timeless base, the light from the dome quietly shone down. Until a moment came when a flicker of apprehension and hope crossed Bu Yao's eyes. So Minter, will these Akis and exotic beasts always exist in the future? Zhou Yang sighed softly, his expression neither sad nor joyful. He simply said, the apocalypse is approaching and the great tower will collapse. The Akis and the exotic beasts may just be one of the challenges to human civilization. He turned his head and looked at the stone statue of the Emperor's armor in the center of the altar, lost in thought. Duan Yin gripped the Nawa armor summoner tightly in his arms. Minter, rest assured. I will only grow braver in the face of those Akis. Even if it depletes. Zhou Yang, with his back to Duan Yin, smiled silently. He certainly believed in the words of the King of Kings without hesitation. He turned around, intending to pat Duan Yin on the shoulder. At that moment, Bu Feng stepped in front of Zhou Yang and sincerely bowed at a 90-degree angle. I am Bu Feng, and I earnestly request permission to join you. I also wish to repay Duan Yin for saving my life, and Yao Yao. Duan Yan's eyes widened suddenly. Is this still the invincible martial artist Jia How I know, who is always tough on everything? Before he could finish his surprise, Zhou Yang quietly looked at him. Have you made up your mind? Bu Feng stood tall and proudly declared, in this world besides your organization, there is no other place worthy of my joining. His eyes carried an air of arrogance that looked down on everything. Duan Yin. Wow, 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 that feels like it. It still has that flair. Bu Yao hurriedly leaned in her face, full of anticipation. Minter, can I also? Zhou Yang's gaze shifted among the three of them. With the King of Kings a former plague victim, and this foe Jia How, the future days of the organization would surely be lively. Then let Duan Yin introduce you. After you understand everything, we can discuss whether to join or not. Responsibility will always accompany you. After saying this, Zhou Yang entrusted Bu Feng and Bu Yao to Duan Yin, who would take them to familiarize themselves with the structure of the Shiguang organization and the layout of the base. He walked aside and gently cradled the curled-up Bab, who had been sleeping under the base of the armor statue. The little creature twitched its ears and opened one eye slightly as it was moved. Bab, are we eating? It's okay, little one, you can keep sleeping, Zhou Yang said, rubbing the tuft of cyan blue fur on its head with his thumb. Bab murmured, pressing its ears under its face. In less than 3 seconds, a soft snoring sound echoed. He leaned against the stone pillar while holding Bab, his thoughts shifting as he opened the system interface. Long Shanhe Jiang Lanfeng Academician Li Academician Hao and others emotional shock 1111. Bu Feng Bu Yao's trust 22. The emotional points were steadily increasing. After the exposure of the Anshan stack tomb, the emotional output from the Anomaly Handling Bureau had hardly stopped. The plot of Act 6 was nearing its end. He took out the dark red crystal core that exploded from the wild wolf Akis last time and asked the system, can the dark elements and fire elements in this crystal core be absorbed together? Host, you can extract the dark elements from the crystal core. Once you gather more, you can use it to darken the armor. At that time you can summon the Dark Punisher and Dark Nawa armor. Zhou Yang nodded. Washing white weakens by a third, while darkening strengthens threefold. He decided to keep this thing for now. Then he looked at something in the shop. Capturing armor summoner watch 10000 points. He checked his balance, which was a total of 160000. He had spent several thousand points to create Lin Qing's tomb and several key items. System purchased the capturing armor summoner. 5 minutes later, Bu Feng and Bu Yao suddenly knelt on one knee at the altar with awe and reverence on their faces. I Bu Feng, I Bu Yao, apply to join Shiguang never to regret. Zhou Yang looked at Duan Yin, who was watching the two with admiration. This guy probably didn't skimp on brainwashing them, but that suited him just fine. He placed his hand on his chest. May Shiguang endure forever and welcome your joining. After Zhou Yang agreed, Bu Yao excitedly grabbed Bu Feng's hand and shook it nonstop. Perhaps it was because at the moment she swore to join Shiguang, the uneasy feeling in her heart vanished. Bu Feng pretended to be calm and waved his hand. As expected, no organization would refuse my joining. Duan Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Great, now you've become all proud again. After joining Shiguang, you're just an ordinary member. To become an armor summoner and undergo your own armor awakening ceremony, you need to pass the trials issued by the Shiguang Minter, Zhou Yang. Bu Feng and Bu Yao were no exception. Zhou Yang took out the watch-style capturing armor summoner from his pocket and placed it in Bu Feng's hands. The trial he set for both of them was the same. You two siblings need to cooperate during the exotic beast invasion. No matter the method of cooperation, you must at least kill 2 exotic beasts to pass the trial. Bu Feng and Bu Yao looked curiously at this watch-like device. Zhou Yang immediately began to explain. This is the capturing armor summoner, the basic form of armor in Shiguang. Some former candidates for summoners completed capturing tasks through the capturing armor and ultimately passed the trials. Duan Yin looked at the capturing armor summoner with curiosity. This thing made him feel a bit envious. He didn't have such favorable conditions during his own trial. Watch closely, this is how to use the summoner. Worried that the two wouldn't understand, Zhou Yang directly took the capturing armor summoner from Bu Feng's hands. He took 2 steps back and stood in the open space in front of the altar. A belt was fastened around Zhou Yang's waist. Then Zhou Yang pressed the capturing seal into the groove of the belt, and in the next second a dazzling effect lit up. Zhou Yang appeared before Bu Feng and Bu Yao clad in a black capturing armor. A silver capturing rod was also slung at his waist. The entire armor did not carry the burning pressure of Nawa nor the flowing elegance of Zanami. Zhou Yang took 2 steps in front of the altar while wearing the capturing armor and made a pulling motion. A straight-bladed capturing rod sprang out from the right side of his belt with a green gem embedded on each side of the rod. Bu Feng's eyes became fervent the moment the capturing armor revealed the rod. Duan Yin was all too familiar with that kind of gaze. The first time he saw the Nawa armor, the light in his eyes was almost identical to what Bu Feng had now. After completing the demonstration, Zhou Yang immediately reverted back to his normal form. He returned the capturing seal summoner to Bu Feng. This is a trial armor summoner which is only temporary for all Shiguang trialists. Once you pass the trials, suitable battle armors will be matched according to each of your fighting styles and talents. Bu Feng held the summoning device in his palm. The surface of the device was cool, yet his palm burned with heat. At this moment, Duan Yin curiously looked at the pink spherical creature nestled in Zhou Yang's arms. The little creature had already woken from its slumber and was curiously observing the 3 strangers with its large emerald green eyes. Master, what is the little creature in your arms? Are you referring to Bab? Zhou Yang gently smoothed the disheveled fur on Bab's back with his finger. This is Bab, encountered by Shiguang during his battles in a place known as the 7 Great Parallel Universes. They are Zigwang's guardian spirits, possessing powerful healing abilities. Bab flapped its large ears and flew into the air, tilting its head to observe the 3. It finally landed in front of Bu Yao, its ears perked up as if it were discerning the lingering scent of blood on her. Then with a look of disdain it hid behind Zhou Yang. The little creature was still sensitive to such scents and odors. Duan Yin smacked his lips, still lingering on the thought. Battling in the universe. Just the 5 words alone were enough to ignite his fervor. Zhou Yang offered no further explanation. After handing the summoning device to Bu Feng and Bu Yao, he let Duan Yin lead them outside first to familiarize themselves with the entrance route from the base to the ground. Duan Yin led the 2 through the light gate, disappearing into the passageway on the opposite side of the altar. Not long after Duan Yin returned alone, Zhou Yang informed him that the dormitory area in the base had been opened up and he could now reside here long-term. However, Villeneuve, one was already occupied by Zhou Yang. Following Zhou Yang's direction, Duan Yin saw the exquisite row house on the right side and immediately rushed toward the accommodation area with excitement. Wow, a spacious villa for singles, the kind with a yard. This benefit is incredible. He intended to find himself a place to stay first. Zhou Yang paid him no mind. He sat back down on the stone steps of the altar, pulled out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, and flipped to a blank page to write down a few lines. Draft of the internal operational rules of Shiguang. The Shiguang organization was no longer the hollow shell of a lone warrior. It was growing at an astonishing rate. Yet Zhou Yang knew very well that the strength of an organization could not rely solely on brainwashing and fervor. Its long-term operation and growth depended on a rigorous scientific and clear system of rewards and punishments. For instance, how should daily living allowances be distributed? For example, how should the core contribution point exchange system be established? How many contribution points correspond to killing different levels of exotic beasts? After all, in order for the armor summoners to continuously grow stronger, they needed not only their own diligent practice, but also to utilize the attribute crystal cores and various items provided by the organization. Without a universally accepted contribution point system within the organization, chaos would surely ensue over time. Zhou Yang bit the pen, meticulously sketching the blueprint of the organizational structure on paper, detailing various systems. Time slipped away unnoticed. Half an hour later, Shiguang base. Upon receiving the message that Chu Qingyue had arrived, Zhou Yang took out his golden mask and put it on his face. Then Zhou Yang saw Chu Qingyue approaching with an unassuming middle-aged man from the stone corridor. He couldn't tell what Chu Qingyue had said during their journey. As Qin Donglai passed through the stone corridor and saw the black figure standing on the altar, his eyes turned warm and he rushed forward. "I, Qin Donglai, a descendant of the unworthy Qin family, pay my respects to the master." In the moment his knee bent down, Zhou Yang was somewhat taken aback. He slightly raised his right hand. An invisible force emanated from his palm, steadily holding up Qin Donglai's knee. Then with that force he lifted the middle-aged man back to a standing position from his half-kneeling state. Qin Donglai felt an irresistible power lifting him off the ground. His knees still felt weak, but his body was already upright. His face and heart were filled with utmost reverence and gratitude towards this master. Zhou Yang looked at the familiar face before him, his mind racing. If he knew that the face behind the mask was that of the little Zhou who had been carrying bricks with him at the construction site just a week ago, he wondered what he would think. Zhou Yang once again showcased his extraordinary acting skills. There's no need for such formalities. Our Shiguang doesn't have so many cumbersome rituals. Everything should come from the heart. Qin Donglai quickly straightened his posture. The armored warriors he had pursued for so long had also followed the archaeological team into the tomb. He finally learned that those armored warriors belonged to Shiguang. Who would have thought that he would stand in the base of the Shiguang organization that very night? With his feet on the solid ground of the base, he felt an unreal lightness, as if he could do anything. He studied the man in the black hoodie, standing on the altar. The mysterious golden mask concealed the other person's face, allowing him to see only a pair of eyes. After watching those eyes for a while, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Qin Donglai's voice was low, as if he were asking a question he had waited a long time to pose. "Master, may I know if there is a predecessor named Lin Xing in Shiguang?" Zhou Yang looked deeply at him. 3,000 years ago, he was the leader of our Shiguang technique cultivators and also the mentor of the armored warriors. He is what people now refer to as the instructor. Qin Donglai lowered his head as if savoring something. Then he slowly raised his head. "Does Senior Lin still have descendants in this world?" His tone trembled slightly, as if he were anticipating something, yet also feeling uneasy. Zhou Yang shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. "No, they were all very young back then. Not even a single descendant was left behind. Just..." The fragmented voice lingered in the light, causing Qin Donglai's eyes to turn red. Why? Why did it turn out this way? He seemed to be questioning himself, as if questioning this era. Zhou Yang fixed his gaze on him, his voice drifting softly into Qin Donglai's ears. "From you I seem to feel a familiar bloodline aura. What relation do you have to Lin Xiaoga?" Qin Donglai, his eyes were filled with tears, but they did not fall. His tone was particularly solemn. "My ancestor was a servant of Senior Lin who once served closely beside him." Zhou Yang looked at him, almost forgetting himself in the act. "Are you the little Qin who always followed Lin Xiaoga? You do bear some resemblance to him." Qin Donglai suddenly raised his head. "Do you still remember my ancestor?" His tone held a hint of surprise. Chu Qingyue stood quietly beside them, listening attentively. She had never heard the master speak of these matters. The past of the Shiguang organization, the figures from 1,000 years ago, and the technique cultivator named Lin Xing. Before today, these predecessors were nothing more than traces on murals and lines on stone carvings to her. She could only listen quietly, not daring to interject a single word. Zhou Yang nodded slightly, his expression tinged with a sense of nostalgic joy. Little Qin's fish soup and crab orange brew were incredibly delicious, and even after all this time, they remain unforgettable. Qin Donglai raised his head, eager to learn more about his ancestors and Senior Lin. However, his gaze slowly sank again. This was because he recalled the ancient book lost by the descendants of the Qin family over the long passage of time. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. It is the Qin family that has let down Senior Lin's parting exhortation. Fortunately, Senior Lin and the others had the foresight to construct tombs in advance and left behind some of their legacies. Otherwise, the efforts and legacies of these predecessors would have been forgotten by future generations, becoming desolate in the river of history. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Shiguang will remember and pass on all the wishes of our predecessors. After saying this, he looked at Qin Donglai, his tone suddenly shifting. So Qin Donglai, are you willing to uphold the wishes of your ancestors, join Shiguang, and fight for Shiguang? It was solemn and sacred, imposing and grand. Qin Donglai's heart surged with excitement. Master, I want to join Shiguang. Zhou Yang looked down. Qin Donglai, trust emotion 1-1. Faith emotion 1. This simple middle-aged man had a certain loyalty ingrained in his bones. 5 minutes later, Shiguang has existed in this world for too long, but has also been estranged for the organization needs to have eyes in the other realm. Before he could finish, Qin Donglai nodded heavily. Master, I understand. 15 minutes later, Chu Qingwei simply explained the history and present of Shiguang to Qin Donglai. After finishing, she sent him out through the teleportation portal. Avoiding all surveillance, she sent him to a bus stop nearby. Qin Donglai stood at the bus stop and looked back at the office building that was invisible in the night. Because it was very far away, he could only see a rough outline. He slapped his forehead. Why did I think the master and Xiao Zhou's eyes looked alike? I must have been mistaken. Xiao Zhou looks only 18 or 19 years old. After Chu Qingwei returned, Zhou Yang asked her to choose a villa in the accommodation area. She didn't hesitate, directly walking into No. 6, closing the door and starting to tidy up. Duan Yin peeked his head out of the window of Villa No. 2 to look this way, then shrank back. Zhou Yang stood alone on the altar, gazing in the direction of the stone corridor's entrance. Information about Qin Donglai that the system had scanned flashed through his mind. Human Qin Donglai, gender male, talent diligence, compensates for weakness, unremarkable armor, diamond armor compatibility 12. Come on, candidate summoner. Zhou Yang shook his head and sighed. A compatibility of 12% wasn't very high, but Qin Donglai had a talent for diligence compensating for weakness. This talent sounded a bit ordinary. Yet in Zhou Yang's speculation, such talents often went further than those that sounded extravagant. He then took out a crystal core of the early stage of the mysterious level, directly spending points to have the system extract energy without side effects. Then he began to meditate and cultivate, to grow stronger, to become even stronger. The next morning at 6:30, in the capital at the headquarters laboratory of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs. It's done. It's operational. A voice filled with joy came from the laboratory. Academician Hao, who had stayed up all night with bloodshot eyes, was ecstatic. He stood at the main control console like a student who had just solved a tough exam question. On the screen in front of him, a three-dimensional virtual figure was sitting cross-legged. A stable energy simulation operation route slowly flowed through the figure's meridians. That route originated from the Dantian, flowing through the meridians, continuously cycling among the major acupoints. The energy conversion rate at each acupoint had been parsed by the supercomputer into precise numbers accurate to 2 decimal places. There were no alerts for energy surges or meridian ruptures. This meant that this set of techniques was perfectly feasible under the theoretical model of modern medicine. The top researchers, also sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes, had their weary expressions instantly wiped away upon seeing this result. We did it. We deciphered the ancient book that is suspected to be a cultivation secret method from 1,000 years ago. Cheers that could not be suppressed rang out in the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Director Long Shanhe and Zhang Lan, who had been keeping watch in the corridor all night, walked in. Academician Hao, did it really succeed? Seeing Director Long and Zhang Lan come in, Academician Hao excitedly stepped forward and grasped Director Long's hand. Director Long, it succeeded. We found that the core of the general outline is a technique called Yuanqi method, which can generate a kind of energy known as qi in the body. According to the ancient book, those who possess this energy can unlock the potential deep within human cells. They can even resist a monster called the Nether Demon with their physical bodies. After burning out several supercomputers, we finally simulated the safe operation route of this Yuanqi method within the human body perfectly. Another scroll contained fragmented texts mentioning a form of mental energy known as intent energy. We are also simulating research on it and believe we will break through soon. Seeing the research results of Academician Hao and others, Director Long couldn't help but smile. Then his expression became serious as he decisively issued the highest directive. Good. Academician Hao, you have made a great contribution. Since we have successfully simulated the cultivation route, let us quickly spread this Yuanqi method so our warriors can begin their training as soon as possible. Director Long raised his fists. We must race against time to respond to the large-scale crisis that may descend at any moment. Academician Hao nodded and after the excitement immediately regained his composure. Director Long, although there is a simulation from the supercomputer for this Yuanqi method. After all, it is an ancient method from 1,000 years ago, and I am concerned that the constitution of modern people may be different. I request to immediately allocate a batch of death row inmates. This set of techniques should ideally be verified through closed cultivation by real people before large-scale promotion. Only after confirming that there are no hidden risks can it be officially disseminated. This is the safest approach. Director Long did not hesitate. I will have Jiang Lanfeng take care of it. They will be sent over this afternoon. Then Long Shanhe, accompanied by Jiang Lanfeng, continued to inspect the progress of several other academicians and researchers. Academician Li stated that they detected a power surpassing all current technologies from the rusted ancients. Academician Fong, who studied the porcelain vase, mentioned that the vase contained a special gene that seemed to stimulate the division and enhancement of human cells. Academician Fong, who studied animal skins, remarked that the skins contained a map which was suspected to be a treasure map left behind by some ancient heritage. 1 hour later, an online meeting led by the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs attended by the Police Party J and Party Z was held secretly. 3 updates requesting more updates and support for the bookshelf. The large screen was divided into several small panels. Each panel corresponded to a high-security conference room. Director Long Shanhe, as the initiator of the meeting, sat before the massive screen. He summarized and reported the achievements of several academicians and researchers one by one. The screen simultaneously displayed videos of the spiritual energy methods meridian operations simulated by the Lingmu supercomputer, molecular lattice diagrams of ancient swords, and the composition reports of liquids in porcelain vases. After he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent for about 5 seconds. Then one microphone after another lit up. These usually unflappable big shots were now excitedly voicing their agreement. Implemented as soon as possible, striving to verify the feasibility of this method within a week, said a short-haired old man with 3 stars on his epaulets, his voice not loud but firm. Since there is a so-called crisis of beast invasion, we should quickly decipher these methods. We should strive for comprehensive promotion, making everyone like dragons. The Minister of National Security echoed. The police chief banged the table with bravado. As long as all of our more than 1 billion people cultivate this method, we can swarm together. 1 punch per person, we can overwhelm those disgusting beasts. Exactly, a mysterious big shot from the education sector immediately suggested. Once the method is safely verified, we can first secretly establish special martial arts subjects in several key high schools nationwide. We will select those with good physical fitness and conduct small-scale pilot tests in these high schools. Let's see the cultivation effect of this spiritual energy method on the youth. Cultivation must start from a young age. The method of cultivation as well. Once the simulation passes, we can promote it simultaneously. 2 legs walking are always faster than 1 leg hopping. Director Long sat before the screen watching these big shots who were freely proposing ideas. A hint of satisfaction and pride appeared on his face. This is his motherland. This is the cohesion and confidence that country H shows in the face of this grand era. Even knowing that the end times are approaching, even with the warnings inscribed on the tablets hanging over their heads like the sword of Damocles, the people of this land have never considered surrender. They want to implement a national system using the legacy left from 1,000 years ago. In this moment before the end times, they aim to create a brilliant era where everyone is like dragons daring to challenge the divine. Born in such an era with such a group of compatriots fighting alongside, why worry about not defeating those damned beasts? And he, despite still feeling a sense of crisis, was deeply proud of this. This is the country I long for. Though there are ancient histories, it spans across the 8 wildernesses. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau Laboratory, Academician Hao stood before the one-way glass in the observation room, his bloodshot eyes fixated on 2 men in gray lab coats inside. They were making strange hand seals with their hands, their breathing rhythm long the expansion of their chests far exceeding that of ordinary people. The data has come out. A young researcher beside him handed over a tablet. After 48 hours of cultivating the spiritual energy method, the basic metabolic rate of the first test subject increased by 22%. The second test subject, after practicing the ancient scroll fragments, reduced his sleep requirement from 7 hours to 5 hours, maintaining a brain activity peak of 85%. How about the other tests? Academician Hao raised his head. The researcher replied succinctly. The first subject's multiple indicators are all normal, and there is an increase in muscle fiber density, bone density enhancement, and a slight boost in physical immunity. Academician Hao was full of amazement. Has this ancient book already shown slight effects? No one answered. He looked toward the glass. A death row inmate was wolfing down food from a tray piled high. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Notify Director Long. Academician Hao set down the tablet. the spiritual energy method can be passed down. Half an hour later, Long Shanha entered the laboratory followed by Jiang Lanfeng and several big shots from the national security, including a general from the J faction with golden olive branches on his epaulets. They reviewed the conditions of the death row inmates and the experimental reports provided by academician Hao. Long Shanha placed the report on the table and stated clearly, starting tomorrow we will pass down the spiritual energy method. First, the Abnormal Affairs Bureau Police Department J District and National Security will select combat departments for small-scale pilot cultivation. Second, we aim to incorporate the martial arts subject as a compulsory course in several high schools in the capital before September. Third, when fully implemented later, it should be included as a compulsory subject for the college entrance examination. Long Shanha turned to leave. Jiang Lanfeng suddenly stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Director Long, it would be best to add Jiang City as a pilot city. I just feel that Jiang City is a bit special." Long Shanha stared at him for 2 seconds and nodded. Jiang City Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau Branch. This building was still a confidential apartment half a month ago. Fong Hung sat in his office, staring at the screen, displaying 3 documents just sent from the headquarters of the Abnormal Affairs Bureau. Spiritual Energy Method Trial Version, while Cultivation Method Basic Edition, and a red-headed pilot notification. The Jiang City branch had been established for less than a month with fewer than 20 people inside and out. After the Anshan Tomb incident, he had sent out several invitations, and some members of the archaeological team had already joined the research room. Now there weren't enough personnel, and the headquarters had come with pilot tasks. He lifted his head and looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him, suppressing a flicker of joy in his heart. "You said you have thought it through and are willing to join the Jiang City Abnormal Affairs Processing Bureau." Qin Donglai's mind flashed with his mentor's words. He lifted his head with resolute eyes. "I am willing." Shiguang Base. Late stage of the Xian level. Zhou Yang, sitting cross-legged on the altar, slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils a dark red light flickered. With his palm open, a deep-colored flame over 1,000 degrees naturally appeared, jumping twice before retracting. He let out a long breath, feeling that the fire elemental energy in his body had reached the late stage of the Xian level. However, this is still not enough. Zhou Yang shook his head. He then directly opened the system's 6th curtain settlement page. The 6th session Public Sentiment Storm and Buried History Evaluation Settlement in progress. This time's earnings statistics: shock emotion 100,000, trust emotion 500, worship emotion 50, faith emotion 10, overall rating a settlement reward points 104,000. EPR Bureau Research Room Armor Cosmos props lottery times 16 detected that the host and organization have made a significant impact on world progress permissions, greatly enhanced current permission level 5. Zhou Yang gazed at the information on the panel and murmured to himself, "This reward is even more generous, but the key point is the permissions have been elevated across levels." Could it be because the organization's name was discovered by the authorities, sparking considerable discussion online? After pondering this, Zhou Yang reached out and stroked the fluffy Bab beside him. As a special creature from the 6th parallel universe, it should carry a bit of luck. Bab squinted its large eyes, enjoying the touch, while looking at Zhou Yang with a puzzled expression. "Bab." Zhou Yang chuckled. Nothing. Just borrowing a bit of your luck." With that, he stared directly at the system interface. "System, go all in. Draw the lottery." The interface flickered and a series of items appeared before him. "Congratulations, host, for drawing the following rewards: Tonati Summoner, Mei Zhun's Burger Joint, Fei Ing Armor Summoner, Phoenix Crystal, Te Lu Armor Summoner. Huan Ying's Teppanyaki, a chest of valuable antiques, a chest of 4-element energy crystals, Ku Lei Fu Summoner, Di Shi Seal Rue, Fu Seal. Xianming Coffin, Complete Art of Willpower Cultivation, Elemental Cultivation, Method Yu Qi Jin, a chest of gold bars, 100 kilograms Lei. Stone. A dense array of rewards unfolded before his eyes. Did I stumble into a nest of armor summoners? Hey. Zhou Yang's vision blurred as he scanned the rows of summoners. Tonati Fei Ing Te Lu Ku Lei Fu, 4 brand new armors. Combined with the Na Hua and Xing Tian he already possessed, excluding those belonging to others, his own armors could fill an exhibition hall at the Shiguang base. He couldn't help but reach out and rub Bab's large ears again. This hall was truly thanks to the little creature. Otherwise he might not have drawn so many excellent items. Of course, the elevated permissions had also expanded the prize pool, allowing him to access even better treasures. Zhou Yang waved his hand. He stored the rewards he recognized in the system space and turned his attention to the unfamiliar ones. Phoenix Crystal, one of the 4 spirit crystals. The Phoenix Crystal contains vast fire, elemental energy, and spiritual energy, along with a lingering remnant soul. Xianming Coffin, the coffin once occupied by the Nether King, personally certified by 10 Black Hole level powerhouses. 100 sealed, impossible to escape without the key. Complete Art of Willpower Cultivation, a comprehensive manual for cultivating willpower covering the path from its inception to the highest level. Elemental Cultivation Method, a complete method for cultivating elemental energy. Mastering it allows continuous enhancement of one's elemental power. 4-element energy crystals, crystals formed by the convergence of fire, wind, water, and earth energies from a mysterious and beautiful planet. Absorbing them elevates one's proficiency in the corresponding elements. System Extract and Fuse, the Art of Willpower Cultivation and the Elemental Cultivation Method. An illusory ancient tome radiating a mysterious purple glow along with another book exuding a profound dark hue materialized in midair before Zhou Yang. The two books trembled faintly in the air, emitting waves of arcane energy ripples as if proclaiming the truths of the universe. Whoosh, whoosh. The two books transformed into streams of light and merged into his brow. A torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave, more vast and complete than before. Countless meridian pathways, mental formulas, and meditative techniques unfolded within his consciousness. Zhou Yang closed his eyes for several minutes to digest the knowledge before opening them. According to these texts, whether for willpower or elemental energy, strength is divided into 8 levels from low to high: Huang, Xian Di Tian, Huang Hong Zhou Yu. Upon reaching the Huang level, virtually nothing on this planet can threaten you. Zhou Yang looked at the remaining 2 items, about to ask the system about their functions when the system's voice echoed directly in his mind. Host: the Phoenix Crystal is a fire elemental crystal. Wearing it during cultivation will rapidly enhance your fire elemental energy and willpower. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang extended his hand and firmly grasped the pigeon egg-sized fiery red crystal in his right palm. Then he glanced at the system interface's countdown for the next spatial rift. Countdown: 7 days, 10 hours, 5 minutes. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the altar once more. He closed his eyes tightly, pressing the Phoenix Crystal against his chest. Silently, he began to circulate the newly acquired complete version of the Art of Willpower Cultivation. Simultaneously, he frantically absorbed the willpower and fire elemental energy from the Phoenix Crystal, while Zhou Yang immersed himself in cultivation, racing against time. In the outside world, the real society, the Anomaly Affairs Bureau was also accelerating its efforts to decipher the remaining items. After repeated animal experiments with the mysterious liquid from the porcelain bottle, academician Fong verified that the liquid contained properties capable of enhancing human cellular strength. Ultimately, he developed a muscle-enhancing agent designated T1, capable of elevating an ordinary human's strength to rival that of world-class weightlifters. Once developed, the agent was promptly distributed by Director Long Shanhe to the operatives of the Monster Countermeasure Division within the Anomaly Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, at a certain military training base, at 5:40 in the morning, 120 bare-chested soldiers stood on the training ground, the morning breeze causing distant flags to flutter noisily. Major Instructor Zhao, having taught in the Special Forces for 12 years, held a document with an impassive expression. Today you'll learn a new training method called Source Chi Technique. Practicing, it will transform your bodies. A sturdy sergeant in the front row scratched his head. Instructor Qigong. My grandfather was once. Shut up. Just follow my instructions. The sergeant shrugged and sat cross-legged. Before long, whoa. Instructor, my arm is heating up. Mine too. It feels like ants crawling along my spine. My chronic cold legs, which have ached for years, suddenly feel great. Instructor Zhao stood at the front of the formation, expressionless as he watched the excited soldiers. But behind his back, his hands clenched slightly. That same afternoon, similar scenes unfolded across multiple bases nationwide. Exclamations of astonishment erupted from every pilot training ground, military districts, police stations, and national security agencies alike. After 4 hours of cultivation, one soldier devoured 3 times his usual meal at the cafeteria, startling the kitchen staff into frantically calling for instructions. In the training room of the Monster Countermeasure Division, several operatives who had just received T1 injections and practiced the Source Chi technique completed their first round of cultivation. A young warrior stood up from the floor, rolled his shoulders, and suddenly punched a sandbag in front of him. With a loud bang, the sandbag's chain snapped. Silence fell over the training room for a second. Everyone crowded around, staring at the broken chain. The young operative looked at his fist, then at the sandbag. Instructor, this probably wasn't me, right? The instructor, expressionless, picked up his walkie-talkie. Logistics delivered 10 new sandbags. Heavier ones. The soldiers' physical improvements were so rapid that without upgraded equipment, they couldn't. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed before one realized it. On July 23rd, at exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, an unsettling wave of energy suddenly erupted from the altar of the Shiguang base. With a low hum, Zhou Yang awakened from his cultivation. A torrent of powerful and majestic energy surged through his mind, flowing like a river. He waved his hand, ready to test his strength. A vivid red warning popped up before him. Warning. Warning. Spatial rifts are about to appear around the cities of Jiangxing, Shanxing, and Jingxing. A significant increase in the number of alien beasts has been detected. The host should be prepared at all times. Emergency. Meteorites carrying a large amount of infectious virus are descending from the atmosphere of Water Blue Star. The system cannot prevent the meteorites from landing. The host should prepare for the first batch of mass invasion. Damn, is the system messing with me? Zhou Yang jumped up from his spot, completely disregarding his mentor's image. This wave of dual invasions caught him off guard. With both spatial rifts and meteorites arriving, Water Blue Star now resembled a sieve. Please prepare, host. At least 2 more large-scale invasions will follow. Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the Phoenix crystal and looked at the system interface, saying, then you can at least tell me where these meteorites are now. Real-time footage of meteorite landings has been displayed for the host. A light screen flashed. In the atmosphere, a gigantic meteorite shattered into thousands of fragments, trailing a long tail of fire as it spread out in a parasol-like trajectory across the globe. The largest piece of the meteorite was roughly 10 meters in diameter, its surface shrouded in dense black mist. Zhou Yang quickly stepped out through the spatial portal, arriving at the rooftop of an abandoned building. The night wind rushed towards him. In July's Jiangxing, it was an utterly ordinary summer night. Yet the pitch-black night seemed to be ablaze. Meteorites appeared in the skyline like flowing light, becoming denser and filling the southeastern half of the sky. The trailing light tails drew countless silver arcs, weaving into a net of light descending from the sky. It was breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment across the world, in the cherry blossom country at the crossroads of Say Valley, as hundreds of people surged onto the crosswalk, a high school girl in a short skirt suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, there are shooting stars. The crowd looked up in unison. So beautiful. Make a wish. I want to get into Dong University. I want to be with Senior Yamato. The girls chattered, clasping their hands to make wishes while the boys snapped photos with their phones. No one noticed the eerie aura surrounding those shooting stars. In the pickled vegetable country at the Nanshan Tower in the capital, a couple stood on an observation deck, filled with locks of love, the girl holding her face with sparkling eyes. Appa, there's actually a meteor shower. She silently repeated in her heart 3 times, let me sleep next to Appa. In Country A, in the basement war room of the Pentagon, the circular screen switched between real-time footage from various space monitoring stations around the globe. A colonel stared at the densely packed points of light, slowly placing his coffee cup down. Sir, the North A Air Defense Command has issued an emergency alert. A large number of unknown meteorite clusters have suddenly appeared in low Earth orbit and are descending towards the globe. 1/3 of the fragments are approaching our western coastline. Immediately activate the missile defense system and calculate interception trajectories. It's coming too fast, it can't be intercepted. The war room fell silent for 3 solid seconds. Then the alarm sounded. On O continent, at the ESA Space Monitoring Center, a group of engineers gathered around the display screen, voices in French and German intertwining in a cacophony. The one with a diameter exceeding 10 meters has been calculated for its landing trajectory. The predicted impact point is within H country. Have we notified H country's space agency? In H country, on a hillside at a scenic spot, a couple sat cuddling on the grass. The girl suddenly pointed at the sky and screamed, "Honey, look, it's a meteor shower. The weather news on my phone didn't even predict it today. What a pity. I want to make a wish. Ooh, I want to be very rich." The boy's gaze lingered for a moment on the shooting stars before landing on the girl's beautiful profile. He placed one hand over his heart, silently making a wish in his mind. "I hope to hit a home run tonight." A sudden meteor shower stirred ripples of varying degrees across the world, but had little impact on ordinary people. Zhou Yang stood on the rooftop, his immense power allowing him to see and hear much. In the distance, at a stall in the old district, 2 college students were skewering meat and drinking beer, one of them looking up with wide eyes at the sky. "Damn shooting stars. Do you think there will be meteorite copper in them? If I take some, will I become a stronger monster than Zhang Qiling?" His roommate shot back, "Stop reading so many novels. Have you even passed your calculus finals?" Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. "You would indeed turn into a monster." He looked again at the meteorites approaching in the sky. The system said it cannot prevent this viral invasion, but it didn't say it can't minimize the damage from this invasion. "I can't stop thousands of meteorites, but I can eliminate the one that poses the greatest threat." After saying this, Zhou Yang's expression sharpened. He directly took out the Xingtian summoning device. Xingtian armor. He initiated the recognition with his pupils. A red beam swept across the iris. Merge. Blinding red light erupted from the rooftop. The imposing and stylish armor successfully combined. He extended his hand and beckoned into the void. Fire horse. A stream of red light descended from the horizon, hovering above the rooftop. The shuttle hovered beside Zhou Yang. Without hesitation, he activated the Ares telepathy technique to contact Duan Yin and others. Duan Yin, Xu Qingwei, Bu Feng, Bu Yao, meteorites are descending. Use all your power to collect all the meteorites landing in Jiangsheng and its surroundings. After finishing this, he flipped over and sat on the shuttle. Fire horse go. A beam of fiery red light shot towards the sky. The brightness was blinding, instantly illuminating half of the sky over the old town, like a divine being pulling a direct line to the universe from the ground. On the ground, children and adults screamed. Look, there are also shooting stars on the ground. What a sword light slicing through the heavens. So cool. The fire horse tore through the atmosphere. Zhou Yang ignored the surrounding meteorites, directly weaving through the gaps between smaller meteorites and charging towards the largest one. The 10-meter diameter meteorite loomed large before him. Its surface was marred with pits writhing with a layer of ominous black mist, as if something were alive inside. Judging by its orbital deviation, it was highly likely to land in Huagua. It absolutely cannot be allowed to land. He drew the fire punishment sword, flames igniting along the blade, causing nearby fragments to evaporate. Heaven and Earth's infinite Xingtian must-kill technique. 3 updates asking for support and adding to the bookshelf. The circular force field expanded, enveloping both the meteorite and him simultaneously. He gazed at the massive meteorite, which despite slowing its speed within the force field still bore terrifying kinetic energy as it hurtled toward him. Zhou Yang hovered in midair, his right hand forcefully pressed downward. Heaven and Earth magnetic field. Stop for me. With a roar, a terrifyingly immense magnetic pressure descended, powerful enough to distort space. In this ultimate force field exclusive to the Xingtian armor, time seemed to freeze. The enormous meteorite, weighing thousands of tons, was forcibly held in midair by this magnetic force. The black toxic gas swirling around the meteorite attempted to resist, furiously battering against the force field. Fortunately, the magnetic field of the Xingtian armor was inherently resistant to the invasion of these evil and violent viruses. He held the fire punishment sword upright, its tip pointing skyward. Powerful intent continuously converged toward the fire punishment sword. Flames along the blade surged upward, coalescing at the top of the force field into a fiery pillar that pierced the heavens. Fire punishment Qian Kuan slash. With that strike, the colors of the entire world were drained. From the ground, a crimson sun suddenly appeared in the night sky, existing for less than a second, yet bright enough to illuminate the entire city. A massive fire-red blade descended from the sky like a crimson ribbon, spanning thousands of meters, cleaving directly onto the 10-meter-wide meteorite. The black gas swirling around the meteorite surged wildly, condensing into a thick protective layer at the point of contact with the blade, emitting a sharp screech. The blade pierced through the black mist, slicing into the meteorite's core. A blinding fissure erupted from the center, releasing a nauseating mass of dark virus. Flames surged into the crack, detonating the entire meteorite from within before the viral energy could fully unleash. Boom! A powerful explosion resounded at an altitude of over 10 kilometers. The shockwave swept outwards, and the flames blossomed in the night sky, forming a crimson flower with a diameter of several hundred meters. More spectacular than any firework, more intense than any lightning. With a single sword, the stars shattered. Everyone on the ground stopped in their tracks, looking up at the fire slowly spreading, the fierce flames illuminating half the sky. In front of a stall in the old district, 2 college students dropped their beer bottles to the ground. The girl on the hillside opened her eyes just as she finished making her wish. At the center of the explosion, Zhou Yang quickly launched his second move, Qian Kuan, collecting Demon Palm. An invisible force gathered the ash and debris into one place. He reached out and pulled the remnants into his belt space. At a space agency in Anqing, on a massive monitoring screen, several satellites simultaneously detected an energy explosion above the atmosphere. The atmosphere was initially calm, with dozens of researchers on night shift. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning! Warning! An ultra-high energy explosion detected in low Earth orbit. The harsh alert from the main control computer pierced through the comm. In front of a large holographic screen, a senior engineer responsible for monitoring satellite images suddenly jumped up from his chair. He widened his eyes, pointing at the real-time image just captured by the military satellite. Although somewhat blurry, it was still discernible. Everyone look. The satellite captured an anomalous image. How is this possible? Upon hearing his exclamation, everyone in the space agency hall, including the director, gathered around. They all clustered around, staring intently at the large screen. When they finally saw the content on the screen, a deathly silence enveloped them all. Dozens of top aerospace engineers and the director gazed at the massive holographic screen. Due to the powerful and majestic intent released by the Xingtian armor in space, the entire electromagnetic environment of that airspace had undergone severe turbulence. At this moment, the real-time image transmitted back by the military satellite flickered erratically. The resolution was severely affected, rendering the image somewhat blurry. Nevertheless, that breathtaking scene was still vividly visible to them. They witnessed with their own eyes a blurred humanoid figure radiating red light. The figure stood proudly at the outer edge of the atmosphere in low Earth orbit, without the aid of any flying apparatus. Then that figure raised a burning long sword targeting the gigantic meteorite, and suddenly slashed out a red crescent-shaped sword light that spanned the heavens. Boom! Though there was no sound in space, the dazzling explosion on the screen made everyone's hearts flutter. The next second, the image gradually clarified. The terrifying core meteorite had been utterly pulverized, leaving the surrounding area completely cleared by some unknown force with not even a shard remaining. The normally rational aerospace agency members were all stunned. My eyes must not be working. Did a person just slice and explode the meteorite in the atmosphere? A young engineer clutched his head in disbelief, exclaiming incoherently, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No carbon-based life form can be exposed to the atmosphere without a spacesuit, let alone slice a meteorite weighing dozens of tons. This completely violates the law of conservation of momentum." The chief physicist frantically pounded the table. The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. "Forget the laws. Immediately analyze the energy peak of that red light. Also track where that person—" Director. The operator stammered as he reported, "That figure and the red flying object disappeared the moment after the explosion. Pack all the video data." He finally spoke, his voice dry. "Encryption level highest, upload to—" In the atmosphere above the starry sky, Zhou Yang watched as the largest meteorite engulfed in the virus was completely incinerated from within by the flames. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he turned around to see at that moment a massive number of meteorites diving towards country H and lands all over the world. Thickly packed, they filled half the night sky. He had no time to think and gathered his intent to unleash another palm strike. 8 Spatial shift. Qian Kuan collecting demon palm. Shadows flickered across the sky around him. 8 Zhou Yangs appeared simultaneously in 8 different positions, their palms emitting an invisible pulling force. The meteorite fragments that had yet to land were forcibly pulled by that power, drawn into his belt space. After a breath, the 8 shadows merged back into one. He stepped back onto the shuttle, his chest heaving violently. Within the belt's spatial compartment, he had already absorbed at least 100 meteorite fragments. He stepped back onto the shuttle, his chest heaving violently. Within the belt's spatial compartment, he had already absorbed at least 100 meteorite. The scenes across the land gradually sharpened under his intensifying gaze. On various campuses, groups of young boys and girls sat gathered on rooftops and playgrounds. They cheered with joy, faces upturned, singing songs. Someone strummed a guitar out of tune, others held up phones to record their laughter lighter than the night breeze. "Come watch the meteor shower with me falling upon this earth, let my tears. Let's go watch the meteor shower together." Inside various office buildings, some weary workers still toiling overtime silently clasped their hands together, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the brilliant display, praying devoutly in their hearts. They wished for a torrential downpour tomorrow, one massive enough to grant the entire company a day off. After praying, they lowered their heads and continued revising that endless proposal. Numerous couples by hotel windows and on high-rise rooftops set up telescopes to watch the magnificent meteor shower streaking across the sky. Trails of silvery light streaked past one after another, reflected in their eyes. They embraced in happiness and excitement, some with reddened eyes, others secretly clenching a ring in their palm. At this moment, all over the world, people were excitedly waving their arms, welcoming the arrival of this meteor. Who could have known that these falling meteorite fragments might bring the deadly berserk virus capable of destroying the entirety of human society? Is this the final carnival before the apocalypse? Zhou Yang murmured to himself, watching the reveling crowd. Perhaps after tomorrow, every city will harbor at least 1,000 oxers disguised as humans. These people will only reveal their true forms when they fly into a rage. He knew better than anyone. The greatest trait of an oxer was its irritability. Even a spark of emotion was enough to provoke it to tear through its human skin and expose its true form. This meant that in the days to come, every city around the world might suddenly undergo a drastic transformation on an unremarkable morning or in the dead of night. A traffic jam, a quarrel, a piece of bad news. Any of these could become the fuse for a bloodbath. Zhou Yang shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. Blazing Stallion returned. He turned and sat back inside the cockpit of the Blazing Stallion. With a single command, the tail flame of the Crimson Shuttle surged, transforming into a streak of rainbow light. It vanished completely into the mountain forests on the outskirts of Jiangqing City, leaving not a single trace behind. Half an hour later, Shiguang Base. Zhou Yang, along with Duan Yin, Chu Qingyue, Bu Feng, and Bu Yao gathered in the courtyard of Duan Yan's second villa. On the round table in the yard sat half a bottle of iced tea that Duan Yin had left unfinished during the day. After entering the base, Zhou Yang deactivated the combined state of the Xing Tian armor. Mentor. The four of them respectfully bowed to him in unison. Zhou Yang sat down by the round table and raised a hand to gesture. No need for such formalities, make yourselves at home. Let's just sit and talk. Only then did the four pull up chairs and sit down. Duan Yin plopped down closest to Zhou Yang and began speaking before he was even settled. He tipped over a bulging burlap sack at his feet. Over 20 meteorite fragments clattered across the ground. Mentor, I only found 23. I turned the whole southern district upside down. Chu Qingyue, without changing her expression, also poured out 18 neatly arranged. Bu Feng and Bu Yao, the siblings, were clearly inexperienced. Together they had managed to scrounge up a meager 16 fragments. Bu Yao lowered her head, a little embarrassed. They were all intensely curious about why their mentor had ordered them to collect these black stones all over the city that night. What was the purpose? Zhou Yang didn't rush to explain. He stood up and first gathered these meteorites along with 100 or so from his belt into the open space in the courtyard. They formed a small pile. Then he took out the Nawa armor summoner and directly combined. The orangered flame armor enveloped his entire body. He raised his hand and summoned the power of the molten flame element, hurling it all at the pile of meteorites. A powerful blaze leaped several meters high. Above the pile of meteorite fragments, now a small mountain billows of black smoke surged. Within the black smoke, faint mournful screams could be heard. The sound lasted only a few brief moments before fading entirely. The black smoke dissipated, leaving behind only a heap of charred, ordinary stones. The fire element of the Nawa armor inherently possessed the power to incinerate all evil. As long as these berserk viruses had not yet infected a human body or fused with the MAOA gene to form an oxer, a simple blast of molten flame could directly burn them to nothing. Zhou Yang deactivated the combined state and sat back down. Mentor, is there something wrong with these meteorites? Chu Qingyue, the first to keenly sense something amiss, immediately asked. Zhou Yang's tone was grave. The end is near. The first official wave of the beast invasion has begun. Duan Yin was instantly dumbfounded. So the previous times when beasts emerged from spatial rifts didn't count as an official invasion. Zhou Yang gave him a penetrating look as if reading his thoughts. The previous spatial rifts were merely probing attacks by beast cannon fodder. The real crisis only begins today. As his words fell, the expressions of Duan Yin, Chu Qingyue, and Bu Yao instantly turned serious, their entire demeanor becoming heavy with gravity. Only Bu Feng smiled proudly, leaning back in his chair. What's there to fear? These beasts are nothing but chickens and dogs to me. Before me, they don't even have the right to strut. Duan Yin silently gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome, you're... Bu Feng curled his lips, slightly, looking utterly composed, as if it were only natural. These meteorites carry the berserk virus. Zhou Yang finished what he had left unsaid. At this statement, the faces of Duan Yin, Bu Feng, and Bu Yao all changed color. Although Chu Qingyue had never seen a lotus oxer in person, she had learned about the recent events from Duan Yan's reminders, and her face now also turned pale with shock. Bu Yao instinctively touched her arm. Seeing the four of them looking so frightened, Zhou Yang waved his hand. Don't worry with the summoners on you and your magnetic fields as initial summoners. These berserk viruses won't affect you at all unless they cut through your skin. As for Bu Yao, the antiviral serum injected into her body a while ago was still active, so there was no need to worry for the time being. Duan Yin breathed a sigh of relief. But then, thinking of all the people outside watching the meteor shower tonight, his expression shifted again. Mentor, what about ordinary people who come into contact with these meteorites? Zhou Yang sighed, his voice dropping significantly. As long as their wounds aren't cut open or they don't have prolonged contact with these meteorites, the chance of infection isn't very high. But it's not impossible that some people might collect these meteorites as curiosities and carry them close to their bodies for a long time. Chu Qingyue furrowed her brows. The apocalypse arrived far too swiftly. Bu Yao spoke with concern. So many meteor fragments fell tonight. Does this mean that many Akis will soon emerge in this world? Zhou Yang fell silent, a tacit affirmation in his silence. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, he changed the subject. New spatial rifts will form tonight. Instead of worrying about Akis, you should focus on dealing with these creatures right now. After all, even if humans are infected by the zombie virus, it takes time before they reveal themselves. However, the invasion of alien beasts through the spatial rifts will definitely occur. He directly handed over the coordinates of 3 small spatial rifts located by the system to Duan Yin and the others, Jiang City, Mountain City, and Jing City. Upon hearing this, Duan Yin was immediately invigorated. Instructor, just give the orders. I will not let a single alien beast escape. Duan Yin volunteered to go to Mountain City. Chu Qingyue mentioned that she had been to Jing City several times and was familiar with it, so that coordinate was given to her. Bu Feng and Bu Yao, with their limited experience, decided to stay in Jiang City, sharing a single capture seal, which was the safest choice. Zhou Yang himself planned to remain in Jiang City. He marked out the southern, northern, and western areas of Jiang City. Most of the meteorites had already been collected. The area most likely to spawn a case was the eastern district of Jiang City. And the eastern district, being the most densely populated with the highest number of injuries, was precisely the hospitals. It was also because he had intercepted so many high in the sky tonight. In the entire H country, it became the country with the fewest meteorite falls this time. Before leaving, Duan Yin and Chu Qingyue each received 10 elemental crystals from Zhou Yang. Duan Yin received 10 fire element crystals, and Chu Qingyue received 10 water element crystals. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, Zhou Yang informed them that these crystals could enhance elemental energy when held in hand at critical moments. After that, he also gave each of them a set of elemental cultivation methods ranging from yellow grade to heavenly grade. Everything was included. As the night deepened, the five of them took their tasks and set off separately. Duan Yin slung a snakeskin bag over his shoulder and turned back with a grin. Instructor, wait for me to return. I won't let a single alien beast escape in Mountain City. As everyone set off on their own, the night of this water blue planet was quietly rewritten by countless falling Jing City. Zhang's pharmaceutical building top floor office. Zhang Zhonghua had been sitting for a full 2 hours chain-smoking with the ashtray piled high. Professor Yuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her brows twisted into a tight knot. It's almost been 10 days. Zhang Zhonghua extinguished his cigarette, his voice hoarse. There hasn't been a single word from Chu Jianmin's side. The phone is unreachable, and he can't be found. Before he finished speaking, the floor-to-ceiling window in the office shook without warning. Both of them fell silent. In the center of the desk, at an unknown time, a palm-sized black stone suddenly appeared. Its surface was pockmarked, shrouded in a layer of indistinct black mist resembling a heart. What is this? Zhang Zhonghua frowned as he stood up. Who put this here? Yuan instinctively reached out her hand, her fingertips just about to touch the stone, when a voice suddenly exploded in her mind. The voice did not belong to anyone. Catch it, consume it. You'll achieve what you desire. Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Zhonghua also froze. Another phrase echoed in his mind. I see your dark hearts. Zhang Zhonghua's breathing began to quicken. He stared at the stone, his sclera quickly filling with bloodshot veins. In an instant, a strange crimson hue spread across him. The lights in the office flickered dimly. Mountain City, a prison built deep within the forest. Outside the barbed wire, the black silhouettes of the mountains loomed, and the spotlight swept back and forth over the yard. At 8:30 in the evening, the last batch of released inmates was preparing to be returned to the prison. Gather up, time to go back. The prison guard blew his whistle, the sound echoing in the valley. The inmates lined up in a sparse manner. At the end of the line, a bald man in his 30s suddenly cried out in pain. Damn! Ouch, that hurts like hell. What is this? He hopped on one foot and looked down. A sharp black stone had pierced through his flip-flop without him noticing. The tip was deeply embedded in the flesh of his foot. The wound wasn't deep, but the surface of the stone was surrounded by a strange black mist. Damn it, who threw stones on the ground? The bald man cursed as he pulled out the stone and casually clenched it in his fist. The moment he tightened his grip, his eyes suddenly turned red. A wave of heat surged inexplicably from the small wound on his foot. He suddenly felt that those timid fellow inmates around him had become repugnant, making him want to tear their faces apart. What are you looking at? He spun around and glared at a frail inmate next to him. The thin inmate trembled in fear, too wasn't looking. Meanwhile, similar events were quietly unfolding in other corners of the line. Tonight, many unidentified black stones appeared. 3 or 4 inmates, squatting or standing, each found a piece of varying sizes of strange stones. Some found it amusing and stuffed it into their pockets, while others marveled at the black mist on the stones. One reckless young man licked a stone under his nose, and his expression gradually turned vacant and violent. The prison guard stood from a high vantage point, completely unaware of the subtle changes happening in the line. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. In Jing City. In a 30-story office building at 9 in the evening, most workstations were empty, with only a few computers still lit up. Xiao Li from the sales department squatted in a corner of the tea room, his face looking as if it had been drained. Half an hour earlier, he had just been scolded by the manager in front of the entire team. With the worst performance and a lackadaisical attitude, he was just passing the time. His colleagues kept their heads down, pretending to look at their computers. But he knew that the suppressed laughter was more embarrassing than the scolding. He gritted his teeth. So what if my performance is poor? Why do you have the right to scold me in front of the whole company? You all deserve to die. A bunch of damned bastards. He stood up and picked up his coffee, which had some laxatives in it. Sneakingly, he made his way toward the manager's office. On the manager's large desk lay a piece of oddly shaped black stone. The layer of black mist on the surface of the stone looked inexplicably eerie in the dim room. He didn't even know what had possessed him. His free hand, as if possessed, reached out and grabbed the stone. His eyes suddenly turned red. A furious, reckless thought surged in his heart. Kill them. They all deserve to die. He struggled to suppress this thought. Then his gaze fell on an open document on the desk. It was a dismissal report. The name printed in the section for the dismissed persons was unmistakably his. Reason: major job misconduct. Bang! Something in Zhou Li's mind snapped completely. Intense anger flooded every nerve in his body like lava. He opened his mouth to scream, but his throat only produced a sound that was inhuman and shrill. A thick black mist and dark light suddenly erupted from his body. His back arched high, tearing through his cheap shirt. Spikes glimmering with metallic coldness protruded from beneath his skin. A huge black spirit staff appeared in his hand, and a layer of black armor enveloped his body. The human head had long since disappeared. In its place was a reed monster with spikes running from its arms to its shoulders. The Spikakis. It was at this moment that the office door was pushed open. The manager, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea, walked in while looking down at his phone. Zhou Li, why are you in my office? He raised his head. His words abruptly stopped. What he saw was a monster lunging towards him. He didn't even have time to scream. Everything went black before his eyes. The monster swung the black spirit staff and directly crushed his head. At 3 in the morning, please support the update in the bookshelf.